He was only a newborn, yet his birth compelled the Emperor of the Sun-Moon Empire to personally ride out, all because the chill radiating from his tiny body was colder than winter snow and shrouded in mystery. 200 li from Mingdu, a 5,000-strong army advanced in steel armor, marching in perfect step with overwhelming momentum. At the head of the 100-meter-long column, a golden carriage rolled forward behind 8 Qilin steeds. Flanking it, more than a dozen formidable knights rode in escort, their presence oppressive. Beside the carriage, a bald elder raised his palm and gave a low command, and the army halted as one. No sooner had they stopped than hundreds of soldiers drew in around the carriage, spears angled outward to guard the perimeter. The knights tensed, and the air grew heavy. From within the carriage came an aged, imperious voice. Elder Yi, what is it? It was the Emperor of the Sun-Moon Empire speaking. Yi Yulan, rank 91, titled Dou, rank 9, sole engineer, Imperial consecrate, a man of lofty standing, bowed with genuine respect despite his own stature. Your Majesty, there is an unusual energy fluctuation ahead. I fear a threat, and halted the column. The Emperor's brow lifted. For a rank 9 sole engineer to show such caution, something was amiss. Let's have a look, he said evenly, confidence threading his tone. Yi Yulan hesitated and advised, Your Majesty, allow me to investigate first. No need. Within the Sun-Moon Empire, no one dares harm me. With you all here, what is there to fear? The Emperor cut in, majestically waving for the retinue to proceed. Knowing that with himself and so many powerhouses present, even a super Dou would struggle to stir a wave, Yi Yulan gave the order to move out, and the formation resumed its march. After 500 meters, the temperature plunged. Under a blazing sun, a killing frost pressed in, as if they had stepped into deep winter. Yi Yulan's keen gaze pierced the drifting white mist, and he faintly made out a small figure curled up within. After several careful checks, he confirmed he was not mistaken, and doubts surged in his chest. Elder Yi, what is it ahead? The Emperor had already descended from the carriage, peering into the dense fog with a grave expression. There is an infant within the icy mist, Yi Yulan reported in a low voice. An infant? The Emperor was taken aback, eyes narrowing as he stared into the haze. Even from outside the fog, the cold gnawed to the bone. How could a baby survive in such extreme frost? Bring him here, the Emperor ordered after a brief pause. An 8th-rank sole engineer saluted and moved to comply, but Yi Yulan quickly stopped him. Don't. This child is highly unusual. We must not touch him rashly. As a rank 9 sole engineer, his spiritual sense was far keener than that of most titled Dou. At first he noticed nothing, but upon closer probing, he sensed a threat of danger coming from the baby. It was faint to the extreme, yet undeniably real, and it chilled him to the marrow. The Emperor, however, waved the concern aside and signaled the 8th rank to proceed. Torn between two commands, the man obeyed the Imperial order, dismounted, and carefully approached the icy fog. Though anxious, Yi Yulan, cowed by the Emperor's authority, could only sigh, slipping a 9th-rank defensive soul tool into his hand to be ready for any sudden change. Stepping into the mist, the 8th-rank soul engineer was instantly engulfed by cold. He shivered violently, his soul power barely holding up. In the heart of the frost, he saw a naked infant, whose energy had turned to chill, freezing everything within dozens of meters. As he drew near, fear and cold struck together, and he nearly turned back. Duty forced him on. He hardened his resolve, scooped up the boy, and the moment he made contact, his arms went numb with frost. His face blanched as he drove his soul power to the limit with little effect. Not daring to linger, he gritted his teeth and hurried out with the child. Perhaps the jostling was too great. The infant's eyes slowly opened. Am not dead? Though newly awakened, his mind was preternaturally clear, the words ringing in his head. He blinked hard until his vision focused, catching a man's jawline, black armor, and the heat of an embrace. For 2 stunned seconds, his deep, starry eyes narrowed, and as emotion surged, the cold intensified. The 8th rank's features twisted under the bite of the frost. Have I reincarnated? Or been seized by another? Sensing the changed surroundings and his own strangeness, the boy reeled. But his will was steel. He calmed swiftly and assessed the situation. He tried to summon his strength, only to find that aside from his divine sense, all cultivation was gone, his body fragile to the point of helplessness. Panic flared and was forcibly smothered as he steadied himself. Thoughts racing. He first seized control of the cold seeping from him. The chill was the overflow of his spiritual core, and with iron command, he drew it back. The icy fog thinned and faded. Then he slowly retracted his divine sense except for what he anchored on the Emperor of the Sun-Moon Empire. He even wove a secret art to gently nudge the man's mind. The situation was perilous, and he had never believed his fate belonged to another. The one who commanded all had to be the Emperor. If he could sway that man's thoughts, the crisis could be defused. His gaze turned razor-sharp. In an instant he identified the Emperor, and with a flicker of intent, he was already laying his next move. Huh. The 8th level soul engineer felt the temperature warming and exclaimed in surprise, looking at the infant in his hands with bewilderment. How did it return to normal? He murmured to himself. Just moments ago it had been bone-chillingly cold, but now it was as warm as spring. This dramatic change made his heart increasingly uneasy, and he immediately activated his soul tool to accelerate his return journey. In the distance, Yianing immediately spotted the 8th level soul engineer and felt his heart tighten. He raised his hand in warning, as if facing a formidable enemy. The powerful guardians around the Sun-Moon Emperor instantly spread out in a fan formation, surrounding the Emperor at the center. High-level soul tools materialized in their palms as energy patterns rapidly lit up. What are you all making such a fuss about? Stand down. The Sun-Moon Emperor's voice wasn't loud, but it carried unquestionable authority. The several experts exchanged glances, feeling somewhat embarrassed. To be so tense over a mere infant was indeed being overly paranoid. After brief hesitation, they still followed the Emperor's command and retreated to the sides, though their soul tools remained on alert. The 8th level soul engineer quickly approached the Emperor, bowed slightly, and held the male infant in his palms with both arms extended. The baby had fair skin, and though his features hadn't fully developed, he already showed a sense of tranquility. The Emperor gazed at him for a moment, his lips curving slightly upward, then waved his hand casually. A maidservant immediately retrieved a soft yellow cloth from the carriage, stepped forward to gently take the infant, wrapped him snugly, and held him at the Emperor's side. The baby made a few soft sounds in the cloth before quietly curling into a ball. Yianing's gaze remained fixed on the infant throughout. The dangerous aura that had previously made even a 9th level soul engineer feel cold seemed to have completely dissipated, making the baby appear utterly ordinary. Such a dramatic contrast made him wonder if what he'd sensed earlier was merely an illusion. How could a child in swaddling clothes make him feel afraid? This child has quite a connection with me. Bring him back to the palace. The Sun-Moon Emperor's gaze was gentle, yet his tone was resolute. Your Majesty must not. Yianing stepped forward, speaking rapidly. This child appeared amidst strange phenomena and has mysterious origins. I fear he himself possesses something sinister, and bringing him into the palace might cause trouble. After a moment's thought, he added, if your Majesty feels pity for him, you could have someone send him to a nearby town or village for adoption. That might be better for him. After hearing this, the Emperor didn't respond immediately, only quietly observed Yianing. It was still the same composed face, yet it now carried an additional suffocating pressure. Yianing lowered his gaze, not daring to meet the Emperor's eyes, his back slightly bent and palms already sweating. Your Majesty, why do you look at me this way? He asked in a low voice. Though he was a 9th level soul engineer, he knew well that this emperor was no benevolent ruler. The Sun-Moon Emperor smiled slightly and patted his shoulder twice. Elder Yi, I respect you, but respect doesn't mean you can defy my will, nor does it mean you can make decisions for me. His final words carried a chill. Yianing shuddered and quickly bowed his head. I wouldn't dare. No need to be nervous. I'm merely reminding you. The Emperor's voice softened as he patted his shoulder again, then turned to board the carriage, with the maidservant carrying the infant following closely behind. The curtain fell and the pressure dissipated. Only then did Yianing slowly straighten up, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he showed visible relief. The Emperor's few words had left him taut as a bowstring. Continue forward. He took a deep breath, his tone returning to calm as he issued the command. The convoy resumed its journey, iron-like wheels crushing gravel and raising dust clouds. 6 years later, Sun-Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy, Mingdu Hall. The hall was spacious, with metallic walls reflecting a soft golden glow. Light cascaded down from soul crystal lamps suspended from the domed ceiling, creating an atmosphere that was cold yet solemn, while subtle mechanical humming echoed through the vast corridors. Your Highness Wei, are you ready? An elderly man said. Though not tall, he was broad-built, belonging to the short and stout type. Looking at his appearance, calling him an elder would be somewhat inappropriate, as he appeared to be only in his 40s, though his actual age exceeded 100. His identity was far more extraordinary than his appearance suggested. Jing Hongqian, master of Mingdu Hall, one of the continent's few 9th level soul engineers, wielding tremendous influence within the Sun-Moon Empire. At this moment, a 6-year-old boy stood before him, whom Jing Hongqian respectfully addressed as Your Highness Wei. The child's name was Wei Xuan. 6 years ago, the Sun-Moon Emperor brought him back to the Imperial Palace, immediately adopting him as a son and granting him princely status. However, instead of bestowing the imperial surname Su, he was given the name Wei Xuan. As for the reason, perhaps only Wei Xuan himself knew the truth. At 6 years old, Wei Xuan was already nearly a meter tall, with ice blue hair cascading to his waist, delicate features, and eyes as deep and dark as a pool, radiating a composure and calmness far beyond his years. Master Hongqian, let's begin. Wei Xuan spoke calmly with a faint smile. Without waiting for Jing Hongqian to respond, he walked directly into the awakening formation, relaxed his shoulders, closed his eyes, and stood still, as if he were intimately familiar with the entire process. During his 6 years in this world after transmigrating, he had thoroughly understood the soul master system through books and conversations with others. Having observed the martial soul awakening process countless times, his movements were exceptionally practiced. This child, Jing Hongqian, chuckled and shook his head without saying more, placing his palm on the formation. Gentle yet powerful soul force flowed along the patterns as he kept his gaze fixed on Wei Xian's right hand, his heart filled with anticipation. This extraordinary young prince would surely possess no ordinary martial soul. As soul force poured in, the formation glowed with silver-blue radiance. Warm currents immediately surged through Wei Xian's body. Using his spiritual consciousness to observe, he clearly saw his previously empty meridians being filled with energy, feeling a rare joy in his heart. The warmth continued to rise, then suddenly transformed into bone-piercing cold. Mist instantly rose around Wei Xian as the icy chill spread outward. Roar, a deep dragon's cry resonated off the walls as the temperature plummeted below freezing and continued dropping rapidly. Crack! The solid floor froze beneath his feet, ice spreading outward in ripples like waves. Jing Hongqian's pupils contracted sharply, his words dying on his lips with only a single "this." A massive icy figure burst forth from the space behind Wei Xian's waist. An ice dragon coiled upward, its body as thick as Wei Xian's form, scales like cold crystal refracting ethereal light, each slow movement carrying the weight and pressure of mountains. After the formidable body fully materialized, the ice dragon hovered quietly behind Wei Xian. Without turning around, Wei Xian could clearly sense his martial soul, the ancient ice dragon. This result neither surprised him nor exceeded his expectations. What kind of martial soul a soul master could awaken was determined by the bloodline within their body. Without considering mutations, one's bloodline determines what kind of martial soul awakens, and what flows within him is none other than the ancient ice dragon bloodline. With such a bloodline, awakening an ice dragon martial soul is only natural. Suddenly, a tearing pain erupted from deep within his eyes. Wei Xian furrowed his brow and instinctively raised his hand to press against his eye sockets. What's happening? He wondered warily, quickly extending his spiritual consciousness into his eyes to capture every subtle change. Such excruciating pain wouldn't appear without reason. Meanwhile, Jing Hongqian's gaze was locked onto the coiling ice dragon phantom behind Wei Xian, his chest thundering like drums. Could this be an ultimate ice martial soul? At this possibility, he could barely contain his excitement, his heartbeat suddenly accelerating. But when he saw Wei Xian's pained expression and hands covering his eyes, his joy was instantly doused with cold water. He quickly stepped forward to support Wei Xian's shoulder. Your Highness, what's wrong with your eyes? I'm fine. Hall Master Jing need not worry. Wei Xian's voice remained relatively steady, forcibly suppressing any tremor. Still anxious after hearing this, Jing Hongqian could only step aside, while keeping his eyes fixed on Wei Xian's every movement. This is double pupils. Through his spiritual consciousness, Wei Xian clearly saw that within each of his eyeballs, a new pupil had emerged, identical to the ancient double pupils he had obtained in the ruins. Realizing this, his heart raced wildly, and his breathing became labored, had become a bearer of double pupils. He knew all too well what being a double pupil bearer meant, naturally undefeated. These eyes were enough to set one on the path of invincibility. Even without double pupils, he was confident he could reach the pinnacle of power, but now with this additional advantage, his path forward would undoubtedly be even smoother. The stabbing pain gradually subsided. Wei Xian slowly opened his eyes and immediately suppressed all manifestations of the double pupils, preventing any trace of their power from leaking out, as if the second pupils had never existed. In fact, he had indeed retracted them. Since the double pupils were his second martial soul, they could naturally be hidden like any martial soul, and he absolutely couldn't let Jing Hongqian detect them at this moment. Your Highness, are you truly all right? Jing Hongqian inquired carefully once more. Truly fine. Wei Xian shook his head, and seeing that the other still wanted to probe further, he simply smiled and smoothly changed the subject. What does Hall Master Jing think of my martial soul? Well, Jing Hongqian instinctively looked toward the roaring ice dragon behind Wei Xian, his eyes showing admiration as he nodded repeatedly. Your Highness's martial soul is extremely powerful. If this old man's judgment is correct, this should be an ultimate martial soul with ultimate ice attributes. When it came to ultimate ice, Jing Hongqian's eyes clearly blazed with fervor. Ultimate ice, a martial soul so rare it appeared perhaps once in a millennium, never before seen in the Sun Moon Empire, and now it had finally manifested. How could he not be thrilled? Ultimate ice? Wei Xian smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. If one were to truly discuss the essence of ice, the ancient ice dragon power within his body far surpassed this so-called ultimate ice. Using the term ultimate to describe it would even be an injustice to that ice dragon. Though he had yet to personally experience the lowest temperature of ultimate ice in this world, he was certain that the ancient ice dragon's chill would only be more formidable. This confidence was unshakable. If an ultimate martial soul can fully develop, your highness will surely become a top-tier soul master in the future, and possibly an unprecedentedly powerful soul engineer. Jing Hongqin's heart burned with such intensity at the thought of this combination that it nearly burst from his chest. His friendship with Wei Xuan wasn't based on royal status. With his position as master of Mingdu Hall, he had no need to curry favor with any prince or princess. What truly attracted him was Wei Xuan's nearly heaven-defying talent in the field of soul tools. Before age 6, Wei Xuan had not yet awakened his martial soul and possessed no soul power, naturally preventing him from personally crafting soul tools. However, this didn't hinder him from displaying his brilliance. With his powerful spiritual consciousness, what this world called spiritual power, had mastered the complete manufacturing process of 4th-level soul tools by age 3. Jing Hongqin had personally verified this. Given matching soul power, Wei Xuan could absolutely create genuine 4th-level soul tools with 100% certainty. For this reason, Jing Hongqin had not hesitated to let Wei Xuan reside in Mingdu Hall. Since then, the two had discussed the mysteries of soul tools almost daily. After 3 years together, they had evolved from teacher and student with a vast age gap into companions who were both mentor and friend to each other. Jing Hongqin understood Wei Xuan's terrifying talent, and now with the awakening of an ultimate martial soul, the Sun Moon Empire might witness the birth of a fearsome powerhouse who combined both soul master and soul engineer abilities. Watching Jing Hongqin's excitement cause even his fingers to tremble slightly, Wei Xuan smiled helplessly and said, "Master Hongqin, please compose yourself." "Haha, I'm just too excited." Jing Hongqin scratched his head sheepishly, realizing his loss of composure. "Now that my martial soul has awakened, please accompany me to obtain a soul ring, master." Wei Xuan spoke up. He could clearly sense his soul power hitting a bottleneck. Only by absorbing a soul ring could he break through. Obtain a soul ring? You haven't tested your soul power yet. How do you know you have innate, full soul power? Jing Hongqin instinctively questioned, then suddenly slapped his forehead and laughed at himself. "Look at me. I actually forgot that ultimate martial souls inevitably possess innate, full soul power." "Excellent. This old man will accompany your highness on the hunt immediately." He agreed readily, his voice filled with anticipation. "By the way, your highness, where do you plan to obtain your soul ring?" Jing Hongqin asked, knowing that Wei Xuan had loved reading books about soul masters and soul beasts since childhood, and his photographic memory had made him a walking library. Having read extensively, Wei Xuan was already familiar with the habitats and types of soul beasts across the continent. Without waiting for Jing Hongqin to speak, he provided the answer. "For ice attribute soul rings, the best destination is the far north. It's a paradise for ice attribute soul beasts, making it easier to find a suitable soul ring for me." "The far north?" Jing Hongqin frowned, his tone filled with concern. "Your highness, that place is called a forbidden zone for humans, fraught with dangers, and extremely far from the Sun Moon Empire. We'd have to travel thousands of miles and pass through the Heavenly Soul Empire. The round trip would take at least over a month. Instead of that, why not try the Soul Beast Forests in our own country? Though difficult to find, we could manage to get a suitable ice attribute soul ring within half a month." Wei Xuan shook his head, his gaze determined. "There are too few ice attribute soul beasts in ordinary soul beast forests, leaving almost no room for selection. To unleash the full power of my ultimate martial soul, I must choose the most suitable soul ring. I absolutely cannot make do." Jing Hongqin pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Very well, then we'll go to the far north. We depart in 3 days." Wei Xuan set the timeline. "During these 3 days, you'll handle the affairs of Mingdu Hall, and I need to study my martial soul and compile a list of soul beasts I can absorb." "Understood," Jing Hongqin acknowledged. After awakening his martial soul, Wei Xuan didn't return to Mingdu Hall's courtyard but headed straight to the Imperial Palace. Nominally, he was the adopted son of the Sun Moon Emperor, and the results of his martial soul awakening should be reported immediately. Under the guard's announcement, he stepped into the luxurious bedchamber. Jade floors, rosewood furniture, carved porcelain, and jade, expensive ornaments gleaming, with over 10 beautiful maidservants waiting quietly on both sides. "Xian'er has arrived." The Sun Moon Emperor beamed upon seeing him enter the hall. Wei Xuan bowed slightly. "Your son has come to report on his martial soul awakening." The Emperor's spirits lifted. "Quickly, tell me about it." In the depths of the Imperial Palace, a brightly lit study, Su Fan, about 30 years old, paced back and forth, waving a letter in his right hand, the crisp, slapping sounds echoing in the spacious room. 2 elderly men also stood in the room, their auras profound, holding their breath in silence. "Ancient Ice Dragon, ultimate ice martial soul, what powerful talent," Su Fan murmured in a low voice, his gaze sinister. The 2 elders exchanged glances, both showing shock in their eyes. They knew all too well that an ultimate martial soul, meant a future super-level powerhouse. One of them bowed. First Prince, this possessor of ultimate ice, could it be? Su Fan stopped pacing, cold light shrouding his eyes, making the elder feel as if he were being watched by a fierce beast, his spine turning cold. The letter was thrown before the two elders, who unfolded it to read carefully. That bastard's talent is truly outrageous. Su Fan gritted his teeth, his killing intent almost becoming tangible. His soul tool talent is already world-shaking, and now his martial soul is equally powerful. If we let him grow, will I still be able to keep my position as crown prince in the future? The two elders remained silent. Going to the far north to obtain soul rings? Huh, that's quite an opportunity. Su Fan's lips curved into a cold arc. In another simple study, the atmosphere was oppressive. Su Tianran, sitting in his wheelchair, also held a letter with similar content, his expression grave. Ultimate ice martial soul. This picked-up brother of mine is quite extraordinary. The black-clothed man beside him said in a low voice, Your Highness, if the news is true, Prince Wei's talent is astounding. Should we? At the end, the black-clothed man raised his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture. Su Tianran's fingertips rubbed against the wheelchair's armrest as he pondered for a long time. The study was so quiet that only his faint breathing could be heard. After several minutes, he shook his head. Although Wei Xuan is favored by Father Emperor, he's ultimately not of royal blood, so the possibility of him being made crown prince is slim. As long as he doesn't compete for the throne, letting him live is fine. Moreover, he sneered, perhaps we don't need to act at all, someone else will kill him for us. The black-clothed man's eyes lit up. Your Highness refers to the first prince. At the mention of Su Fan, Su Tianran clenched his fists tightly, his expression instantly darkening. That was the enemy who had crippled his legs. Taking a deep breath, his tone became low. My elder brother is most enthusiastic about fraternal slaughter. He must have already received intelligence about Wei Xuan and is likely plotting to eliminate him at this very moment. Since that's the case, we'll wait quietly for good news. After a moment, Su Tianran suddenly asked, Is what I assigned you ready? Everything is arranged and ready, just waiting for your Highness's command. The black-clothed man replied respectfully. Su Tianran nodded with satisfaction, looking down at his legs that were only half remaining, hatred surging in his eyes. Let Su Fan live a little longer. Once he eliminates Wei Xuan, it will be his time to die. It's time for him to pay for crippling my legs. 3 days passed in a flash, and Wei Xuan left Mingdu with Jing Hongqian early in the morning. Once they passed through the city gates, their view suddenly opened up as the morning mist slowly lifted. Jing Hongqian raised his hand and retrieved a 7th-level flying soul tool from his storage. Soul Devaseed resembled a giant bat, with wings spanning 5 meters when fully extended. For their journey to the far north, they naturally wouldn't choose a horse-drawn carriage, as its speed was far too slow compared to flight. To save time, aerial travel was the only optimal solution. Wei Xuan held intense interest in all the novel things of this world, with soul tools being the crown jewel among them. As his palm touched the metal shell, the cool and smooth sensation invigorated his spirit. In the next instant, the double pupils deep in his eyes quietly activated, his pupils splitting almost imperceptibly into 2 layers. As his vision zoomed in, he could see the complex energy circuits inside the flying soul tool, the soul crystal slots, and every single rivet. Even the dust particles floating in the morning light appeared crystal clear and within reach, as if time itself had slowed down. Jing Hongqian watched him with gentle eyes, secretly pleased. To truly master the field of soul tools, one must first love and be obsessed with them. Wei Xuan clearly possessed the potential to become a soul tool grandmaster. After allowing Wei Xuan to focus for a moment, he chuckled and said, All right, you can examine this soul tool more closely when we return. Let's get on. No, it's time to depart. Only then did Wei Xuan snap back to reality, retracting his double pupils. He glanced at the 7th-level soul tool with slight reluctance, a smile playing at his lips. It certainly holds quite an attraction for me. His reference to novel things wasn't specifically about this device, but rather all soul tools in general. These creations he had never seen in his previous life were the source of his fascination. Let's go. At Jing Hongqian's gesture, he nimbly leaped onto the aircraft. Jing Hongqian then positioned himself to Wei Xuan's left and channeled his soul power into the core formation. A pale blue energy shield instantly expanded, steadily enveloping both of them. The flying soul tool first rose vertically, stabilizing at about 20 meters before its tail fins expelled 2 powerful streams of thrust, transforming the entire device into a streak of light shooting toward the heavens. The initial high-speed wind pressure made Wei Xuan slightly uncomfortable, but he was no ordinary person after all, and adapted completely within just a few seconds. With the shield providing protection, he didn't need to worry about the tearing sensation of high altitude, even though he hadn't yet absorbed his first soul ring. Looking down at the ground, with mountain and river scenery flashing by like camera shots, he silently marveled. Though the cultivation system may be weak, these peculiar contraptions are certainly praiseworthy. Meanwhile, at the Mingdu Imperial Palace, First Prince Su Fan watched the intelligence personnel depart, barely contained excitement flashing in his eyes. That bastard has set off. Elder Mo, Elder Zhou, you should also depart immediately for the far north. Standing before him were two elderly men of distinctly different styles. The one called Elder Mo was extremely thin yet towered at 2 meters tall, with white hair and beard, his wrinkled face appearing rigid and sinister. Elder Zhou stood around 5 feet 8 inches tall with a moderate build, also with white hair and beard, and was over 100 years old. Yes, Your Highness, rest assured. We will definitely eliminate Wei Xuan. The two elders replied in unison. Su Fan nodded slightly upon hearing this. Then his expression turned cold. Elder Mo, Elder Zhou, you must be extremely cautious on this mission. Jing Hongchun, the master of Mingdu Hall, never leaves Wei Xian's side. He's a 9th level soul engineer and extremely difficult to deal with. More importantly, you absolutely cannot expose your identities. If he catches any evidence and reports it to Father Emperor, even if Wei Xian dies, we'll still face disaster. Thinking of how Wei Xian enjoyed the Emperor's favor, his heart sank and his tone became even more grave. Your Highness, rest assured. Both elders responded quietly, though their faces grew heavier at the mention of Jing Hongchun's name. Though they were also 9th level soul engineers, Jing Hongchun's strength surpassed theirs, otherwise they wouldn't have stooped to serving the first prince. The hall fell silent except for the sound of Su Fan's pacing footsteps. His brow furrowed deeply as he paced several circles before suddenly stopping, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. If your whereabouts are accidentally exposed, kill Jing Hongchun too. What? Both Elder Mo and Elder Zhou's faces changed dramatically. Assassinating Wei Xian was already risky enough, but killing the master of Mingdu Hall, who wielded real power, would have unimaginable consequences, not to mention he ranked among the top 9th level soul engineers. That's right, he must die. Su Fan's voice was low. I've tried to win him over multiple times without success. He'll inevitably become an obstacle in the future. Since that's the case, we might as well take this opportunity to eliminate him and clear the path for my ascension to the throne. The two elders fell silent as death. After Su Fan's emotions settled slightly, Elder Mo steeled himself to speak. Your Highness, with just our strength, trying to kill Jing Hongchun might be. Su Fan coldly interrupted. I'll assign several 8th level soul engineers to assist you. With such a formation, it will be sufficient to kill both Jing Hongchun and Wei Xian. His words were ice cold, filled with murderous intent. Though both men were 9th level soul engineers, they were bound by power and the threat of death, and could only bow in submission. The Sun Moon Empire was located on the western side of Doloa continent, with the far north at the northernmost tip. To avoid the Star Luo Empire, after leaving the capital, Jing Hongchun and Wei Xian first flew north for 1,000 miles, then turned east into the Heaven Dou Empire's territory. The Heaven Dou Empire had strict inspections, and flying soul tools couldn't be used freely. The two were constantly obstructed along the way, being searched over 10 times, which took a full half-month before they finally reached their destination, the far north. Getting through the Heaven Dou Empire really wasn't easy. Over 10 inspections, and the explanations alone were annoying enough. Wei Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. Jing Hongchun's expression was equally grim. For someone of his status to be searched by common soldiers, if not for his wariness of the Heaven Dou Empire's powerful figures, he would have acted long ago. After finishing their complaints, Wei Xian looked up. Beneath their feet lay thin snow, trees draped in silver, snowflakes dancing through the sky, and cold wind howling like evil wolves. Ahead stretched an endless expanse of white ice and snow. This is the far north. Jing Hongchun's expression was solemn. Your Highness must stay close behind me. This place is called a human forbidden zone not only because of the cold, but because of the powerful soul beasts. If you're ambushed while too far from me, I might not be able to rescue you in time. Wei Xian nodded but remained puzzled. With the Hall Master's strength, shouldn't walking sideways through the outer regions be no problem? You still can't guarantee my safety. Jing Hongchun's gaze turned toward the depths of the far north, his tone low. Who dares claim there are no powerful soul beasts in the outer regions? Certain existences lurking in the far north's depths would make even me give way. Wei Xian followed his gaze, and through the icy mist seemed to lurk unknown beasts. Just staring made his chest feel tight. Coming back to his senses, he said softly, Elder Hongchun, let's go in. Jing Hongchun nodded, then glanced at the swirling snow and asked with a half-smile. Can you handle this temperature? Wei Xian smiled slightly. Don't forget, my martial soul is ultimate ice. For me, this temperature is still too warm. With that, he took the lead, stepping into the world of ice and snow. His powerful spiritual sense spread out, detecting everything within a mile radius. Wei Xian and Jing Hongchun wandered aimlessly across the vast frozen wasteland. Though the far north teemed with soul beasts, they weren't exactly everywhere you looked, and finding a suitable target was no easy task. 5 hours flew by in the blink of an eye. and the two had no choice but to rest on a protruding dark blue rock. Your Highness, aren't your standards a bit too harsh? Jing Hongchen tilted his head back and took a swig of strong liquor, wiping his mouth and shaking his head. That eight-armed Ice Ape King was perfect for you in terms of both age and bloodline, yet you insisted on passing it up. Now we've wasted 2 or 3 hours, and everything we've encountered since has been inferior to it. Aren't you just making things difficult for yourself? The eight-armed Ice Ape King was a rare, top-tier soul beast of the far north, renowned for its brute strength. With 450 years of cultivation, it would have made a perfect first soul ring. Having missed such an opportunity, Jing Hongchen truly felt it was a pity. Wei Xuan merely smiled, pulling out a flask of strong liquor from his storage ring, uncorking it, and drinking heartily. He wasn't afraid of the cold, simply wanted to enjoy a few good swigs in this world of ice and snow. His tone remained calm. Hall Master Hongchen, please be patient. That Ice Ape King had decent quality, but its age was lacking. Using it as my soul ring would ultimately be settling for less. The two sat back to back, and upon hearing this, Jing Hongchen whipped around, staring at Wei Xian's profile in disbelief. You think 450 years is too low? Don't tell me you want to absorb an over-limit soul ring. Wei Xian nodded and took another drink. Based on my assessment, my first soul ring's limit should be around 800 years. If I push myself, I might even attempt something close to 1,000 years. Jing Hongchen's expression first showed shock, then he couldn't help but laugh. Your assessment? Your Highness, having unrealistic ambitions isn't a good habit. Blindly pursuing high-year soul rings will only harm yourself. In his view, Wei Xian was being presumptuous, thinking that just because he possessed an ultimate ice martial soul, he could absorb soul rings beyond his level. Wanting his first soul ring to reach 800 or even 1,000 years was simply wishful thinking. Wei Xian wasn't offended, turning to look at him with a smile. Elder Hongchen, we've been together for over 3 years. Do you think I'm someone who has unrealistic ambitions? I'm not joking with you. I truly need a first soul ring of 800 years or more, and I can absorb it. His final words rang out with conviction, his gaze unwavering. He wasn't speaking carelessly, but had reached this conclusion by using his divine consciousness and double pupils to compare the energy intensity of soul beasts of different ages with his own tolerance limits. Neither would deceive him. If the soul beast quality were higher, the corresponding age would naturally need to be adjusted downward, but for an ordinary soul beast of 800 years, he was confident. Jing Hongchen fell silent for a long moment, his doubts shaken by the composure in Wei Xian's eyes. Are you truly confident? Completely. Wei Xian's tone was solemn. Jing Hongchen studied him for a moment, then finally nodded. If that's the case, then we'll do as you say. With that, he raised his flask. Wei Xian lifted his hand to clink against it, his smile faint. Just don't make it difficult for me to explain to His Majesty when we return. Jing Hongchen muttered, as if joking. I won't fail. Brief, yet carrying a confidence that moved others. Jing Hongchen paused slightly with his flask raised, thinking to himself, what a peculiar young man. Then he tilted his head back and drank deeply. After a brief rest, the two set off again. Wei Xian extended his divine consciousness to cover a radius of 2 miles, taking in the terrain, wind patterns, and even soul beast auras across the snowy plain. He quickly identified and filtered through them, cross-referencing each soul beast species and approximate age with the texts in his mind. In the end, only 3 or 4 barely met his initial standards. He didn't rush to decide, planning to choose the best among the best. Another 3 hours passed in a flash, yet still no target satisfied him. Night fell, and the snow grew fiercer, the cold wind cutting like blades. The two spent nearly an hour struggling to set up their 2 folding tents barely habitable, though their lopsided appearance made both men exchange rueful smiles. Who knew these things would be so difficult to assemble? Once settled, they prepared dinner. To grill meat and rest comfortably in the wind and snow, Jing Hongchen activated a 7th-level soul tool barrier, covering a 10-meter radius and blocking out the bitter wind. Your Highness, this old man has quite the skill at grilling meat. You're in for a treat. He cleaned and sectioned the ice tiger they'd just hunted, clumsily skewering the pieces on an iron rack to roast. Watching his awkward movements, Wei Xian's initial anticipation instantly died, his gaze full of doubt. This is what you call quite the skill. Before he finished speaking, his divine consciousness caught something unusual, his gaze suddenly shifting to the right front, his brow furrowing slightly. Several powerful human auras had entered his perception. Upon careful identification, 2 titled Delaw and 4 soul Delaw, their spiritual power refined. Clearly either spirit-type soul masters or soul engineers who regularly manipulated spiritual power. The former were too rare. The possibility of 6 appearing in one place was virtually zero. The latter made much more sense. And those familiar soul power fluctuations made him almost instantly certain these people came from the Sun Moon Empire. These 6 should be soul engineers, and moreover, they came from the Sun Moon Empire. Having lived in Mingdu Hall for 3 years, he was naturally very familiar with the auras emanated by these soul engineers, easily determining that these 6 were indeed soul engineers from the Sun Moon Empire. Those with soul power reaching the levels of titled Dou and soul Dou would certainly have soul engineer ranks no lower than their soul master levels. This meant all 6 were at least 8th level soul engineers, and those 2 titled Dou might even be 9th level soul engineers. Through subtle spiritual fluctuations, Wei Xuan had roughly assessed their strength. Your Highness, what are you staring at over there? Jing Hongqian noticed Wei Xian's strange expression and looked up curiously. Following Wei Xian's gaze into the distance, night had fallen, and beyond 100 meters, mist churned and snow gleamed dimly, making it impossible to see anything. Wei Xian withdrew his gaze, and after a moment's hesitation, shook his head gently. Nothing, just looking around out of boredom. He couldn't possibly tell Jing Hongqian that he sensed 6 top-tier soul engineers from the Sun Moon Empire lurking in the shadows. When even Jing Hongqian, a titled Dou, remained completely unaware while he, a mere 6-year-old child, had detected them all, how could he explain that? Even suspecting those 6 harbored ill intentions, he could only endure for now. I see. Let's wait a bit longer, the food will be ready soon. Jing Hongqian believed him and focused all his attention on the sizzling roasted meat by the campfire. Wei Xian's gaze grew profound as he stared toward the right again. With his powerful divine consciousness, he seemed to see across the distance to those 6 figures hidden behind the snow mounds. A flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes. You'd better not be coming for me, or this place will become your burial ground. Don't assume he lacked combat ability just because he hadn't even obtained his first soul ring yet. Though dying once had greatly damaged his divine consciousness, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Measured by this world's standards of spiritual power, his divine consciousness still remained at the super Dou level. Combined with several specialized divine consciousness attacks, he was 70% confident he could instantly eliminate those 6 soul engineers. With Jing Hongqian's help, success would be virtually guaranteed. In the distant snowfield, 6 elders dressed entirely in white with white cloth covering their faces and hair tightly wrapped in white fabric lay prostrate in the snow, blending seamlessly with the frozen wasteland. A burly elder whispered, Elder Zhou, Elder Imo, shall we strike tonight? No rush. Elder Mo's hoarse voice was barely audible in the wind. We'll strike when Wei Xian absorbs his soul ring. Killing them will be easier then. Elder Zhou nodded in agreement. Let's do as old Imo suggests and wait patiently a bit longer. Yes. The other 4 responded in unison, their voices so low they were drowned out by the howling wind. After a peaceful night, Wei Xian and Jing Hongqian woke up early in the morning. They first packed up their tent, rubbed the frost from their faces, washed hastily with snow water, and gnawed on some dry rations before setting off to continue their search for soul beasts. To find truly suitable targets, they followed the knee-deep snow through the valley, pushing deeper into the far north once again. As the snow beneath their feet grew thicker and the chill in the air became increasingly piercing, the soul beasts appearing in their sight were clearly more powerful, with occasional 1000-year level creatures. While walking, Wei Xian circulated his soul power and expanded his spiritual sense to cover a thrilling radius. Images of nearby soul beasts appeared like points of light in his mind. The number of suitable soul beasts increased dramatically, with 1 or 2 even stirring an immediate urge to hunt and absorb them. However, more attention-grabbing than the soul beasts were the 6 soul engineers who had been trailing them at a safe distance. He had briefly sensed these unfamiliar presences last night, but couldn't determine their intentions at the time. Now that they continued to shadow them like persistent followers, Wei Xian was certain these 6 were targeting him specifically, otherwise they wouldn't be sticking so close like annoying tagalongs. His gaze swept through the snowy curtain as he quickly formulated a response plan in his mind. Hallmaster Hongqian, do you have any detection-type soul tools on you? Wei Xian asked casually. Jing Hongqian paused mid-step and raised an eyebrow at him. Don't tell me you want me to deploy a detection soul tool to help you search for soul beasts? Wei Xian gave him an appreciative look and nodded with a smile. Exactly. The soul beasts in the far north all have white fur that matches the snow perfectly, making visual searches terribly inefficient. Detection soul tools can break through visual limitations and scan large areas. We could save ourselves considerable effort. Jing Hongqian's eyes widened, his tone peculiar. If you had this idea, why didn't you mention it earlier? Had I used the soul tool yesterday, we might have secured a soul ring already instead of wandering around blindly like this. Wei Xian scratched his head sheepishly. I only just thought of it. You really? Jing Hongqian was both amused and exasperated, shaking his head in self-mockery. Truth be told, I was confused too. Despite being a 9th-level soul engineer, I forgot I had detection soul tools at my disposal. After steadying his emotions, he explained in a calm tone. My specialty lies in offensive and defensive soul tools. I haven't studied detection types extensively. His tone shifted as he continued. However, while I can't create 8th or 9th-level detection soul tools, as a 9th-level soul engineer, I can manage simpler versions. I did experiment with crafting one during a bout of boredom. As he spoke, he retrieved a palm-sized, semi-elliptical white metallic object from his storage ring, its surface covered with intricate patterns that gleamed faintly in the cold light. Wei Xian stared at the device for several seconds before raising an eyebrow. This is what you call a detection soul tool? The design leaves much to be desired. Jing Hongqian smiled smugly, as if completely oblivious to Wei Xian's strange expression, and said proudly, "Exactly. Under my modifications, this detection soul device has been reduced to several times smaller, making it extremely compact and portable. Don't let its small size fool you. Its capabilities are anything but diminished. It can reach a maximum altitude of 700 meters and scan an area of up to 4 li in radius. Its small size and white color make it nearly impossible to spot with the naked eye once airborne, providing exceptional stealth. Even a titled Doloa would have difficulty noticing it without actively using spiritual detection. Impressive, isn't it?" After finishing, he clasped his hands behind his back and lifted his chin, looking like an enlightened sage. Wei Xian glanced at him with apparent indifference and casually asked, "What level is this soul device?" The question hit like a blow to the head. The smugness on Jing Hongqian's face instantly crumbled. He coughed twice to cover his embarrassment, saying, "The level doesn't matter. What matters is that it can help us quickly locate soul beasts in this forest." He raised his hand to hold the thumb-sized, snow-white detection soul device and slowly channeled his soul power into it. Theoretically, such devices contained internal storage arrays that could be precharged for immediate use. However, this particular device had been shelved since its last use, leaving the array completely empty and requiring immediate soul power replenishment. Wei Xian stood with a smile, watching Jing Hongqian's busy work with an almost imperceptible stare. Under this gaze, Jing Hongqian's ears turned slightly red, forcing him to turn his head away. Unable to meet those Isa, mere 4th-level soul device from the hands of a 9th-level soul engineer and master of Mingdu Hall was rather embarrassing. He thought to himself, "I must properly refine the design of detection soul devices when I return, or people will laugh themselves silly if word gets out." The awkward feeling passed quickly as he focused on channeling soul power. With a titled Doloa's foundation, he filled the array within 10-odd seconds. Next, he produced a control terminal nearly identical in size to the detector. With a gentle push of soul power from his palm, the white sphere shot into the air with a whoosh. Within 10 breaths, it had reached approximately 700 meters in altitude, its shell blending seamlessly with the clouds and light, making it virtually invisible to the naked eye. "Detection activated," Jing Hongqian said, lightly tapping the terminal. Snap! The display screen lit up, like an eye in the sky projecting real-time imagery of the 4 li radius below. Tree canopies layered distinctly, occasional glimpses of beast shadows, and the minute details of swaying vegetation, all clearly visible. The two found a protruding rock nearby and sat side by side, staring intently at the screen while searching for suitable soul beasts for Wei Xian. Initially, Jing Hongqian still wore a satisfied smile, but when several unusual light spots suddenly appeared in the center of the screen, his expression froze and his smile became rigid. Wei Xian had been watching his reactions closely. Seeing this, he feigned curiosity and pointed at the light spots, asking, "What are those?" Jing Hongqian didn't answer immediately. Instead, he furrowed his brow, his gaze moving past the treetops toward the direction where the light spots appeared on the left front, lost in thought. "Master Hongqian, have you discovered something?" Wei Xian asked again after waiting a moment. "I've spotted some rats, but I'm not sure yet whether they pose a threat to us. We need to keep watching." Jing Hongqian spoke in a low, icy tone, his words carrying hidden meaning that Wei Xian immediately understood. "Then let's start moving," Wei Xian suggested. "If these rats follow us all the way, we'll know for certain that we're their target." Jing Hongqian raised an eyebrow and glanced at him with surprise, seemingly not expecting Wei Xian to react so keenly. A faint smile then curved his lips. "Let's go." The two immediately set off. The wind howled across the snowy plains, and their footsteps in the accumulated snow made soft crunching sounds. Jing Hongqian held a palm-sized soul tool detector, constantly monitoring the situation behind them, while Wei Xian closed his eyes in concentration, extending his spiritual awareness more sensitive than any detection soul tool. After about half an hour, the light dots on the detector showed an increasingly clear pattern of movement. Jing Hongqian put away the device, his voice cold as ice. "Those rats are indeed harmful. Are they strong warriors from the Heavenly Soul Empire, or?" Wei Xian looked at him, but before he could finish speaking, Jing Hongqian's expression had already darkened. Regarding their travel route, apart from the high-ranking officials of the Sun Moon Empire, only the Heavenly Soul Empire they were passing through might know their whereabouts. However, the chances of the Heavenly Soul Empire recognizing him, Jing Hongqian, were almost zero. After eliminating other possibilities, only one remained. I never expected that someone within the Empire would dare to assassinate this old man. Jing Hongqian took a deep breath of the cold air, his soul power fluctuating around him, making the air seem to freeze into ice crystals instantly. Wei Xian coughed lightly and lowered his voice to remind him. "Hall Master Hongqian, do you think it's possible that these people are actually coming for me?" Jing Hongqian was stunned. "For you?" Wei Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he sneered coldly. "My Imperial brothers are no easy opponents. Having witnessed the depths of human nature in his previous life, he had long seen through these nominal brothers of his, outwardly displaying brotherly affection, but secretly fighting each other to the death. The crippled leg of the second prince, Su Tianran, was the result of the eldest prince's underhanded scheme. The other younger princes were also racking their brains to eliminate their two older brothers. For the sake of the throne, fraternal strife had become commonplace. Wei Xian's unwillingness to get involved in the succession struggle was why he had moved to Mingdu Hall, but his lack of interest in the throne didn't mean others would spare him. These 6 people were very likely assassins hired by one of his imperial brothers to kill him. Jing Hongqian remained silent for a moment. Then his gaze suddenly turned ice cold. What audacity! After we capture those people, we must interrogate them thoroughly to find out exactly who sent them. Even if he's a prince, this old man will make sure he's finished. Wei Xian's gaze toward Jing Hongqian shifted slightly as he said, "Let's discuss that later. Right now, we need to figure out how to deal with them." Jing Hongqian gazed into the distance, murderous intent surging in his eyes as his voice turned domineering and cold. "What's there to consider? Let's just go over there and take them out. This old man isn't one to be trifled with." With that, he raised his hand to channel his soul power, his figure about to dart toward where the 6 were hiding, but Wei Xian quickly moved to stop him. "Elder Hongqian, don't be rash," Wei Xian said helplessly. "If they dare send people here knowing you're with me, it means those people can pose a threat to you. If you charge over there so recklessly, wouldn't you be walking into a trap?" Jing Hongqian frowned slightly, pausing to think for a moment. After calming down, he nodded. "You make a good point. If these people hadn't made adequate preparations, they wouldn't dare come here to attack us." He looked at Wei Xian and asked, "So what do you think we should do?" Wei Xian smiled calmly, gesturing for him to lean down, then whispered in his ear, "We'll do this." After hearing the plan, Jing Hongqian's eyes lit up with approval as he laughed heartily. "You little rascal, young but cunning, full of devious schemes. But this old man likes it. Huh." 1 hour later, under the gloomy sky, a nearly 5-meter-long ice dragon coiled through the air, its diamond-shaped ice crystal scales gleaming with cold light. Its ice-blue vertical pupils were filled with hatred and killing intent as it stared fixedly at the 2 figures on the ground. After a brief hesitation, it suddenly changed direction, transforming into a streak of cold light shooting toward the distance at arrow-like speed. Ice dragons were a subdragon species, the closest creatures to true dragons. Even without wings, they could fly freely through the air at tremendous speeds. Just as it flew less than 100 meters, the earth suddenly shook violently. Scorching heat waves surged from the icy snowfield as a cannonball traced an arc through the sky, targeting the fleeing ice dragon. The ice dragon's speed was astonishing, but the cannonball was several times faster. Once locked on, the cannonball struck with precision. Boom! The babyarm-thick cannonball exploded on the ice dragon's back, flames engulfing it as the air temperature soared. The ice dragon let out a piercing shriek, was blasted dozens of meters away, and crashed heavily into the snow. "Let's go." Jing Hongqian put away his 5th-grade soul cannon with a low shout. But Wei Xian moved even faster, already charging toward the ice dragon before the words had finished. "This child." Jing Hongqian shook his head with a smile and followed close behind. Wei Xian stopped 4 meters from the ice dragon, watching warily. He could sense that this soul beast hadn't completely lost its fighting ability, and getting closer would put his life in danger. Earlier, Jing Hongqian had unleashed the 5th-grade soul cannon with full power, maximizing its destructive force and directly severely injuring this ice mystic dragon with over 700 years of cultivation. The ice mystic dragon wasn't an ordinary ice attribute soul beast. Its bloodline was extremely noble. Its physical strength approached that of dragons of the same level, and combined with its ultimate ice attributes, it ranked among the top tier even among super soul beasts. An ice mystic dragon with over 700 years of cultivation was something even some 10th Sandier soul beasts wouldn't dare provoke lightly, showing just how ferocious it was. Unfortunately, this time it encountered Jing Hongqian, a 9th-level soul engineer. If this ice profound dragon Jiao possessed 10,000 years of cultivation, it might have had a chance to escape. But with merely over 700 years of shallow cultivation, no matter how fierce it was, it could hardly escape the fate of perishing on the spot. In fact, it was almost impossible for an ice profound dragon Jiao with cultivation exceeding 10,000 years to exist in this world. The 5th-level soul cannon shell blasted into its abdomen, and the blazing white explosion sent large patches of ice and snow flying. After the thunderous roar, its belly armor was blown open with an enormous bloody hole, blood flowing everywhere, and shattered scales scattered about. The overwhelming fierce aura that once blocked out the sky instantly withered, and its massive body convulsed on the ground. Wei Xian stood at the edge of the battlefield, his brow furrowed tightly. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted, but rather he was weighing other thoughts. Jing Hongqian put away his soul cannon and quickly came to his side, his eyes still gleaming with barely suppressed joy. The ice profound dragon Jiao groaned in agony from the severe pain, its body trembling slightly. Yet Jing Hongchun was as excited as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. Your Highness, we've truly struck it lucky this time. The purity of this ice profound dragon Jiao's ice attribute is so high that even compared to those overlords of the far north, it's not inferior at all, and might even be slightly superior. It's a pity they can hardly live past 10,000 years, otherwise the overlord list of the far north would probably need to add another name. Jing Hongchun's words piqued Wei Xian's interest. He withdrew his thoughts and casually asked, why can't they live past 10,000 years? With the ice profound dragon Jiao's bloodline, breaking through 10,000 years shouldn't be difficult, right? Jing Hongchun looked at the massive figure on the ground, a trace of pity flashing in his eyes. The reason ice profound dragon Jiaos deserve the word dragon in their name is because the dragon blood in their bodies is much denser than other Jiao species, almost approaching that of true dragons. While the rich dragon blood grants them powerful strength, it also plants the seeds of calamity, though of course, for them this is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He paused here, his tone showing slight apprehension. When their cultivation reaches 10,000 years, they will face an opportunity to transform into dragons. Transform into dragons. Wei Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at the ice profound dragon Jiao, with several degrees more surprise. So the reason they find it difficult to live past 10,000 years is because of this step? If the dragon transformation fails, there's only death, and the success rate is virtually zero. Yes, you've guessed correctly. Jing Hongchun nodded. Failure in dragon transformation means certain death. As for whether the success probability is zero, I can't say for sure, but no ice dragons have ever appeared on the continent, which already explains everything. Even if the probability isn't zero, it's close enough. Wei Xian wasn't surprised. Throughout the ages, how difficult it was for Jiaos to transform into dragons. It was precisely because most died at the 10th ascendier threshold that the ice profound dragon Jiao clan could hardly produce truly dominant powerhouses. Jing Hongchun sighed softly, feeling regret for this species. Hurry up and act. If we delay any longer, it will die by my hand. And we mustn't miss this premium soul ring. Jing Hongchun reminded him. At this moment, the ice profound dragon Jiao's aura was rapidly weakening. If Wei Xian hesitated for another moment, he would miss this precious soul ring. Wei Xian nodded and stepped forward several paces, the dense cold mist reflecting in his eyes. He extended his divine consciousness like an invisible tide enveloping the creature, his divine sense reaching out and influencing the ice profound dragon Jiao's thoughts. Jing Hongchun stayed close to Wei Xian's side, guarding against any sudden attack from the ice profound dragon Jiao. A red shield materialized in his hand, which he tossed into the air. The shield, originally the size of a fist, rapidly expanded to 10 meters in diameter, enveloping them both within its protective barrier. Once the crimson barrier formed its prison, all outside vision was instantly blocked, and even spiritual power couldn't penetrate it in the slightest. Unable to sense the two men's presence, the ice profound dragon Jiao's eyes quickly grew vacant and unfocused. Wei Xian seized the opportunity to step forward, driving a gleaming dagger cleanly into the creature's body. What appeared to be an ordinary strike acted like a seal upon its lifeline. The fierce Jiao ceased all struggle, its massive head crashing to the ground with a heavy thud as a deep yellow soul ring materialized above it. Wei Xian didn't immediately absorb the soul ring, instead turning to meet Jing Hongchun's gaze. After Jing Hongchun gave a solemn nod, Wei Xian finally sat cross-legged on the ground. Accompanied by a deep dragon's roar, the ancient ice dragon martial soul took shape behind him. The moment the ice dragon appeared, the already sub-zero temperature within the barrier dropped even further. White mist swirled around them as the dragon's overwhelming presence pressed down like a mountain, making the surrounding air seem to freeze solid. Despite this being Wei Xian's first time absorbing a soul ring, he showed none of the inexperience of a novice. Without needing any guidance from Jing Hongchun, he extended his hand to guide the soul ring, positioning it steadily above his head. As the yellow soul ring rotated, its light condensed into a semi-transparent Jiao phantom that looked identical to the ice profound dragon Jiao. Jing Hongchun stared at the apparition hovering above the soul ring, his brow furrowed deeply as he muttered under his breath. What's happening here? In all his years as a soul master, through 9 soul ring absorptions, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. His heart couldn't help but worry for Wei Xian when it came to soul ring absorption. Even as a titled Delaw, he was powerless to intervene. All he could do was pray silently. Please don't let anything go wrong. In reality, only Wei Xian understood the reason behind this anomaly. The Jiao phantom wasn't an illusion, but rather the soul essence of the ice profound dragon Jiao. Before striking with his blade, he had used a secret technique to preserve this strand of essence, allowing the creature to die without its soul completely dissipating. To accomplish this, he had expended his own spiritual consciousness, naturally harboring a clear purpose. Over the years, besides researching soul tools, Wei Xuan had also immersed himself in studying soul ring composition. With his powerful spiritual consciousness, he had gained insight into how soul rings merged with a soul master's physical and mental aspects, giving birth to a bold idea creating soul rings with growth potential. Under normal circumstances, when soul beasts below 10,000 years died, their soul essence would instantly dissipate, leaving no remnant soul within the ring. While soul beasts above 10,000 years might leave behind remnant souls, these would be obliterated by the soul master during absorption. Therefore, traditional soul rings were ultimately lifeless objects. However, if a soul beast's complete soul essence could be integrated into the soul ring, giving it vitality, it would have the opportunity to grow alongside its master. As long as the essence strengthened, the soul ring's power would inevitably increase, with the most direct manifestation being an advancement in years. This concept had long taken shape in his mind, but he'd never had the chance to test it. Today's personal attempt was his effort to preserve the soul beast's essence while absorbing the soul ring. If his theory proved successful, his future soul rings would possess growth potential, becoming stronger as his own power increased. With a soul master's power, it would be impossible to preserve a soul beast's spirit, but he was different. With his powerful divine consciousness and secret techniques from beyond this world, accomplishing this feat wasn't difficult. The soul ring's energy surged into him like a raging torrent, that cold and massive flood instantly spreading throughout his body, causing his meridians to swell painfully, as if they might burst. The ultimate ice made Wei Xuan immune to the cold, but he was powerless against the sheer volume of energy. His body felt like a breached dam with floodwaters rampaging through it. In just 1 minute, the soul ring's energy had pushed his meridians to their limit. Though Wei Xian's face showed no sign of pain, his slightly furrowed brow betrayed his current struggle. Under the suppression of his divine consciousness, the ice profound dragon Jiao's soul essence was firmly locked down, unable to stir up the slightest disturbance, but the pure energy couldn't be suppressed in the same way. Wei Xuan smiled bitterly to himself. A super soul ring of over 700 years was indeed difficult to digest. He circulated his soul power. An extremely cold mist began swirling around his body. The ancient ice dragon martial soul manifested, coiling beside him, with earth-shaking dragon roars as the deep yellow soul ring trembled in response. The ice dragon lowered its head and breathed out a pale blue column of energy light, instantly freezing Wei Xuan into a crystalline ice sculpture. Jing Hongquan was dumbstruck. Despite his vast experience, this was the first time he'd seen a soul beast phantom attached to a soul ring. Already bizarre enough, but now the martial soul had actually frozen its own master, which was utterly incomprehensible. He immediately released his spiritual power to investigate, and after confirming Wei Xuan was in no mortal danger, he withdrew his gaze and chose not to interfere. The ice encasement was Wei Xuan's deliberate action. The freezing ice slowed the flow of the soul ring's energy, dramatically reducing the tremendous pressure flooding into his body. He refined the soul ring's energy at full speed while simultaneously compressing it, transforming the unstable power into something solid and refined. Meanwhile, outside the soul tool barrier, 6 elderly figures lurked in secret. After half an hour without any movement, they had already guessed that Wei Xuan was absorbing the soul ring. Elder Mo and Elder Zhou exchanged glances, both seeing delight and killing intent in each other's eyes. Strike, both men whispered harshly. The plan they had previously agreed upon was instantly set into motion. The 6 men swept forward close to the ground, silently closing in. At about 200 meters from the soul tool barrier, they stopped. Elder Mo and Elder Zhou waved their hands, and the other 4 spread out in a fan formation, each positioned about 50 meters apart. 12 fixed soul guidance devices were installed on the ground. These weren't low-level equipment by any means. Each one was an 8th-level soul guidance device, paired with 12 8th-level fixed soul guidance shells. To ensure this operation went off without a hitch, Su Fan had paid a considerable price to specially deliver this batch of 8th-level fixed soul guidance cannons to Elder Mo and his team. If he could have gotten his hands on 9th-level shells, he would have gladly used them to send both Jing Hongquan and Wei Xuan straight to the underworld. With weapons of that caliber, Jing Hongquan's death would be guaranteed. Once the cannon mounts were secured, the 12 soul guidance cannons formed a semicircular formation, their barrels cold and pitch black. Everyone surveyed the firepower before them, satisfied smiles spreading across their faces. The power of 8th-level soul guidance cannons was something even titled Dolo wouldn't dare face Heaton. If all 12 fired simultaneously, even the most robust 9th-level defensive barrier would surely shatter. Elder Mo raised his hand in a brief gesture, and 12 shells were immediately loaded. The group positioned themselves beside the cannons, channeling their soul power into the energy chambers. Within seconds, all the soul guidance cannons lit up, their barrel patterns glowing with a dark golden luster. Boom boom boom. 12 thunderous roars erupted almost simultaneously. Massive shells trailing blazing tails carved stunning arcs through the air, striking precisely at the soul guidance barrier Jing Hongqian had deployed. In the next moment, 12 explosion fireballs several times larger than before bloomed simultaneously in the sky. The flames quickly coalesced into a ferocious beast of fire with bared fangs and claws, completely devouring the barrier. Everything in its path saw ice and snow melt instantly, transforming a 500-meter radius into a boiling sea of fire. A massive mushroom cloud rose skyward, obscuring half the heavens. Distant snow-capped mountains seemed to awaken as thick snow cascaded down their slopes. Nearby soul beasts, terrified by this destructive commotion, scattered in all directions. As waves of searing flame rushed toward them, Elder Mo and his companions immediately stored away their soul guidance cannons, took flight, and deployed soul guidance barriers to forcibly resist the impact. Below the sea of fire, temperatures soared as rocks glowed red-hot, and ice and snow vaporized into steam. Even through their barriers, the six could feel the scorching heat. Deep shock flickered in their eyes. The power of these 12 8th-level soul guidance cannons far exceeded their theoretical specifications. Though all of them possessed the technical knowledge to manufacture 8th-level soul guidance cannons, the expensive cost and months-long production cycles meant none had ever actually detonated a finished product. Naturally, they had no idea 8th-level soul guidance cannons could achieve such terrifying destructive power. The energy released from the blast's epicenter left them shaken. Virtually no one doubted that Jing Hongqian and Wei Xuan could still be alive. Under that kind of explosion, Jing Hongqian must be dead, right? Someone whispered with barely contained glee. The others nodded in agreement, feeling that even if Jing Hongqian had somehow survived, he would certainly be severely injured, and for their upcoming plans, severe injury was no different from death. Just as everyone relaxed and assumed the mission was complete, two pitch-black shells suddenly burst from the sea of fire, shooting toward them. Their piercing shrieks cut through the air at supersonic speed, aimed directly at two 8th-level soul engineers. Watch out! The two 9th-level soul engineers' faces changed dramatically as they shouted in unison. Only then did the other four snap to attention. The two targeted 8th-level soul engineers turned deathly pale, the shadow of death sending chills down their spines as sweat trickled down their backs. They tried to activate their invincibility barriers, but the soul guidance shells wouldn't give them that chance. The distance of over 200 meters closed in an instant, and the shells exploded when they were mere meters away. Blazing flames engulfed both men as violent energy transformed into a hurricane that ravaged the surroundings. Two fireballs over 100 meters in diameter blazed exceptionally bright in this snow-white world, like two blinding suns whose momentary radiance outshone even the real sun. The explosion was deafening. Whether the two 8th-level soul engineers had no time to scream or their voices were completely drowned out, no sound from them could be heard anymore. The remaining four instinctively retreated, immediately activating their strongest defensive soul tools, yet were still sent tumbling by the annihilating shockwave. After escaping the blast center, they steadied themselves in midair and stared in horror toward the distance. Jing Hongqian was not only completely unharmed, but had actually fired a second volley of shells. Judging by their power, those two shells were also 8th-level soul cannon rounds. Their self-detonation instantly killed two soul level companions. Only 8th or 9th-level shells could possibly have such devastating effects. If they had been 9th level, none of the six would have survived. Moreover, even though Jing Hongqian held the prestigious position of Mingdu Hall Master, there was no reason for him to carry strategic 9th-level shells on a journey. The answer could only be 8th level. Realizing that their 6 8th-level soul cannon shells had not only failed to eliminate their target, but resulted in two of their own being killed instead, the four men's faces turned as dark as blackened steel. The flames on the ground gradually dimmed, leaving a charred patch burned into the pristine snow field, with remnant fires still licking at the ash-gray earth. Jing Hongqian's original red 9th-level soul barrier had been blasted with an enormous hole, its dark red glow flickering unsteadily. But within that breach, a layer of bright silver barrier emanated cold moonlight, tightly protecting both Jing Hongqian and Wei Xuan. Its aura was magnificent and complete, clearly another 9th-level soul barrier of extremely high quality, for otherwise it could never have remained completely intact in such a terrifying explosion. After the red barrier's light faded and completely dissipated, Jing Hongqian stepped out from the silver barrier. Strangely, the seemingly impenetrable shield parted like water ripples as he approached, and once he stood upon the snow, it instantly solidified again into an impregnable silver wall, utterly mysterious. Jing Hongqian's expression was ice cold, fury boiling in his chest. Half a breath later, and he truly would have perished at these assassins' hands. 12 8th-level soul cannon shells fired simultaneously. Such a massive undertaking shocked him. Without the barrier his teacher had bestowed upon him, he might have survived using his personal soul tools, but Wei Xuan would certainly have died. The silver moon flowing light barrier was a masterpiece his teacher had specially entrusted to him to ensure Wei Xuan's safety. When fully activated, it could withstand even an ultimate Doloa's full power strike for a full minute. Mere 8th level shells, even 12 exploding simultaneously, could not shake it in the slightest. Originally, this barrier was meant to guard against the great overlords of the extreme north, yet now it had first blocked an assassination by their own kind. Truly ironic. Jing Hongqian composed his emotions, his gaze sharp as a blade as he locked onto the 4 figures in the air, asking in a deep voice, "Who sent you?" The opponents remained silent, only staring intently at the silver barrier behind him, their expressions grave to the extreme. With their expertise as 8th and 9th level soul engineers, they could immediately recognize the barrier's extraordinary nature. If Jing Hongqian truly intended to hide within it, could they really break through this defense? The 4 exchanged glances but didn't answer Jing Hongqian's question. Instead, they erupted into action without warning. Soul power surged as hundreds of soul tool cannon barrels, each as thick as a finger, materialized densely around their bodies in an instant, all locking onto Jing Hongqian simultaneously. A barrage of shells filled the sky with dense projectiles. Before the first wave had even landed, the 4 had already taken to the air, flashing toward different positions to surround Jing Hongqian in the center. Meanwhile, their cannon barrels continued their relentless roar, tongues of flame and metallic gleams interweaving endlessly. Though this was their first time working together, as powerful soul engineers, their coordination was surprisingly seamless. Jing Hongqian snorted coldly as crimson flames burst from within his body, spreading outward like tangible substance. Behind him, a lotus, composed of deep red metal petals, spun rapidly and reassembled, transforming in the blink of an eye into over 1,000 cannon barrels as thick as thumbs. He then launched himself skyward. During his ascent, the 1,000+ barrels simultaneously glowed with blood-red light, and over 1,000 shells erupted forth with deep, thunderous roars. Bang! 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 The dense firing sounds merged into one continuous blast as shells collided and exploded midair, fireballs blooming one after another like fireworks across the sky. However, not all shells were destroyed in the aerial exchange. Some broke through the barrage, hurtling toward both sides. In moments, over 100 unintercepted shells came screaming toward Jing Hongqian. Jing Hongqian's expression remained unchanged as the cannon barrels on his shoulders instantly disassembled and recombined. 15 thumb-thick barrels locked together in parallel, forming a single arm-thick, large-caliber soul tool cannon. White light gathered within the fiery red barrel, and with a thunderous shake, a new shell shot out at extreme speed. The spherical projectile suddenly developed web-like cracks across its surface during flight, appearing poorly crafted and ready to shatter at any moment. But with the skill of a 9th-level soul engineer, how could he possibly create a defective shell? Indeed, the moment the sphere cracked open, it burst with blinding white light before silently fragmenting, leaving only a visible spatial distortion in its wake. This very shock wave triggered all 100+ incoming shells, forcing their fuses to activate prematurely. The enemy projectiles exploded simultaneously in midair, creating a scene as if someone had pressed 100 detonation switches at once. The shell Jing Hongqian had fired was itself a concussion bomb. Its power lay not in destruction, but in the shock wave's ability to trigger explosions, perfectly embodying the title of detonator. Meanwhile, not all of his earlier shells had been intercepted. Dozens still thundered toward one of the 8th-level soul engineers among the 4. While each individual shell had limited power, their combined assault dramatically increased the pressure, forcing the 8th-level soul engineer to dodge and weave. Soul tool shields and additional cannon fire came into play, his movements clearly strained. In this give and take, though Jing Hongqian couldn't match the 4's combined firepower and quantity, he gained the upper hand through shell variety and precision. On the battlefield, neither side's cannons ever ceased, the crossfire of projectiles so dense it was impenetrable, explosion flashes nearly covering the entire sky. Yet they all knew that such conventional shells could only provide fire coverage and visual interference. What would truly determine victory or defeat were the higher-tier, advanced soul tools. However, in terms of firepower coverage, Jing Hongqian was clearly at a disadvantage. The enemy had superior numbers and 2 9th-level soul engineers, making it difficult for him to gain the upper hand as he was suppressed by their firepower. The only reason he had managed to barely hold his ground earlier was due to his successful sneak attack, using an 8th-level soul cannon to eliminate 2 8th-level soul engineers in succession. If those 2 were still alive, the current situation would be even more perilous. The remaining 4 soul engineers were obviously not fools, maintaining a safe distance from Jing Hongqian at all times, carefully circling around him while weaving an impenetrable barrage with their long-range firepower. Besides their personal main cannons, they had also deployed portable 8th-level soul cannons. While these cannons lacked the devastating power of fixed cannons of the same level, they excelled in portability, mobility, and rapid firing, making them perfect for the current war of attrition. Each energy projectile's attributes matched the soul power of its creator and wielder. Every time Elder Mo, whose martial soul was the Skyfire twin-headed eagle, pulled the trigger, flames would surge forth upon explosion, the scorching heat seemingly twisting the very air. Meanwhile, Elder Zhou, whose martial soul was the weapon-type flowing light halberd, emphasized impact and explosive force. His projectiles detonated with violent shockwaves that caused widespread destruction. These two distinctly different styles of artillery fire alternated relentlessly, overwhelming Jing Hongqin's defenses and significantly accelerating his consumption of stamina and soul power. More troublesome still, the enemy had not abandoned their terrifyingly powerful fixed soul cannons. One of the 4 8th-level soul engineers had been specially assigned to carry all the fixed cannon shells and was rapidly establishing a firing position 2 miles away. 8th-level fixed soul cannons had a range of 30 to 40 miles, making the mere 2-mile distance sufficient to keep Jing Hongqin firmly locked in their sights. The only reason they had initially chosen to open fire at just over 200 meters was to avoid creating too much distance, preventing Jing Hongqin from seizing the opportunity to break through with Wei Xuan. Without this concern, they could have easily initiated long-range bombardment from the start. The 8th-level soul engineer moved with swift efficiency, erecting 2 fixed soul cannons at the predetermined position in less than a minute, then quickly loading 2 8th-level shells into the chambers. As soul power flowed in, the cannon muzzles blazed with suppressed yet intense light, radiating deadly intent. It's worth noting that this time they carried far more than 12 8th-level shells. Each of the 4 8th-level soul engineers carried 2, while Elder Mo and Elder Zhou each brought 5. The shells now loaded into the chambers were personally crafted by the 2 9th-level soul engineers and possessed the most terrifying destructive power. Jing Hongqin naturally noticed the soul engineer's movements, his heart tightening as a cold smile crept across his lips. He flipped his hand to retrieve a remote control and pressed it down hard without hesitation. 2 8th-level soul cannon shells whistled out, almost skimming the ground, while simultaneously, several deep cannon roars echoed from the dense forest in the distance. Accompanied by deafening explosive sounds, 5 soul cannon shells shot through the air. 1. 2 shells collided head-on with the 2 fixed soul cannon shells flying toward Jing Hongqin, aiming to intercept them midair. 2. 1 shell charged directly at the enemy's 8th-level fixed soul tool. 3. The remaining 2 precisely locked onto the 2 9th-level soul engineers in the air. Long ago, Jing Hongqin had detected the presence of shadowy pursuers since someone had set a trap. How could he come unprepared? Throughout his journey, he had secretly placed 6 remotely controllable fixed soul tools in concealed locations, for 8th level and 2 9th-level devices, all connected to the remote control in his hand. At this moment, he activated 5 of them simultaneously, which is why these 5 8th-level soul cannon shells thundered skyward from various positions. To conserve his true trump card, he had 1 9th-level soul tool fire only 8th-level shells. Though he carried 9th-level soul cannons with him, their power was too terrifying at this distance. It would be impossible to distinguish friend from foe, and he would never engage in something that would harm the enemy while severely damaging himself. The shell specifically designed to intercept the opponent's fixed soul cannon was fired from a 9th-level soul tool, with an initial velocity approaching 10 times the speed of sound. A mere few miles meant nothing to it. Arrival was instantaneous. The enemy 8th-level soul engineer watched the flames explode, chilling fear penetrating to his bones. He couldn't spare time to retrieve his fixed soul tool and desperately accelerated to escape. However, he had barely flown 100 meters when the shell detonated behind him. Blazing flames poured down, instantly devouring a space with a radius of over 500 meters, sending a mushroom cloud straight into the sky. The moment the flames engulfed him, the 8th-level soul engineer hastily activated his strongest defensive soul tool, yet was still sent flying by the terrifying energy, his entire body hurled like a launched projectile before crashing down hard. His strongest defensive soul tool was covered in countless cracks, and he himself sustained considerable injuries when he slammed into the ground. Jing Hongqin controlled his artillery shells with precision, intercepting the projectiles aimed at him and Wei Xuan. For shells exploded in the sky. Terrifying fireballs bloomed layer upon layer in the air, and deafening explosions accompanied by scorching shockwaves scattered downward. Snow and ice were swept up into a wild dance, melting into fine droplets in the intense heat before hitting the ground. Elder Mo and Elder Zhou, 2 9th-level soul engineers, felt their pupils contract sharply. With no time to ponder where this sudden assault came from, they immediately activated their defensive soul tools and quickly distanced themselves from the shells. With their cultivation level, they clearly understood that soul artillery shells of this caliber could never be shattered by ordinary attacks. It was too late to organize intercepting fire now. They could only rely on their shields and mobility to evade. Meanwhile, every 8th-level soul artillery cannon under Jing Hongqin's control was equipped with built-in detonation devices that could self-destruct at his mere thought. Seizing the moment when their shields were compressed by the blast wind and their energy was in chaos, he slammed down the control button. Boom, boom. 2 mushroom clouds of flame, dozens of meters in diameter, rose into the sky. Though Elder Mo and Elder Zhou were not at the blast center, they were still hurled dozens of zhang by the violent energy, their shield surfaces rippling like water. Die! A cold roar squeezed through Jing Hongqin's clenched teeth. The humiliation of being suppressed by their firepower earlier must now be repaid 100-fold. Without hesitation, he triggered that 9th-level fixed soul tool. Several li away, a crimson gleam suddenly blazed, as if carving a blade across the sky. From the moment the light burst forth to piercing through Elder Mo's chest took only the blink of an eye. Ugh! Elder Mo, still reeling from the explosion's impact, felt only a chill in his chest as his expression instantly froze. Looking down, he saw his left chest pierced by a red line thin as a hair. The wound was so small that no blood was even visible, yet the destructive energy instantly shattered his heart, and his life force rapidly ebbed away like a bursting dam. He raised his head, gazing toward the distant Jing Hongqin, his pupils reflecting deep fear and regret. He opened his mouth to speak, but couldn't even utter a syllable. His invincible shield crumbled along with his life force as his rigid body plummeted to the ground. Elder Mo. Elder Zhou's eyes blazed with fury as he let out a piercing roar. Seeing his old comrade of many years die in an instant nearly drove him to lose control. The 8th-level soul engineer who was still attacking Jing Hongqin was stunned speechless by this scene, his body trembling uncontrollably, his heart filled with terror, and his assault on Jing Hongqin came to a halt. Annihilation Ray. Elder Zhou gritted his teeth, watching the crimson beam gradually fade away. Terror flooded his eyes as a chill ran down his spine. Just as grief for Elder Mo's instant death began to surge within him, a trace of guilty relief crept into his heart. Thank goodness that shot wasn't aimed at him. Jing Hongqin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, clearly satisfied with the devastating results of the Annihilation Ray. Good eye, you actually recognized the Annihilation Ray. This fixed soul tool was his most prized masterpiece, powerful enough to instantly kill a titled Dola, and ranking among the top 9th-level soul tools. It was precisely this weapon that secured his position as the Hall Master of Mingdu Hall. However, such world-destroying power came with a fatal flaw. It required a full 3 months to recharge. Elder Zhou took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his fear. His eyes bloodshot. He glared at Jing Hongqin and roared hoarsely. What a Hall Master of Mingdu! You killed my brother today, I will kill you. Knowing the Annihilation Ray couldn't be fired again anytime soon, he felt the oppressive pressure lift, and murderous intent surged within him. In the next instant, a soul tool resembling yet unlike a crossbow appeared in his grasp. While retaining the basic form of a military crossbow, it was forged entirely of metal, with the trigger replaced by a cylindrical chamber as long as his arm. Rather than a grip, it was more like an energy storage chamber. Elder Zhou thrust his right arm into the cylinder, pouring his soul power into it. The dark crossbow instantly blazed with metallic light as the surrounding air seemed pressed down by an invisible giant hand, creating a suffocating heaviness. This was a 9th-level soul tool he had personally developed based on his own soul power attributes, his masterpiece. Fire coverage. Elder Zhou roared, locking onto Jing Hongqin first. All barrels opened fire simultaneously, unleashing 800 to 900 shells in a thunderous barrage. The 8th-level soul engineer who had been stunned by the Annihilation Ray finally snapped back to reality. His heart still pounding violently, he hastily pulled out his most lethal 8th-level soul tool and began long-range bombardment of Jing Hongqin. The other 8th-level soul engineer struggled to his feet from the ground, enduring his pain as he frantically set up a fixed soul cannon on the scorched earth, preparing to fire the remaining 4 8th-level soul shells. Jing Hongqin's gaze fell upon the crossbow in Elder Zhou's hands, his eyes narrowing slightly. With his expertise, he certainly wouldn't mistake this for an ordinary crossbow. Judging from those violent energy fluctuations, it was at least 8th level, quite possibly 9th level. You do have some skills, he murmured to himself, wary but unperturbed. He channeled his soul power, life force, and even spiritual power into the soul tool device within his body, preparing to meet force with force. Elder Zhou's face contorted with rage as he roared madly. Even at the risk of death, he was determined to kill Jing Hongqin not only to avenge Elder Mo, but also for his family. If Jing Hongqin and Wei Xuan didn't die, then he and his family would be the ones to perish. For the sake of his family, he had no choice but to fight desperately. The dark, gleaming crossbow was raised high, and a bolt woven from snow-white and blood-red energy condensed in the groove. The arrowhead was needle-sharp, radiating bone-chilling coldness that made the surrounding air hum and tremble. As the energy surged, thick dark clouds rapidly gathered overhead, a heavy black mass that seemed ready to crash down upon everyone below. What a madman! Jing Hongqin's face darkened as the terrifying pressure emanating from the crossbow bolt made his heart tighten. He immediately shifted his firepower. Targeting Elder Zhou, who was channeling energy into the bolt, disrupting the charge was the best strategy. But Elder Zhou retreated with a sinister smile. At the same moment, The 8th level soul engineer stepped forward, his heavy defensive soul tool creating a barrier of light that, combined with intercepting shells, forcibly blocked Jing Hongqin's assault. While the 8th level soul engineer couldn't match 9th level Jing Hongqin in attack power, he was more than capable of buying time, especially since Jing Hongqin had already used his instant kill technique and couldn't deliver another decisive blow. You really think I can't handle you? Jing Hongqin roared. Before his words finished, a heavy cannon barrel about 30 centimeters in diameter clicked into the socket at his shoulder. I didn't want to use this, but you forced my hand, he bellowed while channeling soul power into the barrel. Earlier, he could have retreated behind the silver moon flowing light, shield its defensive strength would have been enough to withstand their crossbow bolt. But thinking of the frustration these people had caused him, he decided to fight Heaton and make them pay the price. This seemingly crude cannon barrel was actually a 9th level soul tool, the tracking energy cannon. Its shells fused spiritual power with soul power, allowing them to lock onto targets with spiritual force and pursue them after firing. The cost was equally enormous. The dual consumption caused fine sweat to bead on Jing Hongqin's forehead. Had he not been thoroughly enraged, he wouldn't have been willing to use this weapon. He continued bombarding to suppress their firepower while constantly charging the tracking energy cannon, multitasking with such intensity that veins bulged at his temples, yet he forced himself to endure. Die! Elder Zhou snarled, his face twisting into a savage grin. His pale, bloodless features showed extreme excitement as the charging neared completion. Soul-chasing death crossbow, fire. Before he could finish saying fire, he suddenly felt as if his mind had been shattered by an iron hammer, excruciating pain tearing through his spiritual sea. An invisible force ripped his spiritual power to shreds. Uft! Elder Zhou suddenly spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, droplets spraying from all 7 orifices. His aura instantly plummeted, pupils dilating, his face still bearing that savage grin but now frozen in the rictus of death as his body toppled straight down, dead on the spot. Without his control, the crossbow bolt's energy went berserk, red and white light dancing wildly across the arrow shaft in blinding flashes. Elder Zhou, the 8th level soul engineer, sensed the chaotic energy behind him and turned to look, his face immediately turning deathly pale as cold dread pierced to his bones. His breathing stopped. The red and white orb of light flashed frantically as terrifying energy swept outward, leaving only one thought in his mind. It's over. A terrifying explosion erupted in the sky, devoid of blazing flames or mushroom clouds, yet the destructive power of the red and white energy orb was no less devastating than 12 8th-grade soul tool cannons detonating simultaneously. The red and white intertwined sphere of light expanded rapidly in the air. Elder Zhou and the 8th-grade soul engineer had no time to utter a sound before being instantly consumed by the energy ball. The shockwave that followed crashed down like a tsunami, carrying ear-splitting roars that swept across the wilderness. Distant snow-capped mountains collapsed in avalanches, thick layers of snow were hurled skyward in sheets, resembling an inverted blizzard. Jing Hongqin witnessed this scene through his soul tool, his pupils contracting sharply as the soul power he had been channeling abruptly ceased. What's happening? Self-destruction? The question exploded in his mind, making the situation feel surreal. A 9th-grade soul engineer dying from his own soul tool was simply absurd. Explosions echoed one after another. He had been too busy with his controls to notice Elder Zhou's abnormality, and now his mind was filled with questions. After a brief moment of bewilderment, he was actually amused by the absurdity, shaking his head lightly with a self-mocking twist of his lips. Meanwhile, the 8th-grade soul engineer responsible for installing the stationary soul tool was completely terrified. His knees buckled as he collapsed into the snow, muttering, "Impossible, impossible." Before he could finish, a cold voice drifted into his ears. What's impossible about it? He snapped to attention and instinctively turned to flee. Running. Jing Hongqin snorted coldly, lifting his foot to deliver a heavy kick. The 8th-grade soul engineer was sent tumbling through the air several times before crashing heavily into the snow, leaving a trail dozens of meters long before coming to a stop. Jing Hongqin flashed forward, grabbing the man by the collar and lifting him like a chicken. He delivered 2 resounding slaps. Tell me exactly what happened, or I'll make you wish you were dead. The combination of extreme terror and intense pain overwhelmed the 8th-grade soul engineer, and he fainted on the spot. What a coward! Jing Hongqin snorted disdainfully, carrying the unconscious man while collecting the unfinished stationary soul tool. He then traveled to distant locations, retrieving the soul tools he had previously buried, before returning to where the silver moon flowing light shield was positioned. Just as he was about to remove the protective barrier, his eyebrows twitched slightly, as if detecting some terrifying presence. His previous amusement instantly froze. Jing Hongqin suddenly turned, his gaze piercing deep into the far north, his expression more grave than ever before. This is bad, he muttered under his breath, tossing the unconscious 8th-grade soul engineer into the silver moon flowing light shield. Immediately after, A ninth-grade propulsion flight device rapidly deployed behind him as he poured soul power into the silver moon flowing light shield. The hemispherical barrier instantly extended toward the ground, transforming into a complete sphere of light over 7 meters in diameter. The propulsion device roared to life, and Jing Hongchun, dragging the silver moon flowing light shield behind him, shot toward the edge of the far north at a terrifying speed several times faster than sound. The wind became a tearing shriek in his ears, his face ashen, his chest numb with inexplicable fear, yet he dared not pause for even a moment. In just a few breaths, he had vanished into the horizon, demonstrating just how incredible his speed was. Less than half a minute after Jing Hongqian left with Wei Xuan, several figures appeared at the spot where the silver moon radiant shield had been positioned, now marked by a spherical ice crater 7 meters in diameter. Damn it, that human got away. I'm going after him, roared a stunning ice scorpion about 5 feet long, her crystalline body flawless and translucent. With her fury, the surrounding temperature plummeted as frost rapidly formed in the air. I'm coming with you. How dare they cause trouble in the far north? I'll crush them, bellowed an ice giant over 400 feet tall, nearly identical to a human in appearance. His voice made the ice surface vibrate ominously, radiating murderous intent. Between them floated an exquisitely beautiful woman in human form, suspended about 3 feet above the ground. Her silken hair cascaded down while snowflakes swirled within her ice-blue eyes. Snow materialized from thin air around her, as if the entire frozen world revolved around her presence. It's too late, she said softly, shaking her head with a cold voice. That human has already escaped beyond the far north's boundaries using some special metal device. At her words, both the ice scorpion and ice giant stopped in their tracks, reluctantly returning to the woman's side. Are we just letting this slide? Look what they've done to this place. The ice scorpion surveyed the destruction with growing rage, her barbed tail trembling. The aftermath of the high-level soul engineer battle was devastating. For miles around, the ice surface was pocked with craters. Vast patches of snow had melted into chaotic streams. Residual energy still churned through the air, and countless soul beast corpses lay scattered. Scene the 3 far north rulers could hardly tolerate. The beautiful woman didn't respond. She raised her smooth palm, and ice-blue energy surged skyward from her hand. In the next instant, heavy snow fell like goose feathers, quickly suppressing and dispersing the lingering energy in the air. The elevated temperature from the explosions was forcibly dragged below freezing as snowflakes melted and refroze upon contact, rapidly filling craters and sealing cracks. In less than a minute, the entire battlefield was restored to its original state, as if no one had ever set foot there. Her ability to reverse heaven and earth with her power alone was nothing short of miraculous. After completing this feat, the woman gazed into the distance, a chilling, killing intent flashing in the depths of her ice-blue pupils as she whispered, "If they dare return to the far north, I will personally kill you all." After leaving the far north, Jing Hongqian still didn't dare slow down, pushing his Silver Moon aircraft to its absolute limit while remaining tense as a bowstring. This was the first time in his life he had fled so desperately, yet he felt no shame. Anyone facing those 3 auras would have made the same choice. About 2 minutes later, he landed in a secluded mountain valley. The moment his feet touched the ground, he collapsed into a sitting position, face pale and sweat streaming down his temples as he gasped for breath, feeling completely drained. In just over 2 minutes, he had covered more than 150 miles continuously, nearly exhausting his soul power. It would be strange if he weren't on the verge of collapse. Phew. Thank goodness I reacted quickly enough, or I would have died in the far north, he muttered with lingering fear, his mind replaying those overwhelming auras that made his spine chill. Any soul beasts capable of instilling fear in a 9th-level soul engineer were certainly extraordinary. If his guess was correct, those were the rulers of the far north. Even at his peak condition, he would struggle against such beings, let alone after having just fought a major battle. Escaping alive was already incredibly fortunate. 10 hours later, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the valley. The already frigid night air instantly grew even colder. White frost spread along the rock walls, and scattered snowflakes tumbled in the bitter wind. An 8th-level soul engineer who had been dozing against a boulder was startled awake by the roar. He looked up. It was Jing Hongqian. After confirming the source of the sound, he quickly stood up, his eyes burning with excitement as he gazed toward Wei Xuan's location. Wei Xuan had just completed absorbing the soul ring. The phantom of an ancient ice dragon coiled around his body, its pale blue scales reflecting the moonlight as frigid air spread outward. Within a radius of several dozen meters, the accumulated snow and mountain springs instantly froze into crystalline blue ice. A deep yellow soul ring hovered beneath his feet, rhythmically contracting and expanding like a beating heart. Wei Xuan slowly stood up and stretched, his face showing barely contained joy. He had succeeded. This wasn't just the successful absorption of a soul ring, but proof that his bold theory had been validated. Jing Hongqian immediately rushed to Wei Xuan's side. grinning as he looked him up and down. Your Highness, how do you feel? Not bad. Wei Xuan flexed his wrists, sensing the changes within his body. My physical attributes have improved significantly, and my soul power has increased by 2 levels. Only 2 levels. Jing Hongshan raised an eyebrow, his voice filled with disbelief. That was a 700-year ice, profound dragon flood dragon, containing more energy than many thousand-year soul rings. With your small soul power base, a 5 or 6 level increase would be normal. Thinking Wei Xuan had sensed incorrectly, he quickly extended his soul power to carefully verify, but the result was still level 12. Wei Xuan nodded calmly. It could have increased much more, but I compressed my soul power for higher quality, which is why it only rose 2 levels. Jing Hongshan was stunned, unable to process this. Compressed. He looked at Wei Xuan as if he were looking at a talking dragon. Chrysalisa, 6-year-old child, actually understood soul power compression and long-term planning, and could resist the temptation of rapid level advancement. Forget children, even most soul engineers who had cultivated for decades would want to advance as much as possible in one go. Soul power compression? They wouldn't even dare think of it. After recovering from his shock, he couldn't help but scold. Why would you compress your soul power for no reason? Don't you know that while compression improves quality, it makes subsequent level advancement incredibly difficult? This approach has mixed benefits at best, and the drawbacks might even outweigh the advantages. It could trap you at major level bottlenecks for life, preventing any further advancement. Basically, no one does this, yet you sigh. Wei Xuan remained unfazed, smiling as he explained, I've read about the drawbacks of compression in books. But in my view, that's not really a drawback, it's actually one of the benefits of soul power compression. Benefits? Being stuck at bottlenecks is a benefit. Jing Hongshan rolled his eyes, his voice full of helplessness and frustration as he thought to himself that he truly couldn't understand this logic. Wei Xuan shook his head helplessly and said, the bottlenecks at major levels are actually obstacles before a soul master's qualitative transformation. The greater the obstruction, the more thorough the transformation. After breaking through, the rewards become more abundant. Every time I break through a bottleneck, my strength improves more significantly than others. Isn't this benefit obvious enough? He paused for a moment, then added with a smile. Of course, the prerequisite is that the breakthrough difficulty isn't due to talent limitations. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongshan fell into contemplation. Thinking carefully, the other party's words indeed made sense. Seeing this, Wei Xuan reassured him. Don't worry, compressing my soul power will only bring benefits, not the drawbacks you're concerned about. His tone was full of confidence. You little rascal, relying on your high talent to act recklessly. Jing Hongshan chuckled, while also acknowledging Wei Xuan's choice with the talent of ultimate ice. The possibility of being stuck at a bottleneck was already minimal. Changing the subject, he eagerly inquired. By the way, tell me about your soul skill. A soul ring from a 700-year-old ice profound dragon Jiao should have an interesting soul skill, right? I named my first soul skill, Ice Jiao Dragon's Breath. As for its effect, see for yourself. After speaking, Wei Xuan pushed off with his toes, leaping several meters backward. The moment he landed, his soul ring lit up, and heavy energy rippled outward. His first soul ring flickered, and the ancient ice dragon martial soul rose from behind him, soaring 30 meters into the air before stopping. Its massive mouth opened, and ice mist poured out like a waterfall. The ice mist flowed endlessly, instantly freezing the moisture in the air. Countless tiny ice fragments drifted down, as if the world had entered deep winter. Jing Hongshan bore the brunt of it. As the ice mist hit his face, he shivered violently, his teeth chattering, his entire body stiffening, as if even his blood had been frozen. In shock, he hastily circulated his soul power to dispel the cold, which helped him recover slightly, but his body still felt bone-chillingly cold, even worse than the extreme north. This skill. Jing Hongshan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked around. With him at the center, dozens of meters were shrouded in ice mist. The green vegetation had turned into crystalline ice sculptures, and the ground was covered with a layer of transparent ice. If he hadn't known for certain that this was a valley within the Heaven Soul Empire's territory, he might have thought he was back in the extreme north now, somewhere even colder than the extreme north. Even with a titled Doloa's body, he was still affected by the low temperature, showing just how terrifying the temperature was. With bodily functions suppressed, a soul master's combat effectiveness would inevitably decline. Hall Master Hongshan, how is my skill? Wei Xuan withdrew his martial soul and stopped the soul skill, but the dense mist still lingered in the valley. Jing Hongshan closed his eyes to sense his own condition, and when he opened them again, his amazement was even greater. Such a powerful soul skill, it actually reduced my combat effectiveness as a titled Doloa by about 1%. Jing Hongshan couldn't help but praise. Don't underestimate that 1% reduction. Remember, he's a titled Doloa. A 12th level soul master's first soul skill actually affecting a titled Doloa's combat power directly. If Jing Hongshan hadn't experienced it firsthand, he could hardly believe it was real. Moreover, if it could weaken even a titled Doloa by 1%, What would be the reduction against soul masters in their teens or great soul masters in their 20s? He roughly estimated it would cut at least half their strength, and that was a conservative estimate. The actual effect was probably even stronger. This could almost be considered a domain-type soul skill, large-scale collective weakening and suppression. Jing Hongqian clapped his hands and laughed heartily, his voice full of excitement. Huh? Your Highness, this first soul skill of yours is absolutely the strongest first soul skill. Wei Xuan added. It's not just weakening, the ice itself carries low temperature attacks, and any living being frozen by it will be injured. Exactly, this soul skill is simply perfect. Jing Hongqian praised endlessly. Wei Xuan smiled slightly, his gaze shifting to the elderly man in the distance who was tied up and thrown face down on the ground, his tone carrying feigned confusion. Hall Master Hongqian, who is that? One of the 6 people we sensed earlier, and the only survivor. The other 5 were all killed by this old man. Jing Hongqian lifted his chin at this point, showing some pride on his face, and took the opportunity to supplement Wei Xuan with information about the opponent's strength. Fighting alone against 2 9th-level soul engineers and 4 8th-level soul engineers, quite a glorious battle record, wouldn't you say? Wei Xuan walked toward the 8th-level soul engineer with interest. He wasn't surprised by Jing Hongqian's battle record, had seen everything that happened clearly with his powerful divine consciousness, and the final death was his handiwork. Jing Hongqian was stunned. Why isn't this guy surprised at all? Logically, he should at least praise me a few words, right? Wei Xuan didn't give him a chance to speak, directly asking. Hall Master Hongqian, have you interrogated him? Several times. Jing Hongqian shook his head, his tone displeased. This guy's mouth is stubborn as hell, won't say anything, and even tried to bite his tongue to commit suicide. I could only knock him unconscious. At this point, he kicked the 8th-level soul engineer and said coldly, take him back to the punishment department to let him taste some torture only, then might he open his mouth. Wake him up first and question him once more. Wei Xuan indicated. Sigh, he'll probably still be stubborn as a dead duck. Though Jing Hongqian said this, he still extended his hand to inject soul power, forcibly awakening the 8th-level soul engineer. Before the old man's eyes were fully open, he began cursing. Hongqian, you old dog. I won't tell you anything no matter what you ask, give up that idea. Before his cursing finished, his facial muscles suddenly contorted, clearly about to bite his tongue again. Jing Hongqian's expression darkened, and he lifted his foot to kick the man's abdomen hard. The severe pain made the old man's mouth gape open, weakening his tongue-biting attempt, and his whole body rolled 5 or 6 meters across the ground. Still dare to curse this old man? Jing Hongqian shouted coldly, lifting his leg to deliver another beating. Hall Master Hongqian, wait a moment. Wei Xuan raised his hand to stop him, his voice calm but brooking no argument. Wait for what? If we wait any longer, this guy will bite his tongue and kill himself. He's our only lead. If he dies, it'll be difficult for us to investigate the mastermind behind this. Jing Hongqian said. Wei Xuan didn't respond, instead turning his gaze toward the elderly man whose body was curled up in pain. His pupils transformed into 4 overlapping ones, with obscure and profound runes flickering within them. His eyes were filled with chaotic energy, as if evolving heaven and earth, reopening the primordial chaos. His gaze sharpened, and the old man's suicidal impulse was instantly erased. After trembling briefly, the man regained his composure and looked up with vacant eyes. If you confess who sent you here, I can spare your life, Wei Xuan said calmly. It was the first prince, the old man replied mechanically, his expression blank. Jing Hongqian watched the two of them with disbelief written across his face. He confessed just like that? What else did you expect? Wei Xuan shrugged. I interrogated him several times before, using both carrot and stick approaches. All he did was curse at me for ages without saying anything useful. You casually mention confess and live, and he spills everything? Are you kidding me? Jing Hongqian rolled his eyes in frustration. Wei Xuan chuckled. Perhaps it's just personal charisma. But Hall Master Hongqian, your focus seems misplaced. Did you hear clearly what he just said? Screw your personal charisma. Would this old man, the dignified Hall Master of Mingdu Hall, lose in personal charisma to a little brat prince like you? Jing Hongqian retorted irritably. Then his expression turned serious as he faced the old man. Are you telling the truth? Falsely accusing a prince is a grave crime. Once we discover you're lying, not only will you die, but your family will accompany you in death. Not one will escape. Think carefully before answering, and don't try to fool this old man. His overwhelming pressure bore down on the old man's spirit like a mountain. I'm not lying. It was indeed the first prince who sent us here. Under Wei Xian's soul-controlling secret technique through his double pupils, the old man dared not conceal anything, revealing every detail of the planning process, personnel deployment, and assassination specifics. After hearing everything, Jing Hongqian's initial doubts completely vanished. The details were so thorough that even the secret codes and rendezvous points were crystal clear, impossible to fabricate. What a first prince, vicious enough. He even wanted to eliminate this old man. Jing Hongqian's anger flared. Fortunately, he hadn't agreed to that person's recruitment back then, or today would have brought eternal infamy. Murderous intent churned in his eyes. In contrast, Wei Xuan remained composed throughout. The moment the old man identified the first prince, he was certain under soul control, there was no possibility of lying. Rest assured, Your Highness, Jing Hongqian promised solemnly. After returning, this old man will ensure the first prince pays the price for this. Fratricide and attempting to assassinate the hall master of Mingdu Hall, these two charges alone would be enough to bring him down, prince or not, even if he were the crown prince. Wei Xuan nodded, knowing that with Jing Hongqian's status and this ironclad evidence, his brother had virtually no chance of survival. With that said, Jing Hongqian struck the old man's neck with his palm, knocking him unconscious. He then dragged the man and tossed him onto the flying vessel, beginning their return journey to the Sun Moon Empire with Wei Xuan. With the experience from their journey there, the return trip went much more smoothly, taking the two only 10 days to reach the Sun Moon Empire. In the Imperial Palace of Mingdu, golden light flowed through the Great Hall as the Sun Moon Emperor sat upon his towering golden dragon throne, his expression so dark it seemed water could drip from it. The ministers held their breath with lowered heads, not daring to make even the slightest sound of rustling fabric, fearing they might ignite the rage that could erupt at any moment. Guards, go bring that rebellious Sun Su Fan to me. The Sun Moon Emperor roared in fury. Yes. Several guards responded in unison, their armor clanging with crisp echoes as they swiftly retreated from the hall. 10 minutes later, first Prince Su Fan, escorted into the hall under guard, was filled with confusion and indignation. Why had these guards suddenly seized him? Were they staging a rebellion? However, the moment he looked up, he met the cold, stern gazes of Wei Xuan and Jing Hongqian standing in the center of the hall. Instantly, Su Fan's face turned deathly pale, his legs trembled slightly, and terror surged from the depths of his heart in his mind. These two should have been dead and gone. Forcing himself to approach the dragon throne, he bowed in salute. Your son pays respects to Father Emperor. The Sun Moon Emperor's eyes blazed with disappointment and rage as he slammed his palm on the armrest, roaring. You still remember you have me as your father? Fratricide, attempting to assassinate the Mingdu Hall master, your audacity knows no bounds. The thunderous roar made the golden pillars in the hall ring, causing the first prince's knees to buckle as he collapsed heavily to the ground, frantically defending himself. Father Emperor, your son is wronged. When have I ever done such a thing? Someone must be framing me. Wronging you. Jing Hongqian stepped forward with a cold laugh. Does His Highness the First Prince think this hall master would fabricate accusations and randomly slander an imperial prince? Su Fan took a deep breath, suppressing his panic, and countered quietly. It's not impossible. Perhaps this prince has offended Hall Master Hongqian somewhere, so the Hall Master wishes to pin some trumped-up charge on this prince. Huh. The first prince certainly knows how to turn the tables, Jing Hongqian replied calmly, yet with underlying mockery. Since I dare to state your crimes before His Majesty, I naturally have sufficient evidence. Su Fan's heart sank. Had someone been captured alive? Then he sneered inwardly. Even if caught, those people wouldn't dare confess. Evidence? Surely Hall Master Hongqian isn't just finding some random person to point fingers, he said with a mocking curl of his lips. Jing Hongqian's eyes turned ice cold. Whether it's random or not, the first prince will know at first sight. He turned toward the dragon throne, stepped forward, and sought permission with his gaze. The Sun Moon Emperor gave a slight nod. Bring him in. Jing Hongqian called out clearly. The captured 8th-level soul engineer was escorted into the hall by 2 guards, the cold gleam of their armor flashing briefly in his vacant eyes. The moment he knelt, the first prince's pupils contracted sharply. Then he quietly shot him a threatening look. Jing Hongqian noticed, but merely smiled faintly. Fong Xian, repeat everything you said before, word for word. This 8th-level soul engineer was named Fong Xian. Yes, Fong Xian replied. This single word made the first prince's face change dramatically, and he shouted in panic. Don't you dare falsely accuse this prince, or I'll destroy your family and exterminate your 9 generations. Fong Xian remained calm, as if he hadn't heard the threat at all. The ministers in the hall exchanged glances. Anyone who could stand in this great hall was no fool, and the first prince's outburst had already revealed far too much. Jing Hongqian and Wei Xuan stood side by side at the bottom of the steps, saying nothing. Insolent fool. This emperor is still present. How dare you threaten him so brazenly? If what he says is true, you still want to exterminate his 9 generations. The Sun Moon Emperor roared in fury, raising his palm to shatter the dragon throne's armrest, sending with splinters flying everywhere. Your son wouldn't dare. The first prince hurriedly prostrated himself, pressing his forehead to the ground, not daring to even glance at his father. You'd better not dare. The emperor cast him a cold look, his disappointment almost crystallizing into ice. Speak the truth, and this emperor may spare your life and keep your family safe. But if you dare deceive me, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. His calm tone made the temperature in the entire hall plummet. Yes. Fong Xian bowed his head and recounted in detail how the first prince had ordered them to assassinate Wei Xuan and Jing Hongqian. The first prince's face turned ashen, his legs went weak, and he collapsed directly to the ground, muttering, "He's slandering me, slandering me." The great hall fell into deathly silence. Those ministers who had always followed the first prince were struck dumb with fear, as if a blade hung at their throats. Su Fan, you have deeply disappointed me. The Sun Moon Emperor took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions. Father, I truly never did such things framing me. He must be conspiring with Jing Hongqian and Wei Xuan to harm me. Su Fan's eyes were bloodshot as he completely lost his composure. Do you really think this emperor is a senile old fool? The emperor shouted sternly. Su Fan immediately fell silent, his body trembling uncontrollably. The emperor turned to Wei Xuan, his voice softening. Xianer, you are the victim in this matter. You shall decide his fate, and this emperor will honor your decision. The minister's hearts stirred. His majesty was trying to spare his eldest son's life. Jing Hongqian frowned slightly and immediately transmitted his voice through soul power. Your Highness, don't be soft-hearted. Feel free to act according to your own wishes. This old man and Mingdu Hall will fully support you. He would never let go of Wei Xian's soul tool talent. Wei Xuan didn't turn around, merely glancing at Su Fan with an expressionless face. Kill him. These two short words were decisive and cold, making quite a few ministers shudder. Jing Hongqian nodded with satisfaction. The emperor said nothing more, raising his hand to signal the guards. Drag him out and grant him poison wine. Father, don't kill me. Spare me this once. Your son was momentarily confused and will never dare again. I am your son. Su Fan was dragged away, screaming hoarsely, kowtowing until blood flowed from his forehead. If you had known it would come to this, why did you do it in the first place? Fratricide and attempting to assassinate the Mingdu Hall master, two crimes combined. This emperor will give you a burial befitting imperial standards. Go in peace. The emperor turned his back to everyone, his voice weary. Night fell heavily, and second prince Su Tianran's bedchamber was the only one with lights burning bright. Big brother, oh big brother, how utterly useless you were. You tried to steal a chicken but lost the rice instead, dying so easily. Truly disappointing. He drained his cup in one gulp, shaking his head in self-mockery. I spent so many days planning for you, all for nothing. As the wine slid down his throat, his eyes held both pleasure and melancholy. What a pity Su Fan hadn't died by his own hand. What a pity the death was too easy, preventing him from achieving successful revenge. The study was empty except for him alone. Su Tianran poured and drank by himself, looking at the remaining wine in his cup and murmuring, "Never mind, I'll use what I prepared for you on those other dear brothers of mine instead." His gaze turned sinister as he thought of his crippled legs and masculine dignity accounts with those brothers that would eventually need settling. After drinking several more cups, he put away his smile and muttered to himself, "Those people are easy enough to deal with, but Wei Xuan." Thinking of this, his brow began to throb with pain. With Su Fan's failure as a cautionary tale, any future attempts to kill Wei Xuan would require extreme caution to avoid repeating the same mistakes. I'll take it one step at a time. First eliminate those fellows, then figure out how to deal with Wei Xuan. Unable to find a solution for now, he simply stopped overthinking and continued drinking alone. The next morning, at Mingdu Hall, dawn had just broken when Jing Hongqian personally came to Wei Xian's quarters and summoned him to his soul tool laboratory. In fact, when Jing Hongqian pushed open the door, Wei Xuan was already rising from his cross-legged meditation. Cultivators often replaced sleep with meditation, and even after coming to Dola continent, he maintained this habit. The restorative effects of deep meditation far surpassed sleep, leaving him completely refreshed upon awakening. Every soul engineer at Mingdu Hall had a private laboratory, with configurations varying according to rank. As the hall master, Jing Hongqian's laboratory was naturally the most advanced. The nearly 500 square meter space was filled with tools and rare metals arranged in rows, with soul tool samples from levels 1 through 9 comprehensively displayed, resembling a private exhibition hall. Wei Xuan had visited several times before and felt no particular novelty about it, smiling teasingly. Hall Master Hongqian, even if you want me to craft soul tools, you don't need to be so urgent. Dawn has barely broken. How can I not be eager? I've been waiting for so long, and it's about time I see what you can actually do. Hurry up and try making a soul tool. I am dying to know just how far your abilities can reach. Jing Hongqian urged with barely contained excitement, his gaze burning as if he were staring at a priceless treasure. 3 years ago, Wei Xuan had already mastered all the theoretical knowledge of a 4th-rank soul engineer. In the nearly 3 years since, he had buried himself in the Mingdu Hall, his knowledge of soul tools becoming so extensive that it surpassed even many 6th-rank soul engineers. In Jing Hongqian's eyes, such a genius was beyond any monetary value. Given enough time, not only would he reach the 9th rank, but he might even touch the threshold of the 10th rank. How could such a person not make one's eyes burn with fervor? Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under that intense gaze, Wei Xuan nodded lightly. All right, I've been wanting to try making a soul tool myself anyway, to see what the real difference is between theory and practice. As he spoke, his eyes swept over the rows of neatly arranged tools before him, his heart filled with both anticipation and restless excitement. Soul tools, she had long wanted to craft them with his own hands, but had always been limited by his soul power, able only to theorize endlessly on paper. Now that he possessed true soul power within his body, it was time to transform his theoretical knowledge into reality and forge his very first soul tool. Begin then. You know this place better than anyone. Use whatever you need. Jing Hongqian urged once more. Wei Xuan shook his head helplessly and walked toward the shelves storing metals. 5 shelves, each 20 meters long and 4 meters wide, held neatly arranged metal materials. From the most common crude iron to the rare deep, sea-sunken silver, everything was available. He already had a plan in mind and didn't touch the rare metals section. Those materials were better suited for high-rank soul tools, not what he needed right now. After carefully browsing through the first shelf, he finally reached out and selected a piece of light blue metal speckled with dark spots. Ice crystal cold iron, Jing Hongqian murmured softly. Though this ice blue metal couldn't be called absolutely rare, obtaining it was no easy task. It was only found in the cold mountain ranges 50 miles beyond the far north of the original Dulua continent. That region was perpetually covered in ice and snow, and the mineral veins carried strong ice attributes. Mining in such a place was far from simple. The bone-piercing cold, the constant risk of exposure to the Heaven Dou Empire's surveillance, plus the subsequent long-distance transportation, every step was fraught with danger. Therefore, in terms of production volume, ice crystal cold iron could already stand alongside some rare metals, though its value was slightly lower. Jing Hongqian wanted to speak up with a reminder, but swallowed his words. The ice attribute of ice crystal cold iron meant it couldn't be heated and softened with ordinary flames. Only soul power could reduce its hardness for forging and shaping. But using soul power for softening required extremely high cultivation. Many soul ancestors struggled to completely soften a basketball-sized piece of ice crystal cold iron, let alone Wei Xuan with his mere 12th rank soul power. How could Wei Xuan, with only 12 ranks of soul power, possibly accomplish this? At this moment, he was already inclined to advise Wei Xuan to choose a different material, but remembering Wei Xuan's vast theoretical knowledge, there was no reason he wouldn't know that ice crystal cold iron required soul power to soften. So why would he still choose this metal? Jing Hongqian suppressed the advice that was about to leave his lips and placed the human head-sized ice crystal cold iron at the center of the experimental table. Wei Xuan raised his hand to ignite the nearby furnace, and the silent chamber was instantly filled with orange-red flames. Your Highness, this ice crystal cold iron cannot be heated, or its ice-cold properties will be destroyed, making it no different from ordinary refined iron in the end. Jing Hongqian frowned as he reminded him, his tone barely concealing his disappointment. Wei Xuan continued to increase the heat, and the furnace temperature readings climbed steadily. Looking at Jing Hongqian's puzzled expression, he smiled and said, Hall Master Hongqian, rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Just observe. Jing Hongqian had no choice but to remain silent and stand aside, his eyes filled with both doubt and anticipation. In a secret chamber deep within the laboratory, behind a once-hang-wide one-way transparent glass, a tall elderly man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His gray-white short hair stood on end, and his bright yellow robes indicated a status equal to royalty. This man was surnamed Kong, given name Deming, the Hall Master of the Sun Moon Empire's Royal Consecration Hall, hailed as the strongest soul engineer on the entire continent. Even Jing Hongqian would respectfully address him as teacher, and the Sun Moon Emperor dared not show him any disrespect. An interesting little fellow, Kong Deming murmured quietly to himself, focusing intently on Wei Xuan's every move. The furnace roared. Wei Xuan picked up a cutting tool engraved with an energy storage formation array already fully charged and firmly secured the irregularly spherical ice crystal cold iron. The blade flashed, and the ice crystal cold iron was cut into 15 strips of varying sizes, their metallic cross-sections revealing a pale blue cold gleam. The temperature on the screen approached 2000 C. The moment it reached that temperature, Wei Xuan immediately used tongs to grab the largest strip and thrust it into the furnace core, his gaze fixed on the metal as he counted silently in his mind. In the high temperature, the ice crystal cold iron began to emit blue smoke, with a sizzling sound like red-hot iron dropped into ice water. The pale blue surface visibly lightened, the internal cold energy rapidly dissipated, and the originally hard metal began to soften. 70. After counting 70 breaths, Wei Xuan quickly removed the glowing red strip and placed it on the forging table. The forging hammer swung down, sparks flying. Simultaneously, soul power flowed from his body, and his ancient ice dragon martial soul manifested. A formidable ice dragon coiled behind him, its first soul ring lighting up as its massive mouth exhaled ice mist that formed into a waist-thick ice column, precisely striking the metal being hammered. Extremely low temperatures swept through the laboratory, Visible cold air quickly filled the atmosphere, and the room temperature plummeted below zero in an instant. Jing Hongqin's brow furrowed deeply. First high temperature softening, then extreme cold cooling. Wasn't this destroying the ice properties while making the metal instantly harden and impossible to forge? In the secret chamber, a hint of contemplation flashed in Kong Deming's eyes. Suddenly, Jing Hongqin's pupils contracted sharply under the ice mist shroud. The ice crystal cold iron's cooling rate was surprisingly slow, far slower than if it were simply thrown into room temperature water. How is this possible? He whispered in disbelief. With the temperature of ultimate ice, the metal should have instantly frozen and cracked, yet now it maintained its malleable heat. Wei Xuan had no time to address others' shock, channeling soul power through each strike of the forging hammer into the metal. Using microscopic control, he filled the ice cold properties lost due to high temperature with ultimate ice's cold energy. With each strike, the metal and cold energy were continuously compressed and fused, their structure becoming increasingly dense. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal continued endlessly. After hundreds of strikes, the originally arm-thick strip gradually contracted. Half an hour later, Wei Xian's face was pale from soul power depletion, his breathing heavy, and the speed and force of his hammer strikes visibly decreased. Clank's final strike landed, and he set down the hammer, his form staggering a step from exhaustion. Half an hour of continuous forging and cold energy infusion had nearly drained his 12th level soul power. Without precise control to reduce consumption, such a burden would be unbearable for any soul master of the same level. On the forging table, the strip had been crafted into an arc shape, like a slice of a cylinder, deep blue throughout, with cold energy several times stronger than before, resembling a solid block of ice. Jing Hongqin quickly stepped forward, stuffing a soul guide milk bottle into Wei Xian's hands. But his eyes remained fixed on the arc-shaped metal, crying out in disbelief. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe its really masterful craftsmanship. Wei Xian tilted his head back and drank deeply from the bottle, the soul power within rapidly replenishing his internal reserves, slightly easing his fatigue. He smiled and asked, "How do you find my forging method?" Jing Hongqin held the metal piece, examining it from all angles, the bone-piercing cold unable to diminish his fascination. Wei Xian explained, "With only 12th level soul power, directly softening ice crystal cold iron with soul power alone was nearly impossible unless the metal was cut to thumb size, which would render it useless. So he changed approach, using high temperature to soften it first, then injecting his own ice attributes during the forging process, allowing the metal to regain and enhance its ice-cold properties, killing two birds with one stone. This solution stemmed from his long-term research on ice attribute metals. After ice crystal cold iron loses its cold energy, its internal structure becomes soft with minute vacuums appearing. By grasping the right moment and using microscopic energy control to inject cold energy through the gaps, the structure could be reversed. Such precise control would be difficult to find a second person capable of on the entire Dulua continent. The more Jing Hongqin listened, the more excited he became, praising repeatedly. "I see. Your Highness, you truly are a genius." He examined the arc-shaped metal once more, filled with both relief and amazement. Simultaneously forge and infuse energy while achieving this level of quality was something even many high-level soul engineers might not accomplish. Yet Wei Xian had done it. One had to say his talent in soul devices was truly high, almost absurdly so. Wei Xian smiled faintly and focused on absorbing the pure soul power from the bottle. Seeing this, Jing Hongqin remained silent to avoid disturbing him, merely toying with the metal component he had just finished forging, a subtle smile playing at his lips as he secretly wondered what kind of soul tool Wei Xian intended to create. In the secret chamber, Kong Deming had heard Wei Xian's earlier explanation crystal clear and couldn't help but whisper in admiration, "Excellent." He thought to himself that this child was a natural-born soul engineer, his heart filled with excitement and growing satisfaction with Wei Xian. 10 minutes later, Wei Xian's soul power was fully restored. He picked up the forging hammer once more and began working on another strip of ice crystal cold iron, his movements identical to before. Time passed silently as night deepened. It wasn't until the dead of night that he finally collapsed powerlessly into his chair, exhaustion written across his face, as if all strength had been drained from his body. 15 metal components lay neatly arranged on the workbench, ice crystal cold iron pieces he had spent over 10 hours forging. For these 15 components, he had completely exhausted his soul power 15 times, each time requiring immediate meditation to recover before lifting the hammer again. The prolonged, precise soul power control and high-frequency hammering had left him physically and mentally drained. His powerful divine consciousness barely managed to keep his spirit stable, but how could a 6-year-old body endure such intense labor? Without the support of his divine consciousness, he would have collapsed long ago, let alone persisted until now. Looking at the 15 components on the workbench that had been successfully crafted according to his expectations, A satisfied smile appeared on his weary face. He then adjusted his body to the most comfortable position, leaning back in the chair, and closed his eyes. Within seconds, he had fallen into a deep sleep. Jing Hongchun, who had been standing nearby, saw him suddenly collapse and felt his heart tighten, thinking something had gone wrong. He hurried to check on him. Moments later, he breathed a sigh of relief, and seeing Wei Xian's utterly exhausted state, couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile, muttering to himself, "You could have easily completed this over several days, but you insisted on doing it all at once, wearing yourself out like this. Really, let's send His Highness back to rest." Kong Deming appeared behind him at some point. Jing Hongchun was startled and quickly turned to bow. "Teacher." At this moment, he showed none of the bearing of the Mingdu home master, his attitude exceptionally respectful even when facing the Sun Moon Emperor. He had never been so humble. Toward Kong Deming, he held genuine respect from the heart. Kong Deming gazed at the sleeping Wei Xian, his eyes full of admiration. This child is excellent. High talent, strong willpower, and willing to endure hardship. With him here, the Sun Moon Empire's soul tools will surely reach new heights. This was the first time Kong Deming had praised someone so highly. Jing Hongchun listened with surprise in his eyes and smiled. This is the first time teacher has praised someone like this. In the Sun Moon Empire, those who could earn a word of praise from his teacher were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, let alone receive such high acclaim. If word of this got out, it would probably shock many people, and Wei Xian would certainly become famous overnight. Kong Deming merely smiled and nodded. Then his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Jing Hongchun's gaze sharpened as he silently marveled at how his teacher's strength had become increasingly unfathomable. The next morning, Wei Xian woke up and walked to the window, drawing back the curtains to let the bright, yet gentle sunlight wash over him. He couldn't help but stretch. This 6-year-old body is still too weak. To think I was so exhausted that I passed out directly, it's incomparable to before. If it had been in the past, he could have completed an entire soul tool in one go without feeling tired. Now, merely forging metal had caused him to collapse into unconsciousness. The difference was simply too great. While consciousness can control the body, sometimes the body can also control consciousness. When the body is overly fatigued, even if one doesn't want to sleep, it's difficult to resist, and at that moment, consciousness simply follows the body's instincts. Morning light slanted through the glass window. Wei Xian stood by the window for a moment, taking several deep breaths of the crisp air to barely clear his mind. After hastily washing up and straightening his clothes, he walked briskly yet with a hint of weariness toward Jing Hongchun's laboratory. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by the faint scent of metal and medicinal compounds. The long table was covered with various instruments, and Jing Hongchun was looking at him with a cheerful smile. "Here, have something to eat." Jing Hongchun gestured toward the corner of the table, where a steaming breakfast was already prepared. Wei Xian smiled slightly, and without ceremony, pulled out a chair and sat down. In just a few bites, he finished off the bread, eggs, and a cup of hot milk. Minutes later, he set down the cup and wiped the lingering warmth from his palms. "Let's get to work." Jing Hongchun immediately urged upon seeing this. Wei Xian raised an eyebrow and shot him an unabashed eye roll. "I wondered why you broke your own rule today. You used to never allow even a cookie in the laboratory, but today you made an exception? Turns out you just wanted me to start working earlier." Jing Hongchun chuckled without any embarrassment. "I was saving you time. Besides, I'm pushing you to make soul tools for your own good. I don't get any real benefit from it." What he could gain was probably just the anticipation of seeing the finished soul tool sooner and satisfying his technical enthusiasm. Fair enough. Wei Xian shrugged, washed his hands, and walked to the workbench to begin the formal soul tool crafting process. Flames crackled and danced as he repeatedly forged and tempered various metals, creating 15 components of different sizes. Next came the most crucial step, inscribing the formations. Wei Xian laid out the 15 components according to the final product structure, confirmed everything was correct, then picked up a silver gray component, adjusted the lighting angle, and raised his engraving knife. The soul tool he designed required each component to have its own unique formation. Unlike most soul tools that used the same formation with only quantity variations, the difference between core formations and ordinary formations was significant. Lower-level soul tools might have only 1 or 2 core formations, but could be equipped with several ordinary formations. "Wait!" Jing Hongchun suddenly called out to stop him. The knife tip was barely half a centimeter from touching down when Wei Xian was forced to stop, looking at him with confusion. "What's wrong? Weren't you just urging me on?" Jing Hongchun smiled mysteriously. "To make your first soul tool more perfect, I think you need a special engraving knife." "A special engraving knife?" Wei Xian was initially stunned, then quickly realized what he meant. He stood up, staring at Jing Hongchun with burning eyes. "Is Hall Master Hongchun planning to lend me his engraving knife? Or perhaps give it to me?" He had long coveted that Hongchun engraving knife, ranked 17th on the engraving knife rankings. "In your dreams." Jing Hongchun laughed and scolded. "The Hongchun engraving knife is my family's heirloom treasure. How could I possibly give it away?" You can forget about that idea. As he spoke, he even struck a defensive pose. A flash of disappointment crossed Wei Xian's eye. She truly loved that knife. Jing Hongqian seemed to see through his thoughts and continued teasing. Don't be disappointed. To prevent you from obsessing over it, I won't even lend it to you. That way you won't be even more reluctant to give it back after using it. If you hadn't interrupted me and said all this, I'm sure I wouldn't be disappointed at all. Wei Xian's tone was flat, his enthusiasm dampened. Hee. While you can't use the red dust carving knife, I happen to have another carving knife here that I could lend you, Jing Hongqian said. Wei Xian's eyes immediately blazed with excitement, and he urged almost instinctively. Quick, let me see it. Seeing his eager expression, a smug smile appeared at the corner of Jing Hongqian's mouth. He raised his hand and retrieved a dark gold carving knife from his storage ring. The knife was about a foot long, displaying a steady dark gold color throughout. Its blade, thin as a cicada's wing, reflected sharp silver light, as if it could slice through the air at any moment. This is... Wei Xian's pupils contracted slightly. Just the metallic sharpness emanating from the carving knife made his skin sting faintly, its sharpness clearly surpassing even the red dust carving knife. Jing Hongqian lifted his chin slightly, his voice low and clear. The dark gold carving knife, ranked 15th on the carving knife rankings. Wei Xian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he studied the other man. Hallmaster Hongqian, I never expected you to be hiding such depths, actually possessing 2 carving knives ranked in the top 20. Jing Hongqian shook his head in denial, his expression calm yet tinged with caution. This dark gold carving knife isn't mine. It belongs to someone else. Don't ask who, just know that it's temporarily yours to borrow. Hearing this, Wei Xian's gaze subtly swept toward a secret chamber, forming some guesses in his heart. Then he smiled generously. In that case, I'll respectfully accept your offer. He reached out to take the carving knife, feeling its cool handle and perfect weight. To test its sharpness, he lightly touched his fingertip with it. His skin immediately split open in a thin line, blood welling up. Wei Xian murmured in admiration. So sharp. Cold air instantly seeped from the wound, freezing the blood flow, and a thin ice film formed like gauze, sealing the cut. Jing Hongqian's eyelids twitched as he watched, unable to help but warn. Your Highness, this carving knife is made from a dark gold terror clawbear's claw. Its sharpness ranks in the top 3 among all carving knives. With your physical constitution, just touching it causes injury, and pressing deeper would create a gash. Don't be careless. A dark gold terror clawbear's claw. Wei Xian suddenly understood. Jing Hongqian added. To be precise, it's made from the left palm bone of a 1,000-year dark gold terror clawbear. When he mentioned left palm bone, his voice couldn't suppress his excitement. Wei Xian couldn't help but shake his head. Using an external spirit bone to make a carving knife, how extravagant. He sighed inwardly, feeling sorry for the original owner. Such a precious external spirit bone, priceless in any soul master's eyes, had been forged into a carving knife. Jing Hongqian's expression grew strange. After pondering for a moment, he offered his assessment. It's not really a loss. A carving knife can be preserved for ages, while external spirit bones eventually dissipate with the soul master's death. But in terms of value, it still can't compare to an intact spirit bone. After speaking, he brought the topic back to business. Don't dwell on the carving knife too long. First get familiar with how it feels, then start carving the formation. Understood. Wei Xian nodded and took out a stack of metal materials. With his powerful spiritual consciousness and precise body control, he quickly familiarized himself with the dark gold carving knife's sharp characteristics. Each stroke easily cut through the metal surface, leaving clean, deep grooves. The dark gold carving knife was indeed incredibly sharp, describing it as cutting through iron like mud wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. When carving on metal, it required hardly any force to easily score deep marks. After fully adapting to the sharpness of the dark gold carving knife, Wei Xian began etching ordinary formations on the ice crystal cold iron. Long before he started, he had planned out exactly what to carve and how much, with crystal clarity, so when the blade fell, it moved as smoothly as flowing water, with the entire sequence having virtually no pauses. Ordinary soul engineers typically carve formations with extreme caution, fearing that a single mistake might ruin the entire component, proceeding as carefully as if walking along a cliff's edge. But Wei Xian had his powerful divine consciousness as support. Even with his eyes closed, he could carve every line with perfect precision. Jing Hongqian stood nearby, initially intending to observe from a superior position, but was soon stunned by the spark-like flashing traces of the carving knife, his eyes widening in shock. This speed was far too fast. His throat bobbed as he wanted to remind Wei Xian several times to slow down, be more careful, but each time the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back. Soul engineers crafting items most feared being disturbed, and he dared not gamble on even a 1 in 10,000 chance of interference, so he could only stand aside with clenched fists. Third level, ordinary formation. Jing Hongqian had just discerned the level when his brow furrowed. The patterns before him were more intricate and profound, with energy fluctuations much stronger than conventional third-level formations, almost approaching fourth level. As he watched, he mentally deconstructed and compared, yet found it increasingly incomprehensible. Wei Xian's carving speed was astonishing, but his soul power was ultimately limited and couldn't support completing all the patterns in one go. Over 4 hours, he successively completed 2 ordinary formations on this component, during which his soul power was completely depleted 5 times each time, requiring him to stop and recover before continuing to infuse the next line. One must understand that a complete formation easily contained hundreds or thousands of pattern lines, requiring an enormous amount of soul power. Your Highness, your current soul power is still somewhat insufficient. Carving fourth-level formations is too demanding for you. Jing Hongqin's voice carried regret, though his face couldn't suppress his joy, his gaze practically glued to the 2 newly sealed formation patterns. With his 9th-level soul engineer's expertise, he couldn't find even the slightest flaw. At this moment, he seemed like someone seeing an ordinary formation for the first time, examining the cold iron, almost Nozito surface. Who said that was 4th level? It's 3rd level. Wei Xian looked up to correct him, sitting in his chair supplementing his lunch, his face slightly pale from multiple soul power depletions. You improved it? Jing Hongqin caught the key implication, his smile instantly freezing. The previous ordinary formations had quite a few flaws, so I casually fixed them. Wei Xian's tone was as light as discussing the weather. In his previous life, he had intensively studied formations, and while he couldn't claim to be a grandmaster, improving 3rd-level formations was routine for him. Never mind 3rd level, he'd dare to modify even 9th-level ones. This casual remark left both Jing Hongqin and Kong Deming, hidden in the secret chamber, stunned in place. Formations were incredibly complex, and improvements required endless deduction and trial and error. They might believe a high-level soul engineer could accomplish this, but the 6-year-old child before them? Jing Hongqin suddenly rushed to Wei Xian's side, grabbing his arms and gripping his shoulders, breathing heavily. Your Highness, please don't joke around. Did you really improve a 3rd-level formation to this extent? If Wei Xian had simply carved out a 4th-level formation directly, he would have been delighted at most. But improving a 3rd-level formation to rival 4th-level implications behind that were enough to make any 9th-level soul engineer lose control. When Wei Xian was suddenly grabbed, his instinct was to strike out with his palm, aiming directly at Jing Hongqin's chest. Caught completely off guard, Jing Hongqin took the blow to his chest and staggered backwards several steps, a thin layer of frost instantly forming on his robes. After seeing who it was, the sharpness in Wei Xian's eyes immediately Fedetta hadn't extended his spiritual consciousness earlier, so naturally, he hadn't sensed Jing Hongqin rushing toward him, which caused his reflexive defensive strike. Hall Master Hongqin, please calm down, Wei Xian reminded him. Yes, I'll calm down. Jing Hongqin agreed verbally, but remained so excited that his face was flushed red. Ignoring the cold sensation in his chest, he pressed urgently. Your Highness, did you really improve this formation array? Wei Xian nodded. I did make some modifications. Upon receiving this confirmation, Jing Hongqin first froze. Then his face lit up with wild joy as his voice rose. How did you do it? How else could I do it? I spotted the flaws and fixed them. It's quite simple, Wei Xian said casually. This? Jing Hongqin's mouth twitched slightly. Though he said it like that, could it really be so simple? He said no more, holding the carved component and examining it repeatedly, carefully sensing the energy fluctuations within. Seeing the other's silence, Wei Xian shrugged and helplessly returned to his chair to continue with his lunch. A few minutes later, Jing Hongqin rushed to his side. Sensing his approach, Wei Xian quickly stood up to avoid being casually grabbed again. Your Highness, besides 3rd-level formations, can you improve other levels as well? Jing Hongqin's gaze burned intensely as he stared unblinkingly at Wei Xian, his voice full of anticipation and excitement. Wei Xian pondered for a moment before giving a less than certain answer. I should be able to. Hearing these 3 words, Jing Hongqin suddenly jumped up, cheering with joy, completely abandoning the dignity befitting a hall master. He was like a child who had received candy, so excited he couldn't control himself. Your Highness, you're truly a genius among geniuses. The Empire's soul tool technology will undergo tremendous changes because of you, he exclaimed loudly. After speaking, he wanted to give Wei Xian a big hug, but Wei Xian nimbly dodged away. Hall Master Hongqin, don't get so excited. Calm down. Wei Xian was forced to maintain a distance of nearly 10 meters from him. Only then did Jing Hongqin realize his loss of composure. He awkwardly reined in his emotions and smiled sheepishly. I got too excited. You're so excited you're nearly going mad, Wei Xian muttered to himself. Jing Hongqin took a deep breath, once again unable to hide his excitement. Your Highness, if you can also improve 4th level, 5th level, or even higher level formations, the changes you'll bring will be beyond imagination. As soon as he finished speaking, his heart raced and his breathing quickened. Could barely control his emotions. Wei Xian understood his fervor for someone who had dedicated his entire life to soul tool research. Nothing could be more thrilling than a technological breakthrough. Let's discuss this later. I still need to continue making soul tools, Wei Xian indicated. Jing Hongqian forced himself to calm down and nodded repeatedly. Yes, you continue with your work. I'm very eager to see just what kind of power soul tools using improved formations can unleash. After his soul power had recovered, Wei Xian began carving the formation on the second component. Two magical arrays once again. But these were completely different from the previous ones, far more intricate and profound. Just as Wei Xian began carving the second component, the setting sun disappeared completely behind the mountain ridge, and darkness quickly fell outside the window. Wei Xian stretched his arms with a long yawn, ate a simple dinner, and decisively stopped working. The entire day of intensive carving had left his limbs aching and his mind scattered. If he pushed himself further, he might collapse on the spot like last time. Returning to his room, he sat cross-legged, first circulating his cultivation technique to ease the muscle soreness, then using meditation to restore his soul power. Spiritual energy flowed slowly through his meridians, carrying away the fatigue from his body. Over the following days, he maintained the same rhythm carving arrays during the day, meditating and regulating his breathing at night. Day after day passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the 10th day. That afternoon, the array on the final component was at last completed. This was the core component, on which Wei Xian had inscribed no fewer than 5 ordinary arrays, and 3 core arrays more challenging than any previous step. After finishing, he forced himself to rest for 2 hours to return to peak condition before beginning assembly. In less than half an hour, all components clicked into place, and the prototype of an oddly shaped cannon barrel emerged. However, this soul tool was still not finished. Wei Xian switched to a fine carving knife and began etching new patterns directly onto the cannon's outer wall. Jing Hongqian, standing nearby, kept his eyes fixed on Wei Xian's movements, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. Soul guidance arrays were traditionally hidden within the device. Carving them on the exterior not only limited their power, but could also destabilize the entire soul tool if done carelessly. Even as a 9th-level soul engineer, he couldn't understand Wei Xian's approach. Time ticked by slowly, and night completely enveloped the laboratory. As the patterns took shape, Jing Hongqian gradually caught certain clues, his expression shifting from confusion to shock. It wasn't until deep into the night that Wei Xian completed the final stroke, sealing all the external arrays and truly finishing the soul tool. Phew, finally done. He exhaled deeply, unable to suppress the joy in his eyes. The finished product consisted of 2 cylindrical sections of different sizes. The thinner cylinder's diameter was still wide enough for a grown man's entire arm to fit inside. This was the control section of the soul tool. The thicker cylinder served as the main cannon barrel, its inner wall gleaming with an ice blue light membrane that resembled a flexible film, completely concealing the internal structure. Though the design was extremely simple, the array patterns covering its shell gave it an unmistakable aura of extraordinary power. This is a soul cannon. Jing Hongqian held the cannon barrel, examining it from all angles before looking at Wei Xian with uncertainty. He couldn't be sure, because the entire device looked exactly like a simple cannon barrel, couldn't see any traditional firing mechanism. Wei Xian nodded confidently and pointed to the thinner cylinder, gesturing for him to insert his hand. Put it in. Jing Hongqian skeptically extended his arm into the opening. The next second, a soft, crisp mechanical friction sound arose as the inner wall of the thin cylinder rapidly contracted and adjusted its shape, wrapping tightly around his arm. The cold metal fit seamlessly against his skin, creating an illusion as if this soul tool were actually part of his own arm. Jing Hongqian's face lit up with delight, his initial confusion instantly melting away. With his profound expertise in soul tools, he immediately grasped how to operate this new device and tentatively channeled a wisp of soul power into it. The formation array glowed with a soft white radiance as the surrounding ambient energy swirled into the weapon like dust caught in a whirlwind. Deep within the barrel, blue light rapidly gathered while an intense chill spread at a visible rate, the air seeming to lose its warmth in an instant. Sensing the dramatic transformation in the cannon, Jing Hongqian's smile widened. He raised his hand to deploy a 4th-level soul tool barrier, then decisively pulled the trigger. A fist-sized orb of ice blue light burst from the barrel, trailing bone-piercing cold currents, and struck the barrier heated in the blink of an eye. Bang! The orb exploded without flames, only countless ice shards erupting outward. Shockwaves rippled through the laboratory, overturning the neatly arranged equipment and leaving the floor in complete disarray. Ice fragments danced through the air like countless blades, rapidly forming a layer of ice approximately 5 centimeters thick on the barrier's surface. Jing Hongqian hurried forward, and through the hemispherical ice layer, he could clearly see spiderweb cracks spreading throughout the barrier's interior. His pupils contracted slightly. This single shot had nearly shattered a 4th-level soul tool barrier. By conventional logic, a same-level soul tool barrier should easily withstand attacks from same-level soul tools, Yet this one had been pushed to the brink of collapse. This meant the weapon's attack power had reached the pinnacle of the 4th level, perhaps even approaching the 5th. Your Highness, congratulations. You have successfully crafted a peak 4th level soul tool. Jing Hongchen could barely contain his excitement. This also means you have officially become a 4th level soul engineer. A 6-year-old 4th level soul engineer is truly unprecedented in history. Wei Xuan shook his head in correction. Hallmaster Hongchen, I only inscribed 6 core formations on this soul tool. Strictly speaking, it still belongs to the 3rd level. Jing Hongchen's smile froze, his weathered face flushing slightly. Ahem, it does indeed have only 6 core formations. After a brief moment of embarrassment, his eyes suddenly blazed with understanding as he burst into hearty laughter. 3rd level. That's even better. A 3rd level soul tool with 4th level power approaching the 5th. This is absolutely perfect. His excitement grew as he spoke, realizing that Wei Xian's formation improvements had exceeded all expectations. With merely 3rd level configuration, the power had leaped across an entire major tier. The key lay not only in the 6 internal core formations, but also in the energy gathering formation on the surface, which enhanced output intensity significantly without compromising the weapon's stability, its effectiveness rivaling that of internal inscriptions. Wei Xian felt equally satisfied, a smile playing at his lips. He knew full well that Jing Hongchen had only unleashed 70% of the soul cannon's power. Its true full potential required his ultimate ice soul power to drive it. This soul cannon could only reveal its complete capabilities in his own hands. A voice tinged with excitement spoke up. Along with the voice came an elderly man with graying short hair and yellow robes. It was Kong Deming, the hall master of the consecration hall. Jing Hongchen jolted as if doused with cold water, immediately restraining his emotions and bowing respectfully. Teacher. He then removed the soul tool from his waist and presented it with both hands. Teacher, please take a look at this soul tool. Kong Deming raised his hand slightly, indicating there was no need for such formality, but still reached out to accept the soul tool. The old man's palm glided over the metal surface, his focused gaze as if caressing a priceless treasure, his fingertips exploring every detail from the engravings to the fitting joints, missing nothing. While Kong Deming examined the device, Jing Hongchen leaned close to Wei Xian's ear and whispered, "This is my teacher. You can address him respectfully as Elder Kong." Wei Xian nodded slightly. Though his eyes showed confusion, this was the first time he'd heard that Jing Hongchen had such a teacher. Jing Hongchen lowered his voice further. "I'll explain my teacher's identity to you later. Remember, you must be respectful. Even His Majesty shows him deference. Don't be rude." More than 10 minutes passed before Kong Deming reluctantly shifted his gaze away and turned to scrutinize Wei Xian. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke directly. "Would you be willing to become my disciple?" Wei Xian's expression remained calm. He could sense Kong Deming's unimaginably powerful aura level that even the formidable forces he had encountered in the far north couldn't match. This man's mastery of soul tools was equally extraordinary, capable of earning the respect of a 9th-level soul engineer like Jing Hongchen, leaving no doubt about his abilities. But no matter how strong, he might not be worthy of being his teacher. This was Wei Xian's most honest thought. Jing Hongchen anxiously nudged his shoulder. "Your Highness, don't just stand there. Accept him as your master. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't let it slip away." Though Kong Deming had several disciples, they had all actively sought to join his tutelage. Wei Xian was the first to inspire him to actively offer discipleship. Wei Xian shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I don't wish to take anyone as my master." The old man raised an eyebrow slightly. "Why? If a soul engineer wishes to go further, a good teacher is essential. With your talent, no one but this old man is qualified to teach you." Jing Hongchen chimed in. "Your Highness, my teacher is the continent's strongest soul engineer. With his guidance, you could even have a chance at becoming a 10th-level soul engineer." "No." Wei Xian's expression was sincere yet firm. "I've stated my reason. I don't wish to take a master. Even if Elder Kong is the continent's strongest soul engineer, I still don't want to." The air grew briefly tense. Kong Deming stared at him steadily, then finally sighed softly. "Since you're unwilling, I won't force you. If you ever have questions about soul tools in the future, you may still come to me." "Thank you, Elder Kong." Wei Xian smiled in response, his favorable impression of the yellow-robed elder growing considerably. Kong Deming then raised the soul tool in his hand, his eyes filled with undisguised amazement and curiosity. "What name have you given this thing?" Even with his discerning eye, ordinary 9th-level soul tools rarely moved him. Yet this mere 3rd-level soul cannon left him unable to maintain his composure. The shock this soul cannon brought him was simply too great. "I'll call it the Ice Crystal Hand Cannon," Wei Xian said. "Ice Crystal Hand Cannon, Hand Cannon." Kong Deming repeated in a low voice, the corners of his mouth curving into an approving smile. The name fits perfectly. Compact size, easy to handle, yet incredibly powerful. He reached out to stroke the ice-blue metallic shell of the soul tool, his fingertips tracing over the energy-gathering formation on its surface. After a brief silence, Kong Deming's eyes suddenly lit up. What truly astounds me is its energy consumption. While channeling soul power into the device, the formation can actually draw energy from the surroundings to feed back into the soul cannon, gathering power that even exceeds what the user imputes. It's simply incredible. Perfect. That was the only word that came to Kong Deming's mind. He examined it carefully but couldn't find even the slightest flaw. Wei Xuan quietly observed the subtle changes in his expression to discern the mysteries of a device through observation alone without testing. Truly the mark of an expert. You've modified this fourth-level energy-gathering formation as well, haven't you? Kong Deming's tone was certain. The patterns on the device resembled a standard fourth-level formation, yet were more profound and complex, indicating an entirely new construction. Just minor adjustments. Wei Xuan nodded, his tone calm yet confident. Now its energy-gathering efficiency can reach 60%. If you divide a cannonball's energy into 10 parts, this formation can provide 6 parts on its own, and the operator only needs to supply the remaining 4. Your Highness, could you provide a complete rubbing of this improved energy-gathering formation? I'd like to promote it, Jing Hongqian said breathlessly, so excited he could barely speak coherently. No, not just the energy-gathering formation. If we could get rubbings of all the formations you've improved, it would drive an overall leap in soul tool technology. With that, he immediately bent 90 degrees at the waist in respectful salute. This bow was not for Wei Xuan's status as a prince, but for his outstanding achievements in the field of soul tools. If Wei Xuan truly wanted the position of Mingdu Hall Master, he would offer it without hesitation. Kong Deming didn't speak, but his burning gaze made his attitude clear. His heart burned with the same fervor as Jing Hongqian's. Faced with this sudden grand gesture, Wei Xuan was momentarily stunned and quickly helped Jing Hongqian up, explaining, Hall Master Hongqian, there's no need for such formality. As a member of the Sun Moon Empire, I should naturally contribute to the empire. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have shared my research unconditionally. Really, Jing Hongqian couldn't hide his delight, but more than that was relief. Wei Xuan's magnanimity was truly rare. Kong Deming glanced at Wei Xuan with surprise, his estimation of the young man rising even higher. Of course it's real. These research findings aren't secrets in my view, they can be shared freely. Wei Xuan's tone was relaxed, without a trace of pretense. He truly didn't mind, because to him, these were merely the most basic fundamentals, hardly worth hoarding. Jing Hongqian took a deep breath and bowed solemnly, his voice trembling with genuine emotion. Your Highness, on behalf of the Mingdu Hall and all the soul engineers of the Empire, I thank you. At this point, asking, what do you want in exchange, would be foolish. Wei Xuan's research was priceless, worth more than the entire Mingdu Hall itself. Jing Hongqian understood this clearly, so he simply etched this profound kindness deep in his heart. Who would benefit most from this research? First and foremost, the Mingdu Hall, and he was its director. Wei Xuan had essentially given him the opportunity to surpass all previous directors. A debt of gratitude he would carry for life. Wei Xuan nodded slightly, accepting the thanks. Hongqian, you're quite impressive. Kong Deming walked over to Jing Hongqian's side, patting his shoulder with a smile. As his words faded, his figure suddenly vanished without leaving any trace of movement. Wei Xuan's eyes flickered slightly. With his powerful spiritual sense, he caught a glimpse of how Kong Deming disappeared. It seemed to involve a soul tool. Had this elder Kong's research in soul engineering already touched upon spatial manipulation? Wei Xuan made a mental note. The next morning dawned bright and clear, with a gentle breeze carrying warmth across their faces. In the office, Jing Hongqian produced a water blue badge and placed it before Wei Xuan. 3 diamond stars were embedded in the center, the mark of a third-rank soul engineer. From now on, you are a true third-rank soul engineer. Jing Hongqian's eyes crinkled with a smile. In truth, given Wei Xuan's abilities, crafting 4th-rank soul tools wasn't impossible, but since he hadn't demonstrated it yet, Jing Hongqian couldn't justify skipping ranks. Still, witnessing a 6-year-old child become a 3rd-rank soul engineer filled him with undeniable pride. Wei Xuan examined the badge's material and engravings carefully, then casually tucked it into his robes. Aren't you going to wear it? Jing Hongqian was taken aback. Soul engineer badges served as both identification and honor. Most soul engineers wore them proudly on their chests. What's the point? I know I'm a 3rd-rank soul engineer, no need to show off. Wei Xuan chuckled lightly. Jing Hongqian nodded in understanding. A 6-year-old 3rd-rank soul engineer would certainly draw curious crowds wherever he went, which would indeed cause unnecessary trouble. Jing Hongqian smiled and didn't insist that Wei Xuan wear the badge. Instead, he retrieved the dark gold carving knife from his storage ring and handed it to Wei Xuan, saying, my teacher asked me to bring you this dark gold carving knife as a congratulatory gift for your promotion to 3rd-rank soul engineer. Wei Xuan had returned the knife to Jing Hongqian the night before after using it. Now, hearing the word gift, he didn't immediately reach out to take it. Instead, he smiled and asked, a gift? Isn't this a bit too generous? Among the ranked carving knives, except for a few special models with lower prices, all others were worth a fortune. Especially the top 20 ranked knives, each one was priced in the hundreds of millions. Though it might look like just a carving knife, it was an indispensable treasure for soul engineers. This dark gold carving knife ranked 15th, conservatively estimated at over 200 million gold soul coins, with the actual price likely being even higher. To give away such a treasure in one go, aside from Kong Deming, no one else in the world had such wealth and magnanimity. Indeed, it's quite generous. My teacher has never given me anything this valuable, Jing Hongshan remarked with a hint of envy, then smiled and continued. But you absolutely deserve it. A good horse needs a good, sadly a genius soul master like you should wield a powerful carving knife. With it, you'll find it easier to inscribe formations, and the soul tools you create will be even stronger. The value of ranked carving knives wasn't just in their sharpness. Using a top 20 ranked knife to inscribe formations could add extra effects to soul tools, boosting their overall power by at least 20%. The higher the ranking, the greater the enhancement. Wei Xuan deeply agreed, his eyes showing intense desire. After hesitating for a moment, he finally accepted the dark gold carving knife and said solemnly, I'll remember Elder Kong's kindness. Despite this, he still felt somewhat uneasy about receiving such a valuable gift for free. You little rascal. Jing Hongshan chuckled, already knowing Wei Xian's character. So he didn't bother with empty pleasantries like, don't mention it. He opened his hand and produced a bright silver ring. I don't have the same grand gestures as my teacher. This is all I can offer you. This time, Wei Xian accepted the ring without hesitation. His spiritual sense probed inside, and all the items within appeared in his mind. With a thought, a palm-sized wooden box materialized in his hand. He shook it gently, hearing soft collision sounds from within. Curious, he opened it, and a faint medicinal fragrance wafted out. 9 brown, round pills the size of longan fruits were neatly arranged inside. These are soul enhancement pills, perfect for your current level in the teens. Whenever you encounter a bottleneck before breaking through, take 1 pill, and you'll be able to break through directly without wasting time on repeated attempts, Jing Hongshan explained. Every level of a soul master involves bottlenecks, and when encountering these barriers, cultivation speed becomes exceptionally slow. Even the most gifted soul masters need several days to break through minor bottlenecks. If one could forcibly break through using pills, this stagnation period could be significantly compressed. With this thought, Wei Xian remained silent, merely picking up a jade-green crystalline pill and bringing it to his nose for a light sniff, his brow furrowing slightly. Jing Hongshan, mistaking his interest for enthusiasm, smiled and leaned forward, speaking rapidly. This soul enhancement pill not only helps you break through minor level bottlenecks, but also accelerates soul power accumulation during daily cultivation. With it, advancing from Soul Master to Great Soul Master within 2 years is absolutely guaranteed. Besides the soul enhancement pill, the ring also contains soul ascension pills, purple cloud pills, corresponding to the Great Soul Master, Soul Elder, and Soul Ancestor stages respectively. As he spoke, he retrieved jade boxes from his spatial ring, arranging 10 different pills in neat rows, each with distinct colors and surrounded by medicinal fragrance. Jing Hongshan explained their applicable stages and effects one by one. Some rapidly boosted soul power, others directly broke through bottlenecks, all without exception shortening cultivation cycles. This single box alone could propel Wei Xian to the Soul Sage realm at the fastest pace. How about it? This gift carries enough weight, doesn't it? Jing Hongshan declared proudly. He knew the dark gold terror claw held greater value, but this batch of pills was equally rare, with a total worth exceeding 5 million gold soul coins, all premium products with minimal side effects, dozens of times more expensive than common market pills. However, Wei Xian closed the jade box, placed it back on the table, and gently shook his head. The refining technique is too crude, wasting medicinal materials. Jing Hongshan had expected the youth to show surprise and gratitude, but now stood stunned for half a second before asking, what kind of reaction is this? These pills are difficult even for princes to obtain, and you're being picky. I do indeed have. Halfway through his words, Wei Xian stopped and sighed helplessly. After all, the other party meant well, so he couldn't directly express his disdain. He changed his approach. I just feel that using pills to enhance soul power is somewhat like pulling up seedlings to help them grow, which may not be beneficial for development. Jing Hongshan chuckled and reassured him. Worried about side effects? Don't worry, these are all top grade with minimal impact on the body. Even if combat ability is slightly weakened, it's only at the Soul Master level. But for becoming a soul engineer, this is tremendously beneficial if you consume them all. I dare assert that you could touch the threshold of an 8th level soul engineer before age 15. An 8th level soul engineer is stronger than an Atring soul Dou. So what does this minor soul master gap matter? In his view, Wei Xian's talent for soul tools far exceeded his soul master abilities in Atring soul Dou, however brilliant, couldn't compare to a young 8th level soul engineer. Reaching soul Dou at 15 was unrealistic, but becoming an 8th level soul engineer at 15, he was absolutely certain. Given this, why worry about soul master cultivation? However, Wei Xian shook his head, his gaze clear and resolute. Hall Master Hongchun, in my opinion, you're putting the cart before the horse. How so? Jing Hongchun, imagining the youth dominating soul tool battlefields at 15, was in good spirits and merely smiled while asking, even when contradicted. Wei Xian's tone was calm, yet each word struck the heart. Soul engineers are essentially soul masters who use soul tools. Since they're called soul masters, the priority should be enhancing personal strength, not abandoning foundations to solely pursue mechanical devices. Jing Hongchun's smile gradually faded, a hint of displeasure appearing between his brows. He could tell that Wei Xian was no longer just refuting personal philosophy, but questioning the entire Sun-Moon Empire's cultivation atmosphere that revered soul tools above all. Wei Xian caught the change in his expression but remained unmoved, continuing. No matter how powerful soul tools are, they remain external objects. Soul masters can use them but shouldn't depend on them, much less serve them. Sacrificing a soul master's personal strength in exchange for achievements in soul tools is, in my view, neither worthwhile nor wise. Your Highness, do you realize what you're saying? The spacious council hall fell into complete silence as Jing Hongchun spoke in a deep voice, his slightly lowered tone carrying obvious anger. Candlelight flickered across his somewhat grim face, his gaze sharp as a blade pointing directly at the young man across from him. Wei Xian merely smiled faintly, lifting his eyes to meet his gaze. Of course I do. Does Hall Master Hongchun think there's something wrong with what I said? The first part wasn't wrong. Jing Hongchun restrained his anger, his voice still low. But what you called not worth it is, in my view, a grave mistake. Taking pills does indeed cause soul power to become unstable, but it can bring higher soul power levels, allowing soul engineers to create more powerful soul tools. With powerful soul tools, one can compensate for the gap in a soul master's inherent abilities, even far surpass them. Take yourself, for example. I am extremely confident I could help you break through to an 8th rank soul engineer before age 15. But if you focus purely on cultivating soul power, do you think you could break through to Soul Delua before 15? Forget Soul Deliu might not even reach Soul King. And even if you did, who do you think is stronger, a Soul King or an 8th rank Soul Engineer? Pills allow Soul Engineers to gain power beyond their normal ages. That worthwhile. Wei Xian remained calm, as if he had long anticipated this rebuttal. This is merely choosing short-term development over long-term prospects. Taking pills excessively consumes one's talent, ultimately affecting the future. Over 99% of Soul Engineers will stagnate at some bottleneck for life due to early pill abuse, unable to break through. He paused, then added as if correcting himself. Actually, saying 99% is too low. It should be 100% to be accurate. That remaining 0.1% simply gets stuck at higher levels, making others mistakenly think they have no bottlenecks, when in reality, they can no longer advance either. Jing Hongchun's body trembled, his eyes widening as he stared at Wei Xian in disbelief, his heart churning like a stormy sea. You? How do you know? Wei Xian's words were completely accurate. Pills that enhanced soul power indeed came with terrible side effects. Almost everyone would encounter slow or complete stagnation of soul power in later stages. I deduced it. Wei Xian raised his hand, the dark green pill held between his fingertips as he said indifferently. All medicine has some toxicity. No matter how good the quality, pills inevitably have side effects, let alone this type. He looked down at it closely, shaking his head slightly. The quality is too low, the side effects too severe. Jing Hongchun sighed softly, with a hint of helplessness. If you want rapid soul power improvement, you must pay a price. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. We know about the side effects, yet we still take them because compared to the drawbacks, the benefits are greater. Wei Xian understood Jing Hongchun's predicament, his heart stirring with other thoughts, though he didn't reveal them at this moment. He put away the pill and changed the subject. I still want to follow the pure soul master path and not rely too heavily on pills. He didn't completely deny the efficacy of pills if they could be improved. Taking 1 or 2 of these pills occasionally wouldn't cause much harm. Of course, rather than improvement, he was more interested in trying to refine pills from the cultivation world, which would be truly suitable for enhancing cultivation. Jing Hongchun frowned, his tone revealing concern. But in that case, your soul power will improve very slowly, which might become an obstacle to your breakthroughs in soul tools. Moreover, our Sun Moon Empire isn't particularly skilled at training soul masters. If you insist on the pure soul master path, you might not receive proper guidance, making cultivation exceptionally difficult. Jing Hongchun had laid out the disadvantages. The Sun Moon Empire excels at training soul engineers, but they're not particularly good at cultivating soul masters. In fact, they have significant shortcomings in this area. Wei Xian waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I'm confident in my abilities. My soul master level won't limit my breakthroughs in soul tools. As for guidance, I don't need it. I have my own understanding of soul master cultivation. Others can't teach me, and there's no need for unnecessary interference. His tone was calm, yet filled with certainty. Although this world's cultivation system differs from the immortal cultivation realm, all paths lead to the peak. With the experience I've accumulated from my previous life, I can reach the highest level even without guidance. Jing Hongchun gazed at him, his initial surprise gradually transforming into admiration. After a moment, he nodded. I've given you the pills. Whether you take them is up to you. You still have to walk your own path. I won't force you to be just a soul engineer. Perhaps dual cultivation as both soul master and soul engineer would suit you better. Wei Xuan accepted the pills and suddenly asked, Hall Master Hongchun, do you know the person who refined these pills? Oh, why bring this up suddenly? Jing Hongchun seemed surprised. The pills are quite interesting. I'd like to observe the refining techniques. Wei Xuan explained casually, showing a curious expression. Jing Hongchun chuckled and shook his head. You're quite curious. I do know several alchemists. I'll introduce you when there's a chance. Wei Xuan nodded with satisfaction. Thank you, Hall Master. By the way, he put away the ring and continued. Hall Master Hongchun, have you ever considered improving these soul engineer students' combat abilities? Improving combat skills. Jing Hongchun pondered for a moment, his gaze growing serious. Do you think they're weak? I don't think so. Wei Xuan was blunt. I've watched them fight too many openings. They're fine at crafting soul tools, but when it comes to actual combat, it's hard to put into words. You can spot their weaknesses? Jing Hongchun was surprised. They're too obvious to miss. Wei Xuan shrugged. Jing Hongchun fell silent for several moments before saying quietly, Actually, I'm aware of their lack of combat experience, but changing this isn't easy. It's not that difficult. Wei Xuan's tone was relaxed. Have them fight more and consolidate their soul power, they'll naturally improve. Jing Hongchun smiled bitterly. Easier said than done. They're focused on soul tool research. Where would they find time for combat? The culture is already established at it, can't be changed overnight. Combat enhancement and soul tool research don't conflict, in fact, they complement each other greatly. Wei Xuan said calmly. Jing Hongchun's interest was piqued, and he gestured for Wei Xuan to continue. Enhancing their combat abilities is actually a process that helps them consolidate their soul power. This will reduce the negative effects of pills and make their soul power more solid. Once their foundation is strengthened, breaking through will naturally become much easier, and it will also greatly benefit their future soul tool crafting. More combat experience will help them better understand the strengths and weaknesses of their soul tools, allowing them to make targeted improvements. It's truly killing multiple birds with one stone, Wei Xuan analyzed seriously. After speaking, he adjusted his sleeves, his tone calm, yet every word reasonable. Jing Hongchun listened with growing amazement, nodding repeatedly. He greatly admired Wei Xuan's foresight and became even more determined about his original idea to add combat courses. I'll arrange as many combat courses as possible for them, Jing Hongchun said, tapping the table with his fingertips. Those children must truly realize the importance of actual combat. Otherwise, adding more courses would be meaningless. Wei Xuan smiled in agreement. To make them realize it, we need some special methods. You have a way? Jing Hongchun's eyes lit up. I do have a method, but it can't be implemented now. We'll need to wait a few more years. Wei Xuan nodded but didn't elaborate. Jing Hongchun became even more interested and pressed. Tell me about your method. Wei Xuan deliberately kept him in suspense. I'll tell you later. Even if I told you now, you might not believe it. You little rascal, how do you know I won't believe it if you don't tell me? Jing Hongchun was both annoyed and amused. Just as he was about to continue questioning, a crisp shout came from outside the door. Grandpa. Upon hearing this, Wei Xuan reflexively stepped half a pace toward the side of the door, as if ready to retreat at any moment. The seriousness on Jing Hongchun's face instantly melted away, replaced by a kind smile. The door was pushed open, and a girl with wine-red hair burst in energetically. Her sapphire-like eyes sparkled with excitement, and her pink dress swayed gracefully with her steps. She looked like a flower bud about to bloom. Grandpa, I've become a second-level soul engineer, the girl exclaimed, raising the badge in her hand. Then she noticed Wei Xuan beside her and cried out in delight. Wow, brother Wei Xuan is here too. How wonderful. Oh, Ming has broken through to become a second-level soul engineer. This is truly cause for celebration. Jing Hongchun laughed heartily, opening his arms to give his granddaughter a hug. But just one step away from him, the girl suddenly changed direction and rushed straight toward Wei Xuan. Jing Hongchun froze in place, his mouth twitching slightly as he could only watch from the side. Wei Xuan's feet slipped as he quickly dodged sideways, raising his hand to block. Sister Ming, men and women should maintain proper distance. Let's not hug each other. What did you call me? Didn't I tell you to call me little sister? How did I become big sister again? The girl pouted angrily, unclear whether she was upset about being avoided or angry about the form of address. Wei Xuan quickly waved his hands in surrender. All right, little sister. Is that better? In fact, Meng Hongchun was more than a year older than him, yet she insisted he call her little sister, which was quite amusing. Hearing the satisfactory address, the girl immediately beamed with joy and playfully stuck out her tongue. That's more like it. She waved the shiny second-level soul engineer badge in front of Wei Xuan. Brother Wei Xuan, I'm now a second-level soul engineer. At just over 7 years old, not yet 8. Reaching the second level was indeed something to be proud of. Is that so? Little sister Ming is truly amazing, Wei Xuan said with feigned surprise. Hee, I'm a genius after all. Ming Hongqin's eyes curved into crescents upon receiving the praise, and 2 charming dimples appeared on her cheeks. Jing Hongqin deliberately put on a stern face and pretended to be angry. You little girl, do you only have eyes for your brother Wei Xuan? Have you forgotten that Grandpa is still here? That's not true. I originally came to see Grandpa, but when I saw brother Wei Xuan was here too, I was just so happy. Ming Hongqin bounced over to Jing Hongqin's side, linked her arm through his, and swayed it playfully with a giggle. Jing Hongqin gently tapped his granddaughter's forehead and exchanged a helpless look with Wei Xuan. Then he asked, "Where's your brother?" The siblings were always inseparable. When one appeared, the other was never far away. Ming Hongqin smiled mischievously. Him? He's sneaking peeks over at the laboratory. I bet he'll be dragged over here any moment now. As soon as she finished speaking, a middle-aged man indeed appeared at the office door, carrying a child by the scruff of his neck. The boy had delicate features, bearing a 70% resemblance to Ming Hongqin, with bright blue eyes and a tall, slender frame. His white martial outfit made him look spirited and heroic. Being carried by his collar, he didn't struggle but merely looked indignant yet composed, clearly accustomed to such treatment. Seeing Xiao Hongqin's heroic posture, Jing Hongqin rubbed his forehead and sighed, while Ming Hongqin covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. Wei Xuan chuckled and shook his head. What a soul tool enthusiast. Xiao Hongqin's obsession with soul tools was known throughout the illustrious Virtue Hall. Hallmaster, young Master Xiao Hongqin was sneaking peeks outside the laboratory again. I've brought him here as instructed. The middle-aged man set Xiao Hongqin down and bowed respectfully. I wasn't sneaking peeks. Xiao Hongqin protested loudly as soon as his feet touched the ground. With my talent, entering the illustrious Virtue Hall is just a matter of time. Since I'll get in eventually anyway, what's wrong with taking a look now at what I'll be seeing every day in the future? The middle-aged man remained silent. He had heard such arguments so many times his ears had grown calluses. Jing Hongqin waved his hand. You may go. The middle-aged man bowed again before leaving. Once the man was gone, Jing Hongqin's smile faded as he sternly lectured. Didn't I tell you not to sneak around? If you weren't my grandson, such behavior would have gotten you killed several times over. Xiao Hongqin pouted. I was just getting an early look at things I'll definitely see in the future anyway. He pointed at Wei Xuan and complained indignantly. Besides, he's not even a soul engineer yet, but he can enter the laboratory. Why can't I? My talent with soul tools is no worse than his. Jing Hongqin glared and scolded. How can your talent compare to His Highness's? You're becoming more and more arrogant. Exactly. Brother Wei Xuan's talent is much better than yours. Ming Hongqin immediately sided with Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan was caught off guard by this sudden assist and found himself inexplicably taking the blame. Xiao Hongqin's face flushed red as he stubbornly retorted. He just has a better memory. When it comes to actually making soul tools, he might not be better than me. He both envied and resented that Wei Xuan could enter the illustrious Virtue Hall at just over 3 years old, feeling deeply unbalanced about it. Jing Hongqin sighed softly and shook his head. His grandson was good in every way, except for being a bit too arrogant. The old man's gaze fell upon his grandson Xiao Hongqin, who stood with his arms crossed, locked in a staring contest with his sister Ming Hongqin. Brother Wei Xuan isn't just good at memorizing things. His talent for soul tools is definitely better than yours. Ming Hongqin puffed out her rosy cheeks like little buns, waving her fists earnestly. You little lovesick fool. Instead of taking your own brother's side, you're defending someone else? What a little traitor. Xiao Hongqin glared at his sister, his voice full of indignation. I stand with what's right, not with family. Brother Wei Xuan is just better than you. Ming Hongqin argued back stubbornly. The siblings faced off like needlepoints against wheat tips, the tension growing thicker. Jing Hongqin raised his hand to stop them, frowning with a headache. Enough. Why are you two siblings quarreling? Xiao, don't feel so unbalanced. His Highness didn't get into Mingdu Hall through special treatment just because of his photographic memory. His practical abilities are equally outstanding. In the field of soul tools, His Highness indeed has more talent than you. Xiao Hongqin pouted and turned his gaze to Wei Xuan, who remained silent nearby. I don't believe it. Jing Hongqin gently ruffled his grandson's head, his voice gentle yet firm. Still don't believe it? Do you know what level soul engineer His Highness is now? A 3rd level soul engineer, and his actual abilities are already approaching 4th level. As his words landed, the atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. Xiao Hongqin's eyes widened like saucers, his Adam's apple bobbing, but he couldn't utter a single word. Ming Hongqin covered her mouth in surprise. Wow, Grandpa, is that really true? Is brother Wei Xuan really a 3rd level soul engineer? A 3rd level soul engineer at just over 6 years old? This completely exceeded their understanding. Under everyone's gaze, Wei Xuan remained calm, as if all this had nothing to do with him. After a few seconds of silence, Xiao Hongqin finally found his voice. Mastering the theoretical knowledge of a certain level soul engineer doesn't mean you can actually become one. To craft soul tools, you need sufficient soul power to support it. I believe Wei Xuan could make a first-level soul tool with his 12th level soul power, but third level? That defies logic. By the end, he looked at Jing Hanchun, his voice involuntarily rising. Grandpa, even if you're favoring Wei Xuan, you don't need to make up such lies to deceive me. His eyes reddened slightly, clearly feeling extremely wronged. Jing Hanchun was amused by his grandson's accusation. Do I need to lie to deceive you? Isn't this a lie? A third-level soul engineer must be able to create third-level soul tools. Can he possibly? His words stopped abruptly. Wei Xuan pulled out a soul tool emanating a pale blue glow from his chest, shook it gently, then tossed it to Xiao Hongchun. Xiao Hongchun reflexively caught it. The icy sensation instantly penetrated his palm, making him shiver. So cold, it felt like holding a piece of sandy-rolled ice, making all the hair on his arms stand up. Wei Xian's voice remained steady. Soul tools carry the soul power aura of their creator. Since I decide mine or not. As he spoke, cold air seeped out from his body like fine threads, enveloping him as if he were surrounded by icy mist, making it easier for Xiao Hongchun to compare and identify. Meng Hongchun leaned over, curiously touching and examining it. What kind of soul tool is this? The first soul tool I ever Median Ice Crystal Palm Cannon. It counts as a third-level soul tool, Wei Xuan answered honestly. So amazing. Meng Hongchun's eyes lit up as she gazed at him with admiration, as if little stars were truly twinkling in her eyes. Wei Xuan felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze and smiled sheepishly. Counting his previous life's age, Meng Hongchun really was like a little sister to him. Faced with this little sister who was somewhat dependent on him, one could even say infatuated, truly didn't know how to handle the situation. Meng Hongchun still wore a look of pure admiration, believing everything Wei Xuan said, while her brother Xiao Hongchun refused to nod so easily. He took out the soul device, carefully cradling it in his palm, as the silver-white metal reflected a faint halo of soul power. As the grandson of the Mingdu Hall master and the young master of a soul device family, Xiao Hongchun's discernment far exceeded that of his peers. His examination of the soul device was meticulous, displaying the bearing of a true master. Initially, he remained skeptical of third-level soul device. He didn't believe it. But as his investigation deepened, his expression shifted from indifference to shock. The barely perceptible energy pulses between the inscriptions, the hidden mechanisms in the gaps between components, everything made him exclaim involuntarily. The groove work here is perfect to the smallest detail. This energy channeling line actually achieves zero loss. Praise flowed continuously from his lips. The more Xiao Hongchun examined it, the more absorbed he became, practically pressing his face against the soul device as if studying the most perfect work of art. Seeing this, Meng Hongchun raised her hand in disgust and gave him a sharp smack on the back. Brother, calm down. You're practically drooling. The sudden pat startled Xiao Hongchun awake, though he remained somewhat dazed and reluctant to tear his gaze away from the soul device. This is the most perfect third-level soul device I've ever seen, with craftsmanship that's absolutely exquisite. His voice was filled with genuine admiration. After a pause, he frowned and murmured, however, the internal formation array seems to be fourth level. Rather than calling it a third-level soul device, it would be more appropriate to call it a quasi fourth-level soul device. Though he couldn't personally inscribe fourth-level formation arrays, he had seen high-level works before and was all too familiar with that kind of energy fluctuation. Meng Hongchun clasped her hands behind her back and leaned over with a smile. Brother, now do you believe that Brother Wei Xuan is a third-level soul engineer? This. Xiao Hongchun snapped back to reality as if waking from a dream, his expression instantly shifting from concentration to embarrassment, his gaze toward Wei Xuan complex and indescribable. With the facts laid bare before him, he had no choice but to admit that Wei Xuan was indeed a third-level soul engineer, even touching the threshold of the fourth level. After a brief internal struggle, he turned his head away and said quietly, Grandfather was right. You really are better than me. Hearing these words, Jing Hongchun's eyes showed relief, clearly satisfied with his grandson's willingness to accept defeat gracefully. Wei Xuan smiled slightly and said half-jokingly, Don't say I only rely on my status and memory anymore, all right? Meng Hongchun covered her mouth and giggled, stealing glances at her brother whose face had turned red to the tips of his ears. The more Xiao Hongchun thought about it, the more he felt his earlier doubts had been truly childish, and at this moment he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Let's get along well from now on. Wei Xian's tone was gentle, not forcing Xiao Hongchun to formally apologize. A casual bit of teasing was enough. Xiao Hongchun stared at Wei Xuan in bewilderment, stunned for a moment before nodding with some shame and saying, All right. Seeing Xiao Hongchun nod, Wei Xian's mind stirred slightly as he casually asked, What level are you now? 25th level. Xiao Hongchun answered almost instinctively. When mentioning his own level, his eyebrows unconsciously lifted, his expression revealing undisguised pride. Reaching the 25th level before the age of 9 was talent that could be considered top tier even across the Sun Moon Empire and the original 3 nations of Doloa continent. His confidence wasn't blind. This talent was indeed sufficient to support his confidence. Of course, without the assistance of pills, he could never have reached this level in the current Sun Moon Empire's environment that nearly ignored Soul Master education. 25th level, that's quite good. Wei Xuan seemed quite satisfied with this soul power level. Why are you asking about this? Xiao Hongqian raised his eyebrows curiously. Wei Xuan smiled lightly. I just obtained my soul ring and haven't really fought anyone yet. I want to find someone to spar with. Yuri. Perfect. You want to spar with me? Xiao Hongqian's expression was subtle. A 12th level challenging a 25th level was clearly asking for trouble. Brother Wei Xuan, don't spar with my brother. His level is so much higher than yours, you'll definitely be at a disadvantage, Ming Hongqian quickly advised. Jing Hongqian stood with his hands behind his back, quietly observing the two, thoughts flowing in his eyes, but he said nothing. I really want to test my strength. Wei Xian's tone was serious. Had never truly fought with his martial soul before. By the way, I won't use soul tools, just rely on a soul master's abilities. You can do whatever you want. Are you looking down on me? Xiao Hongqian's face darkened slightly. My soul power is more than 10 levels higher than yours, and you're not even using soul tools? Do you really think you can beat me, a second-rank soul engineer, with just soul master abilities? In same-level combat, soul engineers usually dominated ordinary soul masters, and under a second-rank soul engineer's full power, even soul elders sometimes suffered losses. Knowing this, Wei Xuan still insisted on fighting as a soul master, which clearly seemed like he was underestimating him. Jing Hongqian nodded silently nearby. Unless it was at the Soul Delaw or Titled Delaw level, same-level battles were basically dominated by soul engineers, and this advantage became more obvious at lower levels. Ming Hongqian whispered, maybe Brother Wei Xuan thinks that if you really use soul tools, he won't have any resistance at all. This comment struck Xiao Hongqian like lightning. He looked down at the heavy third-rank soul cannon in his hands, as if suddenly understanding Wei Xian's consideration. This thing could even shatter fourth-rank soul shields, and if it really hit the 12th level Wei Xuan, Jing Hongqian timely reminded, if this soul cannon hits. He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. Xiao Hongqian's eyes widened as he stared at the soul cannon in his hands like he'd seen a ghost, cold sweat breaking out on his back. How about I use soul tools instead? Wei Xuan joked, half serious. No, you should stick to soul master abilities. Xiao Hongqian's face changed as he hurriedly waved his hands. After learning about the terrifying power of Wei Xian's soul tools, he no longer dared to let his opponent use them. Fine, I won't use soul tools. Let's find a place to fight right now. Wei Xuan spoke immediately, his tone calm and resolute. Excellent. Xiao Hongqian agreed readily, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth, clearly excited about the upcoming battle. Jing Hongqian suggested at the right moment, let's go to Soul Tool Testing Area number 10. There are fewer people there, and the space is easy to clear. Wei Xuan naturally had no objections, so Jing Hongqian led the way, and the group quickly arrived at Testing Area number 10. Testing Area number 10 was located on the east side of Mingdu Hala Square Field with 200-meter sides, its surface paved with special alloy hard enough to withstand the explosive impact of soul tools. Jing Hongqian waved his hand, and several soul engineers who had been testing equipment immediately stopped their experiments and quickly evacuated, clearing the entire space. Wei Xuan and Xiao Hongqian took their positions, standing exactly 100 meters apart. Go Wei Xuan! Ming Hongqian cheered loudly for Wei Xuan, her eyes sparkling with excitement, almost ready to jump up and down. Jing Hongqian looked at his little granddaughter's excited appearance and shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, there were only the 4 of them present, otherwise he would truly be embarrassed. Grandpa, who do you think will win? Ming Hongqian looked up with her pretty little face, asking curiously. Jing Hongqian pondered for a moment, smiled, and shook his head. I know your brother's strength well, but I don't fully understand His Highness's combat power. A single soul skill isn't enough to make a judgment. So as for who will win, it depends on their performance in battle. He indeed knew something about Wei Xian's combat ability, but far from enough to draw conclusions based on mere fragments of information. I think Wei Xian will win. Ming Hongqian whispered with certainty. Perhaps. Jing Hongqian replied meaningfully, his eyes also showing anticipation. In the field, Xiao Hongqian rolled his shoulders and smiled casually. Wei Xian, you're the one who proposed this sparring match. Don't blame me if I go too hard on you later. He had long wanted to give Wei Xian a good beating, but unfortunately never had the opportunity. Now that the chance had presented itself, he certainly wouldn't let it slip away. I hope you can get your wish. Wei Xian responded softly, his tone peaceful, simply laughing off Xiao Hongqian's hostility. There's no point in arguing with a child. With that said, he wasted no more time and circulated his soul power, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet dramatically. A resounding dragon's roar thundered through the air as an ancient ice dragon surged wildly from behind him. The crystal-like dragon body was sharp and angular, wreathed in cold mist, spreading frost wherever it went. After his martial soul manifested, Wei Xian's black pupils instantly turned ice blue, his gentle demeanor transforming into one of cold nobility. Though his appearance showed no obvious beast transformation, he seemed like a humanoid young dragon with power surging throughout his body. His ice blue hair danced without wind, pale cold mist swirled around him, and behind him the ice dragon coiled and circled, opening its mouth to breathe out extreme cold that swept across the area. So handsome. Meng Hongqian clasped her hands to her chest, eyes sparkling. Jing Hongqian pressed his forehead and sighed helplessly. This granddaughter of his was young, but quick to become infatuated. Xiao Hongqian gazed at Wei Xian after his martial soul possession and was momentarily stunned. What a powerful martial soul. The cold continued to spread, with white mist swirling even under the sunlight. Wei Xian reminded him, "Don't space out. I'll make my move in 3 seconds." He didn't take advantage of his opponent's distraction to launch a sneak attack. Oh. Xiao Hongqian snapped back to attention, secretly annoyed with himself. Losing focus during battle was a major taboo. He hastily urged his soul power, and golden light surged from within his body. He crouched in preparation, and a thick golden leg extended from his tailbone, appearing as if cast from pure gold with an intense metallic aura. Golden light covered his entire body, his clothes torn by several protrusions from his back, and 2 rings of yellow light rose off his martial soul. The 3-legged golden toad manifested. His soul ring lit up as he threw metal spheres into the air, numbering 20 in just 2 breaths. 12 hovered steadily while the remaining 8 exploded midair, transforming into countless golden particles suspended in space. Once the soul ring fully activated, the particles were drawn into the 12 spheres. In the blink of an eye, those spheres seemed to come alive as thick cannon barrels extended section by section. Powerful suction erupted from within Xiao Hongqian's body as the 12 barrels attached precisely, 1 each on both shoulders and arms, 1 on each side of his abdomen, 5 on his back, and 1 shorter one on his chest. "I'm ready." He took a deep breath and entered combat mode. Wei Xian nodded and immediately moved, his form shooting forward like lightning, intending to close the distance and not give the ranged soul tools a chance to fully deploy. A slight smile appeared on Xiao Hongqian's face as all 12 barrels lit up. Bang bang bang. 12 shells roared out, tracing arcing trails of fire and precisely blocking Wei Xian's path. Wei Xian could have used his powerful divine consciousness, but had promised to fight with pure soul master strength, so he relied only on his eyes to track the trajectories. He stepped sideways several meters, dodging left and right, avoiding the first wave of explosions at nearly ground-skimming speed. Flames erupted furiously, the ground trembled, and the scorching heat waves could be clearly felt even 100 meters away. Though Wei Xian avoided the center, his back was still affected by the searing waves, yet his steps remained steady. Fire streaks appeared in the sky again. Xiao Hongqian fired 5 consecutive volleys, 60 shells pouring down like golden arrow rain, covering most of the battlefield. Simultaneously, he kept moving to maintain distance. "Let's see how you dodge this time." He grinned lightly. Jing Hongqian's nerves tensed, a soul tool shield somehow already appearing in his palm, with flickering light patterns. Meng Hongqian covered her eyes and cried out, "Ah, brother Wei Xian." Wei Xian looked up at the rain of shells without fear. Once battle began, his emotions contained only calm. The ice dragon behind him circled once before diving down fiercely, its ethereal dragon body solidifying midair. Wei Xian leaped onto the dragon's back as if standing on level ground. Roar! The ice dragon soared skyward, actually weaving through the barrage of shells. Wei Xian and his martial soul were connected in mind, controlling the ice dragon to constantly swerve and dodge, with fire exploding on both sides and debris and flames brushing past them. "It can do that." Xiao Hongqian's eyes widened. Even Jing Hongqian stared in amazement. Breaking through the barrage, the ice dragon halted its ascent and circled high above. Wei Xian's first soul ring lit up as the ice dragon roared toward the sky, breathing out bone-chilling ice mist. The cold wave spread instantly, drastically dropping temperatures wherever it passed, extinguishing all explosion flames, covering the ground with thin ice, and turning the battlefield into a white expanse. Hiss! Xiao Hongqian shivered from the cold, his blood seeming to congeal and soul power flow becoming sluggish. What a powerful soul skill. The ice dragon dove down, and when it was less than 10 meters from the ground, Wei Xian flipped and leaped off, gathering strength in his right leg and aiming a fierce kick at Xiao Hongqian's head. With crisis looming overhead, Xiao Hongqian's scalp tingled as golden light flared from both palms, and 2 cylindrical soul tools less than a centimeter long instantly materialized. Bang! Powerful thrust erupted, his body launched by the first-level propulsion soul tools like a cannonball, barely avoiding Wei Xian's strike. Though simple to make, these low-level soul tools were extremely practical as long as direction was controlled properly. They could instantly create distance. Wei Xian immediately adjusted from his missed strike, using the momentum to charge forward like a hunting leopard. While advancing, he clenched his 5 fingers, releasing soul power and quickly drawing in the surrounding ice mist. The mist condensed into solid form as ice spikes hovered in midair. With a gentle wave of his palm, Wei Xuan sent the ice spikes shooting out with sharp whistling sounds. The ice spikes, thick as thumbs and razor-sharp, shot toward Xiao Hongshun like arrows. Before he could steady himself, a surge of danger flooded his chest. The whistling sound of the ice spikes cutting through air pierced his eardrums, and panic suddenly gripped his heart. The 12 cannon barrels on his armor blazed with soul power patterns in a frenzy. With barely time to aim, they charged simultaneously and roared in unison, launching 12 shells with ear-splitting shrieks toward the incoming ice spikes. At the same time, his left shoulder thruster burst into flames, the powerful thrust hurling his entire body toward the right rear. To completely seal off any possible gaps the ice spikes might exploit, Xiao Hongshan packed his shells extremely tight, the cannon muzzles forming almost a continuous line of fire. Bang! 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 The shells collided with the ice spikes layer by layer in midair, flames instantly erupting like claws and fangs, devouring the ice spikes like savage beasts. 12 explosions stacked upon each other in the air, the terrifying energy storm completely shredding the ice spikes as scorching shockwaves swept in all directions. Despite dodging in advance, Xiao Hongshun was still caught by the aftershock, his form staggering and his steps unsteady, nearly falling. Before he could regain his balance, he pulled the firing trigger again. The thick smoke from the earlier shell explosions obscured his vision, but it couldn't stop his continuous burst. Fire shells flew out in a fan pattern, landing in segments from near to far, exploding into a series of ground fires across dozens of meters ahead. This would at least slow Wei Xian's pace and buy him time to adjust. On the other side, the energy impact from the destroyed ice spikes caused Wei Xian's charging momentum to suddenly halt. He borrowed the force to slide sideways, keenly catching the sound of more shells cutting through the air, then suddenly leaped upward. The next moment, the phantom of an ancient ice dragon materialized beneath his feet, lifting him as he soared through the air. Just as he left the ground, that row of shells exploded thunderously at his original position, violent energy churning as the ground was forcibly plowed into several charred furrows. Though these shells weren't as powerful as second-grade soul tool shells, they were stronger than first-grade soul cannons for Wei Xian. With only 12th level cultivation, they absolutely couldn't be taken heed and could only be dodged as much as possible. Xiao Hongshan looked up, seeing Wei Xian airborne again. His thoughts raced as he pulled out 2 metal spheres. The first instantly shattered, scattering golden particles in a stream of light. The second opened a magnetic field, absorbing all those metal particles. In the blink of an eye, an elegant soul tool rifle had formed in his grasp, its small muzzle flickering with crimson light. Soul power flowed in, the rifle trembled, and killing intent suddenly emerged. Whoosh! A red beam burst from the muzzle, several times faster than any shell, reaching Wei Xian in just a flash. The beam was thin as a hair and less than a foot long. A second-grade soul tool ray. Compared to the area damage of shells, its single-target destructive power was stronger, with penetrating force sufficient to pierce through alloy protection. Jing Hongshan's pupils contracted slightly from the sidelines, his brow furrowing in secret. How could this child use such a highly lethal soul tool in a sparring match? The soul tool ray was too fast with terrifying penetrating power. If it hit a vital spot, instant death would be no exaggeration. If it were an ordinary 12th level soul master facing this second-grade soul tool ray, they would truly find it difficult to dodge, as their reaction time and speed couldn't keep up. Unfortunately, Wei Xian was no ordinary level 12 soul master. Even without using his divine consciousness, his perception of danger was extraordinarily sharp. The moment Xiao Hongshan's soul tool ray began to glow, Wei Xian caught that instant of killing intent. He maneuvered his ice dragon to dodge sideways while reaching out with his right palm. The surrounding ice mist rapidly condensed under his soul power's guidance, forming a white ice shield that blocked the area where his abdomen first sensed the stinging threat. The ray moved too fast to track its trajectory, so he could only rely on his combat instincts to simultaneously complete both evasion and shield formation with barely any pause. However, a soul master in his teens ultimately couldn't match the speed of a soul tool ray. The blazing white beam drilled toward his abdomen, and the newly formed ice shield only held for an instant before being pierced through. The ice shield, hastily condensed from ice elements Wei Xian had instantly gathered, was limited in thickness and couldn't withstand such tremendous penetrating power. Using the brief moment gained from the shield's destruction, Wei Xian shifted sideways several more meters. The ray only grazed his clothing as it passed, but this seemingly light touch directly burned away the fabric on his chest, leaving a bloody scorch mark. The searing pain had barely reached his nerves when he waved his hand to draw ice mist over the wound, instantly freezing it to seal the bleeding, his expression remaining completely unchanged. Immediately after, he rolled through the air, using extreme agility to dodge the cannonball that followed. Steadying himself, he clenched his 5 fingers again. The surrounding ice mist surged and instantly condensed into hundreds of ice spikes gleaming with cold light. Whoosh! As his palm fell, the ice spikes poured down like a sudden downpour, covering dozens of meters in all directions. With Xiao Hongqian's movement techniques, there was nowhere to hide. Xiao Hongqian's heart tightened as he immediately pulled a soul tool barrier from his storage ring. Injecting soul power, the barrier expanded into a pale golden light screen that enveloped his entire body. This barrier was a second-level defensive device he had crafted himself. Its special materials could withstand a Soul Elder's full-strength attack, making it top tier among second-level soul tools. Bang bang bang. The ultimate ice-attributed ice spikes struck the barrier like rocks hitting a steel wall, creating ripples of golden light, but ultimately failed to break through the defense. The ice spike's destructive power still fell just short. During the brief moment when Xiao Hongqian was forced into defense, Wei Xuan launched his true offensive. With a low shout, the yellow soul ring circling his body suddenly blazed bright, emanating thick waves of life energy. A dragon's roar echoed from deep within the soul ring as an ice mystic dragon serpent, about 5 meters long and as thick as a person's arm, burst forth from the ring and circled roaring in midair. This was the ice mystic dragon serpent whose soul Wei Xuan had preserved. The ice mystic dragon serpent's body appeared ethereal rather than physical, yet it radiated terrifying might as if it were a real dragon. In truth, aside from lacking a physical body, this ice mystic dragon serpent was no different from a real soul beast. Its eyes sparkled with intelligence, and deep within its vertical pupils danced clear points of wisdom, making it even more clever than before becoming a soul ring. Upon closer inspection, one could see a pair of small horns protruding from its forehead, shaped exactly like dragon horns, a clear sign of the serpent's transformation toward becoming a true dragon. Wei Xuan's unique soul ring absorption method not only granted the soul ring's growth potential, but also allowed soul beasts to assist in battle in spirit form. Due to the lack of a physical body, the ice mystic dragon serpent could only exert its power through its corresponding soul ring. At this moment, it circled in midair, opening and closing its massive jaws as streams of ice mist poured downward. The already frigid air plummeted once more, and wherever the ice mist reached, temperatures instantly approached -100 degrees, with cold so intense it felt like blades cutting through flesh. Wei Xuan precisely targeted all the ice mist at Xiao Hongqian's location. Within just a breath or two, the area around Xiao Hongqian transformed into a vast frozen zone of white, where even breathing felt like swallowing razor blades. His high-grade soul tool had finished charging and was ready to fire with just a pull of the trigger, but upon seeing Wei Xuan summon the ice mystic dragon serpent, he couldn't help but freeze in shock. That single moment cost him every opportunity to dodge or counterattack. Soul tool barriers couldn't block such extreme cold. The frigid air penetrated Xiao Hongqian's body, turning his blood into ice shards and leaving his limbs numb and stiff. He tried to press the firing button, but found his fingers had lost all sensation. -100 degrees was far beyond the limits for a great soul master like him. Even soul elders and soul kings would struggle to endure such temperatures. As his thinking slowed, the shadow of death rapidly expanded in his mind. The cold suppressed his soul power circulation, causing his barrier to collapse on its own as ice mist completely enveloped his body. Xiao Hongqian's lips turned pale and his teeth chattered uncontrollably, making even lifting his hand difficult. Fear and despair intertwined as he realized his defeat. "You've lost." Wei Xuan landed gently behind him, his fist stopping just an inch away. As his words fell, he withdrew his soul power control, and the ice mystic dragon serpent ceased its breath attack, circling low in the air a few times before dissolving into light and returning to its soul ring. Had the battle continued any longer, Xiao Hongqian would surely have suffered severe injuries from muscle necrosis, something Wei Xuan had no desire to cause. He unclenched his fist and placed his palm against Xiao Hongqian's back, channeling gentle soul power as the frigid energy quickly flowed back into his own body, drawing away all the cold that had invaded Xiao Hongqian under his guidance. The surrounding cold air was also drawn into his body under his control, and the temperature of this environment, comparable to the far northern lands, began to warm up. As the last wisp of cold mist entered his body, Xiao Hongqian suddenly shivered violently. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, his entire body still feeling as if it were soaked in an icy spring. Well, what on earth was that? Why is the ice mist it spewed so terrifying, so cold that I hiss? His voice trembled so much that his words came out in broken fragments. Wei Xuan didn't answer, only looked up toward Jing Hongqian, who was rushing over with Meng Hongqian. "Hallmaster Hongqian, please help drive out the remaining cold energy from Xiao Hongqian's body first," he said. Wei Xuan could extract the cold air, but he couldn't make the other person's body temperature rise quickly. This step required Jing Hongqian's soul power. Jing Hongqian's face was filled with shock, countless questions flooding his mind like a tidal wave. But seeing Xiao Hongqian trembling all over, he could only give Wei Xuan a deep look before crouching down and slowly channeling his warm and powerful soul power into Xiao Hongqian's body. Brother Wei Xuan, my brother will be okay, won't he? Meng Hongqian's eyes were slightly red, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Though the siblings often bickered, their bond was extremely strong, and she couldn't maintain her composure. Don't worry, Wei Xuan shook his head. He's just severely frozen and needs time to recover. I was measured in my actions and caused no irreversible harm. Meng Hongqian continued staring at Xiao Hongqian's pale face, the heavy stone in her heart refusing to settle. Wei Xuan added, with Hall Master Hongqian here, he'll be fine soon. Indeed, under Jing Hongqian's continuous infusion of soul power, the residual cold in Xiao Hongqian's body was quickly expelled, and his body temperature returned to normal. He shakily stood up, sneezing 3 times in succession before finally steadying himself. Your Highness, after resolving the cold energy issue, Jing Hongqian could no longer contain himself. What burst out from your soul ring just now appeared to be an ice profound dragon Jiao. What's going on? That soul beast was precisely the one he had personally accompanied Wei Xuan to hunt down, and he recognized it immediately. A soul beast phantom emerging from a soul ring, even if it was just an illusion, it was enough to turn his mind upside down, and he still wondered if his eyes had deceived him. Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian also fixed their gazes on Wei Xuan. After his defeat by Wei Xuan, Xiao Hongqian had developed a newfound respect for him, with the nightmare of that ice mist still vivid in his memory. This is the true form of my soul skill. Wei Xuan smiled faintly. When released, it can summon the phantom of an ice profound dragon Jiao, which breathes out cold mist. This was the explanation he had prepared long ago to address any questions about the soul beast phantom. Is that so? Jing Hongqian was half convinced, feeling something was off. But beyond his shock, he was even more impressed by Wei Xuan's exquisite control over his soul skill. Achieving such precision was no easy feat. Wei Xuan shrugged. What else could it be? Summoning the phantom consumes an enormous amount of my soul power, so previously I would directly use my martial soul to release the ice Jiao Dragon's breath, which consumes less energy but is also somewhat weaker. This was indeed the truth. That previous attack had consumed nearly half his soul power. Using ordinary ice Jiao Dragon's breath would consume at most 30%. I see. Jing Hongqian suddenly understood and believed Wei Xuan's explanation. Brother Wei Xuan is so amazing. He actually defeated my brother using only a soul master's power. Meng Hongqian looked at Wei Xuan with pure admiration, like a complete fangirl. Xiao Hongqian's temple twitched as he glared at his sister with a darkened face. This girl really dared to expose his embarrassing defeat in front of an outsider. Meng Hongqian acted as if she didn't notice, smiling sweetly while staring at Wei Xuan with sparkling eyes. Faced with such enthusiasm, Wei Xuan simply nodded with a smile, saying nothing more. You're very skilled. I'm no match for you. After a moment of silence, Xiao Hongqian mustered the courage to admit defeat, his tone carrying rare genuine respect. Wei Xuan showed no trace of smugness. He simply looked up to study him for a few moments, then gently reminded, in future battles, don't let emotions control you so much. Observe your opponent more carefully, and you'll become stronger. Xiao Hongqian was stunned, then nodded thoughtfully as he silently reviewed his earlier mistakes. Seeing his grandson's attitude, Jing Hongqian felt pleased. Instead, though this battle was lost, it was actually beneficial. By the way, Your Highness, what exactly were those ice spikes and ice shields you used? Xiao Hongqian couldn't help but ask. He was certain they weren't soul skills, yet their power was impressive. Jing Hongqian and Meng Hongqian also perked up their ears. Just flexible manipulation of ice elements. Wei Xuan opened his palm, and a pale blue diamond-shaped ice crystal formed in his hand. All three watched intently. The ice crystal instantly decomposed into fine ice powder. Wei Xuan guided it with his will as white energy flowed out, causing the powder to gather again and transform into a crystalline dagger. With a slight flick of his wrist, the dagger shot through the air. Dozens of meters away, it shattered and reformed during its return journey, instantly becoming a foot-long ice arrow that maintained its original speed as it flew straight toward Wei Xuan's forehead. Oh no! Meng Hongqian covered her eyes and screamed. Jing Hongqian and Xiao Hongqian also held their breath. Wei Xuan remained perfectly still, watching the ice arrow approach his forehead. The next instant, the arrow touched his brow and dissolved into ice powder, circling around his body before reforming into ice spikes that rotated around him. With sufficient ice elements, I can create many variations. He chuckled softly as the ice spikes shot skyward and dispersed into snow powder. Jing Hongqian was dumbfounded. Such ice control at such a young age, he had reached a level that countless ice-type soul masters could never achieve in their lifetimes. Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian just thought it looked cool, without understanding its true significance. But Jing Hongqian knew better. With control at this level, every piece of ice could become a weapon. Your Highness, you're truly a super genius. As they say at Shrek, you're a monster. Jing Hongqian sighed in admiration. I'm just familiar with ice, that's all. Wei Xian looked at the ice crystal in his palm with a slightly distant expression. He suddenly asked, Hall Master Hongqian, the Shrek you mentioned is that the Shrek Academy from the original Dela continent? Jing Hongqian's expression grew serious as he nodded. Indeed, that very Shrek that calls itself the continent's #1 academy. Humph, they just keep winning the Soul Master Academy tournament. Xiao Hongqian said defiantly. I'll definitely lead a team to defeat them someday. Jing Hongqian was pleased to see this attitude. Then you'd better work hard. Shrek won't be easy to handle. I will. Xiao Hongqian's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Wei Xian commented. Any academy that can operate on par with nations certainly has some real capability. Jing Hongqian sighed. Though they're our opponents, their ability to cultivate soul masters truly deserves first place. Wei Xian nodded and added quietly. Unfortunately, Shrek Academy isn't in the Sun Moon Empire, so we're destined to be enemies. Jing Hongqian understood, his eyes filled with anticipation. I'd love to see your highness face off against their geniuses. Then they'd witness what a true genius looks like. Huh, I'd like to see that too. Wei Xian said softly. 2 years later, in the outer regions of the central range of the Jingyang Mountains. In the dense forest, a boy around 8 years old was battling a pristine white giant tiger that radiated cold air. The boy had ice blue hair flowing down his back, an upright posture, and handsome features, yet his eyes held a composure far beyond his years. Already nearly 5 feet tall, about half the tiger's body length, showed no fear. This was 80-year-old Wei Xian, and he had locked onto his second soul, Ringa saber-tooth ice spirit tiger, with nearly 2,000 years of cultivation. Roar! The giant tiger snarled with murderous intent, its 4 limbs pounding the ground and leaving deep gouges as it weaved left and right in an unpredictable pattern. Wei Xian quickly retreated with leopard-like agility, using tree trunks to change direction and avoid being cornered. During a turning motion, he raised his wrist equipped with an ice crystal hand cannon. Blue light flashed as a fist-sized ice blue energy orb shot from the barrel, instantly reaching the tiger's projected path. Bang! The orb exploded, its impact force sending the saber-tooth ice spirit tiger flying into a 3-foot-thick tree trunk. The tree shook violently, scattering wood chips everywhere. Roar! The tiger cried out in pain as ice crystal shards like sharp blades pierced its flesh. Under Wei Xian's precise control, the 3rd-grade soul tool ice crystal hand cannon had delivered power comparable to a 5th-grade soul cannon. The moment it hit the ground, the saber-tooth ice spirit tiger's killing intent intensified. It roared and charged again. Wei Xian focused his will, and cold air surged around him as over 100 ice arrows formed in midair. Whoosh, 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 the ice arrows shot toward the tiger with low whistling sounds. Without stopping its charge, the beast opened its mouth and spewed a head-sized white energy wave that caused temperatures to plummet along its path. Boom! The energy wave collided with several ice arrows, creating a storm that scattered most of the arrow barrage. The saber-tooth ice spirit tiger burst through the aftermath, launching a second energy wave directly at Wei Xian's landing spot. With no leverage point in midair, Wei Xian should have been unable to escape serious injury. But almost simultaneously, blue light flashed in his palm as a miniaturized soul tool shield appeared. Soul power flowed into it, and the shield instantly expanded into a deep blue energy sphere 2 meters in diameter, completely encasing him. Though thin as a cicada's wing, the shield gave an impression of indestructibility. Was a 4th-grade soul tool shield that Wei Xian had personally crafted and improved, with defensive power far exceeding ordinary 4th-grade soul shields. Through testing, its maximum defensive capability can withstand a full-force strike from a Soul King, and even a Soul Emperor would find it difficult to break through its defense. Bang! The intense energy orb slammed into the soul tool barrier, exploding in a brilliant white shockwave that instantly sent the translucent shield flying from the tremendous recoil. The saber-tooth ice spirit tiger's furious, lethal strike was completely absorbed by the barrier without leaving even a single crack. Wei Xian immediately dismissed the soul tool barrier as the impact force sent him staggering backward, his feet digging deep grooves into the damp forest soil as he used the sliding motion to dissipate the remaining force. Before coming to a complete stop, he spun around and sprinted away from the saber-tooth ice spirit tiger. As he ran, the first soul ring on his shoulder suddenly blazed to life. The ancient ice dragon martial soul floating behind him soared upward, hovering steadily at a height of 15 to 20 feet. The ice dragon roared, and frigid mist surged for just 2 breaths. The surrounding 100 meters were engulfed in dense ice fog, with temperatures plummeting below freezing. Even the saber-tooth ice spirit tiger, despite its powerful ice attributes, felt the bone-chilling cold in the thick mist and hesitated momentarily. As the ice fog spread, Wei Xian flipped his palms, revealing 4 white metal orbs, each the size of an apple, with intricate patterns carved across their surfaces, emanating unique energy fluctuations, all special soul tools. He raised his arm and cast all 4 orbs simultaneously, appearing casual, yet tracing perfect arcs through the air before landing precisely around the saber-tooth ice spirit tiger. If measured with instruments, each orb would be found exactly 5 meters from the beast, not a fraction off. Maintaining such precision while the opponent moved at high speed required absolute calculation and force control. The moment the metal orbs touched the ground, milky white light blazed forth as pillars of light shot up from the earth. When the pillars reached 15 feet high, their tops each projected 2 horizontal beams that connected with adjacent pillars, instantly forming a cubic framework. The dense fog was drawn to the light pillars like a tide, and within heartbeats, it condensed into solid ice walls on all 4 sides, creating a completely enclosed cubic prison with the ground as its base. From the moment the orbs were thrown to the prison's completion took only the blink of an eye. The saber-tooth ice spirit tiger had barely taken a step when it crashed into the ice wall before it with a loud bang. The thick ice remained unmoved while the massive beast was bounced back, tumbling awkwardly toward the opposite side of the cage before slamming hard into the rear ice wall and being knocked to the ground again. The saber-tooth ice spirit tiger, with nearly 2,000 years of cultivation, was left dazed and disoriented, while the ice walls that contained it showed no damage whatsoever. Once the saber-tooth ice spirit tiger was trapped, Wei Xuan stopped moving and ceased his evasive maneuvers. He had complete confidence in the soul device he had crafted. There was absolutely no way for this soul beast to break free. Although each of the 4 metal spheres he had thrown was only a 3rd-level soul device individually, their combined power was comparable to a top-tier 4th-level soul device. When enhanced by his first soul skill, the cage became unbreakable. Except for a very few soul beasts with extraordinarily powerful attacks, virtually no soul beast under 10,000 years could escape. Bang, bang, bang. The saber-tooth ice spirit tiger repeatedly slammed against the ice walls, causing ice blue patterns to flicker across the surfaces, yet it couldn't shake the cage in the slightest. The cage measured only 5 meters on each side, while the tiger's body was nearly 3 meters long. The cramped space limited its charging distance, naturally reducing the impact force. The cage's base was tightly sealed against the ground, and despite the tiger's clawing at the earth, it couldn't loosen it even slightly. After observing for a moment, Wei Xuan raised his hand and channeled soul power into the 4 metal spheres. Imprisonment was only the first step. The explosive devices inside each metal sphere were the true killing blow. Boom. All 4 spheres cracked open simultaneously, and the thunderous explosion tore through the forest silence. The tiger's piercing roar mixed with the dazzling white light of exploding ice crystals, while the terrifying shockwaves stirred up bitter cold winds and shattered the solid ice instantly. The fierce wind swept ice fragments across 100 meters, causing great trees to sway and withered leaves to fall with a rustling sound. Wei Xuan remained calm, and with a thought, the nearby ice mist quickly condensed before him, forming a thick ice shield that completely blocked the aftershock. As the white light faded, dust filled the air at the explosion's center, and the aura of destruction and bitter cold permeated the area. Purple light flickered faintly through the dust, and the air felt compressed and stifling, making one's chest feel tight. Your Highness, congratulations. You've killed a nearly 2,000-year-old saber-tooth ice spirit tiger through your own abilities. Jing Hongshan appeared at some unknown moment, his voice reaching Wei Xian's ears while his gaze remained fixed on the distant wreckage, his expression showing both relief and shock. A mere 20th-level soul master single-handedly slaying a nearly 2,000-year-old soul beast. If word of this spread, it would be enough to shake the entire soul master world. Of course, if phrased differently, a 4th-level soul engineer killing a 2,000-year-old saber-tooth ice spirit tiger, the resulting shock would be much less significant. It was only with the help of soul tools, Wei Xuan said with a light chuckle, his heart remaining calm without much disturbance. If I had relied solely on a soul master's power, I wouldn't have been able to kill it. He raised his hand and pointed forward, cold energy gathering at his fingertip and forming a howling wind that swept away all the dust lingering in the air, instantly clearing the murky view. Where the cage had once stood, the ground had collapsed into 4 interconnected massive craters of irregular shape, with charred rubble scattered all around. In the center of the craters lay the corpse of the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, its crystal-like skin covered in cracks and bloodstains, flesh torn and mangled in a gruesome sight. Above the tiger's corpse, a purple soul ring floated leisurely, within which the phantom of the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger could be faintly seen, fangs bared and radiating fierce killing intent, like a vengeful spirit lingering in death. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger with 2,000 years of cultivation had always been renowned for its defense, yet now it had been blown apart before it could even struggle, showing just how terrifying the explosion's power had been. This explosion came at the cost of completely destroying 4 third-grade soul tools powerful, but at a steep price. This is still your own power, Your Highness. At 8 years old, You can already kill thousand-year soul beasts and have broken another record. Huh. Jing Hanshan laughed heartily, his emotions running even higher than Wei Xian's. Witnessing Wei Xian achieve what seemed nearly impossible feats had become one of his greatest pleasures. Wei Xian merely smiled slightly without responding and walked toward the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger's corpse. Jing Hanshan, long accustomed to his composed demeanor, still followed behind with a smile. Your Highness, please absorb the soul ring with peace of mind. We'll handle everything else. Whether it's soul beasts or those with ill intentions, none shall harm you in the slightest. Jing Hanshan said with firm conviction. Thank you for your trouble, Hall Master. Wei Xian cast a grateful look at Jing Hanshan, though a flash of coldness flickered in his eyes. This chill wasn't directed at Jing Hanshan, but rather at those who had lured him to the Jingyang mountain range. A few days ago, someone had claimed to have discovered a Tuthausandier saber-toothed ice spirit tiger in the main ridge of Jingyang Mountain. Wei Xian had immediately sensed something suspicious outside the extreme north. Ice attribute soul beasts were already rare, and top-tier soul beasts like the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger were almost impossible to find in other soul beast forests. Now not only had one appeared in the Jingyang mountain range, but its age perfectly matched his second soul ring requirement. Such a coincidence was absurdly convenient. He judged that this saber-toothed ice spirit tiger had most likely been captured and brought here specifically to lure him into obtaining its soul ring. Combined with the various incidents that had occurred over the past 2 years, he quickly identified the mastermind Su Tianran. Those several nominal brothers had died one after another, and now it was clearly his turn. Although he knew this was a trap, Wei Xian had come anyway. If the other party wanted to eliminate him, he might as well take this opportunity to remove the hidden threat. Being constantly watched and plotted against was unpleasant, better to resolve it sooner for peace of mind. Don't worry, this kind of trick was already played 2 years ago, yet some people still don't learn their lesson and dare to target your highness again. I'd say they've got some nerve, and they can expect the same fate as the first prince. Jing Hongshan's voice turned cold, his anger evident. Wei Xian nodded silently and immediately sat cross-legged beside the tiger's corpse to begin absorbing the soul ring. Over the past 2 years, Wei Xian's soul power advancement seemed quite slow to him. The cultivation methods of Dela continent were completely different from those of the cultivation world, so he could only explore and advance step by step. Feeling his way across the river like touching stones, he couldn't go fast even if he wanted to. Add to that his involvement in alchemy, soul tool research, and other affairs. Reaching level 20 in 2 years was already quite an achievement. Of course, this was only Wei Xian's own perception of being slow without taking pills. His cultivation speed was definitely not slow at all. After nearly 2 years of dedicated study, Wei Xian had thoroughly mastered the cultivation system of Dou continent, which would naturally accelerate his future training considerably. These 2 years of intensive research weren't just about speeding up cultivation, but also about paving the way for his future. The path of cultivation was like a long road shrouded in thick fog, where most cultivators only knew how to take steps forward, yet rarely did anyone stop to examine the essence and direction beneath their feet. What lay beyond the mist? Where was the destination? How should one truly proceed? Without clearing away this fog, one might become trapped along the way, unable to cross even if they were just one step away from the ultimate goal of becoming a god. From the very beginning, Wei Xian was determined to see through this mist and find a path that suited him best. This continent had its limitations, and becoming a god was an unattainable dream for countless people. However, for Wei Xian, this would never become a barrier blocking his progress. He was confident that no one could obstruct his path, not even the rules of heaven and earth. At this moment, Jing Hanshan watched as Wei Xian began absorbing the soul ring, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. After a moment's consideration, he raised his hand and waved, instantly deploying a silver light barrier that enveloped both himself and Wei Xian. This barrier wasn't an ordinary defensive device, but a 9th-level soul tool crafted by Kong, dimming the silver moon flowing light shield. Only after activating the barrier did Jing Hanshan feel somewhat at ease, standing quietly beside Wei Xian to guard him during his cultivation. Sometimes being too brilliant isn't necessarily a good thing, he muttered self-mockingly, shaking his head. Perhaps if Wei Xian hadn't been so outstanding, they wouldn't have encountered such internal strife. Time flew by, and after a full 10 hours, night had fallen. Deep in the mountain range, it was pitch black, with even moonlight unable to penetrate the dense canopy. Jing Hanshan deliberately suppressed the radiance of the silver moon flowing light shield, but the barrier still glowed with a faint silver light, unable to blend completely with the environment, instead becoming the most conspicuous landmark in the area. The night forest was quiet to the point of suffocation, with only occasional soul beast roars breaking through, unable to dispel the overall desolation. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the deathly silence was shattered. In the distance, 5 artillery shells came screaming through the night sky, heading straight for the silver moon flowing light shield. Among the 5 shells, one was particularly dazzling, containing terrifyingly immense energy that made the air freeze with its overwhelming pressure even before exploding. Though the other four were inferior, they were still not to be underestimated. If any high-level soul engineer had been present at this moment, they would have turned pale with shock. Among these 5 shells, even the weakest was an 8th-level fixed soul tool shell, while the most brilliant one was a 9th-level fixed soul tool shell that ranked as a strategic weapon even within the Sun-Moon Empire. Before the shells even landed, the soul beasts in the forest scattered like startled birds, transforming the silent woods into chaos in an instant. The shells tore through the night sky, their trajectories nearly invisible to the naked eye, reaching the silver moon flowing light shield in the blink of an eye. Within the barrier, Jing Hongqian jerked his head up, his chest filled with searing crisis. Through the dim night, even with a titled Doloa's vision, he could only sense some extreme danger approaching at high speed, as if death itself had extended its finger. Driven by intense premonition, he poured his soul power into the silver moon flowing light shield. The 9th-level soul tool barrier blazed brighter under the infusion of soul power, yet still couldn't suppress that overwhelming pressure. Not far away, Wei Xuan sat cross-legged with furrowed brows. Unlike Jing Hongqian, his sharp eyes clearly caught the shadows in the sky. 5 8th-level fixed soul tool shells and 1 9th-level fixed soul tool shell. The simultaneous launch of such strategic weapons sent a chill through his heart, and the cold around him instantly condensed into tangible killing intent. His soul ring absorption, which had been going on for 10 hours, was nearing completion. What should have taken another half hour, he forcibly accelerated by pushing his soul power circulation to its limits, hoping to finish before the shell struck. Bang! The first muffled sound rang out like a heavy hammer striking a drum. Immediately after, for consecutive bang 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 sounds followed. 5 shells struck the silver moon flowing light shield almost simultaneously, their roar and shockwave freezing space in an instant. Brilliant light tore through the night as 5 streams of energy merged and exploded on the barrier's surface, transforming into a blazing flame beast that devoured everything in its path. Trees turned to ash, soul beasts vanished instantly in the fire waves, and rocks cracked and crumbled under the heat. In less than a breath, the fireball expanded to several miles in diameter. A massive mushroom cloud shot skyward, its red glow nearly merging with the sea of flames on the ground. The main ridge of Jingyang Mountain trembled under the blast. Countless soul beasts cowered as they gazed toward that burning horizon. With the silver moon flowing light shield as the epicenter, a 10-mile radius became a crimson inferno, with flames dozens of meters high dancing wildly and air distorting under the scorching heat. Minutes later, dense explosions echoed through the air once more. A new round of specialized shells burst into brilliant white fireworks above the sea of flames, raining down thick gray powder. The powder was so dense it obscured vision, turning the sky a dark gray. Upon touching the ground, it quickly suppressed the raging flames. Over 100 fire-extinguishing soul tool shells fell in succession, finally containing the wildfire-like blaze. The one who had prepared these shells was none other than Su Tianran. It wasn't compassion for the dying soul beasts that motivated him, but his clear understanding that allowing the fire to spread completely would have far too great an impact. If it were discovered that he was behind this, he would become a target for everyone, and his fate would undoubtedly be miserable. To prevent the situation from escalating further, he had no choice but to deploy a large number of fire-suppressing shells to desperately extinguish the blaze on sight. Otherwise, he couldn't care less about any of this. The specialized fire-suppressing shells proved immediately effective. In less than half an hour, the raging inferno was reduced to scattered sparks. As the flames receded, the scorched earth revealed a scene of utter devastation. Cracked ground, broken bones scattered everywhere, and the nauseating mixture of blood and burnt odors hanging in the air. At this moment, the formidable defense of the silver moon flowing light shield was fully demonstrated even under the concentrated bombardment of Class 9 fixed soul tool shells. The barrier showed not a single breach. However, upon closer inspection, the shield's surface was covered with fine cracks, its light dim and fragile, as if it would completely shatter at the slightest touch. Class 9 fixed soul tool shells required even ultimate Dou to handle with extreme caution. Their destructive power was beyond what ordinary defenses could withstand. Had Kong Deming personally controlled it, perhaps the shield could have performed more effortlessly, but with Jing Hongqian as the operator, he could only unleash about 80% of its defensive capability. After completing its protective function, the shield retracted into flowing light and disappeared into Jing Hongqian's chest. Wei Xuan remained completely unharmed under the shield's protection, while Jing Hongqian's face had turned pale from excessive soul power consumption. Wei Xuan quickly stepped forward to support him, his voice filled with concern. "Hall Master Hongqian, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just overexerted my soul power output and can't handle it for the moment." Jing Hongqian waved his hand dismissively while gasping for breath, though his gaze remained fixed on the distance. "Your Highness, I have a bad feeling about this situation. Events were clearly deviating from his expectations. We'll have to adapt as things unfold. Wei Xuan also looked toward the distance. His gaze profound. Someone was already approaching from that direction. I never expected Hall Master Hanshin to possess a shield capable of withstanding Class 9 fixed soul tool shells. Truly impressive. A cold voice drifted down from the sky. As the words fell, Wei Xian's eyes turned icy. Jing Hanshin immediately responded with stern anger. Su Tianran, aren't you afraid of His Majesty finding out about this? Haha. Since I've made up my mind to act, I naturally have absolute confidence that Father Emperor will never know. Su Tianran laughed heartily, brimming with confidence. Within moments, several figures descended from the sky. Leading them was Su Tianran in his wheelchair. Flying directly out from his aerial soul tool was keeping the wheelchair suspended purely through his own soul power, a display that spoke volumes about the depth of his cultivation. Beside him stood an elderly man in silence. The elder possessed an imposing figure, his silver hair meticulously groomed, his complexion as rosy as an infant's, and his eyes as deep as the night sky, revealing endless vicissitudes. With his hands clasped behind his back, he emanated no trace of soul power fluctuations, yet carried an inherent sense of oppression. Even Jing Hangshan couldn't help but tremble inwardly when meeting his gaze. This elder clearly wasn't Su Tianran's subordinate. This much was evident from his proudly upright bearing. Accompanying Su Tianran were 4 elderly men. After disembarking from the flying soul tool, 3 of them quickly dispersed and surrounded Wei Xuan and Jing Hangshan, their soul tools emanating energy fluctuations as they prepared to strike. The 4th, a black-robed elder, stood rigidly behind Su Tianran with his head slightly bowed, resembling a cold, hard statue, completely ignoring Jing Hongshan's presence. At his feet lay 2 unconscious elderly men, carelessly thrown on the ground with their gray hair mixed with fallen leaves, their chests rising and falling faintly. Jing Hongshan's gaze suddenly froze on those 2 figures, his pupils contracting sharply as his face turned deathly pale. These were the 9th-level soul engineers he had stationed around the perimeter for support. There should have been 3 of them, and the remaining 1 now stood behind Su Tianran. Qin Yang, how dare you betray me? He roared hoarsely, his chest heaving violently, even his breathing trembling with rage. The betrayal of a close friend after decades of friendship struck deeper than any physical wound. The man called out, Qin Yang, showed a bitter expression, his Adam's apple bobbing as he tried to speak, but ultimately lowered his head and averted his gaze, overwhelmed with shame. Hall Master Hanshan, don't get so worked up, Su Tianran said in a gentle tone, as if making casual conversation. Elder Qin simply made the right choice. He hasn't committed any grave error. Why be angry? Your Highness, spare me the false sympathy. Jing Hangshan snorted coldly. You've even deployed 9th-level fixed soul cannon shells. Isn't your intention obvious enough? His heart raced with anxiety. With 1 ally turned traitor and 2 captured, he stood alone. How could he possibly protect Wei Xuan? Had he glanced sideways, he would have noticed that Wei Xuan appeared far calmer than himself, breathing steadily. Wei Xian's gaze remained locked on the black-robed elder behind Su Tianran, his expression unprecedentedly grave. That man was the most dangerous presence in this situation. I was truly careless this time. He reproached himself silently. To think they managed to bring someone who might be at the ultimate level. This is serious trouble. Based on his spiritual perception, this black-robed elder possessed an extremely high soul power level. If his judgment was correct, this person was most likely an ultimate Dola. Hearing Jing Hongshan's rebuke, the smile on Su Tianran's face gradually faded, replaced by cold indifference. He raised his hand to brush the dust from his robe sleeves, his voice low and direct. Since Hall Master Hanshan is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush either. I came here today for one purpose: on Lido kill Wei Xuan. He must die. His icy tone carried a chilling, murderous intent. After speaking, he turned his head toward Jing Hangshan, his tone suddenly softening as if persuading an old friend. But if Hall Master Hanshan is willing to submit to me, you can still remain as the powerful Mingdu Hall Master. Once I ascend the throne, your influence will only grow stronger, and the Hangshan family will rise with the tide. Su Tianran's calculations were crystal clear. Keeping Jing Hangshan alive would not only clear him of suspicion in murdering Wei Xuan, but also add another powerful ally to his court. If he could avoid bloodshed, he had no desire to kill Jing Hangshan. However, if the man insisted on protecting Wei Xuan to the death, he would rather lose this potential ally than leave behind a future threat. Jing Hongshan's face darkened, cold light flashing in his eyes. These words sounded like nothing but humiliation to him. Su Tianran, you've calculated this quite cleverly. If I agree to submit, are you going to ask me to personally kill His Highness Wei Xuan? He sneered coldly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Several black-clad figures lurking in the shadows emanated powerful Orisol, 9th-level soul engineers. The masked figure standing beside Su Tianran was even more unfathomable, making his chest feel tight with pressure. Su Tianran clapped his hands lightly, his voice mocking. Hall Master Hanshan is indeed clever. Your first task after submission would be to take Wei Xian's head. Consider it your pledge of loyalty. He had to force Jing Hanshan to act. Only this way would they truly be bound together on the same boat. Jing Hanshan offered no further argument. He simply turned to look down at the young figure, his eyes filled with resolve. Your Highness, I'll hold them off for you in a moment. Run as far as you can as long as there's a thread of hope. Don't stop. Wei Xian looked up in a daze. The overwhelming killing intent made his fingertips tremble slightly. Yet from Jing Hanshan's determined gaze, he felt a warm current slowly rising in his heart. Jing Hanshan crouched down halfway, trying to soften his tone. Don't be afraid, Your Highness. You must be strong and brave now. I believe you will survive. He pulled out a dark red back-mounted flying soul tool from his chest, light as a feather with faintly glowing inscriptions. This is an 8th level soul tool. Though not as fast as 9th level ones, it's already been charged. You only need to inject a small amount of soul power to take flight. This device contained an internal energy storage formation, requiring virtually no level threshold from its user. Truly extraordinary. Jing Hanshan adjusted the straps for Wei Xian, whispering instructions. Fly straight south. Once you break through the Jingyang mountain range and find the Empire's troops stationed outside, the danger will be over. No matter how bold Su Tianran is, he wouldn't dare confront the army hidden. Su Tianran watched the two with amusement, in no hurry to make his move. With 4 soul engineers and an ultimate Doloa present, Wei Xian couldn't escape even if he had wings. Death was certain. Giving him a little time wouldn't matter anyway, and it would be perfect to watch the despair on Wei Xian's face. Wei Xian took the 9th grade soul tool that Jing Hanshan handed him, his fingertips tracing over the cold metal patterns. He smiled helplessly and shook his head gently. Hall Master Hanshan, there's no way I can escape by running. I might be able to hold off these 9th grade soul engineers, but that ultimate Dolai could never escape from his grasp. My instincts tell me that even using a 9th grade flying soul tool would be useless. Jing Hanshan's face showed despair, and just as he was about to speak, Wei Xian raised his hand to stop him. Wei Xian looked at him, his voice low and resolute. Besides, even if I could truly escape, I wouldn't want to trade your death for my survival. I'd live with guilt for the rest of my life. Jing Hanshan urged anxiously. Your Highness, don't think about such things now. Staying alive is what matters most. But Wei Xian pushed the soul tool back, shaking his head firmly. I have a way to get us both out alive. Jing Hanshan was stunned. He knew that expression on Wei Xian's face all too well. Once he made up his mind, no one could dissuade him. Anxiety and helplessness intertwined as he smiled bitterly. Perhaps this is fate. Deep down, he had already prepared to fight and die alongside Wei Xian, holding almost no hope for the promise of getting out alive. Wei Xian stepped forward several paces, his gaze locking onto Su Tianran like cold steel. I thought the lesson from the first prince would make you more restrained, but it seems you're still completely reckless. Su Tianran's face instantly darkened as he growled through gritted teeth. If you weren't such a great threat, why would I be in such a hurry to act? Improving formations, creating new pills, all of this has made your status soar. More than 70% of the court ministers sing your praises and practically want to stand on your side. Even Elder Kong has become your supporter. If this continues for a few more years, the entire court will be filled with your followers. By then, your succession to the throne would only be a matter of time. Where would that leave me? For the sake of the Imperial throne, you must die. By the end, his emotions had reached near madness, the hatred in his eyes almost taking physical form. Wei Xian's expression remained as calm as still water. I have no interest in the Imperial throne, and besides, I'm only an adopted son. My pursuit is the pinnacle of cultivation. Imperial power is nothing but a burden to me. I'd avoid it if I could, so why would I seek it? Haha, Su Tianran laughed mockingly, as if he'd heard the greatest joke in the world. No interest in the emperor's position? Don't you find those words hypocritical? Who wouldn't desire the Imperial throne? Su Tianran questioned him. When speaking of the Imperial throne, his eyes revealed an almost maniacal desire, as if the seat symbolizing supreme power was within his grasp. As for the adopted son you mentioned, who can guarantee you're not Father Emperor's illegitimate child? Su Tianran sneered coldly, his gaze shifting to Jing Hanshan. Ask Hall Master Hanshan if he believes it. In his view, if Wei Xian were truly just an adopted son, why would that old fox Jing Hanshan protect him so thoroughly? Jing Hanshan remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to argue, but deep down he also suspected Wei Xian was connected to the Imperial blood rumors that had long circulated both inside and outside the palace. Su Tianran's murderous intent was unmistakable. Wei Xian understood this clearly and decided to stop saying self-deceptive things like, I guarantee I won't compete for the throne, or, let's turn swords into plowshares. He shifted his gaze to the gray-robed elder beside Su Tianran, his eyes carrying a gentle smile. Senior, we've met once before. Do you remember? That encounter had occurred a year ago in the Emperor's bedchamber. Wei Xian knew clearly that if he wanted to resolve this crisis, his only breakthrough lay with this ultimate Dou. Otherwise, he could only fight to the death. With his trump cards, risking the collapse of his divine consciousness wasn't without a chance of killing everyone present. But the cost would be almost certain death, and the severing of even reincarnation possibilities would never take that step unless absolutely necessary. In fact, as long as he could influence Su Tianran's thoughts, the situation could be easily resolved. Unfortunately, Su Tianran's hatred toward him bordered on obsession, his mental defenses impenetrable. Control techniques had lower success rates against those with deeper hostility, and against someone as powerful as Long Xiaoyao. Even attempting would be meaningless. Su Tianran suddenly trembled, staring at the elder in shock so they really had met before. The elder, sensing his tension, spoke indifferently. Just a chance encounter, nothing significant. Hearing this, Su Tianran relaxed, then revealed a sinister smile. What? Trying to force connections to beg for your life? Wei Xuan gave him a cold glance and ignored him, turning instead to the elder. Senior, your reason for helping Su Tianran should be for the Holy Spirit cult, shouldn't it? The elder's expression shifted slightly, his gaze gaining a hint of appreciation. The rumors of Wei Xian's intelligence were well-founded, though it was such a pity. Hee, I don't mind you knowing. Su Tianran laughed smugly. To request Dragon Emperor's intervention indeed required the Holy Spirit cult's involvement. I paid an enormous price and have long been bound to them. But what can you do even knowing this? Su Tianran's voice was full of mockery as he eagerly anticipated seeing Wei Xian's despair. However, he was destined for disappointment. Not only did Wei Xuan show no despair, but his lips curved slightly upward. Senior, I'll speak plainly. I can truly vindicate the Holy Spirit cult and allow evil soul masters to walk openly in this world. As he spoke, Wei Xuan was secretly deducing Long Xiaoyao's true motivation for offering assistance. During his last encounter in the palace, he had met two ultimate duels and, out of curiosity, had asked his father emperor about their purpose. The Sun Moon Emperor had held nothing back, revealing their identities, their relationship with the Holy Spirit cult, and their desire to form an alliance with the Sun Moon Empire. Su Tianran's ability to secure the assistance of an ultimate duel likely meant he had promised the man an alliance with the Holy Spirit cult once he ascended to the throne. Since Long Xiaoyao was only temporarily siding with Su Tianran for personal gain, Wei Xuan quickly calculated in his mind if someone could be swayed by benefits, they could just as easily be won over with greater benefits. Long Xiaoyao's previously indifferent expression shifted slightly, and he found himself somewhat intrigued by Wei Xuan. Before he could ask any questions, Wei Xuan quickly added, when I speak of legitimacy, I mean completely resolving the flaws of evil soul masters, allowing them to walk freely across the continent like ordinary soul masters, no longer despised by others. These words were nothing short of earth-shattering. Long Xiaoyao, who had already been somewhat moved, now changed color dramatically. In a flash, he appeared before Wei Xuan, crouching down to meet the 80-year-old boy at eye level, his breathing rapid. Are you telling the truth? Do you really have a way to resolve the flaws of evil soul masters? For Long Xiaoyao, this news was far too important enough to shatter his usual composure. If evil soul masters could truly establish themselves openly on the continent, the Holy Spirit cult could emerge legitimately into the world. This would mean Shishui would no longer need to worry about the future. Perhaps then, her face could once again bloom with that long-lost smile. Jing Hongchen was startled by Long Xiaoyao's sudden approach, immediately raising his soul tool cannon and pointing its dark muzzle at the ultimate duel. Su Tianran's expression changed drastically. Unable to maintain his composure any longer if Long Xiaoyao sided with Wei Xuan, all his arrangements would come to nothing. Dragon Emperor, don't listen to his nonsense. He's only 8 years old. How could he possibly solve the flaws of evil soul masters? He shouted sternly, secretly signaling to several soul engineers to be ready to act and eliminate this threat. Nobody move rashly. Long Xiaoyao issued an icy warning. His golden soul power transformed into an invisible storm that swept through the hall. The terrifying aura of an ultimate duel instantly pressed down, causing all 6 people, including Su Tianran, to feel their shoulders sink and their chests compressed as if crushed by massive stones. Their breathing suddenly labored. Except for Wei Xuan, everyone else turned pale, sweat rolling down their foreheads. With his power alone, Long Xiaoyao had intimidated 5 9th-level soul engineers, though this was merely a momentary display of aura, and in a real fight, 5 9th-level soul engineers wouldn't be entirely powerless. No one dared to act rashly at this moment. Su Tianran's face darkened. Never expected Long Xiaoyao would obstruct their actions. Wei Xuan remained completely unaffected by the pressure. He looked up directly at Long Xiaoyao, his tone calm yet firm. I have no reason to lie to you. If I say I'm confident I can solve the problem of evil soul masters, then I truly am confident. Facing the invisible oppression from one of the continent's peak powerhouses, his palms were slightly sweaty, yet he still forced himself to remain calm. Long Xiaoyao felt an unprecedented hope ignite in his heart, asking urgently, tell me your method. If this old man finds it feasible, I will certainly ensure your safety. Dragon Emperor, don't forget your agreement with our Holy Spirit cult. Su Tianran's voice suddenly rose, his fists clenched tight, killing intent surging. Long Xiaoyao acted as if he hadn't heard, all his attention locked on Wei Xian. Wei Xian cleared his throat and explained solemnly. The reason evil soul masters are evil and bloodthirsty is fundamentally because the evil attributes in their martial souls erode their sanity. If that evil portion could be temporarily sealed or permanently controlled, their thinking would be no different from ordinary people, and naturally, they wouldn't feel the instinctive urge to kill. In this way, the so-called flaws would be eliminated. Then, evil soul masters would be no different from ordinary soul masters, just with martial souls that lean slightly toward evil attributes. He paused for a moment, then added, of course, those evil soul masters who continue killing purely to increase their power are another matter entirely. Long Xiaoyao's eyes suddenly blazed with light. This was an approach even he hadn't considered. Most evil soul masters were actually pitiful people, their personalities already extreme due to their martial souls, then further ostracized by the world. They gradually stepped onto the bloody path. If their martial souls truly could no longer dominate their sanity, perhaps one day they really could walk freely in the sunlight, and the Holy Spirit cult could finally stand openly before the world. Thinking of this, Long Xiaoyao felt an indescribable surge of emotion in his chest. Perhaps that day would come when Shi Shui's smile would truly return. Perhaps there really would be a day when they could walk in the sunlight. The joy didn't last long before Long Xiaoyao frowned. Before he could voice his doubts, Su Tianran spoke first with a cold sneer. Do you take Senior Dragon Emperor for a 3-year-old child? How can the evil attribute of martial souls be controlled so easily? If it could truly be controlled, there would be no evil soul masters left in this world. Why would you try to fool people with such a method? Su Tianran's face was full of disdain as he struck at the biggest flaw in Wei Xian's plan with a single sentence. Long Xiaoyao was quite displeased with Su Tianran's interruption, yet he had to admit the man had a point. His sharp gaze locked onto Wei Xian, eyes narrowing slightly, his voice cold. What you're describing is merely theoretical. In my view, it has pitifully low feasibility and is almost impossible to accomplish. This is your so-called solution. As his words fell, his overwhelming pressure surged directly toward Wei Xian. Wei Xian's body staggered, his legs buckled, and he nearly fell to his knees. Only by desperately circulating his soul power could he barely remain standing, his face instantly turning pale. Don't go too far. Jing Hongchun roared angrily, his soul power surging darkly, looking ready to fight Long Xiaoyao to the death. Hall Master Hongchun. Wei Xian timely raised his hand to stop him, shaking his head at Jing Hongchun. Long Xiaoyao said in a deep voice, you'd better not move recklessly, or don't blame this old man for sending you on your way right now. The hope that had briefly appeared now seemed like child's play, leaving him in an extremely foul mood. Jing Hongchun stared fixedly at Long Xiaoyao, forcibly suppressing his rage. Wei Xian's expression remained composed, though his eyes grew a few degrees colder as he met Long Xiaoyao's gaze without backing down. Since I said I can control it, then I truly can. Others might not be able to do it, but I can. Those profound eyes, deep as the night sky, fell upon Long Xiaoyao's heart, actually causing this pique de l'eau to feel a trace of inexplicable fear. He unconsciously averted his gaze. Realizing he had actually felt afraid of a child barely 8 years old, he was both shocked and furious, his assessment of Wei Xian rising accordingly. Do you know the consequences of daring to deceive me? Long Xiaoyao locked onto Wei Xian again, his killing intent undisguised. Wei Xian chuckled lightly, his expression relaxed. Nothing more than death. But I have sufficient confidence that I won't meet such a fate. Seeing how the other remained calm even when discussing life and death, Long Xiaoyao wavered. Perhaps it really was possible to control the evil attribute? After a moment's consideration, he spoke. This old man will give you a chance. I'll find an evil soul master for you to attempt this on. If you succeed, you may live. If you fail, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Are you willing? Su Tianran's expression changed drastically as he said in a low voice, Senior Dragon Emperor, Wei Xian is someone I must kill. Please don't interfere. Long Xiaoyao glanced at him coldly. I'm not interfering. I just want him to help me with something first. If he can't do it, I'll kill him myself without you saying a word. If he succeeds. At this point, he too found himself in a difficult position, unsure how to deal with Wei Xian. Su Tianran pressed on relentlessly, his tone sinister. If he succeeds, would Senior still protect him? Don't forget we came here to kill him. If he lives, he'll become the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire in the future, and will surely harbor resentment against the Holy Spirit cult. When that time comes, the Holy Spirit cult's days will definitely not be pleasant. After speaking, he secretly regretted not killing Wei Xian immediately earlier, as the situation had now become difficult to control. Long Xiaoyao frowned deeply, looking at Wei Xian thoughtfully several times. Wei Xian remained silent, standing quietly in place while secretly extending his spiritual consciousness and preparing for an attack. Su Tianran seized the opportunity to strike again, his voice sincere yet threatening. Senior, I must speak plainly between him and me. You can only choose one. If you take him to conduct experiments, regardless of success or failure, our agreement becomes null and void. I, Tian, and the Holy Spirit cult will have no relationship whatsoever from then on. Long Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed as he stared at Tian. Being locked onto by that beast-like gaze, Tian felt his spine grow cold, yet he stubbornly refused to back down, making his position clear. Long Xiaoyao pondered for a moment, stood up and began pacing, weighing the pros and cons usually decisive as the wind. He now found himself in rare hesitation. Jing Hongchun, listening nearby with his heart pounding, finally understood Su Tianran's identity and his connection with Long Xiaoyao. His eyes rolled as he suddenly spoke. You must be the legendary Dragon Emperor Long Xiaoyao, correct? Long Xiaoyao nodded unconsciously, his mind still weighing his options. On one side was the slim hope of fundamentally solving the evil soul master problem. On the other was a ready and powerful ally. If he didn't value the fundamental solution Wei Xuan proposed, he would never hesitate like this. Jing Hongchun paid little attention to Long Xiaoyao's attitude at the moment and continued. Senior, finding a different partner would actually be better for the Holy Spirit cult. What do you mean? Long Xiaoyao looked up, his gaze sweeping over Jing Hongchun with an indifferent glance. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips, and his seemingly genuine, yet false confusion made it impossible to discern his thoughts. Seeing that Long Xiaoyao's interest was indeed piqued, Jing Hongchun took a deep breath and tried to keep his voice steady. What I mean is, you could consider cooperating with His Highness Wei Xuan instead. Whether in terms of talent or reputation within the empire, he far surpasses Su Tianran. If you form an alliance with him, the benefits you'll gain will only be greater. Moreover, His Highness Wei Xuan is honorable and upright, would never burn bridges after crossing them. I don't know what promises Su Tianran has made to you, but based on my understanding of him, he might serve you wholeheartedly while he needs you, but once his wings are fully grown, his first move will likely be to purge the Holy Spirit cult. Jing Hongchun, stop trying to sow discord here. Su Tianran's face instantly darkened like a blade thrown into ice water, and he abruptly interrupted. Then he turned to Long Xiaoyao, explaining urgently, Senior Dragon Emperor, don't listen to his nonsense. I, Su Tianran, would never burn bridges. Eh. Jing Hongchun sneered coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Someone who can kill his own brother for his goals, what wouldn't he be capable of? Long Xiaoyao's gaze shifted between the two men, deep as an abyss, his emotions concealed without a trace. He looked at Jing Hongchun, his tone light, yet meaningful. Then how can you guarantee that Wei Xuan would definitely be a better choice for us? As an observer from the Empire's shadows, Long Xiaoyao was not entirely ignorant of the internal situation within the Sun Moon Empire. In terms of probability, he had always been more inclined toward Wei Xuan ascending to the throne. Su Tianran gave him exactly the feeling Jing Hongchun described. Someone who could strike against his own brother was difficult to trust. If not for Shi Shui's insistence on allying with Su Tianran, he would never have deigned to exchange more than a few words with this man. Now, he simply wanted to confirm whether Wei Xuan would be willing to make the same promises as Su Tianran. Jing Hongchun's mind raced, and he immediately understood the subtext in Long Xiaoyao's words. After a brief hesitation, his gaze became resolute, and he gritted his teeth. If Senior is willing to help us escape this predicament, I can persuade His Highness Wei Xuan to form an alliance with the Holy Spirit cult for mutual benefit. Additionally, I personally can provide necessary support to the Holy Spirit cult provided that I'm not required to participate in any bloodthirsty massacres. As the master of Mingdu Hall, his words carried considerable weight. To ensure both he and Wei Xuan could leave this place alive, he had no choice but to compromise. Cooperating with the Holy Spirit cult was like making a deal with tigers, but it was still better than dying here. As long as Wei Xuan survived, he would surely have the ability to suppress the Holy Spirit cult in the future, seize control of the partnership, and even reform the Holy Spirit cult to reduce the evil deeds of this group of evil soul masters. Jing Hongchun consoled himself with these thoughts, trying to convince himself in this way to lessen the sense of humiliation. Long Xiaoyao felt somewhat tempted and turned his gaze toward the silent Wei Xuan, saying, I want to know your stance. Su Tianran's expression changed drastically as he immediately spoke up. Senior Dragon Emperor, do you truly intend to tear up our agreement? As he spoke, he subtly signaled to several 9th-level soul engineers, indicating they should secretly gather their power and prepare to strike first, eliminating Wei Xuan in one decisive blow. Wei Xuan's gaze had been firmly locked on Su Tianran, but now shifted slightly upward to meet Long Xiaoyao's eyes. He smiled faintly, his tone calm, yet provocative. Allying with the Holy Spirit cult isn't necessarily impossible, it's simply a matter of mutual benefit. However, before that, you must make a choice. Will you help him, or help me? With that, he raised his hand, his fingertip pointing steadily at Su Tianran. Su Tianran's face instantly turned ashen. His hands gripped the metal armrests of his wheelchair so tightly that the creaking sound of deforming metal was particularly jarring in the silent hall. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Had he known this would happen, he never should have invited Long Xiaoyao. What was meant to be foolproof had backfired. The greatest variable turned out to be the reinforcement he himself had summoned. The irony chilled him to the bone. Long Xiaoyao's gaze shuttled between the two men, hesitation written across his brow. Helping either would mean completely breaking with the other. He pondered for a moment, but remained unable to make a decision. Seeing his hesitation, Wei Xuan shook his head gently, murmuring to himself, "Since you cannot choose, I'll choose for you." A flash of coldness flickered in the depths of his pupils as he looked at Su Tianran with a trace of pity, whispering so quietly that only he could hear. "Deep in thought, ambitious enough, and ruthless when necessary, you indeed have the makings of greatness. Unfortunately, you've provoked me." In the next instant, terrifying mental fluctuations erupted like muffled thunder, invisible psychic force spreading from Wei Xian's vicinity and instantly sweeping through the entire hall. Everyone except Wei Xian felt as if struck by lightning, their scalps tingling, hearts suddenly constricting, instinctively overwhelmed by irrepressible terror. Screams followed, sharp, piercing, filled with deep unwillingness. Long Xiaoyao and the others looked toward the sound to see Su Tianran slumped in his wheelchair, face deathly pale, eyes wide open, blood seeping from all 7 orifices, his expression of terror permanently frozen. As titled Delaw with keen perception, they immediately realized. Breathing had ceased, heartbeat had stopped. Su Tianran was as dead could be. The air seemed instantly drained, leaving everyone frozen in place, Long Xiaoyao included. This soul-piercing impact left the hall in deathly silence. A living person had died without warning, and no one had even seen who the killer was, catching only that suddenly erupting mental force. After a brief moment of paralysis, everyone suddenly became alert, soul power surging as their gazes swept around, as if even more terrifying killing intent might descend at any second. Long Xiaoyao's expression was more grave than ever before, his martial soul almost instinctively releasing as soul power churned throughout his body. He considered his ultimate level strength to be among the continent's finest, his mental power far exceeding ordinary titled Dolaw, yet he hadn't detected even the slightest hint of that mental assault. The fact that his mental power, which ranked among the continent's best, had failed to sense the incoming psychic attack spoke volumes. The master of that mental force was certainly no weaker than himself, most likely a mental-type ultimate Dolaw. The dark sacred dragon martial soul manifested behind him, with 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 2 red orbiting around his body as terrifying energy fluctuations dominated the entire scene. The intense black dragon shadow writhed through the night, each of the 9 rings flickering with its unique radiance, resembling 9 ring-shaped meteors trailing long tails as they slowly revolved around Long Xiaoyao. As his martial soul unfurled, the air suddenly thickened, and the ground seemed pressed down by an invisible giant hand, multiplying gravity several times over. Everyone felt a suffocating pain in their chests, breathing became like inhaling cotton, and even their soul power circulation nearly stagnated. Wei Xian immediately sensed the overwhelming shadow of death as if a towering mountain peak was crashing down from the heavens, ruthlessly sealing off all escape routes. Had Long Xiaoyao not restrained his aura in time, this naturally emanating pressure alone would have been enough to kill Wei Xian. The oppression from an ultimate Dolaw was far beyond what a soul master of his level could withstand. On the other side, the 4 9th-level soul engineers under Su Tianran's command had their minds shattered by this overwhelming pressure. With their backbones Su Tianran dead, they instantly lost their composure. After exchanging glances, the 4 instinctively stood back to back, activating all their soul tools while still trembling with fear. The Sun Moon Empire's second prince, an 85th-level soul Delaw, had died so suddenly here? His death was so abrupt and bizarre that if not for the overwhelmingly real pain brought by Long Xiaoyao's imposing presence, they would have almost believed they were in a dream. Thinking of their previous actions, each of them was filled with indescribable despair. In such circumstances, could they still survive? Jing Hongqian flashed before Wei Xian, his robes billowing as his expression turned cold as ice. Su Tianran's demise brought him no satisfaction. Instead, it made the situation even more unpredictable. Since you are an ultimate Dolaw, why hide in the shadows? Please show yourself. Long Xiaoyao rose into the air, his voice deep and restrained, yet carrying an undeniable sharpness. Not knowing his opponent's purpose, he maintained his last trace of composure without directly issuing a kill order. However, only the evening breeze sweeping through the mountain forest answered him. The surroundings were deathly quiet, without the slightest soul power fluctuation. Wei Xian stood quietly behind Jing Hongqian, his face pale, but wearing a faint smile. There was no ultimate Dolaw. He himself had been the one who struck. As for how Long Xiaoyao would react upon learning the truth, he couldn't be bothered to think about it. For now, He could only let the other party continue with this misunderstanding. More than 10 minutes later, Long Xiaoyao took the lead, bringing Wei Xuan, Jing Hanchun, and the two bound 9th-level soul engineers as they swept out of the Jingyang mountain range. The five moved at incredible speed, with mountains and forests below becoming blurred dark green ripples. In less than 10 minutes, they reached a solitary peak more than 10 miles outside the mountain range. The night wind howled fiercely, making their robes flutter. Landing on the rocky summit, Wei Xian cupped his hands toward Long Xiaoyao with a sincere expression. Thank you for your assistance, senior. Without your timely intimidation, how could those 4 9th-level soul engineers have let us go so easily? Jing Hanchen nodded slightly in agreement. However, Long Xiaoyao didn't engage in pleasantries. His gaze pierced Wei Xian like a blade, his voice deep and clear. I didn't help you for nothing. With Su Tianran dead, all agreements he made with the Holy Spirit cult are naturally void. Now, representing the Holy Spirit cult, I want to form an alliance with you. His words were direct and unambiguous. With Su Tianran's death, they could only choose Wei Xian. The empire had other princes, but compared to Wei Xian, their value was far inferior, making it unnecessary to waste more time. He kept staring at Wei Xian, and in the silence, invisible pressure spread once again. This statement carried obvious dominance. This was a command, not a request. He had helped Wei Xian and Jing Hanchen escape precisely to form this alliance. If Wei Xian refused, wouldn't his efforts have been in vain? Wei Xian nodded. I can agree to that. However, before we form this alliance, there are certain things I need to make clear to avoid any unpleasantness in the future. Long Xiaoyao's tense nerves instantly relaxed. As long as Wei Xian was willing to agree, everything else could be negotiated. His expression visibly softened. What do you wish to clarify? Jing Hanchen stood guard beside Wei Xian without interrupting, though his gaze remained locked on Long Xiaoyao. Facing an ultimate Doluo, he dared not let his guard down for even a moment. Wei Xian felt no pressure and spoke directly. I can help evil soul masters resolve their martial soul defects, and I can do my utmost to cleanse the Holy Spirit cult's reputation and change the world's prejudices. That suits me perfectly. A flash of joy crossed Long Xiaoyao's eyes, but he quickly suppressed his emotions, his voice becoming low and serious. However, I need your promise. Once you ascend to the throne of the Sun Moon Empire, you must establish the Holy Spirit cult as the state religion. In his view, whether Wei Xian could truly solve the martial soul problems remained questionable, but making the Holy Spirit cult the state religion would be the most tangible guarantee. I have no interest in the throne, but I can swear by my martial soul. If we form this alliance, the Holy Spirit cult will indeed become the state religion. Wei Xian's tone was calm, yet filled with certainty. Long Xiaoyao nodded slightly and asked again, then what do you expect the Holy Spirit cult to offer you? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It's refreshing to speak with someone intelligent. Wei Xian smiled. I have 3 conditions. Speak. First, the Holy Spirit cult must strictly order all its members. Any evil soul master who escapes their martial soul defects through my methods must not kill indiscriminately or commit evil acts. Anyone who dares violate this, if you don't kill them, I'll do it myself. As his words fell, the air seemed to drop several degrees. Wei Xian's expression remained calm, yet it sent a chill through Long Xiaoyao's. Here there was certain that Wei Xian's words concealed killing intent, and should anyone dare cross that line, Wei Xian would likely not only eliminate them, but also hold the entire Holy Spirit cult accountable. Wei Xian didn't give him time to dwell on this, and continued. Second, I need the Holy Spirit cult's full support at critical moments, and you must grant me the authority to command cult members. He paused briefly, meeting Long Xiaoyao's gaze directly. Third, and my final condition, you will serve as my protector for 10 years. Protector? Long Xiaoyao frowned, clearly not understanding the term. Simply put, provide me with personal protection for 10 years. Wei Xian explained straightforwardly, silently noting that this world didn't have the concept of Dao protectors. So you want me to be your bodyguard? Long Xiaoyao's expression darkened, his voice turning cold. A mighty ultimate Doluo, serving as someone's bodyguard? Jing Hanchen cleared his throat twice, trying to smooth things over for Wei Xian. Personal protection is different from being a bodyguard. I often stay by His Highness's side, but no one calls me a bodyguard, right? Long Xiaoyao's expression softened slightly, but he still shook his head. I can agree to the first 2 conditions, but the third is too much. This old man won't be watching over you every moment. In his view, having an ultimate Doluo serve as a bodyguard was not only absurd, but would also ruin his reputation. Your Highness, perhaps choose something else. Jing Hanchen also advised. He was both concerned about Long Xiaoyao's pride and uneasy about entrusting Wei Xian to Long Xiaoyao's care. However, Wei Xian shook his head, his tone brooking no argument. The third condition cannot be changed. I must have a protector to grow with peace of mind. You are the ideal candidate, and I will not compromise on this. Long Xiaoyao's brow furrowed deeply, clearly resistant to the idea. Wei Xian took a step back. How about this? If I can truly eliminate the martial soul afflictions of evil soul masters, then you'll serve as my protector for 10 years. During this time, you'll only need to act at critical moments. I won't ask you to do anything meaningless. Moreover, your role as my protector will strengthen the relationship between the Holy Spirit cult and the Sun Moon Empire, solidifying our alliance. Long Xiaoyao pondered for a long while before finally nodding. Very well. If you can truly solve the martial soul problems of evil soul masters, I'll serve as your protector for 10 years. Seeing Long Xiaoyao agree, Wei Xuan smiled with satisfaction and nodded. You won't regret this choice, he. However, Long Xiaoyao didn't feel as relaxed as Wei Xuan. The thought of potentially serving as someone else's bodyguard made him deeply uncomfortable, his brow furrowed tightly. Half an hour later, Long Xiaoyao departed alone. Wei Xuan, Jing Hongchun, and the two unconscious 9th-level soul engineers returned to Mingdu aboard a soul-guided aircraft. Inside the metal cabin, the howling wind outside the spiritual barrier droned endlessly. Wei Xuan and Jing Hongchun stood side by side, while behind them, two 9th-level soul engineers remained unconscious in treatment pods, their breathing faint. Jing Hongchun kept glancing sideways at Wei Xuan, wanting to speak but hesitating, creating a heavy atmosphere. Hall Master Hongchun, speak your mind directly. There's no need for such formality between us. Wei Xuan spoke calmly without taking his eyes off the porthole. Jing Hongchun hummed softly and finally sighed. I can't help but feel that allying with the Holy Spirit cult is a terrible choice. Wei Xuan glanced at him, then looked ahead at the cloud layers, saying helplessly, we only had two paths just now, alliance or death. If we had refused, Long Xiaoyao would have killed us immediately. In that situation, what choice did we really have? Jing Hongchun's face turned pale. For the first time, he experienced the helplessness of having his life and death held in someone else's palm, feeling like a stone was lodged in his chest. He gritted his teeth and suggested, why don't we simply deny this alliance once we return to Mingdu? We'll be safe once we're back in the city. No matter how strong the Holy Spirit cult is, they wouldn't dare cause trouble in Mingdu. If they really dare to come, it's the perfect opportunity to show them the might of the Sun Moon Empire. In his eyes, the Holy Spirit cult was nothing but wolves and tigers, and allying with them was like inviting wolves into the fold. Wei Xuan shook his head without hesitation. Since I gave him my word, I won't go back on it. I will honor my promise. Jing Hongchun grew anxious. But your highness, even if you keep your word, those evil soul masters might not. They're hardly virtuous people. We'll see how things develop. Wei Xian's voice turned cold. If they break the agreement, I have my ways of dealing with them. Seeing Wei Xian's confidence, Jing Hongchun could only remain silent, and the cabin once again fell into the oppressive drone of the engines. At the northern end of the Jingyang mountain range, the night wind howled fiercely. Four elderly men stumbled down from midair, gasping for breath, their robes torn to shreds by fierce energy, looking utterly disheveled. They were all 9th-level soul engineers, trump cards for any faction, yet even so, if Long Xiaoyao truly wanted to kill them, it would have cost him tremendous effort. Earlier on the mountain peak, Long Xiaoyao had only forced them to retreat without fighting to the bitter end. What do we do now? One of them asked in confusion. We certainly can't stay in the Sun Moon Empire. Another elder replied grimly. Given what we've done, staying here is a death sentence. You mean? The other three looked at their speaking companion, all understanding his intention. Leave the Sun Moon Empire and go to the original Delua continent. With our status as 9th-level soul engineers, countless factions will compete to recruit us. As long as we align with a sufficiently powerful nation, even if our whereabouts are exposed, they won't be able to touch us. But what about our families? Someone worried. At a time like this, you're still concerned about family? The last elder roared in anguish. Do you think staying here would protect them? We'd all just die together. Forget about family for now, just focus on staying alive. The moment Jing Hongchun set foot in Mingdu, he rushed straight to the palace to meet the emperor, reporting every detail of Su Tianran's assassination to the Sun Moon Emperor. Upon hearing the news, the emperor's face turned deathly pale, nearly fainting from shock before erupting in fury and ordering a complete purge of Su Tianran's faction. Within a single day, the once glorious second prince's mansion was stripped bare, its former luxury reduced to an empty shell. Ministers closely associated with Su Tianran were dismissed en masse, while certain royal relatives received stern warnings. The guards personally cultivated by Su Tianran were forcibly conscripted into the Imperial army, and the entire second prince faction crumbled overnight. 3 days later, at Mingdu Hall, news of Su Tianran's death continued to ferment throughout Mingdu, with people discussing the second prince's demise on every street corner. However, one of the key figures involved, Wei Xuan, remained virtually untouched by the upheaval. At this moment, he was completely absorbed in designing and forging soul tools. After absorbing his second soul ring, his soul power had broken through to level 22. Though the number still remained in the 20s, due to compression and refinement, his total soul power was actually more substantial and enduring than that of an ordinary soul elder. With his strength improved, he was eager to attempt crafting higher-level soul tools and had already begun putting this into practice. Earlier, he had agreed with Long Xiaoyao to address the martial soul defects of the evil soul masters only after half a month. With time on his hands, he could devote himself entirely to forging. Brother Wei Xuan, where are you? A childish yet urgent voice echoed outside the laboratory. Mingdu Hall had specially prepared a laboratory for Wei Xuan, equipped with instruments comparable to a 9th-level soul engineer's personal workshop. Hearing the calls outside, he stopped his hammering and removed his protective goggles. Creak, the door was pushed open. A chubby little boy around 6 years old stumbled in, his round face flushed. Upon seeing Wei Xuan, his mouth turned down, his eyes immediately reddened, and he wobbled toward him. Wu brother Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan stepped back 2 paces to absorb the impact and steadily caught the child. For him, this small collision was nothing, but it would be troublesome if the child got hurt. Seeing the boy crying so sadly, he gently patted his back soothingly. Why are you crying like this? Did someone bully you? This chubby little boy was none other than the Sun Moon Emperor's youngest son Su Yanqing. Wu, I heard that second brother died. Su Yanqing sobbed, tears dropping onto Wei Xian's chest as his small shoulders shook uncontrollably. Wei Xian fell silent for a moment, unsure how to respond. Few 80-year-old children in this world could maintain his level of composure, and Su Yanqing was only 6 innocent and pure. Learning of his brother's sudden death, grief was inevitable. After several breaths, Wei Xian asked gently, do you blame me? He had a close relationship with this unrelated brother and didn't want Su Tianran's death to create a rift between them. Su Yanqing sniffled a few times, released his arms from around Wei Xian, looked up and shook his head vigorously, his chubby cheeks wobbling. I don't blame you. Even though I'm very sad that second brother died, I don't blame you at all. After saying this, he wiped away his tears, and though the tear tracks remained, his expression was unusually serious. Why? Wei Xian asked with a smile, seeing that Su Yanqing spoke from the heart. I think second brother brought his death upon himself. If he hadn't tried to kill you, then he would have. Su Yanqing's words came to an abrupt halt as tears streamed down uncontrollably, small sobs catching in his throat, making him appear particularly pitiful. Strictly speaking, his relationship with Su Tianran wasn't as close as the one he shared with Wei Xian, but the bond of blood was undeniable. It was only natural for a 6-year-old child to be devastated upon learning of his brother's death. Wei Xian ruffled his hair, and seeing the little one crying so hard made his own heart ache. He decided not to press further on the topic of whether the death was deserved. He lifted the corners of his mouth slightly. Yanqing, how about big brother shows you a magic trick? The little boy looked up through his tears, his eyes blurry but curious. What kind of magic trick? Wei Xian raised his right hand and waved it before the child's eyes, ice mist swirling at his fingertips. He deliberately lowered the temperature of the mist until it resembled light smoke, yet it moved gracefully through the air. An ice bird spread its wings and soared past, its feathers gleaming pale blue under the lamplight. In the next instant, the mist descended to form a miniature ocean, with waves churning and schools of ice-carved fish leaping from the water. Then an ice dragon raised its head toward the sky, its roar echoing softly. A fierce tiger took shape from the mist, every strand of fur visible, bounding across the ground. Haha, it's beautiful. Su Yanqing was completely captivated, clapping and laughing with delight. The tear stains on his face hadn't yet dried, but his expression was already filled with joy. Seeing this, Wei Xian's eyes crinkled with a smile as well. He marveled silently at how quickly children's emotions could shift, continuing to manipulate the ice mist to create every creature he could think of. Toes that flew in the sky, ran on land, and swam in water. Finally, the ice mist condensed into a transparent handkerchief that gently wiped across Su Yanqing's cheeks, brushing away the remaining tears. The little boy cupped the handkerchief in his palms, utterly fascinated. This magic trick is amazing. Big brother, can you teach me? His face was full of admiration. This is Big Brother's exclusive magic trick. I can't teach it to you. Wei Xian shook his head with a smile. But I really want to learn. Su Yanqing's shoulders drooped in disappointment. Wei Xian pinched his round cheeks and said instead, you can't learn this one, but Big Brother can teach you something else. Release your martial soul. Su Yanqing scratched his head, looking embarrassed, and after a long pause whispered, I haven't awakened my martial soul yet. You turned 6 more than 10 days ago. How have you not awakened yet? Wei Xian asked, puzzled. The little boy's face turned red as a beet. I was having too much fun in Lingyun City and forgot. You forgot. Wei Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing the child hanging his head in admission of guilt, he couldn't bring himself to scold him further. Fine, if you forgot, you forgot. Big Brother will take you to awaken it now. Yay! Su Yanqing immediately beamed with joy, his earlier dejection completely swept away. You little rascal. Wei Xian shook his head helplessly, quickly tidied up, and led him out of the laboratory. Sun Moon Imperial Academy Awakening Chamber. The formation glowed with a deep blue radiance as Su Yanqing stood at its center, his body trembling slightly, pain written across his face. Yanqing, hang in there, it'll be over soon. Wei Xuan spoke from the side, though his brow was deeply furrowed. The difficulty of this child's awakening suggested his martial soul was indeed extraordinary. Intense heat suddenly spread. Su Yanqing's skin quickly turned red, the surrounding air distorted, and waves of heat rolled outward. Blinding crimson light burst from within his body, forming a sphere of flame behind him like a miniature sun, its brilliance dazzling. Under such high temperatures, even the sole emperor-level elder overseeing the awakening had to circulate his soul power to resist the heat. This sun martial soul, how can it be so intense? The elder murmured to himself, his heart churning with shock. Wei Xuan gazed directly at the ball of sunfire, his expression thoughtful. This temperature was far beyond what an ordinary sun martial soul could produce. Innate full soul power, or something even higher. He had a vague suspicion. After the awakening concluded, he walked to Su Yanqing's side. Yanqing, how do you feel? The extraordinarily high temperature felt merely warm to Wei Xuan, while Su Yanqing wiped his sweat and panted. I'm okay. I feel much stronger than before, just a bit hot. He tugged at his collar, trying to let the heat escape. Try to sense your martial soul, Wei Xuan instructed. How am I supposed to communicate with it? Su Yanqing scratched the back of his head, his face full of embarrassment and confusion. He usually spent most of his time playing and eating, never bothering to study martial soul theory. Seeing his bewildered expression, Wei Xuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. First, close your eyes. Don't think about anything else. Just focus on sensing any unusual movements within your body. Su Yanqing obediently followed the instructions, closing his eyes as his breathing gradually slowed. Wei Xuan didn't stop there, turning to instruct the gray-robed elder beside him. Go fetch Hall Master Hong Chun. The elder respectfully acknowledged the order and quickly left the awakening chamber. Within just a few minutes, the chaotic energy surrounding Su Yanqing gradually calmed down. His complexion shifted from pale to rosy, and his overall mental state visibly improved. Footsteps approached from afar, and Jing Hongqian pushed through the door. His eyes immediately fell upon the blazing, almost solid flame martial soul behind Su Yanqing, shock and wild joy filling his gaze. This might truly be ultimate fire. Ultimate martial souls hadn't appeared in the Sun Moon Empire for a full 1,000 years. Now two had emerged consecutively. How could this not be shocking? Wei Xuan carefully observed the martial soul's form and temperature, analyzing. Yanqing's situation seems more like a mutation. If it were simply relying on the royal family's inherited sun martial soul, it wouldn't reach the level of ultimate fire. He added, to be precise, the sun martial soul in the royal bloodline isn't pure enough. It can't be called a true sun. Solar fire was inherently one of the most scorching flames in existence, naturally representing the ultimate in fire. If a soul master's martial soul were truly the sun, the flames would undoubtedly reach ultimate fire without question. The reason the Sun Moon royal family's martial soul always fell just short lay precisely in bloodline purity. Jing Hongqian nodded in agreement, then suddenly looked toward Wei Xuan with a meaningful smile, as if remembering something. However, this probably has a lot to do with the bloodline pills your highness developed, doesn't it? Bloodline pills could directly purify bloodlines within a soul master's body, thereby enhancing martial soul quality. Wei Xuan had developed them based on his understanding of the Doa continent principle that martial souls are connected to bloodlines, combined with cultivation world alchemy techniques. 10 pills required nearly 10 million gold soul coins worth of medicinal materials, including rare heavenly treasures. The cost was staggering. Even more troublesome was that with Wei Xuan's current soul power, he needed assistance from multiple alchemists and required 1 to 2 full months to complete a single batch. So far, he had only successfully refined one batch of 10 pills. Of those 10 bloodline pills, Su Yanqing had consumed 1 given personally by Wei Xuan, and another he had secretly swallowed, like candy. Thinking of this, Wei Xuan felt both amused and exasperated. This little guy had truly treated pills worth millions as snacks. Yes, the bloodline pills did help Yanqing further purify his bloodline, allowing his martial soul to transform into ultimate fire. Wei Xuan identified the key factor. Rather than calling it a mutation, it was more accurate to credit the bloodline pills. 1 pill was sufficient to enhance a martial soul, and 2 were even more effective. Though the second pill's effect was slightly diminished, the combined medicinal power still far exceeded that of a single pill. Given the bloodline pill's extraordinary potency, it was perfectly normal for them to elevate the already top-tier sun martial soul to super martial soul status. If only this elixir could be mass-produced like the body-tempering pills and soul-refining pills, then all soul masters' martial souls could reach new heights. Jing Hongqian's voice carried a note of regret. The bloodline pill's effects were nearly perfect, but if it couldn't be produced in batches, it would ultimately remain an opportunity for only a select few. The batch of bloodline pills I refined has already pushed the cost to its absolute limit. It can't go any lower. Wei Xuan shook his head, his voice tinged with helplessness. The expensive materials and complex refining process made bloodline pills destined to be rare, and he didn't want to give his friend false hope. Jing Hongqian understood perfectly and said no more. Discussing mass production of pills worth tens of millions of gold soul coins was simply unrealistic. Brother, my martial soul is so powerful. Su Yanqing's irrepressible cheers came from the doorway as he ran into the room, his entire being seeming ready to burst with joy. Wei Xian's eyes lit up with a smile. Tell your brother about it. Just how powerful is it? Jing Hongqian also looked up. His gaze burning with curiosity, was equally eager to know just how remarkable the Sun Martial Soul's advancement to ultimate fire truly was. All right. Su Yanqing proudly puffed out his chest and poured out his feelings in one breath. However, being both excited and having limited understanding of martial souls, he rambled on for quite a while without getting to the point. Wei Xian raised his hand to his forehead, his tone both indulgent and helpless. Just take your time exploring it gradually. Jing Hongqian nodded in agreement. After listening for more than 10 minutes, neither of them could figure out what Su Yanqing was actually trying to express. On the night of the martial soul awakening, Wei Xian brought Su Yanqing to the palace to report the news to the Sun Moon Emperor. Learning that his least favored youngest son had actually awakened an ultimate martial soul, the emperor was overjoyed. The Sun Martial Soul's transformation into ultimate fire symbolized another elevation of the royal bloodline, bringing blessings to future generations. Its significance was profound. This playful, food-loving little prince had never been held in high regard by the emperor, but now with his status suddenly transformed, the emperor's attitude immediately reversed. Immediately assigned a 9th-rank soul engineer as a personal guard and allocated vast cultivation resources for his development. In just one day, Su Yanqing's treatment had multiplied several times over, earning him deep imperial favor. The next morning, he set out under the escort of that 9th-rank soul engineer to hunt his first soul ring. Wei Xian didn't accompany them, instead returning to his laboratory to continue his own plan, creating a 5th-rank soul tool. Once successful, he would join the ranks of 5th-rank soul engineers. Time flew by, and 12 days quickly passed. Inside the laboratory, flames blazed hot and the crisp sounds of metal forging rang continuously. Jing Hongqian stood quietly to one side, holding his breath in concentration, even deliberately lightening his breathing, seemed even more nervous than Wei Xian, who was actually doing the work. Sweat slid down his clenched palms, but he had no time to wipe it away. Wei Xian was completely focused, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him, his gaze fixed solely on the still unfinished soul tool. Tongs and hammers danced through the air, formation carving knives gleamed coldly, and components fitted together in perfect sequence without the slightest error. Over these dozen days, he had completed the forging of the soul tool's outer shell and the inscription of hundreds of ordinary formations and 10 core formations. The completion of the 5th-level soul device was now just one step away. Only assembly and the engraving of external formations remained. For most soul engineers, the remaining work would simply involve putting the components together, but Wei Xian had an additional process: the external formation. He was accustomed to carving an extra energy-gathering formation on the outer shell of finished products to minimize soul power consumption when activating the device. Engraving formations externally was far more difficult than internal engraving. The carving knife had to be controlled with microscopic precision, as if it were an extension of one's own limbs. Additionally, the operator needed complete familiarity with the internal formation patterns. Any misalignment between internal and external patterns could result in energy conflicts at best, or direct explosion at worst. Even ordinary 9th-level soul engineers could hardly achieve this, lacking Wei Xian's extraordinary spiritual power, so almost no one dared attempt it. The structure of this soul device was entirely Wei Xian's own design, and he had memorized the assembly steps perfectly without needing to reference blueprints. In less than an hour, all main components were fitted into place. Success! Jing Hongqian watched the soul device take shape and screamed with excitement, as if he had crafted it himself. Wei Xian was startled by the sudden outburst, his hand trembling as the sizable soul device nearly slipped from his grasp. Hallmaster Hongqian, why are you so excited? You gave me quite a fright, he said helplessly. Haha. Sorry, I lost control of my emotions. Please continue. Jing Hongqian waved his hands sheepishly, only then realizing that Wei Xian still needed to engrave the external formation. Wei Xian shook his head with amusement, picked up the dark gold carving knife, and began engraving the final energy-gathering formation. This was his own modified and weakened version, based on cultivation world energy-gathering formations, specifically tailored for 5th-level soul devices. 3 hours later, the final stroke of the formation patterns was completed, the 5th-level energy-gathering formation took shape, and the 5th-level soul device was thoroughly finished. Your Highness, let me examine this flying soul device and evaluate its grade for you. Jing Hongqian had been waiting impatiently on the sidelines. Wei Xian casually handed over the finished product and pulled up a chair to rest. The The soul device was shaped like ice bird wings. Jing Hongqian held it with both hands, carefully examining the internal energy fluctuations. Within moments, he could no longer contain his amazement, nodding repeatedly. Excellent. Excellent. Truly excellent. This is the finest fifth-level flying soul device I've ever seen. His gaze shifted from the soul device back to Wei Xuan, unable to hide his excitement. Congratulations, Your Highness, on becoming the youngest fifth-level soul engineer in history. The test results showed that this flying soul device's performance fully met fifth-level standards. Achieving such capability at just over 8 years old was unprecedented. Wei Xuan also smiled. Though the crafting process had been somewhat strenuous, the results proved he could indeed independently complete fifth-level soul devices. I'm going to test its effectiveness, he said eagerly, impatient to verify its performance. The two quickly left the laboratory, and Wei Xuan immediately equipped the flying soul device, had named it Ice Cloud Wings. The ice cloud wings resembled eagle wings, with metal-forged feathers covered in intricate and delicate patterns that added magnificent texture to the whole. The harness between the wings was made of special metal that could automatically adjust to the user's body size. On the front of the harness, near the chest, was embedded a circular metal disc with flowing white light that emitted weak energy fluctuations. This was the soul device's control center, housing a spiritual sensor. Users with insufficient spiritual power could not precisely control this soul device, making the ice cloud wings virtually useless to them. But for Wei Xuan, with his powerful spiritual force, it was like true wings growing from his back, moving with his thoughts and capable of carrying him soaring through the skies. Wei Xuan had crafted this soul device specifically for himself, designed to solve his inability to fly. With a thought, Wei Xuan channeled his soul power through the harness into the wings, activating the magical arrays inscribed on their surface. The ice cloud wings came alive as if imbued with life, cold light flowing along the edges of each feather, their details resembling the wing tips of an ice eagle. With a gentle flap, the micro-thrusters hidden within the wing frame hummed to life, providing steady thrust to lift his body. Still unfamiliar with his first flight, Wei Xuan deliberately slowed his ascent, adapting to the pull and airflow from behind as he rose. In less than 10 seconds, he had completely mastered the rhythm. The next moment, his blue and white wings spread wide, and Wei Xuan soared like a true ice eagle, suddenly climbing high and piercing through the clouds. Diving, rolling, sharp stops, forward sweeps, every movement was crisp and decisive, the wings behind him moving like his own arms, requiring no extra thought to precisely adjust their angle. High-altitude winds howled past as the reflected light from the ice feathers traced clean arcs across the sky. However, unauthorized flight was strictly forbidden within Mingdu City. To avoid trouble, he circled several times above Mingdu Hall before gliding down, folding his wings as the harness mechanism clicked softly and automatically released. Wei Xuan used his soul power to support the ice cloud wings and stored them in his soul tool, the entire process smooth and efficient. Jing Hongqian hurried forward, clearly excited with bright, burning eyes. Your Highness, could you give me a copy of the design blueprints for this soul tool? I'd like to promote this type of flight soul device. Wei Xuan's ice cloud wings were compact and easy to operate, completely solving the problems of existing flight soul tools being bulky and difficult to control. If widely implemented, they would surely drive a qualitative leap in this type of soul tool technology. Certainly, though it has extremely high mental power requirements for users. Hall Master, you need to keep this in mind, Wei Xuan readily agreed. High mental power requirements. Jing Hongqian frowned, his excitement dimming somewhat. Yes, the ice cloud wings are primarily controlled by mental power. Those with insufficient mental strength simply cannot operate them, Wei Xuan explained. Improving mental power was far more difficult than advancing soul power, and truly qualified individuals were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. After pondering for a moment, Jing Hongqian still said firmly, I'd still like a copy of the blueprints to study thoroughly. Very well. Wei Xuan produced over 10 thick pages of manuscripts from his storage ring and handed them over. The next morning, in a secluded courtyard somewhere in Mingdu City, Wei Xuan stood alongside two elderly men, Jing Hongqian on his left and Kong Deming with his gray-white short hair on his right. Facing the three of them, 5 men and 1 woman were arranged in a fan formation. Among them was Long Xiaoyao, whom Wei Xuan had encountered over 10 days ago, with a woman standing beside him. She was shrouded from head to toe in a dark red cloak, her face obscured by shifting mist that made her features impossible to discern. Based solely on the curves barely visible beneath her cloak, one could still tell she possessed a graceful figure that no man could possess. She released no soul power fluctuations whatsoever, appearing no different from an ordinary person on the surface. But to judge her by this apparent ordinariness would be utterly foolish. This was no simple existence. The fact that she could stand shoulder to shoulder with Long Xiaoyao spoke volumes about her extraordinary nature. She was none other than Yi Shishui, the supreme pontiff of the Holy Spirit cult. Her black robes billowed in the wind, and a faint cold fragrance mixed with the scent of blood and evil emanated from her, an aura that also clung to the four cultists behind her. These four kept their heads lowered, standing respectfully behind the pair, their breathing cautious and restrained, not daring to make the slightest movement. I never expected that after nearly 40 years, I would see Elder Kong again. This truly surprises this old woman. Yi Shishui spoke first, her voice hoarse and low. The moment she appeared, her gaze locked onto Kong Deming in the distance, a barely perceptible wariness flickering in her eyes. If there were anyone in this world she preferred not to provoke, this elder who was nearly a 10th level soul engineer would certainly rank among the top even with their vast difference in soul power. She dared not underestimate him, for he was capable of challenging her, an ultimate Delaw. Long Xiaoyao was equally surprised by Kong Deming's appearance. This old man, who had remained hidden for so long, had chosen to emerge at this moment. Kong Deming smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present as he spoke with a hint of mockery. I simply couldn't bear to see someone bullying the weak, so this old man had no choice but to emerge from seclusion. At this, he deliberately glanced at Long Xiaoyao, his meaning clear. Faced with this provocation, Long Xiaoyao remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard anything at all. People of their caliber had long since mastered emotional control to perfection and wouldn't easily show any fluctuation. Yi Shishui continued. Elder Kong should also know the cause of these events. If anyone is to blame, it should be the deceased Su Tianran. We merely accepted an invitation. Her voice remained calm, yet she was exposing the royal family's wounds, causing Kong Deming's eyes to turn cold as dangerous energies stirred beneath the surface. As tensions reached a breaking point, Wei Xuan cleared his throat softly, intervening at just the right moment. Senior Long, won't you introduce us? This prevented the situation from spiraling out of control. Long Xiaoyao understood, nodding slightly as he stepped half a pace aside and gestured toward Yi Shishui. The Supreme Pontiff of the Holy Spirit cult, Yi Shishui. You may address her as Senior Yi. You should already understand our purpose for coming here. Senior Yi. Wei Xian nodded slightly in greeting. Yi Shishui's gaze fell upon Wei Xian as she lowered her voice to ask, can you truly solve the problem with evil soul masters' martial souls? This matter was far too important to her, making it difficult to conceal her anticipation. We'll know once we try, Wei Xian said simply, knowing that demonstration would speak louder than explanation. Good. Yi Shishui nodded approvingly and casually pointed to one of the cultists behind her. You, come forward. The selected evil soul master's face changed dramatically, showing clear hesitation. Being the first test subject always carried the greatest risk. Didn't you hear me? Yi Shishui frowned slightly, raising her hand and releasing an invisible soul power that enveloped the evil soul master, dragging him from the formation to the center of the area before restraining him so he couldn't move an inch. You may begin now. Her tone brooked no argument, clearly eager to see the results. Wei Xian frowned and gave Yi Shishui a long look, but said nothing as he stepped forward steadily, stopping in front of the evil soul master. Kong Deming and Jing Hongqian followed closely behind. In the presence of these two ultimate Dolaw, Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shishui, they dared not stray too far from Wei Xian. Kong Deming's presence here today was solely to ensure Wei Xian's absolute safety. As the Lord of Mingdu City, once he willed it, the soul guidance arrays spread throughout the city would activate under his command a steel network woven from 9 main cannons and countless auxiliary cannons. Even an ultimate Doloa would find it difficult to escape annihilation if caught within. For this very reason, even with Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao joining forces, they dared not easily unleash their killing intent, only watching Wei Xian with wariness. Release your martial soul, Wei Xian commanded with calm authority that brooked no defiance. The evil soul master, restrained by Yi Shishui's soul power, was already pale with terror. His breathing came in trembling gasps as he dared not delay, immediately summoning his martial soul. Black mist churned, and a pitch-black, twin-headed wolf with gleaming white fangs materialized. Blood-red light flowed in its eyes, its malice almost tangible. The dark twin-headed wolf merely mid-tier among evil martial souls, yet its speed and tearing power were quite troublesome. The moment his martial soul manifested, the evil soul master's aura surged. His skin rapidly sprouted black wolf fur, his nails grew into razor-sharp claws, fangs burst through his lips, and his eyes were completely consumed by crimson bloodlust. 4 soul rings appeared beneath his feet, 1 yellow and 3 purply in excellent configuration. Roar! Savagery and bloodthirst instantly overwhelmed his reason as he bared his fangs at Wei Xian. Had Yi Shishui's pale golden soul power not firmly locked his limbs, he would have already launched a frenzied attack. Facing the vicious wolf and its reeking breath at close range, Wei Xian remained composed. In the next moment, an ice-blue dragon shadow coiled out from behind him. The ancient ice dragon martial soul's crystalline scales reflected cold light as 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, rose with the dragon's roar. Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shishui exchanged glances, both showing traces of shock in their eyes. What a powerful martial soul, Long Xiaoyao thought in amazement. As a fellow dragon-type martial soul wielder, his perception was most acute, yet he truly felt his bloodline being suppressed, the natural dominance of a superior over an inferior. Even his dark sacred dragon was being subdued, revealing just how noble Wei Xian's bloodline was. The ice dragon coiled into a ring, cold mist swirling around it. Wei Xian leaped gracefully, landing on the dragon's head at eye level with the evil soul master. He raised his hand and extended one finger, lightly touching the man's forehead. Cold soul power flowed in. The previously frenzied evil soul master's body trembled, his bloodthirsty red eyes slowly closed, and his heavy breathing gradually calmed. Wei Xian silently circulated the heart-clearing formula, imbuing his soul power with pure, cold intent that could purify evil thoughts and stabilize the mind. Under his precise control, the soul power surged into the evil soul master's head, the pure and cool energy cleansing the man's negative emotions. Long Xiaoyao and the others all showed expressions of astonishment. Though they didn't know how Wei Xian had accomplished this, the results were truly shocking. The intense malevolent energy that had filled the air was visibly dissipating before their eyes. The black mist that had been swirling around the evil soul master was gradually contracting, and the murderous intent that had once seemed almost tangible was growing dim. Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao locked eyes, each catching glimpses of surprise and barely concealed joy in the other's gaze. 10 minutes passed in a flash. Wei Xian had consumed over 80% of his soul power, fine beads of sweat appearing at his temples as his breathing quickened slightly. In the next moment, he retrieved a high-grade soul power recovery bottle from his storage ring that he had prepared beforehand. With his left hand forming seals and his right pulling the cork, he absorbed the contents while continuing to manipulate his soul power normally, a dangerous taboo. Yet under his precise control, everything remained stable. The crystal-clear soul power flowed down his throat, causing his meridians to glow with light. He completed 2 rounds of replenishment at incredible speed before finally purging all the evil thoughts from the evil soul master. Finally, he imprinted a simplified version of the heart purification technique directly into the man's mind as a soul mark. This mental technique carried special restrictions. He had placid it could be practiced, but never shared, as attempting to teach it would result in memory loss. The evil soul master would instinctively circulate the technique from now on, yet would never remember any of the incantations or passages. This restriction wasn't some crude method like body explosion, but rather a gentle yet absolute form of forgetting. This technique came from an opportunity Wei Xian had encountered in his previous life, simple yet profound, and even he admired its original creator. Though the heart purification technique wasn't world-shaking, he had no intention of letting it spread freely, so he could only seal it away. The ice dragon phantom dissipated as Wei Xian landed gracefully. The intense weakness made him sway slightly, forcing him to take a step back. His Highness Jing Hongqian immediately stepped forward to support him, filled with concern. "I'm fine." Wei Xian raised his hand to indicate he was all right, his eyes still calm and composed. Meanwhile, Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shishui simultaneously extended their spiritual power to carefully examine the evil soul master's condition. "How do you feel?" Yi Shishui asked immediately as the evil soul master opened his eyes. The evil soul master appeared confused at first, as if adapting to his completely new physical state. Startled by her voice, he quickly dropped to one knee, his voice carrying undisguised joy. Reporting to the Supreme Elder, "This subordinate feels excellent. My mind is much clearer than before, and the malevolent energy has almost completely disappeared." His eyes reddened with excitement, as if he had been reborn. "Explain your changes clearly, and release your martial soul for me to see." Yi Shishui's gaze was sharp and penetrating. The evil soul master complied and released his martial soul. Black energy still churned around him, but it no longer tainted his pupils. His eyes maintained their normal color. This subtle yet crucial difference made everyone present except Wei Xian, who already knew the outcome, gasp in shock. It seems like it's no longer affecting my sanity," the evil soul master whispered in disbelief, an unprecedented smile spreading across his face. Yi Shishui withdrew her gaze and fixed her burning eyes on Wei Xian, her emotional fluctuations more intense than they had been in decades. "Senior, surely you believe me now?" Wei Xian smiled. "How did you do it? I want to learn." Yi Shishui was direct and straightforward, without any beating around the bush. "I cannot teach you this method for now. If you want to resolve that other evil soul master's problems, bring him directly to me, and I'll handle it." Wei Xian shook his head. He had no interest in teaching the technique. This was an important bargaining chip for controlling the Holy Spirit cult, and he wouldn't reveal it easily. Yi Shishui's brows furrowed slightly as her mind raced, instantly understanding Wei Xian's intentions. "Name your conditions. Anything we can do, we'll agree to, as long as you teach me the method." Her tone was firm, unwilling to let the Holy Spirit cult remain under someone else's control for long. No matter how great the cost, she could accept it. Even if it meant forming an alliance, she didn't want to be at someone else's mercy. Wei Xuan smiled faintly and shook his head. Senior, we're all reasonable people here. You should know I can't easily reveal my methods. There's still a lack of genuine trust between us, and until I fully trust you, I need leverage to keep you in check. Wei Xuan spoke candidly and directly. When dealing with intelligent people, there was no need to beat around the bush. Some things could be laid out in the open. As his words fell, the temperature in the great hall seemed to drain away. Yi Xiushui's eyes darkened, her fingertips lifting slightly as the phantom of a blood-colored puppet flickered behind her. The chilling aura made the air feel as if ice shards were cutting through it. Kong Deming's expression shifted as he stepped protectively in front of Wei Xuan, his voice stern with warning. Supreme Elder, this is Mingdu City. Please show some restraint. Simultaneously, his soul power surged, dark energy pulses spreading across the ground, as if ready to awaken slumbering beasts. Both Long Xiaoyao and Yi Xiushui sensed the danger, their heartbeats suddenly accelerating as their chests tightened with pressure. Long Xiaoyao stepped forward, lowering his voice. Xiushui, calm down. Don't act rashly. Yi Xiushui took a deep breath, forcibly restraining her killing intent as the vast hall returned to stillness. She fixed her gaze on Kong Deming with a meaningful smile. Elder Kong, you've become increasingly unfathomable. Kong Deming's lips twitched into an ambiguous expression. The Supreme Elder's strength has also improved considerably. Their gazes clashed in the air, tension silently spreading like gunpowder. Wei Xuan observed everything with cold, emotionless eyes. Senior, if you want an alliance, it must be on my terms. Otherwise, our previous agreement is void. His tone wasn't loud, yet it carried an irresistible finality. Since arriving in this world, he had maintained a calm demeanor, but calmness didn't mean he had no bottom line. If truly pushed to his limits, he knew exactly what bloody methods he would use to quell his rage. Yi Xiushui's earlier aggression made him feel like his goodwill was being treated as worthless, and he was done tolerating it. Kong Deming returned to Wei Xuan's side, giving him a reassuring look. In Mingdu, even Limit de la wouldn't dare act recklessly. Wei Xuan nodded almost imperceptibly, then raised his eyes, their depths dark as a lightless abyss. In that instant, even the mighty Limit de la Yi Xiushui's heart trembled unexpectedly, cold dread sliding down her spine. She realized with shock that she was actually feeling fear as if facing a deity who commanded life and death. On any other day, she would have struck without hesitation, but now, instinct kept her silent. Since young Master Wei Xuan can solve the problem of evil soul master martial souls, I will honor my promise and protect your path for 10 years. Long Xiaoyao spoke up, both to mediate and out of genuine desire to help. The tense atmosphere eased slightly with his words. Wei Xuan turned his gaze to Yi Xiushui. And what is Senior Ye's stance? Yi Xiushui lowered her eyes in contemplation, quickly weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, she looked up with determined eyes and nodded. We'll do as you say. The coldness in Wei Xuan's eyes faded as he said. In that case, let's proceed with what we've agreed upon, mutual benefit for both sides. Long Xiaoyao and Yi Xiushui exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. In truth, even if Wei Xuan couldn't completely solve the martial soul problems for the evil soul masters, they had already decided to ally with him. With Su Tianran dead, the Holy Spirit cult needed a new pillar of support, and Wei Xuan was undoubtedly the best candidate available. Now that Wei Xuan had publicly demonstrated his extraordinary value, they were even less likely to abandon this path of cooperation. Even if it meant being in a passive position within the alliance, or even being controlled by Wei Xuan, they had no choice but to accept it. After a brief silence, Yi Xiushui turned slightly and spoke calmly. Regarding helping our cult members solve their martial soul problems, what are your thoughts? Her speech wasn't fast, yet it carried an underlying pressure. With my current soul power, even helping soul grandmaster level cult members is already taxing, let alone those of higher levels. Wei Xuan lifted his chin slightly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. After a moment's consideration, he replied in a calm tone. For now, let's focus on soul elders and below. Every half month, send me 10 people, and I'll handle their problems all at once. Isn't that efficiency too low? Yi Xiushui frowned slightly, dissatisfaction flashing in her eyes. Only 10 people every half month means just over 200 a year. It could clearly be faster. Wei Xuan's expression remained calm, though a hint of displeasure could be detected in his voice. I have many other matters to handle. I can't possibly spend all my time helping you. Yi Xiushui's aggressive attitude just now had clearly displeased him, and he was no longer being courteous. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold glint flashed in Yi Xiushui's eyes. The Holy Spirit cult's dark holy maiden had always been domineering, and very few dared to speak to her in such a manner. Xiushui. Long Xiaoyao promptly reached out to grasp her arm, gently shaking his head to signal for calm. He turned to Wei Xuan with a gentle tone. With your highness's talent, spending more time on cultivation wouldn't be a bad thing. Once your cultivation advances further, you'll be able to solve martial soul problems for even higher-level soul masters in our cult. Long Xiaoyao's words both gave Wei Xuan face and subtly reminded Yi Shishui to consider the bigger picture. Yi Shishui pressed her lips together, took a deep breath, and her expression finally softened. Upon reflection, if Wei Xuan could break through in cultivation faster, the benefits to the Holy Spirit cult's high-ranking soul masters would far exceed this minor matter of speed. Wei Xian's eyes flickered slightly as he cast an appreciative glance at Long Xiaoyao. Compared to Yi Shishui's hardline approach, Long Xiaoyao appeared more composed and could see the pros and cons clearly. About an hour later, both sides finalized the details of their cooperation. Due to Wei Xian's excessive soul power consumption, he didn't continue treating the evil soul masters for the time being. Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao left the courtyard with the 4 evil soul masters, still solemnly emphasizing before departure that people would be sent according to the agreed schedule. After a brief conversation, Kong Deming also bid farewell to Wei Xuan. Following a few words with Wei Xuan, Kong Deming departed as well, not staying long. Your Highness, do you think the Holy Spirit cult will keep their word? Jing Hongqian stood beside Wei Xuan, his gaze sweeping across the tranquil courtyard before them, his tone carrying a hint of hesitation. If the Holy Spirit cult wants to walk openly on the continent, they must make changes. They have no reason not to honor their promises. Wei Xian's voice was steady, yet carried an unquestionable certainty. Jing Hongqian nodded, approval flashing in his eyes, then added with some excitement. If they truly can reform and stand firmly with the Empire, that would be tremendous news. With them, we could finally make up for our shortcomings in pure soul masters. He didn't know all the details about the Holy Spirit cult, but just the existence of those 2 ultimate Dolaw was enough to prove this faction's formidable strength. Compared to superpowers like Shrek Academy and the Numenon sect, the Holy Spirit cult was in no way inferior, perhaps even superior. For the Sun Moon Empire, which had always lacked top-tier soul masters, gaining the Holy Spirit cult's support would undoubtedly elevate the nation's power by several levels. They will. Wei Xian's tone was certain. As long as the Empire continues to grow stronger, we won't need to ask, they'll naturally gravitate toward us. Our alliance with the Holy Spirit cult is mutually beneficial from the start. The greater the benefits, the more solid the promises become. Jing Hongqian looked at the young prince with slight surprise, delight and relief flashing in his eyes. Sensing that burning gaze, Wei Xuan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" "It's nothing." Jing Hongqian smiled and sighed. "Though your highness is still young, you're more mature than many adults, farsighted, perceptive of human nature, and seasoned in handling affairs. If not for that youthful appearance, I'd really think you were some old monster who's lived for over 100 years. Wei Xuan smiled lightly and playfully waved his hand. "Perhaps I really have lived for over 100 years, who knows?" With that, he stepped toward the courtyard gate, his boots creating soft sounds against the stone steps covered in thin snow. Jing Hongqian was momentarily stunned, staring at Wei Xian's retreating figure in a daze before chuckling and calling out, "If you've lived for over 100 years, then I've lived for 10,000. What nonsense we're spouting." Jing Hongqian laughed and scolded as he followed Wei Xian's pace. For years later, in the far north, through the swirling blizzard, a handsome young man glided across the sky, each touch of his toes on the snow leaving only shallow impressions before he leaped dozens of meters in the next instant. His pale blue hair fluttered in the frigid wind like ice silk gleaming with subtle light. The youth was named Wei Xuan, 12 years old, with a tall and slender frame. His features carried both the innocence of youth and a composure beyond his years. His eyes, deep as dark pools, were bright and profound, seeming to contain endless stars that made his emotions impossible to read. However, at this moment, Wei Xuan had no leisure to admire the snow was being relentlessly pursued by a ferocious soul beast. Thud, thud, thud. The deep, rapid tremors of the ground merged into a continuous line. It was a massive snow ape that stood over 5 meters tall even on all fours, its broad back rippling with rock-like muscles that stirred up clouds of snow as it ran. Each step created spiderweb cracks across the ice. Its eyes blazed crimson with murderous intent, and ice frost's soul power erupted from between its fur, dropping the surrounding temperature even further. This ape was nearly 40,000 years old, placing it among the upper middle tier of combatants in the far north. Its ice and snow attributes perfectly matched the environment, amplifying its true combat power even more. Ordinary soul Delaw without ice or snow-type martial souls would already be weakened here, and with this additional enhancement, subduing the creature would be nearly impossible. In other words, if Wei Xuan didn't rely on his powerful divine consciousness, he would surely lose in a direct confrontation though, if he truly unleashed his divine consciousness. This snow ape would be obliterated in an instant. This big fellow is quite persistent. Wei Xuan chuckled softly as snow exploded beneath his feet. The 6th level thrusters on his back expelled pale blue flames, multiplying his speed several times over. Using the undulating snow drifts to his advantage, he moved with the agility of a snow leopard in zigzag patterns, occasionally turning to launch finger strikes of soul power laced with cold light that grazed the ape's face, forcing it to dodge and block. The snow ape excelled in brute strength, but was far inferior in speed. Even with nearly 40,000 years of cultivation pushing its physical limits to the extreme, its running speed barely matched that of a Soul Emperor-level agility attack Soul Master. But with his thrusters, Wei Xuan had also elevated his speed to Soul Emperor level, with a slight edge. More critically, Wei Xian's harassing attacks constantly disrupted the ape's rhythm, preventing it from fully utilizing even its limited speed. Thus, while the distance between pursuer and pursued fluctuated, it remained firmly under Wei Xian's control. The snow ape roared and ice shards flew, but for every step it took, the youth had already left another series of faint footprints much farther ahead. Under Wei Xian's disruptive attacks, the ape couldn't unleash its full speed, naturally making it impossible to catch up. Wei Xian harbored no killing intent toward the snow ape, his attacks serving mainly as distractions without any real intention to harm it. He needed a fourth soul ring with approximately 10,000 years of cultivation, but this snow ape's age was far too high, making it unsuitable. There was no need for lethal force. Indeed, Wei Xian's journey deep into the far north was precisely to hunt for his fourth soul ring, was now a level 40 quasi-soul ancestor. Over the past 4 years, he had devoted his primary energy to soul tool research while never neglecting his cultivation. After comprehending this world's cultivation system, his training speed could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds what others achieve through arduous training over days or even dozens of days. He could often accomplish in a single day. If not for compressing each level of soul power to its absolute limit, his current level would likely be approaching Soul King or even Soul Emperor. It was worth noting that all his soul power advancement came without the aid of any heavenly treasures or pills, achieved purely through his own diligent cultivation. Reaching level 30 took him merely 1 year and 4 months. After level 30, though his speed decreased by nearly 30%, it still far exceeded ordinary people. In just over 2 years, he crossed the level 40 threshold, needing only 1 soul ring to become a true soul ancestor. This time Wei Xian traveled alone, viewing this journey as training, bringing no guards. He had never attempted to cultivate the supreme immortal techniques he mastered in his previous life, not out of unwillingness, but inability. Those immortal techniques were too high-level. Once activated, they would destroy this realm's rules. Years ago, when he merely tested them once, the sky above Mingdu changed dramatically, multiple spatial tiers appeared, and the entire city was shrouded in darkness like the apocalypse descending. That commotion remained vivid in his memory. Since then, Wei Xian never touched immortal techniques again, to avoid bringing unforeseen disasters to this world. He planned to cultivate them after leaving this realm. Fortunately, after becoming a martial soul, the double pupil's power had not fully manifested, and using them would not trigger similar catastrophes. The snow ape's pursuit proved fruitless. It roared deafeningly, pounding its chest with both fists, causing the valley's accumulated snow to tremble and the ground to undulate. After several strikes, it grabbed a 1,000-pound boulder and hurled it viciously at Wei Xian. The massive rock's flight created deep whooshing sounds. Immediately after, it seized 200-pound stones, throwing them while charging wildly, attempting to block Wei Xian's movement. Ape-type soul beasts were renowned for brute strength, and snow apes were no exception. The 1,000-pound boulder seemed like an ordinary stone in its hands, while the 100-pound rocks could be thrown continuously with one hand. Enhanced by terrifying force, these stones whistled through the air from friction. Pretty good aim, Wei Xian commented casually. His divine sense spread out, allowing him to perceive the exact landing points of all 3 rocks without looking back precisely where he might stop. If struck, an ordinary soul master would immediately lose mobility or even be crushed to pulp, but if he activated his soul tool barrier, there would be no serious harm. His feet touched ground, heels striking the ice surface hard as his form shot up again, changing direction. The pitch-black hand cannon in his grasp began charging, instantly drawing surrounding ice and snow elements into the barrel. The dark cannon first flashed pale blue light, condensing to deep blue in just an instant. Bang! The cannonball fired. A fist-sized deep blue orb whistled out, colliding head-on with the 1,000-pound boulder. Boom! The orb exploded, turning the boulder into scattered ice fragments. Extreme cold energy swirled into a storm, and within a radius of dozens of meters, ice shards shot like arrows, instantly creating dense craters in the ground. Wei Xian's hand cannon was crafted when he was 6, upgraded several times to reach the limit of 5th-level soul tools. Restricted by materials, it stopped at level 5, but thanks to internal special formations and ice snow environment enhancement, its maximum power could rival top-tier 6th-level soul tools, just one step short of level 7. Soul tools underwent qualitative changes after level 7. like soul masters leaping forward upon reaching soul sage. This barrier was not easily overcome. Immediately after, the second and third cannonballs fired in succession, precisely shattering the remaining 200-pound rocks, instantly creating two more ice snowstorms. Facing the dense ice arrows, even the thick-skinned snow ape had to raise its arms to protect its head. Firing one more shot, Wei Xuan pushed his speed to the limit, using propulsion soul tools to instantly surge several hundred meters, rapidly widening the distance from the snow ape. The final cannonball exploded dozens of meters in front of the snow ape, with a blast range of nearly 100 meters, the storm tearing through the ice field. The snow ape burned with rage, but didn't dodge, forcibly enduring the attack. When the storm dispersed, Wei Xuan had already vanished into the wind and snow, leaving only falling ice fragments in the air. Roar! The snow ape howled wildly, completely enraged, desperately pounding its chest. Snow and rocks flew beneath its feet, as nearby soul beasts fled, not daring to approach. With the propulsion soul tool, Wei Xuan flew several miles in moments. After confirming he had shaken off the snow ape, he stopped, planning to withdraw his divine sense from the surrounding miles. His eyebrow arched as he suddenly turned left, gazing intently into the distance. He recalled all divine sense from other directions, concentrating on exploring ahead. After several seconds, delight crept across his face, the words exploration results, weighing on his heart, yet unspeakably satisfying. Big gorilla, thanks for chasing me all that way, he murmured quietly. Rather than rushing forward, he sat cross-legged on the spot, beginning to recover his soul power. An hour later, fully restored, he rose and brushed off the snow, his gaze determined as he sped toward the distance without delay. His powerful divine sense continuously covered the surroundings. Any movement within several miles could not escape his detection. With knowledge of the surrounding soul beast locations, Wei Xian's journey proceeded smoothly, as he avoided various soul beasts along the way. In less than 10 minutes, he reached his destination 5 li away. Below his feet lay an icy snow valley, irregularly elliptical in shape, with its longest end spanning over 2,000 meters. Snow mist churned and rolled, with ice attribute plants scattered throughout, thriving, yet emanating a bone-chilling coldness. Notably absent were any traces of soul beast activity. The valley's emptiness didn't signify safety. Rather, it suggested this was likely the territory of some powerful soul beast that other creatures dared not approach. Wei Xuan stood atop the cliff, surveying the valley below. His vision could only penetrate the white expanse so far, but rather than forcibly activating his double pupils, he first probed with his divine consciousness. As his awareness spread, details from over 2,000 meters away immediately materialized in his mind. There stood a steep cliff face about 50 meters high, with a central cave opening exceeding 10 meters in diameter. The interior was spacious, with snowflakes drifting in on the wind. In the deepest part of the cave, a soul beast lay curled in slumber, its entire body ice blue, with wings that appeared carved from ice crystals, cold light dancing across their surfaces. After confirming his target, chaotic currents swirled in Wei Xian's eyes, mysterious as the universe's primordial opening. His double pupils activated, transforming single pupils into double ones. The rock walls became translucent in his vision, revealing the soul beast's blood flow, meridian pathways, and bone structure with perfect clarity. Even its internal energy levels and hidden weaknesses were laid bare. Just over 10,000 years, the age is somewhat lacking, but the quality is exceptional. I'd accept it even at 1,000 years. Wei Xuan murmured with satisfaction. Having completed his assessment, he retrieved the ice cloud wings. With a slight infusion of soul power, the wings automatically attached to his back. His form rose into the air, neither rushed nor leisurely. During flight, he raised his hand and clenched it. Ice and snow elements from heaven and earth responded to his call, instantly condensing into dozens of gleaming ice spikes. The longest measured a foot, some thick as thumbs, others sharp as needles, all radiating menacing edges. With a swing of his arm, the ice spikes shot forth, their piercing wind creating sharp whistling sounds as they traced deadly arcs toward the cave entrance. Impact sounds echoed continuously. After a brief silence, an enraged cry thundered forth. Wei Xuan hovered in midair, making no further approach, simply observing the cave entrance. The next moment, a resounding phoenix cry shook the entire valley, accompanied by overwhelming energy fluctuations as an ice-blue phoenix burst from the cave with beating wings. This was an ice phoenix, its wingspan reaching 10 meters when fully extended, massive yet graceful. Its ice-blue feathers caught the light, radiating cold majesty like a snow lotus blooming alone in winter's grip. With its appearance, the already sub-zero temperature plummeted further, and heavy snow began falling from nowhere, as if celebrating the arrival of a sovereign. The ice phoenix circled once in the air, its blue eyes coldly locking onto Wei Xuan, its killing intent more piercing than ice and snow. In the next instant, it charged with beating wings, energy surging as countless ice feathers materialized and shot rapidly toward Wei Xuan. Soul beasts with powerful bloodlines could comprehend skills at the 1,000-year mark, and those with exceptional talent at 10,000 years could even develop bloodline techniques. What the Ice Phoenix now displayed was precisely its innate ability, sky-filling phoenix feathers. The seemingly delicate feathers became razor-sharp under high-frequency vibration, each capable of tearing through steel upon impact. The dragon and phoenix lineages had always dominated the apex of the food chain. Even at 10,000 years, this ice phoenix could rival 100,000-year soul beasts, making its attack power imaginable. Wei Xuan felt mildly surprised, not expecting the ice phoenix to immediately deploy its ultimate technique. Against an ordinary foraying soul master, the ice phoenix's pride would never permit such urgency, but it sensed an unprecedented life-and-death crisis from Wei Xuan, a danger that even many 100,000-year soul beasts had never made it feel. Therefore, it unhesitatingly unleashed its innate skill, intending to kill with one strike. The ice feathers traveled at several times the speed of sound, covering a vast area. Unless Wei Xuan possessed speed comparable to an agility type titled duel, evasion would be impossible. However, within his double pupils, these lethal feathers appeared slowed, their trajectories crystal clear. Divine Consciousness Shield. With a thought from Wei Xuan, an invisible barrier materialized before him. Condensed from divine consciousness according to secret methods, it was thin as cicada wings and nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, detectable only by those with sufficiently powerful spiritual force. Though the shield appeared palm-sized, it gave an impression of boundless vastness, as if any attack would be blocked by it. Countless ice feathers struck the spiritual shield, their sharp exteriors instantly shattering into powder and silently dispersing. Even attacks comparable to those of titled duel couldn't leave so much as a scratch on the barrier. Only those whose spiritual power exceeded Wei Xuan's could possibly break through this shield. It would only dissipate naturally when his divine consciousness became too depleted to maintain it. Moreover, deploying this spiritual shield consumed considerable energy from Wei Xuan, making it not something he could use casually. Witnessing this scene, the ice phoenix's beautiful ice-blue pupils contracted sharply, its speed instinctively slowing as deep fear arose in its heart. It knew better than anyone the terrifying power of its own attacks. Yet they had been completely blocked without warning, and it couldn't even detect what had stopped them. This unknown force made one of the coldest creatures in the far north feel a chill penetrating to its very bones. The ice phoenix suddenly wheeled around, abandoning the fight and desperately activating its bloodline power to escape the area. Snow mist was torn into a shrieking white line behind it, but in the next instant, a low shout exploded across heaven and earth. Divine Consciousness Prison. Invisible energy surged like a tide, silent yet soul-shaking, forcibly mobilizing the laws of heaven and earth. The space around the ice phoenix instantly solidified, time seeming to freeze as its wings, caught mid-beat in the air, hung rigidly suspended, even its breathing cut off. Though outwardly motionless, it struggled frantically within, pouring out all its energy without reservation. Yet no matter how it activated its bloodline power, it couldn't move even a fraction, couldn't even blink. Wei Xuan approached slowly with his ice cloud wings spread behind him, radiating a pale blue glow, his speed unhurried. He deliberately steadied his rapid breathing. These two secret techniques consumed enormous amounts of divine consciousness, leaving him slightly dizzy. After years of cultivation, his divine consciousness had only recovered a fraction, still far from reaching this world's god level. Forcibly executing these two great secret techniques at the limit duel level not only made precise control difficult, but pushing too hard could even cause him to faint on the spot. The light of his double pupils gradually dimmed as the ancient ice dragon martial soul manifested behind him, its dragon roar echoing resonantly through the valley. 3 soul rings rose together. All purple Wei Xuan had developed a special absorption method that gave soul rings growth potential. As the soul master's strength increased, the soul beast spirit would strengthen accordingly, creating a positive feedback loop. Through years of nurturing, the 700-year ice profound dragon flood soul ring had leaped to over 3,000 years. The 2,000-year saber-tooth ice spirit tiger had advanced to over 5,000 years, and the originally 6,000-year soul ring had climbed to over 9,000 years, approaching the 10th sand-year threshold. The first soul ring lit up as the ice flood dragon's breath howled forth. The ancient ice dragon shot skyward, opening its maw to spray bone-chilling ice mist. Wei Xuan raised his palm, and the ice mist rushed toward it, condensing rapidly. In an instant, a white ice spear over 2 feet long took shape, its tip gleaming with cold light. With a slight push of his wrist, the ice spear shot forth like an arrow from a bow, piercing through the air toward the imprisoned ice phoenix. The moment the ice spear launched, Wei Xuan's soul power drained dramatically, his form staggering as he slowly descended. Simultaneously, his divine consciousness locked onto the ice phoenix's soul, suppressing its final struggles. Clang! The ice spear struck the ice phoenix's neck with a sound like clashing metal, and its protective ice armor shattered inch by inch. After a brief standoff, the sharp spear pierced through the ice phoenix's throat. The divine consciousness prison's energy immediately dissipated, and a shrill, agonized cry tore through the sky. The ice phoenix's aura instantly became chaotic, its wings beating frantically, but ultimately to no avail. After several breaths, all struggle ceased, and the massive body fell powerless. Like this apex soul beast of the far north had completely lost its life force, and the Dola continent would never again see an ice phoenix. Had it grown to 100,000 years, it surely could have stood alongside the three great kings of the far north. But unfortunately, it encountered Wei Xuan today. Its fate was both fortunate and unfortunate. The death of its physical body was misfortune, but the preservation of its soul was fortune. Following Wei Xuan, perhaps it would have a future it had never dared imagine before. The ice phoenix crashed to the ground, sending white snow flying in all directions as snowflakes danced through the air. A black soul ring emerged from the creature's corpse, its powerful energy making the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Wei Xuan retracted his ice cloud wings and stepped forward across the creaking thin ice, his chest rising and falling slightly as he worked to steady his long, irregular breathing. Though his final strike had appeared swift and decisive, it had drained more than 70% of his soul power. While his first soul skill itself consumed relatively little energy, breaking through the ice phoenix's defenses required him to infuse the ice spear with massive amounts of soul power to enhance both its hardness and sharpness. The razor-sharp ice spear had targeted that gossamer thin scale on the ice phoenix's chest, piercing through in a single thrust to achieve an instant kill. His second and third soul skills were also attack-oriented, but they were better suited for area damage rather than concentrated strikes, lacking the focused power needed to instantly kill the ice phoenix. Therefore, the true key to this battle wasn't his soul skills, but rather his precise control over ice elements. Approaching the fallen ice phoenix, he quickly scanned the surroundings to confirm no one was watching, then focused his mind. The ancient ice dragon phantom behind him roared thunderously, opening its maw to release billowing frost. Milky white ice mist spread rapidly throughout the valley, then writhed and condensed into a hemispherical barrier that enclosed both Wei Xuan and the ice phoenix's corpse. The barrier completely isolated the internal atmosphere from the outside world, making it difficult for anyone to detect the hidden activities within unless they came very close. The valley fell into deathly silence. The sun set and the moon rose. Then the sun rose and the moon set again as 20 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The violent energy within the barrier dissipated like a receding tide, and the milky white light screen shattered into fine ice particles that were scattered by the wind, finally revealing the scene within. Wei Xuan slowly stood up, for soul rings 3 purple and 1 black floating around him in steady rhythm like a heartbeat. Having absorbed the soul ring, his aura had increased several-fold. His eyes were bright and clear, and his spine was perfectly straight. Due to his prior compression of soul power, his level had only increased by 1, stabilizing firmly at level 41. Could this be a soul bone? He looked down at the ice feather in his palm, which emanated faint energy fluctuations. The wing was only the size of 2 palms and could be held in one hand, a miniature version of the ice phoenix's massive wings. While absorbing the soul ring, a strange force completely different from the soul ring's energy had suddenly emerged within his body, flowing along his meridians toward his spine as if trying to form some unknown object. Wei Xuan immediately sensed the anomaly and naturally refused to let it develop on its own, promptly forcing this energy out of his body. After forcing out the energy, it didn't dissipate, but instead condensed into the miniature phoenix wing now resting in his palm. Wei Xuan lowered his head to examine it, his mind rapidly searching through the Sun Moon Empire's records about soul beasts and soul bones. He was familiar with the forms of the 6 standard soul bones: head, limbs, and torso, but this wing clearly didn't match any of them. As he studied it, he unconsciously began comparing it to another extremely rare type of soul bone mentioned in the texts, an external soul bone. Could this actually be an external soul bone? He murmured to himself. External soul bones were even more precious and rare than 100,000-year soul bones, with virtually no one possessing them. Yet here he had stumbled upon one by chance. Such incredible luck was truly astounding. Moreover, it came from an ice phoenix, a top-tier soul beast, making it practically one of vacant in the world. If auctioned, even titled Dou would likely fight tooth and nail for it. After recognizing its grade, Wei Xuan showed no excitement, merely smiled faintly before sitting cross-legged and beginning to absorb this treasure that nearly every soul master could only dream of. Earlier, not knowing its origin, he had forced the energy out, but now that he understood what it was, he had no more reservations. Channeling his soul power, the ice blue wing transformed into a stream of light that pierced into his spine. The next instant, an icy sensation took hold between his vertebrae and ribs as the energy fused with his bones, feeling like steel needles being driven deep into his marrow. The bone-piercing agony made even him furrow his brow slightly, yet his body remained upright, his expression showing not the slightest tremor. After adapting to the pain, his brow smoothed, becoming as steady as a mountain, allowing the energy to invade freely. The lengthy fusion didn't take too long, roughly 5 hours before the last trace of energy completely settled into the depths of his bones. With a slight mental command from Wei Xuan, ice blue wings suddenly unfurled behind him, crystalline feathers with distinct lines, trembling gently in the wind like the true wings of an ice phoenix, brimming with vitality. He didn't need to turn around. Through his divine sense, he could see every detail clearly. Nice design, he nodded to himself. From now on, I'll call you Ice Phoenix Divine Wings. With that thought settled, he leaped up, his form shooting skyward. The Ice Phoenix Divine Wings spread wide, and after a brief pause, his speed was more than double what it had been when using the Ice Cloud wings. The wings moved like his own arms, flexible and responsive to his every whim. High in the air, he seemed to have truly become an ice phoenix, soaring through the far north skies without restraint. Unlike soul tools, these divine wings felt more like part of his body, with every subtle movement providing precise feedback. Wei Xuan glided freely through the heavens, quickly leaving the valley behind as he raced toward unknown destinations. At this moment he had no particular goal, simply enjoying the freedom that flight brought. Looking down at the far north ice plains, the endless white expanse resembled infinite waves, bringing a long-missed sense of exhilaration. After about 10 minutes, he heard his stomach growling and had to retract his divine wings, landing on the snowy ground. Not having achieved fasting is really troublesome, he smiled wryly, casually brushing away snowflakes that hadn't yet settled on his robes before sitting down beside the nearest snowbank and lying back. He retrieved dried rations and a flask of strong liquor from his storage ring, alternating between food and drink with leisurely ease. The ice and snow posed no threat to this master of ice. The cold couldn't even dampen the hem of his clothes. To him, the snow beneath was no different from summer grass, bringing only a sense of familiarity. Using the snowy ground as his seat and the blue sky as his canopy, Wei Xuan gazed at the vast heavens above, his thoughts carried by the wine toward a touch of melancholy. I wonder how far this world is from the cultivation realm. The tragic loss of his parents in youth and his brother's death, while saving him, had driven him to pour all his energy into cultivation. Later, after all his enemies were destroyed, he found himself without friends or family, never even considering taking a Dao companion. Now utterly alone, his only pursuit was reaching the pinnacle of the Dao to witness that ultimate scenery. And all of this could only be achieved by returning to the cultivation realm. Become a god. He shook his head in self-mockery, raising the flask to drink deeply. The strong liquor was soon emptied, the dried rations consumed as well. Pillowing his hands behind his head, he closed his eyes, letting the high-altitude winds sweep across his face as his breathing steadied and his mind completely relaxed, drifting into a light doze. About half an hour later, a disturbance in the distance caused Wei Xian's eyes to snap open as he quickly rose to his feet, gazing toward the horizon. Ever since setting foot on this frozen wasteland, his divine consciousness had continuously covered a 2-mile radius, allowing no living creature's movements to escape his perception. At this moment, someone was entering this range, and their soul fluctuations were remarkably strange. Within that youth's body lurked another soul presence that didn't belong to him. What an interesting young man, Wei Xuan murmured softly. Since descending to this realm, this was the first time he had shown genuine surprise. That soul fluctuation didn't merge with the youth's own, but remained independent, as if it could take control of the body at any moment. Simultaneously, he detected the mental probe the other party had released. That spiritual power was sharp and intense. Even a limit de law would likely fall short by 3 points, though unfortunately for them, they had encountered him. Wei Xian's divine consciousness operated on a higher level, and even though he hadn't fully recovered, it was more than sufficient to easily evade detection. Snowflakes began rising silently around him, like curtains concealing his form as he walked through the snow toward the youth's location. Deep in the frozen wasteland, a 12 or 13-year-old boy huddled on the ground, his entire body trembling slightly from the cold. Not far from him, a fist-sized golden orb of light floated in midair, clearly revealing an excessively beautiful scorpion within an ice jade emperor scorpion. This scorpion's head was positioned at the front of 4 stacked body segments, its silver-white mouthparts radiating bone-chilling coldness. Its front half was covered with hexagonal diamond-like protrusions that sparkled brilliantly, while its front claws were similarly covered with crystalline bumps and silver-white pincers. A pair of yellow eyes resembled embedded yellow diamonds, flowing with radiant light. Anyone familiar with ice and snow soul beasts would be shocked speechless if present. One of the 3 great kings of the far north, the Ice Empress, stood before them. What do you want? The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion asked coldly. Facing her was an Ice Silkworm in phantom form. The Ice Silkworm was pure white throughout, with only a few golden accents on its abdomen and 10 golden stripes like royal insignia, making it appear extraordinarily noble. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm spoke in gentle tones. I only want to be with my beloved forever. Ice Jade Scorpion? A hint of interest flashed in Wei Xuan's eyes through the snow curtain. Through the light orb, he quickly assessed the opponent's energy fluctuations fierce beast level, equivalent to a super Delaw, and definitely not an ordinary level 96 or 97. Using Long Xiaoyao, Jing Hongchun, Yi Xiushui, and other titled Delaw as reference points, he reached a conclusion. This scorpion had already reached level 98, on par with Long Xiaoyao. The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, ranked second among the three great kings of the far north. Wei Xian's heart stirred. Capturing the Ice Empress would be no easy feat. He restrained his breathing, completely burying his presence in the wind and snow, quietly listening to the conversation nearby. Creating a god? Wei Xian raised an eyebrow. The Ice Silkworm's proposed plan marked the first time he had heard the word godhood on this continent. It turned out the Ice Empress had been subdued by the Ice Silkworm and was being persuaded to become the youth's wisdom soul ring. Furthermore, the Ice Empress would transform into the youth's second martial soul, completely remaking his talent. The three of them working together would give the youth the possibility of achieving godhood. If the youth successfully entered the divine realm, both the Ice Silkworm and Ice Empress could escape the world's constraints and gain eternal life. The framework of the plan was feasible, though the success rate was less than 10%. Wei Xian had read countless historical records and knew well that after the Shrek 7 Devils 10,000 years ago, no one on the continent had achieved godhood. Whether due to heavenly laws or other reasons, even Limit Delaw stopped at the threshold of divinity. Brilliant talents like Long Xiaoyao and Yi Xiushui still couldn't achieve godhood, and this 12 or 13-year-old youth at only level 20 had merely average talent. Even if the Ice Empress became his second martial soul, while he might match prodigies like Jing Hongchun's generation in the future and achieve title Delaw, or even limit Delaw status, taking that step to godhood remained elusive. The Ice Empress clearly understood this point, but had no choice but to gamble, otherwise she would only become a mindless soul ring. Wei Xian chuckled softly, his voice swallowed by the howling wind. Such noble words, but whether it's believable is another matter entirely. A thought immediately sprouted. What would it be like if the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion became his soul ring? 100,000-year soul beast would surely produce a soul bone, quite a harvest. Whether the youth could achieve godhood remained unknown, but he, Wei Xian, must become a god. It was a necessary condition for leaving this realm. With this thought, Wei Xian's lips curved slightly. In that case, the Ice Empress should come with me instead. Seeing the Ice Empress waver, the Sky Dream Iceworm struck while the iron was hot. What do you say? You'd better think this through carefully. Opportunity knocks but once. You should know that after being trapped by me, I have countless ways to end your life. Fight would merely waste a bit of time. On one side lies eternal life, on the other destruction. Which is more important? You'd better decide wisely. As he finished speaking, the Sky Dream Iceworm's tone suddenly turned cold and harsh, a flash of killing intent flickering in the depths of his eyes. He had exhausted all his efforts in persuasion. If the Ice Empress continued to refuse, he would have no choice but to erase her consciousness and truly transform her into a soul ring. That wasn't the outcome he wished to see, yet it was something he had to do. Otherwise, the god creation plan would be affected and its success rate would plummet. Not far away, Huo Yuhao, curled up on the ground, seemed to have forgotten the bone-piercing cold as he stared intently at the Ice Empress, his eyes full of anticipation, his heart too excited to contain itself. The Ice Empress's gaze flickered as she pondered for a long while. After more than 10 breaths, she finally spoke coldly. Do I have any other choice? As her words fell, a smile immediately bloomed on Huo Yuhao's face, and he could barely restrain himself from jumping up from the ground. The Sky Dream Iceworm also breathed a long sigh of relief. Preserving the Ice Empress's consciousness while allowing the plan to proceed smoothly was truly the best of both worlds. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, an unfamiliar voice reached everyone's ears. Actually, you do have other choices. Wei Xian's figure seemed to materialize from thin air, slowly stepping into everyone's line of sight. As soon as the voice fell, both Huo Yuhao and the Sky Dream Iceworm were startled simultaneously. Their eyes met, and both saw shock reflected in the other's face. Huo Yuhao quickly sprang up from the ground, his spiritual detection quietly spreading out as his entire body tensed like a drawn bowstring. At the same time, he cast an inquiring glance at the Sky Dream Iceworm. Hadn't the area within 100 li been completely quiet, with neither soul beasts nor humans? What was going on? The Sky Dream Iceworm's expression was grave, offering no answer. He had indeed released spiritual detection, and the surrounding 100 li had been empty of people, yet this youth before them had somehow evaded his detection? At this thought, his heart sank, and his gaze toward Wei Xian carried several degrees more wariness. The Ice Empress was equally surprised. For a human youth to avoid her perception was no simple matter. At her level, Even without deliberate probing, she could sense every movement in the surrounding area. Judging from the position where Wei Xuan had appeared, he had apparently been eavesdropping nearby the entire time, yet no one had noticed. The very fact that someone could listen in at close range without being detected was extremely alarming. Where did this brat come from? Get lost if you don't want to die. The Sky Dream Iceworm threatened with false bravado, his vast spiritual power instantly weaving together a terrifying aura far more frightening than even the Ice Empress's. A deafening dragon's roar echoed in their ears, its fierce might surging like a tide, as if a true dragon had descended upon the world. It was the aura of the Black Dragon Emperor Tian. Using his powerful spiritual force, the Sky Dream Iceworm mimicked it to perfection, even conjuring a faint black dragon phantom that appeared startlingly real. The Ice Empress looked at the Sky Dream Iceworm in surprise. Under this overwhelming aura, Huo Yuhao felt deep terror, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground once again. To maintain the illusion, the Sky Dream Iceworm didn't restrain its presence. The fierce pressure crashed down like a tidal wave, directly enveloping Huo Yuhao and forcibly pressing the young man into the snow. If facing an ordinary soul ancestor, this pressure would be enough to shatter their courage completely, but unfortunately, Wei Xuan was not among such ordinary people. Wei Xuan smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, watching the Sky Dream Iceworm with great interest, as if appreciating an amusing trick. Seeing his opponent show no fear, the Sky Dream Iceworm intensified its pressure further, dark spiritual power surging toward Wei Xuan like waves of cold tide, its voice low and arrogant. Human, are you offending my dignity? An ant like you I could destroy you with a snap of my fingers. However, I'm willing to give you a chance to leave. Though offering a chance verbally, an invisible spiritual assault had already been quietly released. He trusted dead men more and would never allow his opponent to leave alive. As the spiritual storm struck, Wei Xian's expression remained unchanged. He smiled calmly, condensing his divine consciousness into an invisible sword that, in a flash, shattered the assault into pieces. Ah! The Sky Dream Iceworm cried out in pain as a crack was torn in its sea of consciousness, sharp agony exploding suddenly, and the powerful aura it had deliberately cultivated instantly crumbled. Brother Tianming. Huo Yuhao scrambled to his feet, his face full of anxiety. The Ice Empress raised an eyebrow, shock written in her crystal-like eyes. This human's spiritual power could actually overwhelm the Sky Dream Iceworm. Simply incredible. I'm fine. The Sky Dream Iceworm forcibly suppressed the pain, still staring at Wei Xuan with lingering fear. How do you possess such powerful spiritual power? Wei Xuan didn't answer, instead turning to look at the Ice Empress, his tone confident. Consider becoming my wisdom soul ring. In the future, I will surely bring you to the divine realm. That unwavering confidence seemed to declare that whatever he spoke, he could certainly achieve. Both Huo Yuhao and the Sky Dream Iceworm's faces darkened simultaneously. This person actually came to steal the Ice Empress. Isn't this going too far? This is clearly a matter between me and the Ice Empress. Yet you want to interfere? Huo Yuhao questioned coldly. Wei Xuan shook his head with a laugh. Don't speak so childishly. Just because you say it's your affair, others aren't allowed to interfere? This world has always respected strength above all. Changing his tone, he pointed toward the Ice Empress trapped in ice. Moreover, she's been imprisoned by you. When discussing matters between yourselves, did you ever ask for her opinion? The Ice Empress glanced coldly at Huo Yuhao and the Sky Dream Iceworm. If not for her restraints, she would have already struck. After pondering for a moment, she looked toward Wei Xuan. Why should I trust you? And why should I believe you can help me become a god? Roar. A resounding dragon's cry suddenly arose, space seeming to tear open an icy fissure as an ancient ice dragon spiraled out from the void, circling around Wei Xuan and looking down upon all living beings. For soul rings rose with it, shining in the cold wind. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread outward, the air seeming to be instantly drained away, and the extreme cold caused the snowy plain to freeze once again into even harder ice crystals. The next moment, the innermost purple soul ring lit up, and a 6-meter-long flood dragon burst forth. The ice mystic dragon flood soared skyward in spirals, its dragon cry deafening. The second soul ring followed immediately, tiger roars thundering as the saber-tooth ice spirit tiger pounced onto the snowy ground. Its 5-meter-long body rippled with muscle, fangs like sharp swords, radiating killing intent. The third soul ring blazed, the earth rumbling in response as an ice river mammoth came trampling through the snow. Its massive form landed with such force that snow scattered everywhere, its towering frame over 8 meters high looming like a small mountain. Its entire body was covered in diamond-shaped ice crystals, as if wearing a suit of crystal armor, majestic and domineering. The soul black soul ring blazed to life, and a breathtakingly perfect ice phoenix spread its wings and soared forth, its cry echoing through the 9 heavens and striking awe into all beasts. Wherever the ice phoenix passed, crystalline snowflakes drifted down, instantly illuminating the once silent world of ice and snow as if awakening dormant vitality. Wei Xuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, wearing an enigmatic smile as he reminded the Ice Empress, "Feel their true state carefully." As his words fell, for soul beast phantoms emerged from within him. The mountain-like glacier mammoth and the agile saber-tooth ice spirit tiger flanked him on either side, while the ice mystic dragon serpent and ice phoenix hovered in midair. Their eyes gleamed with intelligence, showing not a trace of hostility, but rather instinctive respect and dependence. Except for the ice phoenix, which remained in phantom form, the other three beasts could manifest as physical entities under Wei Xian's spiritual nourishment, indistinguishable from true soul beasts. These soul beasts, they're actually still alive? The Ice Empress's beautiful eyes widened in utter shock. Tianming Ice Silkworm and Huo Yuhao were equally stunned. Foraying soul ancestor, with 3 purple and 1 black soul ring configuration, plus these soul beasts leaping from the rings, was enough to overturn common sense. "They're all in soul form?" the Ice Empress asked tentatively. "Indeed." Wei Xian nodded in explanation. "Though they became my soul rings, they still possess souls essentially living in a different way. If I ascend to godhood in the future, they'll benefit as well. Even now, they grow alongside me. Take this ice mystic dragon serpent, for instance, originally only 700 years old. It has now broken through 3,000 years." He proceeded to introduce each of the 4 beasts and allowed them to communicate briefly with the Ice Empress, proving his words true. After sensing them personally, the Ice Empress grew more amazed with each revelation. The soul rings hadn't stripped away the soul beasts' lives, but instead strengthened their souls, extended their lifespans, and even promoted bloodline evolution. The ice mystic dragon serpent already showed signs of dragon transformation. Beyond her shock, a strange thought arose in her heart. Following this human might be the better choice. Compared to Huo Yuhao, Wei Xian's talent and mysterious abilities were clearly more enticing. Tianming Ice Silkworm was equally stunned. Had it not witnessed this personally, it would never have believed someone could preserve soul beast souls and help them grow. "Brother Tianming, what do we do?" Huo Yuhao whispered urgently. "Don't panic, your brother's here." Tianming Ice Silkworm forced a casual tone, though inwardly anxious. It immediately tried to dissuade the Ice Empress. "Don't believe him. So what if he can preserve souls? Can he become a god? Without godhood, you'll only live a few more years at most. It's different with Yuhao as long as you become Yuhao's wisdom soul ring. I'm 70% confident I can help him achieve godhood, and then we can all ascend to the divine realm." Wei Xian smiled without speaking, only asking mildly, "We're roughly the same age. I'm already forayed while he's only at the 20th rank. Why do you assume he can become a god while I cannot?" Though spoken calmly, his words left Tianming Ice Silkworm speechless. The Ice Empress cast a cold glance at Tianming Ice Silkworm, her disdain deepening. Tianming Ice Silkworm hastily added, "With you, Yuhao would possess the highest grade second martial soul, and his talent would skyrocket, definitely no worse than Wei Xian's." At this point, its tone suddenly turned sincere. "Ice Empress, we've known each other for 200,000 years. You know my feelings for you. I would never harm you. I swear on my life to bring you to the divine realm. Would you really trust a human more than a silkworm who loves you?" "Tianming, stop disgusting me." The Ice Empress roared angrily. Would a predator fall in love with its prey? If not for being restrained, she truly wanted to devour this silkworm in one bite. Tianming Ice Silkworm's passion was extinguished by this cold rebuke, and it could only fall silent in embarrassment. After a moment of silence, Tianming Ice Silkworm secretly transmitted to Huo Yuhao. "Yuhao, prepare to flee. Your brother will take you and the Ice Empress away." Unable to fight or persuade, retreat was the only option, and it still had a trump card. Huo Yuhao inconspicuously moved closer to Tianming. In the next instant, Tianming Ice Silkworm erupted with violent spiritual fluctuations, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The light sphere imprisoning the Ice Empress broke free from Wei Xian's control and shot toward Huo Yuhao. "Tianming, what are you doing?" the Ice Empress roared, struggling desperately. She had completely lost any desire to become Huo Yuhao's soul ring. "Sorry, Ice, but I need you to become Yuhao's soul ring." Tianming Ice Silkworm spoke with slight remorse, its words carrying unwavering resolve. Wei Xian waved his hand, mobilizing the surrounding ice and snow to form countless tiny ice spikes that shot toward Huo Yuhao and the Skydream Ice Worm. The ice spikes tore through the air with piercing whistles, instantly blocking all escape routes. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from Wei Xian's body, and an invisible giant palm materialized out of thin air, instantly grasping the golden orb that imprisoned the Ice Empress. The orb, which had been flying toward Huo Yuhao's forehead at tremendous speed, was now frozen motionless in midair. The Skydream Iceworm's face turned pale with terror. Driven by powerful survival instincts, he unleashed his strongest spiritual assault without hesitation. In an instant, space itself twisted, the swirling snow was blown backward, and vision became completely obscured. If this attack had struck any spirit-type titled Duel directly, it would have been enough to severely wound or even kill them. Huo Yuhao seized the opportunity to charge forward, but ice spikes still grazed his body. His ghost shadow perplexing track couldn't completely evade them all, leaving several bloody holes in his shoulder and abdomen as he was knocked down into the snow. Excruciating pain and bone-chilling cold invaded his limbs, turning his face deathly pale. The Skydream Iceworm's urgent voice exploded in his mind. Yuhao, charge forward. Get closer to the Ice Empress. The young man forced himself up from the bloodstained snow and pushed his speed to the limit. Due to blood loss and the bitter cold, his steps were unsteady, and he could collapse at any moment. Meanwhile, Wei Xuan didn't dare underestimate the overwhelming spiritual assault. He fully activated his divine consciousness, creating an invisible shield around his sea of consciousness. Under the tremendous impact, he grunted and staggered back several steps, his aura immediately weakening as his mind rang with pain and old wounds were torn open again. Though he had blocked the attack, the cost was significant. The Skydream Iceworm's true body suffered terrible backlash from the forced output. His materialized form rapidly became transparent, as if it would collapse at any moment. Roar! The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger burst from the snow curtain with a wild howl, leaping several times to position itself in front of the Ice Empress. The massive ice profound dragon flood dragon coiled upward and breathed out extremely cold ice mist like a white storm sweeping across heaven and earth, crashing down toward Huo Yuhao. Before the ice mist even touched him, Huo Yuhao felt his bone marrow freezing, his movements immediately becoming sluggish. Yuhao, we're out of time, we have to go. The Skydream Iceworm's voice was broken and filled with unwillingness. He cast a venomous glance at Wei Xuan and activated his ultimate power. The space around Huo Yuhao suddenly twisted, and with a flash of black light, both disappeared without a trace. However, the golden orb didn't flee with them, remaining firmly grasped by Wei Xuan's spiritual giant palm. I never expected there to be an ice worm of this caliber in this world, with spiritual power even surpassing that of an ultimate duel. Wei Xuan spoke softly. As he spoke, he coughed twice, the wounds to his divine consciousness being more torturous than physical injuries. With a thought, he recalled his 4 soul beasts, his soul rings retreated into his body, and his martial soul dissipated. While rubbing his temples to ease the stabbing pain, he walked toward the golden orb. You actually withstood the Skydream Iceworm's full-power spiritual attack. Inside the orb, the Ice Empress couldn't hide her shock. The spiritual storm had given her an extremely intense sense of mortal danger, and she was certain she would have no ability to resist it. Yet this human had forcibly blocked it, and his injuries didn't appear fatal. Could his spiritual level actually match that of the Skydream Iceworm? His attack was indeed formidable, but it's far from enough to kill me. Wei Xian's tone was calm as he continued massaging his temples. The Ice Empress stared at him, looking him up and down. Are you a transformed soul beast? Not exactly. Wei Xuan paused, shaking his head. My situation is rather special. If you're not a transformed soul beast, then why do you possess such terrifying spiritual power? The Ice Empress pressed, unable to hide her excitement. The details aren't convenient to explain. Wei Xuan replied briefly, his headache making him slightly irritable. Then he said seriously, I've already explained the benefits of becoming my wisdom soul ring. Now, I'd like to hear your decision. The Ice Empress took a deep breath of cold air, setting aside her curiosity to quickly weigh her options. After a moment, she looked up. I can become your wisdom soul ring, but I need you to swear by your martial soul's name before I can trust you. Very well. Wei Xuan nodded, as he too needed assurance. He then raised his hand and declared, I swear by the name of the ancient Ice Dragon clan that I will bring the Ice Empress to the divine realm and help her become a god. If I violate this oath, may I become a cripple. From somewhere unseen, an invisible force descended upon Wei Xuan, and the oath was established. I've shown my sincerity, now it's your turn. My name is Wei Xuan. The Ice Empress gazed at him with complex emotions in her eyes. After a long while, she spoke solemnly. Ice God above, I, the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion, swear by the name of Ice that I willingly become Wei Xuan's wisdom soul ring. If I renege after he releases me, may everything belonging to Ice be stripped from me, including my life. This was the most solemn oath among soul beasts in the extreme north, and once made, no soul beast dared violate it, not even herself. Wei Xuan nodded with satisfaction, enduring the pain as he extended his spiritual consciousness, transforming it into an invisible sword that struck the orb of light. When the blade descended, the orb's surface resisted for only a moment before being pierced with a sharp hiss, its radiance scattering like shattered foam. White and emerald light exploded outward as bone-chilling cold swept through the area, and the Ice Empress darted away in a streak of light to a position several meters distant. The frigid aura had no effect on Wei Xuan whatsoever, but the Ice Empress's nearly 400,000-year cultivation pressure crashed down on his shoulders like a massive boulder. Had he not countered with his spiritual consciousness, any ordinary soul ancestor would have been crushed on the spot. Wei Xuan remained standing straight, his gaze calm and steady as he watched her, showing not the slightest trace of fear. The Ice Empress's eyes flickered briefly before she withdrew all her imposing aura. A swirling storm of ice and snow formed around her body, emerald points of light dancing within the tempest. When the storm dissipated, the massive form of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion had vanished, replaced by a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Her pale, delicate face bore 4 emerald demonic markings on each side, adding an air of bewitching charm. Dark green hair cascaded to her waist, and an emerald gown outlined her curvaceous figure. She hovered barefoot in the air, cold mist swirling around her form. As she looked at Wei Xuan, her expression was complex ultimately. She could not escape the fate of becoming a soul ring. Faced with such beauty, Wei Xian's heart remained unmoved once one's state of mind reached a certain peak. Even the most stunning beauty could not shake it in the slightest. He spoke directly. I'm currently only at level 41. When I break through to level 50, I'll need you to sacrifice yourself for me. With the Ice Empress's cultivation, she could easily serve as a 9th soul ring, but he couldn't afford such a long wait. If the Ice Empress sacrificed herself early, she could grow alongside him and become an even stronger ally in the future. Wei Xuan possessed secret techniques to temporarily seal most of her cultivation. As long as the Ice Empress was willing, there would be no danger of his body being unable to withstand it. Very well, the Ice Empress agreed without hesitation. When the time comes, I'll seal my cultivation to a level you can absorb, ensuring absolute safety. With those words, Wei Xuan felt considerably relieved, sparing himself the trouble of sealing techniques. I want to know about that Ice Silkworm situation. His age. The Ice Empress's expression darkened abruptly, her aura surging violently. That she, one of the 3 great kings of the far north, had nearly fallen to a mere worm was something that still gnawed at her. If she ever encountered that creature again, she would obliterate even its soul. Taking a deep breath to suppress her rage, she said tersely, his name is Tian Ice Silkworm, and he's a million-year soul beast. A million years? Wei Xuan raised an eyebrow, not expecting the Ice Silkworm to be so formidable. Reaching the realm countless soul beasts dreamed of through nothing but eating and sleeping. Just as he was about to speak, he sensed something and looked directly toward the depths of the far, nor the powerful presence was approaching. Almost simultaneously, the Ice Empress also turned toward the depths, her expression brightening upon detecting that familiar aura. A streak of white light cut across the sky like a falling meteor, stopping beside the Ice Empress before revealing its form. The newcomer was a woman whose beauty surpassed even the Ice Empress's, appearing almost flawlessly perfect. Pure white hair fell to her ankles, and sky-blue eyes radiated ethereal wisdom, as if they could see through all worldly matters. She wore a simple white dress, like a snow lotus blooming atop a snowy peak, noble and aloof. Her delicate hands cradled a snow lotus that emanated energy fluctuations similar to those of a 100,000-year soul beast. Snow Empress, what brings you here? The Ice Empress asked with undisguised joy. The Snow Empress glanced at Wei Xuan before withdrawing her gaze, responding softly. I sensed powerful spiritual consciousness fluctuations erupting here and worried something unusual had occurred, so I came to investigate. I didn't expect to find you here as well. With that, her cold eyes fell upon Wei Xuan again, a flash of killing intent flickering within them. The Ice Empress quickly moved in front of Wei Xuan. Wait, don't attack him. Wei Xian's brow furrowed slightly. First, that the Snow Empress would casually attempt to kill him. Second, that her form of existence was peculiar, more like an ice and snow spirit born of heaven and earth rather than an ordinary soul beast. Binger, what is the meaning of this? The Snow Empress asked, her tone icy, unable to understand why the Ice Empress would protect a human. Snow Empress, please listen to me. The Ice Empress dared not delay, quickly recounting the previous events, how Tian Ice Silkworm had caught her off guard and trapped her, how Wei Xuan had appeared and rescued her, and how they had subsequently made their sacrifice agreement. She deliberately omitted details about Wei Xuan's powerful spiritual force, fearing the Snow Empress might probe deeper and trigger a conflict. After hearing the account, the Snow Empress was greatly surprised. Her form flickered, and she instantly appeared before Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan showed neither alarm nor fear, meeting the gaze of this foremost among the 3 great kings of the far north as he studied her in return. Wei Xuan stood about 5 feet 8 inches tall, slightly taller than the Snow Empress, allowing their eyes to meet nearly level as they faced each other. The Snow Empress's eyes were crystal clear and transparent, like the purest sapphires in the world, while Wei Xuan's eyes were pitch black and profound, resembling the endless starry sky. For gazes met in midair, silent yet oppressive, as if an invisible barrier had formed between them, with their auras constantly clashing. Seeing the Snow Empress suddenly appear before Wei Xuan, the Ice Empress's heart skipped a beat in alarm. She quickly moved to Wei Xian's side and whispered a warning. Snow Empress, don't act rashly. The Snow Empress stared at Wei Xian for a long moment before slowly withdrawing her gaze, nodding slightly and speaking. Release your soul rings and soul beasts. I need to see them with my own eyes. Her voice was melodious, yet carried an icy coldness that kept others at 1,000 miles distance, revealing no trace of emotion. Wei Xian raised an eyebrow but didn't comply, his tone calm yet sharp. I don't like your commanding tone. Fearing a misunderstanding between the two, the Ice Empress quickly explained. The Snow Empress is merely curious and means no harm. Wei Xian remained silent, responding only with a piercing gaze. The Snow Empress's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous aura emerging as the surrounding ice and snow suddenly turned violent, the temperature plummeting instantly toward absolute zero. Yet Wei Xian remained completely unmoved, as if the bitter cold had nothing to do with him. In the next instant, with a mere thought, the wildly dancing ice and snow came to an abrupt halt, freezing momentarily before surging again but now under a new master. The ice and snow were no longer under the Snow Empress's control, but obeyed Wei Xian's command instead. This had nothing to do with raw power, it was purely about mastery over ice and snow. In this regard, almost no one could surpass Wei Xian, not even the ice and snow maiden the Snow Empress herself. What? Sensing her control being wrested away, even the usually serene and composed Snow Empress's expression changed. That someone in this world could steal control of ice and snow from her hands was almost inconceivable. When the Snow Empress looked at Wei Xian again, her gaze held surprise and curiosity. What an interesting human, she murmured softly. This was the first human to truly astonish her. The Ice Empress was equally stunned, having prepared to help Wei Xian resist the ice and snow, never expecting such a reversal. The Snow Empress spoke frankly. You surprise me. I never expected such a young human to surpass me in mastery over ice and snow. She spoke candidly, without a trace of shame. Then she pressed further. Could you perhaps be an ice attribute soul beast in human form? As she spoke, she looked him up and down, as if trying to see through him. In her understanding, for a human to achieve this level of control was nearly impossible, unless they were a transformed soul beast. Wei Xian shook his head. The Ice Empress asked the same question. I can tell you seriously that I am not a transformed soul beast. There are always those blessed with exceptional talent, favored by heaven. Simply consider me someone naturally attuned to ice and snow. He wasn't boasting, it was simply the truth. The Snow Empress nodded thoughtfully. Though doubts remained in her heart, she didn't pursue the matter further, only saying, You have earned my respect. Her attitude toward Wei Xian had clearly changed, now viewing him as an equal. Seeing her acceptance, Wei Xian finally released his martial soul. 4 soul rings lit up in succession, and 4 soul beasts materialized. At first sight of those 4 soul beasts, despite having mentally prepared herself, the Snow Empress's heart still jolted violently, especially the Ice Mystic Dragon Serpent, Saber-toothed Ice Spirit Tiger, and Ice River Mammoth, which were identical in appearance to real soul beasts. The Snow Empress could no longer maintain her composure, her gaze quickly shifting from surprise to gravity. After allowing her to observe carefully for a moment, Wei Xian withdrew his martial soul, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he quietly watched the Snow Empress's reaction. Regarding this leader of the 3 great kings of the far north, he had long harbored calculations, not romantic notions, but thoughts of soul rings. If the Snow Empress could also willingly become his soul ring like the Ice Empress had, it would be another great advantage. This would also save the trouble of searching for suitable soul rings, making it a win-win situation. It took Snow Empress quite a while to recover from her shock. She breathed slightly heavily, staring intently at Wei Xian with burning eyes, her voice low and urgent. After you die, can these special soul rings that preserve souls still remain alive? In other words, can the soul rings detach and allow them to transform back into soul beasts? That's right. Ice Empress's eyes widened suddenly, awakened by Snow Empress's question. If this method could truly allow soul beasts to be reborn. At this thought, her breathing became rapid as well, her gaze locked intensely on Wei Xian, both excited and anxious, fearing she might hear a negative answer. Wei Xian was stunned for a moment, completely unprepared for Snow Empress to raise such a question, let alone for them to directly discuss his post-death situation. I won't die. Though he said this, he still began to contemplate seriously. I had indeed never considered this aspect before. Snow Empress and Ice Empress held their breath and remained silent, quietly watching Wei Xian without further interruption. The surroundings became exceptionally quiet due to their silence, as if even the air had come to a standstill. After several minutes, Wei Xian raised his head and gave a non-absolute answer. Theoretically speaking, it's possible. Really? Snow Empress and Ice Empress exclaimed almost simultaneously, their joy unconcealed on their faces. In this moment, they seemed to see hope shining into their world. The word theoretically in Wei Xian's response was automatically ignored by them. All they cared about was that single word, possible. As long as there was a chance, it was the best news they could hear. Wonderful. If this can truly be achieved, then we won't have to worry about soul beasts being hunted to extinction anymore. Ice Empress excitedly embraced Snow Empress, the wild joy in her heart nearly overflowing from her chest. The impact of this news on them was simply overwhelming. Yes, we don't have to worry anymore, Snow Empress said, patting Ice Empress's back with deep emotion. Wei Xuan watched the two who were so excited they only heard half of what he said, shrugged helplessly, and smiled. What I mentioned is only theoretically feasible. I can't guarantee it will definitely work. After all, I can't actually die once to test whether this method works. Upon hearing this, both Snow Empress and Ice Empress calmed down considerably. Ice Empress's eyes flashed. Then let's find a soul master, have him absorb a soul ring according to your method, then kill him to see what happens. Snow Empress nodded in agreement. Humans constantly kill soul beasts anyway. Killing a few humans in return would make us even. Wei Xuan shook his head. You're thinking too simply. I know you care about the survival of soul beasts, but achieving this faces two major obstacles. First, the method currently only I can use it. Second, even if other soul masters follow the same procedure, the absorbed soul beast exists only as a spiritual form within the soul master. When the soul master dies, the soul beast spirit must have a vessel to depend on, or it will likely dissipate directly. The Ice and Snow Empresses hoped soul beasts could become soul rings and then break free after the soul master's death, maintaining their population. Though the idea was good, it was extremely difficult to implement. However, Wei Xuan already had a preliminary plan in mind. After a moment of silence, Snow Empress looked at him intently. Can you solve this? Wei Xuan replied. Yes, but it's troublesome, and I can't do it with my current soul power. Just tell me what help you need, and I'll try my best to provide it, Snow Empress said, barely containing her excitement. Ice Empress also spoke solemnly. As long as you can truly achieve this, I'll mobilize my entire clan to help you. Wei Xuan looked directly at Snow Empress. I need you to become my sixth soul ring. Nothing else can help. If the plan succeeded, he himself would benefit the most. A soul ring of Snow Empress's caliber alone wasn't enough to justify such investment of energy. Snow Empress barely hesitated. Fine. As long as you can solve the soul beast problem, becoming your soul ring is nothing. The possibility of ascending to godhood with Wei Xuan was tempting enough, let alone helping soul beasts. Ice Empress didn't try to dissuade her, but was actually happy for Snow Empress. Wei Xuan was somewhat surprised by Snow Empress's decisiveness and thought even more highly of her. The three immediately made vows, finally establishing complete trust among them. Wei Xian's oath only promised to do his best himself wasn't 100% certain. Just as they finished their vows, Ice Empress noticed the snow lotus in Snow Empress's hand and said in surprise, Snow Empress, are you holding a snow lotus? 100,000-year-old one. 100,000-year snow lotuses were virtually unique in the far north. Wei Xuan had noticed it long ago but remained unmoved. Snow Empress opened her left hand, the snow lotus floating above her palm and emitting white light. She smiled bitterly. I spent many years searching for this thing, but it seems I won't need it now. Ice Empress asked curiously, what did you want it for? Decades ago, I failed attempting to condense complementary yin-yang soul cores. My origin was severely damaged, and I lost the chance to face the 700,000-year heavenly tribulation. I plan to use this 100,000-year snow lotus to seal my origin, transform into human form, and cultivate a new seeking godhood, Snow Empress said calmly. What? Your origin is damaged? Ice Empress looked worried. If a soul beast's origin was damaged, at best their progress would stagnate, at worst their power would decline, or they might even die, let alone face tribulation. Snow Empress waved her hand. I just can't survive the next heavenly tribulation. Everything else is fine. Ice Empress breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Snow Empress would become Wei Xian's soul ring, and soul rings don't face tribulations. Snow Empress offered the snow lotus to Wei Xuan. This snow lotus would actually be harmful rather than beneficial to me and Ice Empress. Since it's useless to keep, I'll give it to you. If she truly absorbed that pure energy, it would inevitably trigger heavenly tribulation. The same applied to Ice Empress. Rather than take the risk, it was better to do a favor. Wei Xuan confirmed. Give it to me? Snow Empress nodded. The ice and snow energy it contains would help you more. Your soul power will definitely increase after absorbing it. Making the best use of resources giving it to you is optimal. Seeing his continued hesitation, she added, we're essentially one body now. The faster you grow stronger, the greater the benefit to us. I'll remember this favor, Wei Xuan said solemnly as he accepted the snow lotus. The snow lotus was crystal clear like jade, sparkling with tiny points of light under the sunlight. Though it could be held in one hand, it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds when grasped, forcing him to circulate his soul power to prevent it from falling. That was the terrifying energy accumulated over 100,000 years. A snow lotus that had truly lived for 100,000 years was incomparable to any artificially accelerated growth. The energy accumulated over 100,000 years made this seemingly ordinary snow lotus as heavy as a boulder. An ordinary person might not even be able to pluck it even if they found it. The energy within the snow lotus was immense and pure, like the attributeless energy stored in a bottle, ready for anyone to absorb. The moment the energy touched Wei Xuan, the soul power within his body became restless, as if an awakened torrent was actively drawing it in. The pure nourishment of ice and snow attributes made his muscles, bones, and cells instinctively crave and rejoice. After gazing at it for a moment, he waved his hand to conjure a thin layer of ice mist, enveloping the entire snow lotus before storing it in his spatial ring. Snow Empress, your origin is damaged. Become my soul ring first. This way, I can spend more time nurturing you and help you recover sooner. Wei Xian's tone was calm, yet carried undeniable concern. I have no objections. The Ice Empress stated without hesitation. Whether it happened sooner or later made no difference to her, but the Snow Empress couldn't afford to wait. For a soul beast with damaged origin like her, the sooner the better, to avoid complications. The Ice Empress added. The Snow Empress hesitated briefly before sighing and agreeing. She knew she couldn't last more than a few years before facing her 7th heavenly tribulation, which would almost certainly be fatal. By the time you reach level 60, I might not survive that long. Becoming your 5th soul ring is the best choice. The Snow Empress's gaze was dim, yet held a glimmer of hope. On the desolate snowfield over 10 miles from the edge of the extreme north, fierce winds howled with flying snow. Huo Yuhao fell from the sky, his body lurching forward as he crashed heavily into the soft, yet freezing snow surface, sliding several meters face first. Excruciating pain shot through his wounds, making him grimace and his face contort. He then rolled over to lie on his back, gasping heavily as white mist rose from his breath. Yuhao. The Skydream Iceworm's weak voice echoed in his mind. Huo Yuhao's body trembled, and ignoring the pain, he urgently asked, Brother Skydream, how are you? Not good. My origin is severely depleted, and I'm afraid I'll need to sleep for a very long time. The Skydream Iceworm's voice was barely a whisper. Don't scare me. Huo Yuhao sat up abruptly, his eyes reddening. Skydream wasn't just a companion, was his greatest support at the moment, and he mistakenly thought his partner was dying. I won't die, the Skydream Iceworm quickly explained. I just need a long hibernation to recover. Before I fall asleep, I need to tell you a few things. Go ahead, I'm listening. Confirming that Skydream wouldn't perish, Huo Yuhao breathed a sigh of relief. First, regarding your 2nd martial soul, I can no longer help you hunt soul rings, you'll have to do it yourself. You absolutely cannot choose soul beasts randomly. They must possess ultimate ice. Preferably ice jade scorpions or ice sky snow maidens, or at the very least, titan snow demons of that caliber. To obtain soul rings from these soul beasts, you'll need Shrek Academy's help. When you return to the academy, you should explain it this way. The Skydream Iceworm patiently arranged every detail for him, even preparing the exact words he should use. In the divine realm, colorful clouds layered upon each other amid swirling immortal chi. Within the hazy mist, a young man stood silently. Waterfall-like aqua-blue hair cascaded down his back, his posture upright, as if he had merged with the clouds and mist. Though his handsome face appeared to be in his 20s, his eyes held the weight of ages, hollow yet profound. This was the god King Tang-san. His gaze was deep, purple light flickering in his pupils as he quietly looked into the distance, his brow suddenly furrowing. The new star's destiny has changed. His murmur was filled with uncertainty. According to his previous calculations, the future trajectory should have been stable, yet now it had suddenly shifted. He raised his hand and waved, causing a blue light screen to appear from thin air. The image quickly focused on the snowfield where Huo Yuhao had fallen. Tang-san stared for a long time, muttering to himself in confusion. It seems he's lost an opportunity, yet his aptitude hasn't changed. What exactly went wrong? Huo Yuhao was of great significance to the divine realm. If his talent couldn't be enhanced, forget about inheriting his own divine position, wouldn't even be able to replace that person's divine position. Tang-san grew worried as the sea god trident materialized before him, emanating gentle blue radiance. He used it to divine again, searching for the source of the destiny deviation. Hazy images flashed by like they were shrouded in mist, yet they were enough to capture information. Scenes of Huo Yuhao's encounter with Wei Xuan in the extreme north flickered past. In the depths of the extreme north, Wei Xuan seemed to sense something. The cold illusion of being watched made him suddenly look up toward the sky, his brow tightening for the first time. Who is divining my past? This strange sensation was all too familiar to him. Someone was performing divination and deduction on him. Withdrawing his gaze, his expression turned slightly cold. If I still had my former strength. He snorted coldly, and the icy intent instantly vanished. In the divine realm, Tang-san rubbed his temples as stabbing pain seemed to pierce his soul, causing his face to twitch slightly. The moment he tried to divine Wei Xuan, he suffered backlash and was shocked beyond measure. As the pain subsided, he stared intently at Wei Xian's blurred silhouette in the light screen, an indescribable sense of dread rising in his here-in existence that could make a god-king feel dread would surely shake all the gods if word got out. Let me first correct the disrupted destiny. Wei Xian's origins were difficult to discern for now, so Tang San could only set that aside temporarily and focus on Huo Yuhao. Due to the Divine Realm's rules, he couldn't directly eliminate Wei Xian, this variable that had caused the changes. Directly killing mortals is the greatest taboo in the Divine Realm, especially when they haven't violated any divine laws. Even as an enforcer of the Divine Realm, he absolutely could not act rashly, or it would be a public challenge to divine law and would surely result in severe punishment from the central authority. Though he now held the highest position in the Divine Realm, it didn't mean he could break the law with impunity. There were still those in the Divine Realm who could check his power. After careful consideration, he decided he would never eliminate that mortal who might cause variables unless absolutely necessary. Just appropriate intervention, it's not really disrupting the balance. I'm doing this for the good of the Divine Realm. Tang San murmured to himself, ultimately choosing to bend the rules slightly, preparing to secretly restore the opportunity that had been taken from Huo Yuhao. Fierce winds carried ice and snow as Huo Yuhao trudged through knee-deep white snow, heading toward the nearest village for help. When he reached a rolling snowy slope, he suddenly stopped at 100 meters away. A soul ring glowing yellow with purple hues floated eerily in the wind and snow. Beneath the soul ring, an ice-blue scorpion with a translucent carapace lay curled on the snow. Ice, Jade Emperor Scorpion? Huo Yuhao's pupils contracted sharply as he blurted out instinctively. Just days ago he had seen the true emperor, so how could he mistake this similar form now? He looked around, extending his spiritual detection to confirm there were neither humans nor other soul beasts nearby, then held his breath and slowly approached. As the distance closed, loss and burning excitement alternated in his chest. If he could absorb this soul ring, his strength would take a tremendous leap. But when he drew near and examined the patterns closely, disappointment was hard to hide. This wasn't an Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, just an ordinary Ice Jade Scorpion. However, unexpectedly encountering a soul beast that matched his own attributes brought joy that far exceeded disappointment. To encounter a suitable soul ring just walking along the road heaven truly favors me. He secretly clenched his fists but remained calm. Ice Jade Scorpions mostly dwelled in the core regions of the far north, and this area strictly speaking no longer belonged to the far north. So why would such a powerful soul beast appear here? It defied logic and was truly bizarre. After pondering for a long time, Huo Yuhao still couldn't figure out the reason. He swept the surroundings once more with his spiritual power, confirming that neither humans nor soul beasts were lurking nearby, before gritting his teeth and sitting cross-legged in the pristine snow. The stabilization incantation taught by the Sky Dream Ice Worm surfaced in his mind sentence by sentence. He recited it silently over and over, his soul power surging like tidal waves within his body, laying the foundation for his second martial soul. Such a rare top-tier soul beast was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he let it slip away, he might never encounter another. Huo Yuhao would never allow such a possibility. After communicating with the Ice and Snow Emperors for a full hour, Wei Xian composed himself, cupped his fists in farewell to the two sovereigns, and spread his Ice Phoenix divine wings to soar into the sky, racing toward the outer edges of the extreme north as he began his journey home. The extreme north stretched out in desolate silence, with howling winds carrying ice and snow. He flew without restraint or concern, leaving only a pale blue flame trail cutting through the heavens. After flying dozens of miles, the crisp air was suddenly torn by a sharp, whistling sound, an incoming arrow. Wei Xian's heart tensed slightly as soul power instantly coursed through his limbs. He flipped his palm and waved, causing the surrounding cold mist to condense into a solid ice shield with a thunderous roar. Clang! The metallic ring echoed as the arrow was deflected, but a finger-sized dent appeared in the center of the ice shield, with spiderweb cracks spreading rapidly. Wei Xian hovered in midair, his Ice Phoenix divine wings fluttering gently as ice fragments scattered. His gaze was cold as he looked down below. Are you all together? On the snowy plain, 5 burly hunters in thick cotton coats looked up at him. The man in front was drawing his bow with another arrow Nikito white longbow like a goose wing against the snow. 6 rings floated around him, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, clearly a 6-ring soul emperor. A flash of barely concealed surprise crossed the archer's eyes. Though he hadn't used a soul skill just now, that arrow had been infused with soul power and shouldn't have been something an ordinary 12 or 13-year-old boy could deflect, especially without even manifesting his martial soul. The surprise lasted only an instant before being replaced by murderous intent. He snarled viciously. Boy, come down here and talk. As he spoke, his gaze fixed greedily on the wings behind Wei Xian, his avarice almost tangible. Those were very likely soul bones. If he could seize them, he would, haha. Though he couldn't determine whether those wings were external soul bones or regular soul bones. Any soul bone was invaluable. This was his motive for the sneak attack. The other 4 men, though unclear why their boss would suddenly attack a young boy, glared up with equal ferocity, their knife and axe handles becoming visible. They didn't need reasons, they just needed to follow their boss. Behind him, the 4 men also stared at Wei Xuan with vicious intent. They didn't know why their boss would shoot at this youth, but supporting their boss was always the right choice. Wei Xuan remained silent, following their gaze to look behind himself. He quickly understood the reason they had been consumed by greed. I'll ask one more time. Are you all together? He confirmed with an expressionless face. Haha, are you stupid? Can't you tell whether we're together or not? The 5 men burst into laughter, their voices dripping with mockery. Wei Xuan ignored their insults and simply nodded calmly. I just wanted to make sure. Since you're all accomplices, you all have to die. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 men froze momentarily, then erupted into even louder laughter, as if they had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. In the next instant, a deep dragon's roar resonated from within Wei Xian's body. The ancient ice dragon martial soul suddenly manifested behind Hyman ice blue dragon shadow, accompanied by 4 soul rings rising from beneath his feet. The configuration of 3 purple and 1 black rings gleamed blindingly in the sunlight. As his overwhelming soul power erupted, the surrounding temperature plummeted instantly, and fine white mist began rising in the air. The first soul ring blazed with light. The ice mystic dragon burst forth from the ring, its solid dragon body undulating as it swept through the air with howling winds. Its scales gleamed with cold light, frost swirling across their surface. The dragon circled once in midair before diving down with a thunderous roar, stirring up bone-chilling winds and releasing cascades of ice mist. The ice mist moved with astonishing speed, crossing 100 meters in the blink of an eye, and completely engulfing all 5 men. This, 3 purple and 1 black. Before the ice mist even reached them, the 5 men's faces had already turned pale with shock, their mouths agape. The moment the ice mist enveloped them, each man shivered violently, their heavy clothing seemingly losing all warmth in an instant. The cold pierced their bones like steel needles. They felt as though they were standing naked in an ice cellar, their exhaled breath immediately freezing into white frost. The 5 men hastily circulated their soul power to resist, only to find that the cold continued to penetrate relentlessly. This guy is trouble. Everyone attack with full force, didn't underestimate him. The archer shouted, his previously relaxed demeanor now replaced by gravity. After shouting these words, the leading man took action first, charging toward the ice mist as his first soul ring lit up simultaneously. Swift wolf arrow, the archer beside him roared, drawing his bowstring to its limit as a wolf-head arrowhead materialized in the cold light. With a twang of the string, the arrow transformed into a crystalline beam that pierced through the air, accompanied by a fierce wolf's howl as it soared skyward, like an ice wolf lunging straight at Wei Xuan. The other 4 immediately summoned their martial souls and scattered swiftly, attempting to escape the ice mist. Among the 5, the strongest was a soul king with 5 rings, while the remaining 3 were all 4-ring soul ancestors with ordinary martial souls, though still not to be underestimated. Wei Xuan faced them with an unchanged expression. Extending his palm forward, the cold forces of heaven and earth immediately gathered, forming a thin layer of ice silently. As the arrow approached, it suddenly transformed into an ice wolf, its fangs and claws carrying fierce winds as it struck downward. The sharp claws scraped against the thin ice with a piercing screech, yet the seemingly fragile ice membrane proved harder than steel, bearing only 2 shallow scratches. In the next instant, the ice wolf's massive form exploded with a thunderous crash, scattering ice fragments everywhere. With the arrow's momentum broken, Wei Xuan flipped his palm, and the ice dragon beneath his feet seemed to come alive, writhing rapidly. Sharp arrows, blade edges, ice cones, and fine needles instantly condensed into form, cascading downward with piercing shrieks through the air. Seeing this, all 5 men's faces changed dramatically. This youth's mastery over ice attributes was nearly perfect. Sensing the terrifying pressure bearing down on them, they dared not slack off and each activated their defensive soul skills. Except for the archer who possessed ranged capabilities, the other 4 all had beast martial souls that couldn't fly. Facing Wei Xuan in the air, they could only defend passively. The wide-ranging, incredibly fast ice attacks poured down like a torrential rain. The 4 beast martial soul masters held out for only a moment before all suffered injuries. Arrows pierced their bodies, blades cut their skin, and fine needles penetrated their flesh, blood seeping through their robes. Shocked and terrified, they could only enhance their movement techniques and deploy stronger defensive soul skills. The archer excelled at offense, but had virtually no defense. Even as a soul emperor, his pure defensive capabilities were inferior to those beast martial soul masters desperately activating their soul skills. Amidst the crossfire of arrows, he still sustained several bloody cuts. In desperation, his second soul ring lit up, and his rapid-fire arrows transformed into ice explosions that detonated in midair, the snow-white energy waves scattering the incoming ice blades. "Everyone gather around me and protect me. I'll shoot this kid down," he roared, and the other four immediately converged on his position. High in the air, Wei Xian's gaze remained indifferent. Without using soul tools, he fought purely with his martial soul. His second and third soul rings blazed simultaneously. The soul shadows of a saber-toothed ice spirit tiger and an ice river mammoth emerged one after another from the rings. The two soul beasts first dove down as spiritual phantoms, materializing into physical forms the moment they touched ground. The ice river mammoth, heavy as a mountain, thundered as its massive feet struck down, instantly creating a crater half a meter deep in the snowy ground. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger's blood energy surged, making the air feel oppressive. The tiger's roar split the sky as fierce winds wrapped around ice and snow, lifting its form while its speed climbed steadily. Cold currents gathered before it, condensing into a massive ice-blue sword that thrust forward relentlessly with its charge. The mammoth raised its long trunk high, its deep trumpeting echoing around them. Its front legs lifted nearly 5 meters off the ground before crashing down heavily. Two muffled impacts merged into one deafening boom. The snowy surface shook violently as white snow over 10 meters high shot skyward like an avalanche. Energy shockwaves swept along the ground, shattering ice layers and vaporizing cold snow as they rushed toward the five men. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger leaped left and right, continuing its approach along the edges of the shockwave. The five men huddled together, staggering from the ground's tremors and nearly thrown into the air. Before they could recover from their shock, the four beast martial soul masters gritted their teeth and charged toward the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger. The two defensive specialists simultaneously activated their fourth soul skills, their protective auras blazing brighter, while the two assault specialists accelerated their charge. In the air, the archer's fifth soul ring flashed as a massive arrow over a meter long appeared on his bowstring. Locking onto Wei Xian, he released the arrow with tremendous force. Wei Xian raised his palm and stood firm. The countless ice and snow that had been thrown into the air by the mammoth's stomp instantly vanished, only to reappear before him out of thin air, covering over 100 square meters and completely concealing him. Pale blue soul power seeped from his palm into the scattered snow particles, which immediately solidified as blue light flowed across their surface, transforming into a mirror-smooth ice surface as a massive rectangular ice shield took shape. A crisp clang rang out as the arrow struck the shield's surface, and the two forces collided, sending energy shockwaves rippling outward like ocean waves. The ice shield and giant arrow held in deadlock for barely 2 breaths before hairline cracks spread rapidly across its surface, accompanied by an endless chorus of crackling sounds. The moment the fissures appeared, the arrow's power plummeted to merely 30% of its original strength. Wei Xian flashed behind the shield in an instant, pressing his 5 fingers against the center of the cracks and thrusting forward with tremendous force. The already struggling ice shield shattered completely, even the unmarked sections transforming into countless sharp, tiny ice blades. Whoosh, whoosh, the sky immediately rained down a torrent of ice blades, their cold gleams so dense it seemed to slice through the very air itself. The arrow, now stripped of most of its power, shot straight toward Wei Xian's palm, yet failed to pierce through flesh and blood, as everyone feared. With a twist of his wrist, Wei Xian clamped the arrow shaft firmly in his grip. The arrow's surface was mirror smooth, and when it stopped, its razor-sharp tip hovered mere inches from his face. Despite the terrifyingly close distance, his expression remained unchanged, his composure so unshakable it sent chills down observers' spines. His knuckles tightened slightly, and the arrow instantly crumbled into energy dust that scattered on the wind. On the ground, 2 defensive-type soul masters were swept away by the shockwave, sliding dozens of meters and carving 4 deep furrows in the snow. Just as they steadied themselves, both men shuddered and simultaneously coughed up mouthfuls of fresh blood, dropping to one knee with faces paler than the snow itself. This was Wei Xian's third soul skill, a technique approaching 10th Ascendier level that rivaled a Soul King's 5th soul skill in power. How could mere defensive soul ancestors possibly withstand it? Taking the blow, Hedon left them with shattered bones and multiple internal injuries, instantly robbing them of all combat ability. Meanwhile, the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger charged toward the Soul King, its ice-blue giant sword slashing across his chest and leaving a bone-deep wound. The Soul King and Soul Ancestor fought together in resistance. Yet in this icy environment, they were forced into steady retreat by the enhanced saber-toothed ice spirit tiger. With over 5,000 years of cultivation and a formidable bloodline, it showed no fear facing one Soul King and one Soul Ancestor. In a true death match, the ice spirit tiger would ultimately emerge victorious provided Wei Xian's soul power didn't run dry, since all soul beast avatars drew their energy from him alone. As the ice blade rain descended, People felt their skin stinging as if sliced by knife edges, and they fled frantically toward the distance. However, their speed was limited while the ice blades fell swiftly, and before they could escape the coverage area, the sharp cold gleam had already arrived. Agonized screams rose one after another as flesh was carved into bloody ribbons by the razor edges. Wei Xuan had infused considerable soul power into these ice blades. How could they easily defend against them? The two combat-disabled defensive soul masters were pierced by countless ice blades, their bodies riddled with bloody holes as they died on the spot. The remaining three were also left without unmarked skin, their blood staining the snow crimson. Wei Xian's fourth soul ring blazed to life with a high, clear phoenix cry. An ice phoenix phantom spread its wings and emerged, its crystalline feathers spanning over 10 meters and refracting cold light. Phoenix plumes condensed around his body, their blade-like edges releasing bone-chilling sharpness. A sky full of phoenix rain fell while the air shrieked from being sliced apart. Simultaneously, the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, ice profound dragon Jiao, and ice river mammoth transformed into streams of light and returned to Wei Xian's body. The blade rain had barely ceased when phoenix rain arrived, causing the three heavily wounded enemies' faces to change drastically as terror spread to their very bones. Mercy, we surrender. We're willing to pay compensation for our offense, the bow-wielding man screamed hoarsely, while the other two joined in begging for forgiveness, filled with regret. Yet Wei Xian's expression remained unmoved, his soul power output never ceasing. Piercing screams rose again. The phoenix plumes were sharper than ice blades. Two beast martial soul masters raised their arms to block, only to have them instantly pierced through with shattered bones and torn tendons before the feather edges plunged into their hearts. The bow-wielding man swung his weapon frantically, but underestimated the plume's sharpness as his bowstring snapped first, followed by the bow itself shattering. In moments, he was riddled by the feather rain and collapsed with a heart full of regret and unwillingness. All three perished under Wei Xian's fourth soul skill. The phoenix phantom dissipated just as it was about to descend, and all the plumes in the sky simultaneously turned to ice dust. The snowy ground was a scene of devastation, pocked with deep craters while the stench of blood permeated the cold wind, crimson and white weaving together into a shocking tapestry. After slaying the 5 men, Wei Xian's expression remained as calm as ever, as if those who died were not killed by his own hand. Flying slowly several hundred meters away, he landed on the snow. Having consecutively used 4 major soul skills plus extreme manipulation of ice and snow had consumed 90% of his soul power, leaving him unable to remain airborne and requiring quiet recovery. His easy victory this time was largely thanks to the Ice Phoenix divine wings. High in the air, those 4 beast martial soul masters couldn't even touch Wei Xuan. Only the Soul Emperor could attack him. Facing a single opponent versus facing a 5-person siege were entirely different levels of difficulty. His compressed and refined soul power gave Wei Xian's level 41 total capacity no less than an ordinary Soul King's, and combined with his extreme mastery over ice and powerful soul skills, even typical Soul Emperors were no match for him, and this was without using soul tools. If he employed soul tools, his strength would be even greater, and this battle would have ended even faster. Wei Xian sat cross-legged on the ground as the surrounding ice and snow began to swirl around him, covering him completely and forming a snow mound that blended seamlessly with the environment. Outside the mound, fierce winds howled, but the thick accumulated snow blocked them out, creating a tranquil space for his recovery. The moment his soul power was restored, he immediately set off at full speed for the return journey. This was his 3rd venture into the far north, and he knew the route by heart, taking only 10 days to return to Mingdu. On the top floor of Mingdu Hall, Jing Hongqian's spacious office was brightly lit, with sofas arranged side by side in the reception area. Jing Hongqian and Dean Su sat facing each other, both gazing at the young man before them. Your Highness, your timing is perfect. Dean Su and I were just finalizing the participant list for the Soul Master Tournament and wanted to hear your thoughts, Jing Hongqian said with a smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. Dean Su quickly chimed in, knowing that if His Highness agreed to compete, victory would be virtually guaranteed. Wei Xian understood their thoughts and nodded with a smile. I will participate in this tournament. It's also a good opportunity to see the strength of the Soul Masters from the original Delua continent. He had missed the competition 5 years ago, but now with no constraints, he naturally volunteered. Both elderly men visibly relaxed, and Dean Su excitedly rubbed his hands together. Excellent. With your Highness leading us, this championship will surely belong to Sun Moon Royal Academy. Wei Xian took the opportunity to ask, has the roster been finalized? The main team is basically set, but we're still deciding on the reserves, Dean Su replied promptly, then added with a smile. Your Highness will naturally be on the main team as captain, with all tactics under your command. Wei Xian shook his head. I'm asking because I want Yin Qing included in the reserve team, so he can gain experience with the squad. Yin Qing had been requesting this for quite some time, and Wei Xian had already promised him. Dean Su was momentarily stunned, then immediately nodded. No problem. Good. You can decide on the other selections. I have no objections, Wei Xuan said. After exchanging a few more words with the two men for about 10 minutes, he stood up to take his leave and headed straight to his exclusive laboratory for secluded cultivation. Compared to ordinary training rooms, the laboratory had thicker energy isolation layers, making it ideal for healing. The Tianming Ice Silkworm's mental assault had reopened old wounds, and if not promptly suppressed, the consequences would be dire. His original divine consciousness could never fully recover in this realm, but there was still a chance to prevent the injuries from worsening. On the spacious floor, he sat cross-legged once more and took out the 100,000-year snow lotus, which floated before him. The snow lotus was pristine white and crystalline, slowly rotating with flickering light as cold emanated from it. In moments, it coated the laboratory with a thin layer of frost, dropping the temperature below freezing. Wei Xuan formed hand seals and chanted secret incantations, drawing thread-like streams of energy from the snow lotus into his body. He steadily guided that vast and pure natural energy without refining it, merely directing it to his sea of consciousness, where he used secret techniques to transform it and nourish his wounded divine consciousness. He dared not rush the process, as too much energy released at once could tear his meridians or even cause his body to explode. Day after day, the energy flowed like a gentle stream. Nearly 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, he opened his weary yet profound eyes, which held barely concealed joy. The mental trauma left by the Tianming Ice Silkworm had been healed. He exhaled a long breath of stale air and stood up to examine the snow lotus still floating in the air. Compared to its initial state, the lotus's radiance had dimmed by nearly half, with a full 40% of its energy absorbed and transformed by him. Without this treasure, relying solely on his soul power to heal his injuries might not have succeeded even after a full year. It would be wonderful if I could use it to advance further, he murmured, then laughed self-deprecatingly. Being able to recover completely is already remarkable. I shouldn't be greedy. He extended his right hand, and the snow lotus fell into his palm. He channeled his soul power to form a thin membrane, carefully wrapping the snow lotus before storing it in his spatial soul tool to prevent its cold from damaging other items inside. He had no immediate plans to refine the remaining energy, as he had other uses for it. After completing these tasks, he surveyed his surroundings, noting that the experimental tables and instruments were all covered in frost. With a shake of his palm, powerful suction suddenly spread out, quickly drawing away the ice and frost attached to the walls and floor, gathering it into an ice ball the size of a fist. He casually weighed it in his hand before stepping toward the laboratory exit. It was already noon when Wei Xuan stepped out of the laboratory and immediately heard that familiar voice. Brother Wei Xuan, you've finally come out of seclusion. Meng Hongqian called out joyfully from nearby. She had been waiting outside the laboratory, and the 10-meter distance was covered in the blink of an eye. The girl moved like the wind, rushing straight to Wei Xuan and throwing her arms around him in a big hug. At 14, Meng Hongqian had already developed a curvaceous figure, radiating youthful vitality. Her delicate face carried a playful expression, and her bright eyes sparkled with anticipation. The softness and warmth in his arms would make anyone's heart race, but Wei Xuan remained calm, clearly accustomed to her enthusiasm. Brother Wei Xuan, why did you go into seclusion as soon as you returned? And for nearly 20 days. I've missed you terribly during this time. Meng Hongqian pouted, gently pinching his back, her tone carrying both reproach and resentment. It couldn't be helped, Wei Xuan replied, patting her back gently. I encountered some problems in my cultivation and had to seclude myself to make adjustments. What? Meng Hongqian gasped, immediately releasing him and grabbing his arms to examine him from head to toe. How serious was it? Cultivation problems are no small matter. They could lead to chi deviation or even be life-threatening. It's fine. I've already resolved it. Wei Xuan smiled and shook his head. Do I look like someone who's in trouble? Are you really okay? She still seemed worried, her gaze scanning his face repeatedly. Would I lie about this? Wei Xuan chuckled softly, smoothly changing the subject. Why aren't you in class today? We're about to participate in the Soul Master Academy tournament. What's the point of attending classes now? Meng Hongqian smiled mischievously, her expression relaxed. When are you planning to depart? In 3 days, she said, holding up 3 fingers and waving them. Thank goodness you came out of seclusion. No, if you'd been any later, you would have had to travel to Star Luo City alone. It seems my timing was perfect. Wei Xuan smiled as well. As they spoke, he detected the surging soul power fluctuations within Meng Hongqian and raised an eyebrow. You've broken through to Soul King? Hee. Meng Hongqian revealed 2 small dimples, proudly puffing out her chest. I broke through over 10 days ago and officially became a Soul King after absorbing my soul ring. A 14-year-old Soul King is quite rare even in the Sun Moon Empire, right? And I'm a pure Soul King level Soul Master. She deliberately raised her voice, looking at Wei Xuan with sparkling eyes, waiting for his approval. A pure Soul King level Soul Master. referred to someone who hadn't relied on excessive medication but had advanced through the traditional cultivation system. Over the past few years, Meng Hongqian and Xiao Hongqian had followed Wei Xian's advice, no longer depending solely on quick-acting potions. While they still consumed some high-quality pills, the side effects were minimal. Combined with the assistance of bloodline pills, both siblings' martial soul quality had improved significantly, and the hidden dangers left by early medications had been eliminated. After consolidating their soul power, the two siblings were no different from traditional cultivators. Looking at Meng Hongqian's hopeful eyes, Wei Xian cooperated willingly, ruffling her hair and praising her. Little Meng is really amazing. Hearing this compliment, Meng Hongqian smiled like a budding flower, eagerly pleading, Brother Wei Xian, praise me a few more times, come on, a few more. Wei Xian was momentarily stunned, his mind going blank. That was the only compliment he could think of. Having rarely interacted with girls in the past, asking him to speak sweet words now was harder than cultivation itself. Brother Wei Xian, didn't I teach you those complimentary phrases last time? Have you forgotten? Meng Hongqian reminded him with a hint of resentment. In order to frequently hear Wei Xian's praise, she had specifically written down sweet words she had collected and made him memorize them. Thinking of those cheesy phrases, Wei Xian's ears turned red, his expression somewhat awkward. Scratching his nose, he said sheepishly, I'm a bit hungry, I'll go eat first. With that, he walked around Meng Hongqian and hurried toward the cafeteria, his retreating figure showing signs of embarrassed escape. Brother Wei Xian, Meng Hongqian stamped her feet indignantly, wrinkling her delicate nose as she lifted her long dress and chased after him. With her company, Wei Xian ate heartily in the cafeteria. Originally, he had promised to accompany Meng Hongqian into the city for shopping after the Mila privilege she had earned through persistent coaxing. However, Long Xiaoyao's sudden visit forced them to temporarily postpone their plans. In the private laboratory, Long Xiaoyao stood quietly in the center wearing black robes, with 10 king-level evil soul masters standing solemnly in formation behind him, creating a tense atmosphere. I heard your highness had some problems with cultivation. Are you alright? Long Xiaoyao inquired. Half a month ago, he had visited once and learned from Jing Hongqian that Wei Xian was in seclusion to adjust due to cultivation issues. It was just a minor problem, already resolved. Wei Xian chuckled and shook his head, indicating there was no need to worry. Hearing Wei Xian's words, Long Xiaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. Since they were now allies, he certainly didn't want anything to happen to Wei Xian. Your highness, if you encounter any problems in your cultivation in the future, feel free to ask me. I'll do my best to provide answers. Long Xiaoyao seized the opportunity to speak, his tone carrying the caring concern of an elder. If I truly have doubts, I will certainly trouble you. Wei Xian didn't decline, nodding politely as he kept the other's goodwill in mind. The pleasantries lasted only a moment before Wei Xian turned to business. He gestured with his hand, and 10 evil soul masters stepped forward one by one. After becoming a soul ancestor, his soul power had increased several times over, surging like a rushing river and giving him tremendous confidence. He slightly closed his eyes as a pale golden glow emanated from his palms, his soul power extending like silk threads steadily into each person's body, adjusting, organizing, sealing, flowing like clouds and water in one seamless motion. In less than half an incense stick's time, all 10 people's martial soul problems were completely resolved. Long Xiaoyao watched from the side with gleaming eyes. Wei Xian's aura remained steady, clearly showing no strain whatsoever. With such efficiency, he secretly calculated that next time he might bring Soul King-level individuals for Wei Xian to treat. Elder Long, let's have a private chat. After finishing his work, Wei Xian spoke up. Long Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, but still waved his hand and ordered, You may all leave. The 10 evil soul masters bowed respectfully and quickly exited the laboratory with swift steps. What does your highness wish to discuss with me? Long Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, his expression quite curious. Wei Xian didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. The Sun Moon Royal Academy will soon travel to Star Luo City to participate in the Soul Master Academy tournament. I'd like to ask Elder Long to accompany us. You want me to go along? Long Xiaoyao was first stunned, then chuckled. Your highness, you're participating in a competition. What could these old bones of mine do? Unless. Halfway through his words, his expression darkened as if he'd thought of something. Are you worried there might be danger along the way? Wei Xian shook his head gently. I wouldn't say it's a matter of life and death. Though relations between our two nations are tense, we haven't reached the point of completely falling out. However, without a powerful expert present to deter them, being manipulated would be inevitable, and being held there as hostages isn't impossible either. If the Star Luo Empire discovers that 2 princes of the Sun Moon Empire are present simultaneously, who can guarantee they won't resort to extreme measures? So you want me to come along to intimidate them? Long Xiaoyao asked. Wei Xian sat in the grand chair across from him. His expression relaxed as he smiled and nodded. Exactly. With an ultimate Doloa like Elder Long present, Even if the Star Luo city side harbors ill intentions, they wouldn't dare make a move. Long Xiaoyao raised his hand to stroke his teacup, his deep voice carrying a hint of reluctance. If you're worried about safety, just bring along 1 or 2 ninth-level soul engineers. There's no need to involve me. Clearly, he had little interest in the trip to Star Luo city and was more concerned about encountering certain people he'd rather not face there. Wei Xuan unhurriedly took a sip of hot tea and explained calmly, ninth-level soul engineers are indeed powerful, but they have too many limitations when deploying their abilities. Their deterrent effect is far less than that of an ultimate Dou. The soul masters of the original Dou continent have always only respected truly top-tier experts. As he finished speaking, he gently set down his teacup, his tone carrying an uncompromising firmness. This time, Elder Long, please don't decline. Come with us. The room fell quiet, filled only with the lingering fragrance of tea. Long Xiaoyao frowned slightly, lost in deep thought. Since agreeing to protect Wei Xian's path, the other party had never asked anything of him. Refusing now would seem unreasonable. But if he went to the Star Luo Academy competition and happened to encounter people from Shrek Academy, Wei Xian didn't press further, simply watching him calmly, as if waiting for an inevitable answer. After a long while, Long Xiaoyao sighed softly and finally nodded. All right, when do we depart? 3 days from now, in the morning. Wei Xian's eyes crinkled with a smile. Then I need to go back and arrange some matters. I'll come find you in 3 days. Long Xiaoyao stood up, his cloak's hem swaying at his knees. Wei Xian nodded. No problem, as long as Elder Long arrives on time. After seeing Long Xiaoyao off, Wei Xian went directly to Jing Hongqin's office. Your Highness. Jing Hongqin stepped forward, his tone filled with genuine concern. You finished your seclusion? How did it go? The problem has been resolved, with no lingering complications. Wei Xian said quietly. Jing Hongqin finally breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately opened the list in his hands. Your Highness, the personnel selected for protective escort this time have been chosen. There are. That won't be necessary. Wei Xian raised his hand to stop him, adding with a slight smile. I've already persuaded Elder Long to accompany us. The deterrent of an ultimate Dou is sufficient. Other guards can be postponed. Long Xiaoyao. Jing Hongqin was stunned, clearly not expecting that the elusive ultimate Dou would agree to accompany the team to Star Luo City. With him present, there would indeed be no need for additional personnel. However, he hesitantly spoke up. But Wei Xian understood his concerns and spoke with certainty. There won't be any problems. I trust Elder Long. Jing Hongqin pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Since your Highness trusts him, then let him accompany us for protection. Given our current relationship with the Holy Spirit cult, Long Xiaoyao presumably wouldn't do anything harmful to Wei Xian. I was in such a rush last time that I didn't get a chance to ask. I notice your aura seems much stronger than before. Did you achieve a breakthrough? Wei Xian inquired. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongqin's face immediately lit up with a broad smile as he replied cheerfully. Haha, it's all thanks to the pills your Highness bestowed upon me. Especially that bloodline pill, it completely eliminated the hidden ailments I'd accumulated from years of taking various medicines, allowing me to push through to level 95 in one go. Otherwise, I fear I would never have been able to cross that threshold in my lifetime. At this point, he looked at Wei Xian with eyes full of gratitude, his emotions running deep. The gap between level 94 and 95 might seem like just one level, but it was truly a chasm between life and death. Now that his soul power had advanced another tier, his mastery of soul tools had risen accordingly. If he could one day elevate his research to match his teacher's level, even the legendary 10th level soul engineer might not be entirely impossible. At least, he had more hope than before. Then congratulations, Hall Master, Wei Xian said, genuinely happy for him. Ha! Jing Hongqin laughed heartily, his joy from the breakthrough evident in every word. My small achievement is nothing special. If my teacher could also break through, the continent might truly welcome its first 10th level soul engineer. His voice was filled with anticipation as he spoke. Master Kong hasn't broken through yet? By all logic, shouldn't he have finished long ago? Wei Xian asked, puzzled. The bloodline pills he had originally refined were taken by both Jing Hongqin and Kong Deming, completely eliminating their medicinal ailments. For these two naturally gifted individuals, breakthrough should have been a natural progression. If they had used fewer medicines in their early years and built a solid foundation, they would have already become super Dou. Now, with the bloodline pills and foundation strengthening medicines, all obstacles had been removed for both of them, leaving no barriers from theory to practice. In terms of talent, Kong Deming even surpassed Jing Hongqin, so there was no reason he should be slower. Jing Hongqin spread his hands with a wry smile. I'm not sure either. My teacher has been locked away in his secret laboratory. Unless he chooses to emerge, no outsider can see him. I haven't seen him in a very long time, so naturally, I don't know whether he's broken through. Kong Deming was currently buried in research on an epic-making soul tool, and spending years or even decades without leaving his workshop had long been his habit. If not for Wei Xian arousing his intense interest, Jing Hongchen would have rarely seen his master these past years. The academy would periodically send important news into the laboratory, leaving Kong Deming to decide whether to emerge from seclusion. Wei Xian's appearance had also entered his field of vision through this method. Wei Xian offered comfort. Master Kong's cultivation talent is certainly no less than Elder Long's or Elder Ye's. Now that his hidden ailments have been eliminated, breakthrough is just a matter of time. I also believe my teacher will surely succeed. Jing Hongchen nodded, full of confidence in his master. 3 days later, at dawn, in front of the gates of Sun Moon Royal Academy, high-level Soul engineers no longer needed horse-drawn carriages for transportation, as their personal flying devices were far swifter than any carriage. Thus, not a single carriage could be seen at the academy gates, only the competing students and supervising teachers gathering here, ready to depart once everyone had assembled. Wei Xian and Ming Hongchen arrived neither early nor late. By the time they reached the gathering point, almost everyone had arrived, with only Su Yanqing missing. Beside Wei Xian stood Long Xiaoyao in black robes, hands clasped behind his back, accompanying them as agreed. Your Highness. Ma Rulong and the other students called out in unison upon seeing Wei Xian, bowing respectfully with expressions that showed not only deference, but also heartfelt admiration. This respect didn't stem purely from Wei Xian's status, but from his outstanding contributions to soul tool and pill refinement improvements. They were all beneficiaries of the improved soul tools and pills, so their heartfelt gratitude and respect for Wei Xian was only natural. Xiao Hongchun didn't bow to Wei Xian, though he showed no signs of resistance either. While he respected Wei Xian in his heart, he wouldn't display it openly. No need for formalities. Wei Xian waved casually, completely indifferent to protocol. Scanning the crowd, he asked offhandedly, Yanqing isn't here yet? Including the teachers and Long Xiaoyao, there were 17 people in total for this mission, not many, so anyone missing was immediately noticeable. The fact that his younger brother hadn't arrived made Wei Xian frown slightly. Not yet, replied one of the supervising teachers. This man had a straight nose, square jaw, and tall stature. He was the main person in charge, and was respectfully called Teacher Ma by everyone at the academy, was also Ma Rulong's grandfather. Someone go fetch him. He's probably overslept again, Wei Xian said helplessly. Teacher Ma and the other instructors' expressions stiffened slightly upon hearing this given Su Yanqing's nature. This was indeed most likely the case. Su Yanqing attended the Sun Moon Imperial Academy and was famous for his ability to sleep. Of course, he was even more renowned for his ultimate fire martial soul and terrifying talent. With the aid of high-quality pills, the 10-year-old already possessed soul power at level 29. I'll go check on Prince Yanqing's situation, Ma Rulong volunteered. Try to be quick about it. Don't delay our departure. Teacher Ma instructed. 1 hour later, Su Yanqing came running with 2 large bags of palace pastries. The moment he saw Wei Xian, his expression turned embarrassed, and his steps immediately slowed. At 10 years old, he was taller than most children his age, with a round figure and chubby, fair cheeks that made people want to pinch them. His neat, short hair complemented his rather handsome feature. She would surely be a little heartthrob if he could slim down, but unfortunately, he couldn't control his appetite. Didn't I tell you the time yesterday? How are you still late? Wei Xian's tone was slightly stern. I actually got up early, it's just, I felt a bit sleepy after getting up and wanted to lie down for a while longer, then accidentally fell asleep again. Su Yanqing's voice grew quieter as he spoke, becoming barely audible by the end. Puffed. Ming Hongchun beside Wei Xian finally couldn't suppress her laughter. She stepped forward and directly pinched Su Yanqing's rosy white cheeks with both hands. While people from the Sun Moon Empire typically had darker skin, Su Yanqing's plumpness gave him fair, soft-looking skin. I think you never got up at all, you just overslept, didn't you? Ming Hongchun said with a grin as she squeezed his face. That's not true. I really did get up past the palace maids if you don't believe me. Su Yanqing shook his head vigorously, breaking free from her clutches and glaring at her indignantly. He ran to Wei Xian's side, blinking his eyes with a face full of grievance. Brother, I really did get up very early. Seeing him like this, Wei Xian couldn't bring himself to say more and could only ruffle his hair. Don't be late next time. I promise. Su Yanqing immediately beamed, stuffing one of the pastry bags into Wei Xian's hands. Brother, these pastries are delicious, try some. Wei Xian was the only person he would share his food with. Wei Xian took out a piece and bit into it. I'll just eat this one piece. You handle the rest yourself. After confirming his younger brother was well, he looked up at the teachers. We can depart now. Very well. Teacher Ma nodded, walked to the front of the group, counted heads once more, then led everyone toward the outskirts of the city. Flying was prohibited within Mingdu city only. After leaving could they use flying soul tools. Of course, if one's strength was sufficient to avoid detection, the prohibition was meaningless. Someone of Long Xiaoyao's level often flew directly into the city. Everyone present was a soul master, so they moved extremely quickly and soon left the city gates. Teacher Ma made a gesture, and students and teachers alike took out their personally crafted flying soul tools. Except for Su Yanqing, Everyone present was at least a fourth-rank soul engineer, each possessing their own personal flying device. Though most were imitation ice cloud wings, each had a unique appearance while sharing the same core structure. The ice cloud wings developed by Wei Xuan had long been promoted throughout the academy by Jing Hongxun and had practically become standard equipment. Yin Qing, you'll ride with teacher Ma, Wei Xuan reminded him. If Su Yanqing piloted alone, he would slow down the entire group. All right, the chubby boy obediently agreed. After everyone finished their preparations, they simultaneously took to the air, transforming into several streaks of light, flying toward the horizon. Star Luo City. The capital of the Star Luo Empire stood with thick, imposing walls, radiating majesty and grandeur as the center of politics, culture, and economics. With the Soul Master Tournament approaching, the nearly 100-meter-wide streets were packed so tightly with crowds that not even water could flow through. If not for the soldiers stationed at intervals to maintain order, chaos would have erupted long ago. After identifying themselves, Wei Xian's group was led by a guide to the Star Emperor Grand Hotel, the tournament's designated accommodation. After the busy settling in process, everyone was arranged on the top floor, which was also the hotel's most luxurious entire level. According to regulations, only the previous tournament's champion and runner-up could stay here, so aside from the Sun Moon Imperial Academy, the other side housed their old rivals, Shrek Academy. Brother Wei Xian, let's go out and explore. The competition doesn't officially start until the day after tomorrow, so we have these 2 days to have some fun, Ming Hongxun said cheerfully. Along the way, she had seen many things she'd never encountered before, all quite fascinating, and she was eager to explore more. Su Yanqing followed Ming Hongxun into Wei Xian's room, nodding enthusiastically with eyes gleaming. I agree. I spotted some amazing food earlier that I simply must try. At the mention of food, he unconsciously swallowed. Xiao Hongxun stood to the side with arms crossed, striking a cool pose without saying a word, just standing there quietly. Wei Xian wasn't in a hurry to cultivate, and seeing everyone's high spirits, he smiled and went along. Then let's go out and explore. Hooray! Ming Hongxun and Su Yanqing cheered in unison, their faces beaming with bright smiles. The four left the room, and when they passed a door marked Shrek Academy's student lounge, they all couldn't help but take a few extra glances. They learned from the staff that Shrek's competing students hadn't checked in yet. Xiao Hongxun muttered under his breath, wonder how strong Shrek's students will be this time. Hope they're not too weak. His fighting spirit was instantly ignited, and he felt a slight excitement in his heart. Ming Hongxun rolled her eyes at her brother. Brother, really? Do you think students representing Shrek would be weak? If they were truly weak, they wouldn't have won consecutive championships. Over the years, she had grown increasingly fond of verbally sparring with her older brother. Compared to Wei Xian, she always felt her brother was somewhat childish in his words and actions, so after teasing him, she would always praise Wei Xian. She hugged Wei Xian's arm and gently swayed it, her eyes sparkling like stars. But this time we have brother Wei Xian with us. No matter how strong Shrek's students are, they can only lose. He'll definitely lead us to victory. Xiao Hongxun rolled his eyes even more dramatically. This silly sister was such a fangirl, always siding with outsiders over family. Humph. Even if Wei Xian doesn't compete, I can still lead everyone to championship. He lifted his chin defiantly, his voice full of confidence. Su Yanqing grinned and reminded him. Brother Xiao, that's not necessarily true. I heard that Shrek's competing teams usually have soul emperors, and this time probably won't be different. That's a soul emperor we're talking about, and you're only a soul king right now. Can you really handle one? It's just a soul emperor, Xiao Hongxun's words faltered, his confidence clearly wavering. Against an ordinary soul emperor, he might have a fighting chance, but facing a renowned Shrek soul emperor skilled in fighting above their level left him uncertain. Wei Xian observed this and spoke calmly. Don't make Shrek out to be mythical, but don't underestimate them either. No matter how strong your opponent is, you must have confidence in yourself. If you treat your opponent like a deity from the start, victory becomes difficult even with great strength. Conversely, if you firmly believe you can win, defeating a stronger opponent isn't impossible. Xiao Hongxun looked thoughtful. Wei Xian continued. Don't overestimate or underestimate your opponent's finding that balance is something you must master yourself. Ming Hongxun clapped her hands. Brother Wei Xian speaks so wisely. Su Yanqing nodded repeatedly, as Wei Xian had always been his idol. Wei Xian smiled helplessly and ruffled Ming Hongxun's hair before taking the lead. Ming Hongxun and Su Yanqing hurried to follow, while Xiao Hongxun remained in place, lost in thought, repeatedly pondering Wei Xian's words. After several minutes, his eyes finally refocused, and he clapped his hands. I think I understand. Then he rushed toward the stairway to catch up. Wei Xian and the other two hadn't actually left him behind, but were waiting in the most prominent spot on the hotel's first floor. The lobby buzzed with voices as students and teachers from various countries and academies queued to check in. Wei Xian discreetly surveyed the crowd, but felt somewhat disappointed didn't spot a single soul emperor, and even soul kings were few and far between, with most being soul elders. Thank you for those words, I learned a great deal. Xiao Hongqian arrived breathlessly and earnestly thanked Wei Xuan. Just a few words, no need to be so formal. Wei Xuan waved dismissively with a smile. Before he could finish speaking, Meng Hongqian was already pulling Wei Xuan toward the exit. Don't waste time, let's go shopping. Su Yanqing and Xiao Hongqian followed closely behind as the four toured Star Luo City. Unlike Mingdu's modern prosperity, Star Luo City featured ancient architecture with a rich atmosphere of daily life. Food stalls lined both sides of the streets, creating a tapestry of enticing aromas. For Su Yanqing, the foodie, this place was paradise. His mouth barely stopped moving. Meng Hongqian was equally delighted, and by the time they returned to the hotel that night, her belly was round and full, and she kept burping. Though Wei Xuan and Xiao Hongqian were more restrained, they also sampled plenty of street food and felt quite satisfied. The second day passed in the same relaxed atmosphere, and soon it was time for the competition to officially begin. At dawn, before the city was fully awake, it had already plunged into commotion as crowds of people rushed toward Xinghua Plaza. When the first rays of golden sunlight completely bathed Xinghua City, the entire metropolis was boiling like water. The Xinghua Emperor appeared at the center of the city wall with his Empress, hands clasped behind his back, his dragon-like eyes surveying the entire scene. The gates then opened to admit the crowds, with orderly soldiers maintaining control as nearly 200,000 citizens surged toward the plaza like a tide. Despite the sea of people, everything remained perfectly organized without the slightest chaos or trampling. The contestants' waiting area was relatively spacious. Wei Xuan and his group followed their supervising teacher inside, with each academy positioned according to their previous rankings. The higher the rank, the closer to the front. The Sun Moon Royal Academy occupied the second row. Their moon-white uniforms glimmered slightly in the sunlight, each student bearing an embroidered crimson sun on their chest, the symbol of Sun Moon Royal Academy. Wei Xian's tall, straight figure looked even more impressive in uniform, his ice blue hair and handsome features combined with that transcendent aura drawing the gazes of many female students. Standing with hands clasped behind his back like the Xinghua Emperor, he differed from the imperial majesty and dominance, appearing more like an ethereal immortal banished from heaven. Brother Wei Xuan, why do I feel like Shrek only sent their reserve team members? Meng Hongqian lowered her voice. Sun Moon Royal Academy's position was directly behind Shrek, allowing them a clear view. The group of Shrek students were generally young, obviously just reserves, with 3 of them wearing cloaks to conceal their appearances. Not only was Meng Hongqian puzzled, but Xiao Hongqian, Ma Rulong, and other teammates also looked confused. What was Shrek Academy up to? Were they underestimating their opponents by only sending reserves? Wei Xuan pondered for a moment before saying, they must have encountered some kind of incident. He probed with his spiritual sense. Among the 10 students, only the 3 cloaked figures were main team members, 2 soul emperors and 1 soul king, but all 3 had chaotic and obviously weakened auras, clearly suffering from serious injuries. The remaining 7 consisted of 4 soul ancestors and 3 great soul masters, appearing to be temporary replacements no matter how you looked at it. When Meng Hongqian and the others heard this and were about to ask more, their voices unconsciously grew louder. Encountered an incident? Everyone in the 3 surrounding rows heard clearly. While the students in the 3rd row remained confused, the Shrek members in front were particularly sensitive to the word incident. They had indeed recently suffered a major accident, and their emotions hadn't yet settled. Hearing this, their nerves immediately tensed as they turned around, their expressions showing wariness and hostility. With sworn enemies meeting face to face, the atmosphere instantly became tense, causing the 3rd row students to simply stay quiet and watch. The Shrek members first noticed Wei Xuan at the center, with almost all eyes drawn to him. Several female students' hearts raced before they suppressed their reactions. Wei Xian's gaze settled on Huo Yuhao. Their encounter in the extreme north had left an impression. Another person who caught his attention was Wang Dong beside Huo Yuhao, who appeared to be a young man, but was actually a young woman. The seal within her sea of consciousness felt dangerous even to him, definitely not ordinary. If his spiritual sense were fully recovered, he wouldn't fear that seal, but currently it was difficult to probe deeply. Huo Yuhao looked toward Wei Xuan, his knuckles white with barely contained killing intent. Stealing the Ice Empress, severing his Ice Jade Empress Scorpion martial soul, causing brother Tian Meng to fall into injured slumber. Thinking of the lost 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, rage surged in his chest, making him want to charge over immediately. Wei Xuan sensed that killing intent, his gaze turning cold. Wang Dong asked softly with concern, Yuhao, what's wrong? Huo Yuhao took a deep breath. I'm fine. He barely managed to suppress his emotions. Neither the teachers nor students from either side spoke. First, their relationship wasn't one that allowed for casual pleasantries. If not for the inappropriate setting, they would probably already be engaged in verbal sparring. After more than 10 seconds of standoff, the team leaders from both sides gave symbolic nods of acknowledgement. Wang Yan, Shrek's supervising teacher, was the first to turn away, and the others slowly turned their heads and bodies, no longer looking at those behind them. Xiao Hongshan and the others curled their lips in disdain, glaring at the Shrek team with obvious displeasure. Brother Wei Xuan, what did you mean by what you said just now? They. Ming Hongshan leaned closer, her eyes full of confusion. The few people standing near Wei Xuan immediately turned their bodies and pricked up their ears, clearly trusting this usually calm young man and wanting to gather some information. I don't know the specifics either. Wei Xuan shook his head, his tone steady. But I suspect they've encountered some kind of incident. Otherwise, Shrek would never send such a group of students to compete. Everyone fell into brief contemplation upon hearing this. Wei Xian's words weren't baseless. Shrek's previous teams had never been this young. If anyone suggested that Shrek couldn't produce stronger students, they absolutely wouldn't believe it. The academy had deep foundations and placed great importance on this competition, so they would never deliberately hold back. Yet what appeared now was precisely the reserve team, which could only mean one thing. The main team had likely encountered some incident and couldn't arrive on time. After pondering for a moment, everyone stopped dwelling on it and turned their attention forward. The grand spectacle of the competition was still captivating enough to hold their interest. In contrast, Wei Xuan wasn't particularly interested in the lively scene. His gaze occasionally fell on Huo Yuhao and that girl disguised as a boy. These two are interesting, both harbor powers within them that don't belong to themselves. Wei Xuan mused silently. After the Shrek team in the front row turned around, their expressions weren't pleasant. Yuhao, do you know that blue-haired guy? Wang Dong lowered his voice and moved closer to Huo Yuhao. Their martial soul fusion technique made both of them acutely sensitive to each other's emotions. Just moments ago, he had clearly felt anger surge in Huo Yuhao's chest, even tinged with killing intent. From where Huo Yuhao's gaze had lingered, it was easy to determine that those negative emotions were directed at that blue-haired youth. Huo Yuhao took a deep breath, trying to calm himself as much as possible and not let anger cloud his judgment. Seeing Wang Dong's worried expression, Huo Yuhao felt a warmth in his heart. After a moment of thought, he said in a low voice, "Let's talk about it when we get back to the hotel. This person is very skilled and dangerous. If he enters the competition, he'll definitely be our top opponent. We must be extremely careful." Wang Dong was stunned for a moment and instinctively turned back to look at Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan stood ahead, seemingly aware of the gaze from behind, but didn't respond. He simply gazed calmly into the distance. "He looks about the same age as us. Is he really as formidable as you say?" Wang Dong asked quietly. Having spent over a year with Huo Yuhao day and night, he knew his companion's character all too well. For Huo Yuhao to show such an expression and give such an assessment meant this person was no ordinary individual. Even their senior brother Bei Bei had never received such high praise, yet here it was being given to this blue-haired guy. Could he really be stronger than their senior brother? "Yes, I'm not exaggerating at all," Huo Yuhao said gravely. "I'll explain the details when we get back to the hotel. No matter what, we need to treat him as our primary opponent." Huo Yuhao's seriousness made Wang Dong put aside his playful attitude and nod solemnly. Bei Bei, who was closest to them, overheard this conversation and frowned slightly. His gaze swept back inconspicuously and settled on Wei Xuan. He observed carefully, as if trying to see through the other person's depths in one glance. "This is truly the first time I've encountered someone so extraordinary," Bei Bei thought to himself. Wei Xuan was like a deep, mysterious pool, unfathomable. He could only vaguely sense that extraordinary quality, yet couldn't pinpoint exactly what made him so remarkable. Just then, a resounding silence thundered across the entire venue like a bolt of lightning, carrying undeniable authority. The previously noisy crowd instantly fell quiet, and soldiers raised their spears high as a heavy, murderous atmosphere filled the air. "His Imperial Majesty arrives." Following this announcement, hundreds of thousands of spectators dropped to their knees in perfect unison, their movements so synchronized they seemed rehearsed. The scene was absolutely stunning. The soldiers knelt on one knee, holding their spears in one hand and placing the other across their chests, their solemnity transforming into deep reverence. The competing students had been notified beforehand that they didn't need to kneel, only bow 90 degrees to show respect. Wei Xuan frowned slightly. A 90-degree bow was something he would only perform for someone who had shown him great kindness. To perform such a formal bow to an emperor he had never met was something he simply couldn't do. He released his powerful spiritual consciousness and activated a technique, creating an illusion to perform the ceremonial gesture in his place. To onlookers, he appeared identical to all the other students, his waist bent at a perfect 90-degree angle, but in reality, he simply stood motionless in place, not even moving a fingertip. "Rise, everyone." The Xinglua emperor nodded with satisfaction, his voice echoing across the plaza through the amplifying soul device. A rustling of robes swept through the crowd as civilians and soldiers rose to their feet, while rows of students straightened their backs, restoring the steel-like formation to its solemn order. The Xinglua emperor then began his opening ceremony address. Though brief, his words conveyed his joy and expectations in full, offering generous encouragement to the young soul masters below. After the speech concluded, The students bowed once more. Wei Xuan sighed helplessly and employed the same trick again, using his illusion to perform the deep bow in his stead. Very well, I hereby declare the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Dueling Tournament officially open. The Emperor raised his voice with resounding vigor, like the beating of war drums. Long live! Long live! The cheers instantly merged into a tidal wave, sweeping across the entire plaza. Ceremonial cannons thundered from the city walls as clusters of crimson flames bloomed in the sky, pushing the crowd's emotions to their peak and transforming the plaza into a surging ocean of celebration. The cheering continued for several minutes before gradually subsiding. The amplifying soul device once again carried a booming voice, announcing that the tournament's first round would begin immediately. The first round draw had been completed before the opening ceremony. One academy from the Tianhan Empire received a lucky bye, while all other academies would compete. Whether by coincidence or design, the Sun Moon Imperial Academy was scheduled for the second match, meaning they would follow the Shrek Academy in every aspect of the proceedings. Their opponents were from the Xinglua Empire's own territory, the unremarkable Xingling Academy. Second place again. Is the Xinglua Empire targeting us, reminding us that we'll always rank behind Shrek? Xiao Hongqian muttered coldly under his breath. Ma Rulong and the others wore equally grim expressions, clearly dissatisfied with this arrangement. Positioned in the second row, competing in the second match, even walking behind the Shrek team, this constant sense of being overshadowed left them feeling stifled. Really? Are they trying to humiliate us? Meng Hongqian grumbled indignantly, glaring at the Shrek members ahead who were discussing tactics. Exactly, it's too much. Su Yanqing mumbled through a mouthful of pastry, offering muffled agreement. Stop complaining here. Wei Xuan lowered his voice to console them. Status comes from strength. Use the competition to prove where we truly belong. Hearing Wei Xian's words, Xiao Hongqian and the others nodded in agreement, each harboring a burning determination within. In this tournament, they would show Shrek Academy and everyone across the continent that Sun Moon Royal Academy had what it took to defeat Shrek and claim the championship. While the Sun Moon students were secretly fuming about this, the arena was already ignited by thunderous chants of Shrek echoing from all sides. There was no denying that Shrek's reputation resonated throughout the continent, and compared to other academies, they enjoyed completely different treatment. When the host invited both teams to take the stage, this disparity became crystal clear when introducing Tianling Academy. The tone remained steady with just a few brief words, but when it came to Shrek Academy, the voice instantly rose in pitch, with excitement, reverence, and praise pouring out like rapid-fire bullets. The audience's emotions boiled over with deafening cheers, making Shrek seem like the master of all stars, even causing the Star Luo Emperor's expression to shift slightly. Following the host's guidance, members from both Tianling Academy and Shrek Academy filed onto the competition platform, immediately drawing all eyes. After the referee briefly announced the rules, both sides pulled back and formed their battle formations. Tianling Academy adopted a conventional layout, 3 shield bearers charging at the front, 1 soul master positioned on each side of the back row, and 2 more placed at the very rear in front-back formation, clearly defining offense and defense. In contrast, Shrek Academy's positioning seemed peculiar. Huo Yuhao stood alone at the very front, with 3 teammates on each side forming a fan-shaped semicircle around him. Rather than calling it a formation, it looked more like a stage arrangement like stars surrounding the moon, pushing Huo Yuhao into the most prominent position. Gasps rose one after another from the audience seats, with many academy teachers, students, and even the Star Luo Emperor frowning deeply. Was Shrek underestimating their opponents, or did they have some other scheme? Xiao Hongqian and other Sun Moon students watched in confusion, while Wei Xuan appeared thoughtful, his gaze lingering on Huo Yuhao for a moment with a hint of speculation. From a soul power level perspective, Tianling Academy's 5 Soul Kings and 2 Soul Grandmasters held a slight advantage. Even if Shrek ultimately won, it definitely wouldn't be easy, so they shouldn't be forming such a casual battle array. If they weren't throwing the match, then they must have some other purpose. Wei Xuan judged the latter possibility more likely. They're probably trying to confuse their opponents. At the referee's command, the match officially began. Members from both sides almost simultaneously activated their martial souls, with soul rings lighting up. Tianling Academy, 5 Soul Kings and 2 Soul Grandmasters, with yellow and purple soul rings rising in brilliant display. On any normal day, this would have been stunning enough, but at this moment, all eyes in the venue were firmly locked on Shrek's side, or more precisely, on Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao stepped forward half a pace, his aura suddenly transforming as the air on the platform instantly became oppressive. The next moment, 6 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, all a uniform crimson red. Every pupil in the venue contracted wildly. How could a touring great soul master possibly possess 600,000-year soul rings? Wei Xuan was equally stunned, but immediately understood and shook his head with a wry smile. It was indeed an illusion, with Huo Yuhao using a soul skill to simulate 600,000-year soul rings. Now he roughly guessed Shrek's intention. First frighten their opponents with the formation and soul rings, then strike while they were vulnerable. The situation on stage unfolded exactly as he predicted. The 7 members of Tianling Academy were shocked by the blood-red soul rings and froze in place momentarily. The subsequent spiritual impact left them even more dazed. Losing focus during battle was tantamount to courting death. The opportunity had arrived. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong struck together, unleashing their martial soul fusion technique. A massive golden vertical eye thunderously appeared, with blue, purple, and gold light beams erupting from within, crossing half the arena in the blink of an eye. When the light beams reached the 7 members of Tianling Academy, terrifying energy instantly exploded. The protective soul tools of the 2 soul grandmasters were directly shattered, sending them tumbling to the ground. The remaining 5 soul kings were forcibly transformed into statues by the golden light, with gold rapidly spreading from their skin to their limbs and bones, freezing them in place. The light faded and the golden vertical eye disappeared. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong reappeared, the former's 6 blood-red soul rings still flickering, while the latter also manifested 6 rings, but with a configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, exactly the specification of a top-tier soul emperor. Huo Yuhao clasped his hands behind his back, his expression cold and stern as he looked down at the referee, his voice calm, yet resounding. The match is over. The referee unconsciously swallowed, his mind still blank as he mechanically announced the result. Below the stage, however, it was terrifyingly quiet. As if all sound had been instantly drained, every spectator stared blankly at the competition platform, hearts pounding wildly, unable to distinguish between dream and reality. After a long moment, when Huo Yuhao solemnly added, "Please remember, I come from Shrek Academy. I come from the Tang sect," and walked straight down from the competition platform with the other 6 following closely behind, the silence was finally shattered. Earth-shaking cheers swept through the venue like a tidal wave, with chants of Shrek and Tang sect echoing endlessly as all eyes followed that young man until his figure completely disappeared into the depths of the passage. At the Sun Moon Royal Academy viewing stand, an equally incredulous silence fell. Except for Wei Xuan, Xiao Hongquan, Ma Rulong, and others stared wide-eyed. Meng Hongquan covered her lips lightly, and Su Yanqing even forgot to swallow the snack in his mouth. "How is this possible?" Ma Rulong murmured, voicing everyone's inner confusion. Before his words faded, they all turned toward Wei Xuan in unison, as if he could provide answers. Under everyone's gaze, Wei Xuan remained calm and explained quietly. Those were simulated. His real soul rings should be 1 white and 1 yellow. Simulated? But that aura felt way too real. I could sense the intimidation even from this distance, Xiao Hongquan said in amazement. Ma Rulong nodded in agreement, his gaze heavy with concern. Wei Xuan raised his hand to quiet everyone's confusion, his tone calm, yet certain. It is indeed a simulation. He must have personally encountered a 100,000-year soul beast before, which is why he could perfectly replicate that oppressive presence using his spiritual power. Wei Xuan was no stranger to that orate was the Ice Empress's might. Out of caution, he didn't reveal this information, only adding casually, "If I'm not mistaken, Huo Yuhao's martial soul should originate from his eyes and be of the spiritual type. At least one of his soul rings possesses simulation abilities." While everyone was stunned, Wei Xuan had already captured the truth with his double pupils. Others saw 6 blood-red soul rings around Huo Yuhao, but he saw only 2 1 gold, 1 yellow. To keep a low profile, he had earlier claimed they were 1 white and 1 yellow. Wei Xuan couldn't fully determine what the golden soul ring meant, but its energy, purity, and intensity clearly surpassed the 10th Ascendier level. He had never personally witnessed a 100,000-year soul ring, yet his intuition told him the golden ring was of an even higher tier. Connecting this to the fact that the Skydream Iceworm's soul resided within Huo Yuhao, a bold hypothesis emerged: it might be a million-year soul ring from the Skydream Iceworm. "I see." Xiao Hongquan and the others suddenly understood, all their doubts instantly cleared. Meng Hongquan suddenly tilted her head, her eyes sparkling. "Brother Wei Xuan, how do you know his name is Huo Yuhao?" Wei Xuan chuckled lightly. "I encountered him by chance in the extreme north and happened to hear his name." "Can you tell me about it?" Meng Hongquan immediately became interested. Not wanting to discuss his journey to the extreme north in detail, Wei Xuan waved dismissively. "There's nothing worth mentioning. It's our turn to compete next, so we should focus on preparing." Meng Hongquan gave him a resentful look, but then excitedly clenched her fists. "We need to finish quickly too and show the audience the true strength of Sun Moon Imperial Academy. We can't let our momentum falter." Everyone agreed. Since Shrek had just displayed overwhelming force, it would be embarrassing if they dragged out their battle. Meng Hongquan simply grabbed Wei Xian's arm and acted coquettishly. "Brother Wei Xuan, you should compete too. With you there, we'll definitely steal the spotlight." Seeing her pouting adorably, Wei Xuan could only sigh and nod. "Fine, I'll listen to you this time." Meng Hongquan was so delighted she almost pounced on him, but Wei Xuan pressed his hand against her forehead. We're in public. Mind your image. Oomph, if you won't hug me, then you won't. Meng Hongqian pouted, though she couldn't hide her high spirits. Ma Rulong smiled broadly. It's perfect that your highness will participate. If we can truly suppress Shrek's arrogance, that would be quite satisfying. Su Yanqing was also extremely excited. Big brother, do your best. Show them what you're capable of. Soon, Wei Xuan decided to participate in battle and selected 6 additional teammates. Su Yanqing, the Meng siblings, Ma Rulong, Lin Shi, and Xin Fei. After the Shrek Academy team left the battle platform, they didn't linger in the waiting area. Under Huo Yuhao's leadership, they departed efficiently, leaving only their supervising teacher Wang Yan to observe the match. Just 2 minutes after the first match ended, the host announced the second match was about to begin. Wei Xuan led his 6 teammates onto the competition platform. He walked at the front with composed steps and an expression as calm as still water. The 6 behind him appeared slightly excited from the countless burning gazes from the stands, or perhaps from anticipation of the strength they were about to display. They formed a line with Wei Xuan at the front, while the other 6 maintained a noticeable gap behind him. Both opponents and spectators were puzzled by this strange formation. Wang Yin in the waiting area frowned. Was Sun Moon Imperial Academy trying to imitate Yuhao and his team? He remembered Huo Yuhao's parting words. Keep a close eye on that blue-haired youth. If Wei Xuan hadn't entered the match, he could have left, but now he had to stay. The referee couldn't help but ask, "Are you certain about this formation?" "Certain. Let's begin." Wei Xian's tone brooked no argument. As the match began, the opposing Star Luo Academy immediately released their martial souls, 5 Soul Kings and 2 Soul Elders, with overall strength superior to Heavenly Spirit Academy. In contrast, Sun Moon Imperial Academy's side remained motionless. Meng Hongqian and the others stood with arms crossed, looking relaxed as if they were spectators. Only Wei Xuan showed any movement at some point. A white metallic cannon barrel had appeared on his shoulder. The metallic cannon barrel was white with a diameter of about 10 centimeters at the muzzle. Strange patterns covered its surface soul tool formations. White light flickered inside the cannon barrel as surrounding energy rapidly converged toward it, brewing and accumulating terrifying power. The Star Ridge Academy team had already feared the Sun Moon Royal Academy, and now sensing that horrifying energy growing stronger by the moment, their faces turned pale almost simultaneously. Their heartbeats suddenly spiraled out of control, as if someone were beating drums in their chests, while intense crisis instincts made every muscle in their bodies tense up. The captain instinctively wanted to shout, "Scatter!" But his lips froze the moment they parted. Wei Xuan's actions completely exceeded their expectations. In just a breath or two, the cannon finished charging. Wei Xuan raised his arm, pointing the black barrel diagonally upward, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! A white projectile shot forth with an ear-piercing sonic boom, striking the energy barrier protecting the arena in the blink of an eye. The barrier shuddered violently as if struck by a giant hammer, hairline cracks appearing at the impact point, while its originally bright glow instantly dimmed. However, the explosion contained no flames or metal fragments. Instead, ice shards filled the sky like a brilliant ice flower suddenly blooming. What does this mean? The Star Ridge Academy members looked at each other in confusion, suspecting Wei Xuan had aimed in the wrong direction. The ice shards covered too wide an area for them to dodge, and since the fragments only carried bone-chilling cold without any killing intent, they simply stood their ground, letting the tiny crystals settle on their shoulders, hair, and clothes. The audience was equally bewildered, unable to comprehend Wei Xuan's strategy. But their brief confusion quickly turned to shock, mouths hanging open as if they'd seen a ghost. Even the Star Luo Emperor, who had been sitting steadily on his throne, suddenly shot to his feet, pupils contracting as he lost his composure. At the center of the arena, Wei Xuan's 5 fingers suddenly clenched. Hum! The scattered ice shards responded to his energy manipulation, instantly reversing direction and transforming into countless ice blue rays that lunged toward the Star Ridge Academy team. The fine ice crystals clinging to their bodies simultaneously expanded outward, as if the previous fragmentation had been a contraction. In an instant, the bewildered members of Star Luo Academy were frozen solid, their expressions locked in place and their bodies rigid as stone. The martial souls and spirit rings they had just summoned couldn't be retracted in time, trapped within the ice alongside them. White ice fragments flashed briefly before crystallizing into 7 translucent human ice sculptures, every fold of clothing and spirit ring pattern visible in perfect detail. The freezing happened so quickly that the 7 from Star Luo Academy didn't even have time to blink. Wei Xuan lowered the cannon from his shoulder, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips as his gaze fell upon the petrified referee. "Announce the results," he said. The 7 opponents sealed in ice had completely lost their ability to move. The outcome needed no further debate. The referee stood frozen in place, struggling to rub his eyes as if trying to confirm whether he was seeing things. Without using a martial soul, without actually landing any cannonballs, the match was over just like that? The words, "How is this possible?" thundered through his mind like lightning. In the stands, private boxes, and corridors, every gaze froze simultaneously, mouths agape wide enough to fit an egg. Ice fragments had gathered on their own, instantly freezing 7 opponents into ice sculptures. This wasn't an illusion, was it? A deathly silence fell over the surroundings. This shock even surpassed the sensation caused years ago when Huo Yuhao revealed his 600,000-year spirit rings. On the Imperial platform of the royal city, the Star Luo Emperor's thick brows furrowed deeply as he tried to replay every detail of what had just occurred. Several elderly figures with profound auras also wore grave expressions, their eyes filled with horror as they looked toward Wei Xuan. For people of their caliber, to lose composure showed just how powerful the impact had been. In the waiting area, Wang Yin stood slack-jawed, his heart churning like crashing waves, nearly forgetting to breathe. Students from other academies were equally stunned, their Adam's apples bobbing as they felt the air itself seemed stuck in their chests. "Hey, my brother Wei Xuan is talking to you, give him some response." Meng Hongqian called out to the referee, her face beaming with flower-like smiles, clearly delighted. Xiao Hongqian, Ma Rulong, and the others were still struggling to recover from their shock. As teammates, they were equally stunned by what they had witnessed. Su Yanqing was the first to applaud, his crisp clapping particularly jarring in the momentarily silent arena. The admiration in his gaze toward Wei Xuan had grown even more intense. Seeing the referee frozen in place, Wei Xuan helplessly curved his lips into a slight smile and turned to walk down from the competition platform. With a subtle shift of his thoughts, the ice encasing the 7 members of Star Luo Academy quietly melted away. The moment the ice disappeared, the 7 contestants' martial souls instantly dissipated, their bodies collapsing to the ground as they curled up, shivering violently with lips pale from the cold. He hadn't been harsh with them. The ice temperature had been precisely controlled to only leave his opponents with a few days of chills, not enough to cause frostbite to their muscles after all. There was no personal grudge between them. This was merely a formal competition. The melted ice water pooled across the platform surface, splashing in all directions. A stream of icy water happened to splash directly onto the referee's face. Hiss! The referee shuddered violently, quickly clutching the amplifying soul device to his chest while covering his face with both hands to warm up, nearly dropping the microphone to the ground. As he regained his composure and watched Wei Xuan's retreating figure, the chill rising from within his heart proved even more intense than the ice water. Sun Moon Imperial Academy wins. The referee announced the result with a voice that trembled yet remained resounding. In the stands, the audience fell into brief silence. Then someone shouted the first cry of Sun Moon Imperial Academy, and the next moment cheers surged like a tidal wave. The thunderous roar shook the seats, many people's heartbeats resonating with the tremendous sound, the excitement no less intense than before, perhaps even greater. Absolute strength made the audience forget national boundaries as they raised their arms and cheered for Sun Moon Imperial Academy's power. Most of those who came to watch simply wanted to see exhilarating soul master battles. Whoever performed strongest deserved the applause. Wei Xuan walked at the front, Meng Hongqian so excited she was nearly skipping, with Su Yanqing and the others following closely behind. Countless gazes lingered on them, shock, curiosity, and admiration intertwining on every face. At this moment, the most dazzling spotlight in the arena had fallen upon Sun Moon Imperial Academy, upon Wei Xuan. Entering the waiting area, 2 supervising teachers approached with smiles, while the students who hadn't competed also wore expressions of excitement. "Let's head back for now. It's not appropriate to stay here," Wei Xuan said simply, pulling everyone back to reality from their excitement. "Right." Everyone responded in unison, following him as they left the waiting area and returned to the Star Emperor Hotel. Only after Wei Xuan and his group's figures had completely disappeared around the corridor corner did the spectating crowds and students from various academies slowly withdraw their gazes, the shock still vivid on their faces. What on earth just happened? How did those people get frozen solid? Discussions erupted like bamboo shoots after rain, spreading wildly throughout the arena. The spectator area was in complete chaos. Eyewitnesses chattered excitedly, trying to recreate that incredible scene. The blue-haired boy's cannon shot had seemed ridiculously off-target, appearing to be a rookie mistake, but in the blink of an eye, his opponents were frozen solid like ice sculptures in the frost. Some had raised their hands ready to mock, but before they could utter a word, the sight before them sent chills down their spines, leaving them speechless. I was just about to speak when all my hair stood on end. Tell me about it. The discussion quickly shifted from Shrek Academy's instant victory to Sun Moon Royal Academy's bizarre win. Although the 7 from Shrek had also crushed their opponents with absolute power, at least they had used their martial souls and soul skills. The 6 students from Sun Moon Royal hadn't even revealed their martial souls, yet with just one shot, they ended the battle instantly. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, who would dare believe such a thing was possible? On the Imperial viewing platform of Star Luo City, the Star Luo Emperor exchanged glances with several elders, all reading shock and wariness in each other's eyes. After a moment of silence, The Emperor's expression darkened as he rose to his feet. The most spectacular and bizarre matches had concluded, and he had no interest in the remaining competitions. The Empress and several elders silently followed him as they departed. At the same time, outside the Star Emperor Hotel, Wang Yin, Shrek's supervising teacher, wore a grave expression as he climbed the steps alone. Immediately after the match ended, he had returned to the hotel and called for an emergency team meeting. Shrek's private conference room. 10 team members sat along both sides of the rectangular wooden table. Wang Yin stood at the head, hands pressed against the table, his brow deeply furrowed. A strong sense of unease spread through everyone's hearts. Teacher Wang, did you watch Sun Moon Royal Academy's match? Huo Yuhao asked anxiously. Wang Yan's gaze swept over everyone before finally settling on Huo Yuhao, his voice low and heavy. I did. I can only describe it as terrifyingly horrific. Their strength is frighteningly beyond imagination. Ma Xiaotao, seated in the first position on the left, frowned. Is it really that exaggerated? I saw their reserve team members 5 years ago. Even if they're strong, they can't be that terrifying, right? Her words were echoed by Dai Yueheng and Ling Luochen. In contrast, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and others, knowing Wang Yan's character, didn't dare question him lightly. Let me finish explaining the process before you comment. Wang Yan shot Ma Xiaotao a cold glance, his chest nearly overflowing with irritation. Ma Xiaotao's temper flared at his attitude, and she was about to retort when Dai Yueheng reached out to restrain her arm. Xiaotao. She roughly shook him off and turned away with crossed arms. Wang Yan ignored her and provided a detailed replay of the match. The blue-haired boy had deliberately misfired his soul tool cannon. Then the entire arena's air suddenly turned frigid, and the opponents were instantly frozen by extreme cold, without even a chance to react. If I'm not mistaken, that boy is an ice attribute soul master with incredibly precise control over ice elements, almost as if they were extensions of his own body. Wang Yan offered his assessment. The conference room fell into brief silence, even Ma Xiaodao no longer objecting. If they didn't believe it, they could always verify with other academies. Wang Yan added this comment, completely shutting down all doubts. In the silence, Huo Yuhao stood up, his gaze sweeping over his companions. Regarding that blue-haired boy, I know something about him. He recounted his encounter with Wei Xuan in the extreme north, omitting only the secrets of the Ice Empress and Tian Ice Silkworm, focusing instead on Wei Xuan's martial soul ring configuration, and his strange ability to summon soul beasts for combat. Huo Yuhao's journey to the extreme north to obtain his second soul ring was no secret. Wang Dong, Bei, and others already knew about it, and now they listened intently. That person's soul rings are 3 purple and 1 black, and he can summon soul beasts. Huo Yuhao concluded solemnly. How is that possible? Attempt the sandier soul ring at only 3 rings. Su Sanshur exclaimed in shock. Yuhao, are you certain? Bei asked incredulously, yet still sought confirmation. Huo Yuhao's expression remained unwavering. Certain. I didn't see it wrong. The conference room fell into silence once again, everyone's mood growing heavy as the impact of Huo Yuhao's words was simply too overwhelming. 3 purple and 1 black, such a soul ring configuration was utterly outrageous and impossible under normal circumstances. After hearing Huo Yuhao's explanation, everyone's shock finally found some grounding. Wang Dong still felt uncertain and turned his head to whisper. Could his soul ring colors also be simulated, just like yours, Yuhao? Huo Yuhao pondered for a moment, his gaze slightly narrowed, before finally shaking his head in response. I can't be certain either, but that possibility does exist. This statement loosened the somewhat stagnant atmosphere in the meeting room. If the opponent was also merely using special methods to simulate 3 purple and 1 black rings, then the overwhelming pressure from before would undoubtedly diminish considerably. After all, Huo Yuhao himself could disguise 2 soul rings as 6 red soul rings. It wasn't entirely impossible for others to accomplish something similar. With this thought, the shock that had originally weighed on everyone's minds clearly lessened. However, Wang Yin didn't dare let his guard down. He surveyed everyone present, his tone low and steady. Regardless of whether that person's soul ring colors are real or fake, he must be listed as a priority target. He is our greatest threat. Agreed. Everyone nodded in unison, finally truly realizing that Sun Moon Royal Academy was not to be underestimated this time. Over the next 3 hours, everyone engaged in detailed discussions regarding Sun Moon Royal Academy's intelligence and subsequent competition strategies. The atmosphere in the room was tense and focused, with the rustling of papers and quiet exchanges continuing intermittently until late into the night when the meeting was finally adjourned. Meanwhile, the meeting room at Sun Moon Royal Academy presented a completely different scene. Haha, we finally managed to overshadow Shrek Academy, this time what a relief. Team leader teacher Ma threw his head back in laughter, his table slapping causing the water glasses to tremble slightly. The team members joined in the laughter. Today's brilliant display had left the entire venue speechless and firmly placed Shrek's usually proud reputation in their shadow. This feeling of vindication left everyone refreshed and exhilarated. Amidst the laughter, Su Yanqing blinked and couldn't help but ask, "Brother, how exactly did you do it? I couldn't even see your movements clearly before those people were frozen." "Yes, Brother Wei Xuan, tell us." Meng Hongqian also urged from the side. As the commotion gradually subsided, everyone's gazes turned toward Wei Xuan in unison. Filled with curiosity and anticipation, they too were eager to know. Today, Wei Xian's method of dealing with his opponents frightened not only the audience, but also his teammates. Wei Xian put away his soul cannon, his expression remaining as calm as ever. With a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he explained to everyone. That cannonball was made by compressing water under high pressure and then instantly freezing it solid. Don't let its fist-sized appearance fool you. It contains an enormous amount of water. When it explodes, it shatters into countless ice fragments, each one still containing moisture. When those ice shards stick to people's bodies, it's like having water splashed all over them. Then I instantly freeze that water again, naturally trapping them completely in ice. After hearing this explanation, Xiao Hongqian, Meng Hongqian, and the others, who had been puzzled before, all showed expressions of sudden understanding, though their respect for him only deepened. To compress enough water to freeze 7 people into such a small volume, how much pressure would that require? They wondered in amazement. The soul cannon shell had to withstand the scorching heat of the barrel when fired. Yet the ice ball hadn't melted even slightly. This alone was enough to make their scalps tingle with awe. Not to mention that final, incredibly precise ice control. Any one of these 3 challenges would have stumped them completely. Yet Wei Xian accomplished it all as easily as drinking water. At this moment, they truly understood that they weren't even on the same level. After a brief silence, Meng Hongqian was the first to recover, squinting with a smile as she said, "Brother Wei Xian is amazing." Su Yanqing nodded repeatedly, his chubby cheeks bouncing slightly with emotion, looking both adorable and sincere. Ma Rulong and the others also voiced their praise one after another. Without a trace of flattery, every word came from genuine admiration in their hearts. Wei Xian simply shook his head with a smile, showing no excitement or pride despite the praise. "All right, let me outline the arrangements for the upcoming matches," he said in a calm but authoritative tone. Everyone immediately put away their smiles, straightened their backs, and listened attentively. Although Wei Xian wasn't their supervising teacher, his words carried more weight than any instructor's. No one dared interrupt, and even Teacher Ma, their team leader, unconsciously sat up straighter. This was how strength determined authority. According to Teacher Ma's tournament schedule, next comes the group round-robin stage. Wei Xian gestured as he spoke. "My suggestion is to field 4 reserve members along with 3 main team members. The reserves will compete for experience, while the 3 main members ensure victory. With our strength, this lineup is sufficient to handle most opponents. If we encounter truly formidable enemies, I'll personally take the field to anchor the team." This arrangement both trained newcomers and secured points. Everyone understood it clearly. Wei Xian added an explanation. Having him compete in every match would make the tournament too easy and wouldn't help the reserve members gain valuable competition experience. He didn't intend to participate in every match himself, as that would make the competition too simple and wouldn't provide any training benefits for the reserve members. "I have no objections," Xiao Hongqian was the first to speak up. As a member of the reserve team, he naturally wouldn't oppose a suggestion that could give him more opportunities to compete. "I have no objections either." Meng Hongqian quickly raised her hand, followed by Su Yanqing nodding in agreement. The other 4 reserve team members shared the same attitude, unanimous approval. Wei Xian's proposal was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for these reserve members who were eager for chances to compete. "I think His Highness's proposal is excellent. We should indeed give the reserve team members more opportunities to train." Old Ma stroked his beard and voiced his support in a booming tone. Ma Rulong and the other main team members first exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, then nodded one after another, indicating they had no problems with it. "Since everyone agrees, then it's settled." Wei Xian tapped the edge of the table with a firm tone, finalizing the decision. He then turned his gaze to Old Ma. "Old Ma, I'll leave the specific tactical arrangements for future matches to you. I won't interfere. I will not disappoint your Highness's expectations." Old Ma smiled and cupped his hands, his expression very solemn. Wei Xian nodded and, after surveying everyone, continued. "Here's a suggestion for you all. Watch every upcoming match carefully, identify the opponent's strengths and weaknesses, and put yourselves in their shoes. Think about what you would do if you were competing and what your chances of winning would be. This will be greatly beneficial to you." Ma Rulong, Xiao Hongqian, and the others looked at each other in confusion, clearly not understanding Wei Xian's deeper meaning. Even Old Ma frowned with a puzzled expression. Only Meng Hongqian and Su Yanqing agreed without hesitation. They trusted that since Wei Xian said this, he must have his reasons, and they should simply follow his advice. After all, Wei Xian would never harm them. After a moment of silence, Xiao Hongqian finally voiced his confusion. "Is it really worth spending time watching their matches? Aside from Shrek Academy, the other academies aren't worthy of our serious attention. What benefit could watching their matches bring?" Although Ma Rulong and the others didn't speak up, Their expressions already revealed they shared similar thoughts with Xiao Hongqianon could only benefit from watching opponents stronger than themselves. Could they really learn anything from watching those weaker than them? In their view, only matches involving Shrek Academy and the Royal Academy teams from the three great empires were worth watching. The other matches weren't necessary to observate, would be a waste of time. Experience broadens one's perspective. Whether a match is exciting or not, it's worth watching. The more battles you observe, the wider your vision becomes. When you pick apart the flaws in others' fighting styles, you'll subconsciously avoid those same mistakes in your own battles, thus perfecting your combat skills. This is the greatest benefit of watching every match carefully, Wei Xuan explained. He shifted his tone and added a second layer of meaning. The 67 academies entering the round-robin tournament have 7 members each, which means you'll encounter over 400 people and 400 different martial souls. Seeing and studying these martial souls with your own eyes will surely leave a deeper impression than hastily skimming through them in books, won't it? With that, he said no more. He casually smoothed out the creases on the table, swept his gaze around the room, then stood up and left, as if he had merely offered a casual suggestion, leaving it entirely up to everyone whether they chose to accept it. Meng Hongqian and Su Yanqing silently followed behind him, also exiting the conference room, leaving only the contemplative group behind. After a long while, Xiao Hongqian finally looked toward Ma Rulong beside him and asked in a low voice, "Brother Rulong, what do you think?" Ma Rulong shook his head with a bitter smile. "It turns out the gap between us and His Highness isn't just talent, but also attitude and insight." Though this didn't directly answer the question, it resonated deeply with Xiao Hongqian. "I think His Highness is absolutely right," Ma Rulong continued seriously. "Even the most ordinary battle has something to teach us. I won't wait for the round-robin matches. I'll go watch every single match starting tomorrow." Elder Ma looked at his grandson with eyes full of approval. Lin Shi, Chun Fei, and the others also voiced their agreement, wanting to personally test Wei Xian's method. Finally, after a moment of contemplation, Xiao Hongqian also decided to follow suit. The first day's matches concluded, and though the Sun Moon Royal Academy had no matches for the next 2 days, they still attended in full force. Having already advanced, they no longer needed to wait in the waiting area, instead taking seats in the contestants' rest area on the west side of the competition platform, which offered an excellent view. This area could accommodate nearly 300 contestants from 70 academies, yet fewer than 100 were present. Only academies that had won on the first day were qualified to sit here, but only a third had actually shown up. Most academies sent only their supervising teachers, while the students simply rested. Shrek Academy hadn't sent a single person, leaving an entire section empty. In the stands, people whispered among themselves. The Sun Moon Royal Academy actually came to watch in full force? With their strength, why do they need to work so hard? If I were that strong, I'd be too lazy to watch any matches except Shrek's. Keep your voice down. It wouldn't be good if they heard us. A teacher quietly reprimanded them, but the discussions continued to rise and fall. The Sun Moon Royal Academy members paid no attention, their gazes firmly locked on the competition platform. Wei Xian sat in the center, with Su Yanqing on his left and Meng Hongqian on his right, Ma Rulong and Xiao Hongqian sitting side by side, with the others seated in order. Match after match unfolded. Witnessing martial souls firsthand far surpassed theoretical knowledge, and Wei Xian benefited as well. After each match ended, he would pose several penetrating questions to guide everyone's thinking. Where did both sides make mistakes? How could martial soul characteristics be countered? Were the terrain, formation, and soul skill release sequences optimal? Initially, no one could answer. Even the 2 teachers could only smile bitterly. Wei Xian wasn't annoyed and patiently demonstrated which angles to approach from. After more than 10 matches, Xiao Hongqian could already answer 1 or 2 key points, and the others had also made obvious progress. As the setting sun descended, the final battle ended. Xiao Hongqian suddenly stood up, still wanting more. "That's it? There's nothing more?" Ma Rulong shared the same regret, and was about to speak when Su Yanqing weakly tugged at Wei Xian's sleeve. "Brother, I'm so hungry." His voice was barely audible, and he slumped against the chair back as if he hadn't eaten for 3 days. Only when he spoke up did everyone realize their own stomachs were protesting. They hadn't left their seats at all during lunch because of their discussions. "I'm hungry too." Meng Hongqian rubbed her stomach, her cheeks slightly flushed. Wei Xian smiled and said, "Let's go eat first. We'll have a meeting tonight, and you can tell me about your gains today." The moment Su Yanqing heard the word, eat, his spirits soared instantly. He sprang from his chair like a shot, and was the first to dash toward the hotel. His sprinting speed hardly looked like someone who had been starving all day. In truth, he hadn't really gone hungry at all, had been munching on snacks one bag after another, consuming enough to equal a full day's worth of meals for others. It was just that snacks never truly filled him up, which made him appear somewhat weak. Everyone watched his eager, bouncing figure and couldn't help but burst into laughter, instantly livening up the atmosphere. Wei Xian watched Su Yanqing's retreating form and shook his head with helpless amusement. "Brother Wei Xian, let's go." Meng Hongqian was already bursting with impatience. She grabbed Wei Xian's hand and jogged after him. On the first day when they were forced to come watch the competition, the students from Sun Moon Royal Academy felt somewhat resistant. But by the second day, they had completely changed their minds. Half an hour before the third day's matches began, the entire team had arrived early, sitting in neat rows in the spectator seats with eyes full of anticipation. The previous evening, Wei Xian had given them a systematic analysis of the day's matches, and each of them had benefited tremendously. This psychological transformation and new understanding of martial souls was more exciting than simple soul power improvement, completely igniting their interest in combatant enthusiasm that even surpassed their obsession with soul tools. In fact, the inspiration gained from watching battles was equally enlightening for soul tool creation, though unfortunately, inspiration was fleeting and no one could truly grasp it yet. The third day's battles were somewhat less intense than the previous 2 days, yet the Sun Moon Royal Academy students watched with great relish, as absorbed as if they were sitting at the finals. Students from other academies around them looked puzzled, their gazes shifting back and forth between them and the competition stage. Was this really the same match? Generally speaking, the stronger the team, the harder it was for ordinary scenes to capture their attention. Yet this group was watching with unusual focus, leaving others completely baffled. Soon, all preliminary matches ended, and 67 teams advanced to the round-robin stage. The groupings were announced accordingly. Last year's champion and runner-up Sun Moon Royal Academy and Shrek Academy were placed in different groups. On the fourth day, the round-robin matches officially began. Sun Moon Royal Academy drew a team battle, with the Xiao Hongqian siblings and Su Yanqing prominently featured. Though the siblings' raw strength didn't quite match some of the main team members, they were still young with enormous potential, and their participation was enough to ensure victory. The moment the match whistle blew, the battle erupted amid thunderous roars. A barrage of shells, precise and dense, left their opponents with nowhere to hide. In less than a minute, the opposing team had completely lost their fighting capacity and could only surrender. Su Yanqing was using a third-level soul tool cannon, while the others wielded fourth-level soul tool cannons. They were fully capable of using higher-level weapons, but worried about causing casualties with excessive power, so they deliberately held back. Even so, their opponents nearly suffered fatalities, saved only by the referee's quick reaction in blocking a crucial strike. Had they used fifth-level soul tool cannons, the consequences would have been unthinkable. It must be acknowledged that their opponents were no weakling. Soul King and 6 Soul Ancestors ranked them in the upper-middle tier among all teams, making them favorites to advance from their group. However, they had the misfortune of facing Sun Moon Royal Academy and drawing the team battle format least favorable to them. Soul Tool Masters excelled precisely at team fire coverage, with shells falling like rain, naturally creating a one-sided situation. Amid the explosions, the competition stage's specially made Soul Tool metal flooring was blasted with multiple cracks, thick smoke billowed, and the air reeked of scorching heat and destruction. Spectators and participating students alike swallowed hard, their hearts filled with shock. Especially the academies in the same group, they felt chills down their spines almost instantly. When their turn came to take the stage, how would they deal with that overwhelming artillery fire? When Xiao Hongqian and the others stepped down from the stage, the venue first fell into dead silence, then erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Being the center of attention from thousands made them smile with secret pride. The Shrek Academy members in the front rows wore grave expressions. Most shocked were Huo Yuhao, and the burly Hiketuboth also studied soul tools and felt it most deeply. Huo Yuhao, being new to the field, could still maintain his composure, but Hikaitu was completely stunned. Are these really 4th-level soul tools? Or have they already reached 5th-level power? He muttered to himself. He could clearly identify that most of their opponents had used 4th-level soul tool cannons, with one being merely 3rd level. Yet the destructive power they unleashed was forcibly elevated by an entire tier, 3rd level matching ordinary 4th level, and 4th level approaching 5th level. How was this achieved? These soul tool masters are so terrifying. The petite and beautiful Xiao Xiao covered her lips lightly, exclaiming in amazement. Everyone nodded in agreement. They had thought they'd seen Hiketu's fierce firepower, but witnessing Sun Moon Royal Academy's violent aesthetics made them realize the latter was almost a dimensional reduction attack. Compared to these people, Hiketu's performance seemed far less formidable. Brother Wei Xian, we did pretty well just now, didn't we? Meng Hongqian tilted her head with a cheerful grin as she asked the question from her chair in the rest area, which still held the warmth from the arena. The other teammates all turned to look at Wei Xian in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation. Not bad at all. Wei Xian nodded, his voice steady and confident. The coordination with the soul tools was excellent. You didn't give your opponents any chance to breathe and ended the match cleanly. Though brief, his words offered an objective assessment that both acknowledged their victory and highlighted teamwork as the key factor. Hearing this evaluation, everyone's spirits lifted even more than a simple win or loss would have made them. The joy lasted only a moment before the Sun Moon Royal Academy team quickly composed themselves, settling back into their seats to focus intently on watching the other academies' matches, gathering intelligence for the upcoming rounds. The following evening, Xinghua City was even livelier after nightfall than during the day. Lights formed a brilliant dragon along both sides of the streets, with vendors' calls and pedestrians' conversations rising and falling in waves, drowning out any sense of nighttime tranquility. Standing before a spired building, Meng Hongqian looked up appraisingly. The sign hanging above the entrance indicated this was an auction house. Brother Wei Xuan, are you here to auction something? Though not particularly tall, the building was quite spacious, with stone steps gleaming white under the lamplight. Wei Xuan paused at the bottom of the steps and briefly explained his purpose. Last night, someone from the auction house approached me with a bidding invitation and introduced several items going up for auction: soul tools, carving knives, and soul bones. To pique my interest, they specifically mentioned ranking list carving knives. His eyes brightened slightly as he continued. I wasn't particularly interested at first, but the moment I heard about ranking list carving knives, I was hooked. Ranking list carving knives? Meng Hongqian gasped. Beside her, Xiao Hongqian and Su Yanqing also showed expressions of surprise. For soul engineers, ranking list carving knives held an appeal no less than soul bones. Possessing one would significantly improve both the success rate and quality of soul tool creation. The group exchanged glances, the fervor in their eyes needing no words. Wei Xuan nodded slightly, gesturing for everyone to follow him inside. The light beneath the plaque cast reflections on their battle robes as several figures walked shoulder to shoulder up the stone steps, with night, lamplight, and human voices weaving together to unveil a new chapter. Are you saying there's a ranking list carving knife up for auction here? Xiao Hongqian questioned skeptically. Yes, but I don't know its specific ranking or name. Wei Xuan recalled his earlier inquiry. When I asked the staff member, he was evasive and refused to give details. Wow, if it's really a ranking list carving knife, we absolutely must get it. Meng Hongqian's eyes lit up upon hearing this, clenching her fists with barely contained excitement. Xiao Hongqian also nodded solemnly. If it truly is a ranking list carving knife, we must take it no matter what. Ranking list carving knives were extremely precious. Even the Hongqian family, a renowned soul tool clan, possessed only two, held respectively by their father and grandfather. Though the carving knife in Xiao Hongqian's possession could be considered top quality, it had yet to enter the ranks of the ranking list. At this moment, those few simple words, ranking list carving knife, danced like flames in his heart, igniting his fighting spirit. Brother, why did those people approach you on their own? Su Yanqing's attention focused on another matter, as he wasn't as passionate about ranking list carving knives as the siblings were. Hearing his question, Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian also turned to look at Wei Xuan, their eyes full of curiosity. Why had the auction house staff specifically sought out Wei Xuan? Wei Xuan spread his hands, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. I can't say for certain what their specific reasons were, but judging from that person's tone and expression, he seemed very eager for me to attend more precisely. He wanted me to go buy things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically picked out items he thought would interest me. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances and simultaneously frowned. This auction house clearly had ulterior motives. I don't really care what their true purpose is, Wei Xuan said, and as he reached this point, he seemed to suddenly think of something crucial. A meaningful smile curved his lips. What truly interests me is what they're auctioning. The ranking list carving knife isn't even what excites me most. What attracts me most is the soul bone. Wei Xuan smiled mysteriously. Oh, all three were somewhat surprised. Anything that could make Wei Xuan show such an expression was clearly no ordinary soul bone. Could it be a 10th Ascendier soul bone? Xiao Hongqian lowered his voice to speculate, but then his breath caught as he thought of another, more shocking possibility. Meng Hongqian and Su Yanqing immediately understood, exchanging glances before saying in unison, could it be 100,000-year soul bone? Wei Xuan nodded with a smile. Among the soul bones that interest me, there is indeed one at the 100,000-year level. That single statement left all three speechless with shock. Their gazes toward the auction house now carried both burning desire and reverence. Such a grand gesture was truly beyond outrageous. Let's go in first. Wei Xuan stepped forward, his voice calm. The 100,000-year soul bone isn't being auctioned today. We'll secure the list-ranking carving knife first. As for whatever schemes the auction house might be harboring in secret, he didn't care. He would meet soldiers with generals and floods with earth. A 5-meter-long red carpet staircase led downward. At its end, a row of bronze-colored railings outlined the reception desk. Wei Xuan presented his bidding credentials, and the staff didn't dare delay, immediately summoning a uniformed hostess in a short skirt with delicate features. Welcome, honored guest. I'm Susu, and I'll be providing personal service during the auction. Please feel free to make any requests. Her voice was crisp, with just the right touch of allure at the end. Meng Hongqian cast her a cold glance, tightly linking her arm through Wei Xuan's, a faint sneer playing at the corners of her lips. Take us to the hall auctioning the list-ranking carving knife. Wei Xian's expression remained calm. The list-ranking carving knife is in Hall 12. After a moment's recollection, Susu provided the answer, maintaining her professional smile. Please follow me, honored guests. Walking through an ancient corridor and pushing open heavy wooden doors, a luxurious scene greeted them. Golden walls reflecting soft light, crystal chandeliers adorning the ceiling, every step cushioned by thick carpeting. All four were accustomed to such grandeur and remained unperturbed. From the corridor to Hall 12, Susu's guidance took a full 3 to 4 minutes, demonstrating the vast scale of the interior. The auction hall's lighting was deliberately dimmed, with only embedded corner lamps casting gentle glows to ensure safe passage. Upon entering, Susu handed them 4 red masks while briefly explaining. The masks protect your identities and avoid unnecessary trouble. Red level represents important guests, second only to gold level top-tier guests. The red level represented Wei Xian's group's status as important guests of the auction house, ranking just below the gold level top-tier guests. After Wei Xian and his 3 companions put on their masks, Susu led them toward the front row. Distinguished guests, these are your seats. Would you like any beverages or desserts? Her voice was gentle, her smile perfectly courteous. The center seats in the front row were closest to the auction stage with an excellent view. As soon as the 4 settled in, Su Yanqing spoke up cheerfully. I'll have watermelon juice and some cake. Xiao Hongqin said indifferently. Plain water will do. I'll take a cup of golden flame flower tea. If you don't have it, no worries. Wei Xian added, looking up. Golden flame flower tea was recognized across the continent as premium tea, rich and crisp, selling for nearly 1,500 gold soul coins per kilogram, and often priceless even when available. Wei Xian would only drink this particular tea in daily life, not out of preference, but because all other teas seemed to lack something. I'll have golden flame flower tea too. Meng Hongqin smiled in agreement. She wasn't particularly fond of tea, but since Wei Xian liked it, she had started trying it as well. Susu's eyes flickered. Such rare and expensive tea was usually reserved only for the auction house's most distinguished clients, and she wasn't sure if they could provide it. As you both know, golden flame flower tea is quite rare. I'll need to check our inventory if we don't have any. Would you consider other beverages? If there's none available, forget it. Please go check. Wei Xian nodded politely. Susu bowed and left. By now, the auction hall was more than half full, with guests still streaming in. Before long, she returned with 2 attendants. The trays held 4 beverages and plates of exquisitely crafted small cakes arranged in a row. Surprisingly, even the 2 cups of golden flame flower tea were among them. The golden flame flower tea has been prepared for you both. Susu carefully placed the tea on the small tables beside Wei Xian and Meng Hongqun, her manner even more respectful than before. Much obliged. Wei Xian nodded. After everything was arranged, Susu remained nearby to attend to their needs at any moment. In the entire hall, only Wei Xian's group of 4 enjoyed this kind of dedicated concierge service. Su Yanqing ate cake while sipping watermelon juice, quite content. Xiao Hongqin reclined against his chair back, half asleep. Meng Hongqin leaned toward Wei Xian, chatting quietly, a pleasant smile constantly gracing her face. Suddenly, Wei Xian sensed a familiar soul power fluctuation. He glanced over. 5 men and 2 women had taken seats in the left section of the front row, also wearing white masks, their formation orderly upon entry clearly arriving together. Despite the masks, their auras couldn't deceive him. They were students from Shrek Academy. What a coincidence. He chuckled softly, his gaze lingering briefly before turning away. The hall lights dimmed while the auction stage blazed bright. A woman in a purple gown gracefully stepped onto the platform. She appeared to be in her 30s, dignified in appearance with an elegant figure, exuding mature charm in every gesture. Distinguished guests, welcome. She gave a brief self-introduction. Her name was Qingya. Then she moved to the center of the display area and bowed deeply as applause erupted from the audience. When she raised her hand for silence, the clapping gradually ceased, and quiet returned to the venue. Today is our Soul Tool specialty auction. Qingya smiled, briefly explaining the procedures. Now, let's present the first item. 2 women in red dresses wheeled in a small cart covered with purple cloth, stopping under the central spotlight. They removed the covering, revealing a black soul tool. Rectangular in shape, about a foot long, with intricate patterns carved on its surface. Wei Xian's group remained composed. This was merely a 3rd-level soul tool. Not only could they all craft such items, but Wei Xian, Meng Hongqun, and Xiao Hongqun could even produce higher quality versions. Only Su Yanqing was slightly less skilled. So they waited quietly. Qingya first allowed 30 seconds for observation, then introduced the name, function, target users, and starting price. This device came from a 6th-level soul tool master, with quality far exceeding ordinary 3rd-level works. Combined with its clever design and exquisite craftsmanship, it quickly sparked competitive bidding. 1,000 gold soul coins. 1,500. 2,000. In less than a minute, the price soared to 2,500 gold soul coins, finally won by a middle-aged man sitting in the front row. Subsequently, soul tools were presented one after another, mostly 3rd to 5th level. While not spectacular, they were sufficient to attract numerous bidders. The second to last item was a 4th level milk bottle. Being placed in this position already proved its exceptional nature. But for Wei Xuan's group, who all carried 5th level milk bottles, it naturally failed to spark interest. This 4th level milk bottle ultimately sold for 25,000 gold soul coinsa, high price for soul tools of the same level. Meng Hongqian's gaze drifted to the left side as she whispered in amazement. How has that person bought so many soul tools? Today's auction soul tools had basically all gone to that middle-aged man on the left, which piqued her curiosity. He bought so many soul tools at auctions, probably not buying them for himself, but for someone else, Wei Xuan remarked meaningfully. Meng Hongqian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. If they were for personal use, he would only select items that suited his own needs, not buy everything he saw. Distinguished guests, our mysterious grand finale is about to make its appearance, the final item of tonight's auction. Qingya moved to the center of the display platform and announced in a lowered voice. As her words fell, a cart larger than any before slowly rolled onto the stage from behind the side curtain. Its covering cloth changed from gray to red, signaling the extraordinary nature of this finale piece. The moment the red cloth appeared, the audience below immediately quieted. Wei Xuan, Meng Hongqian, and others straightened in their seats, all eyes fixed on that splash of crimson. Xiao Hongqian leaned forward with his elbows on his knees, his burning gaze almost seeming to pierce through the fabric. He was determined to win this ranked carving knife. Thinking to himself, I already have a dark gold carving knife. Unless this one is superior, Wei Xuan shouldn't compete with me. But could it really be better? Wei Xuan remained silent, but his spiritual consciousness had already probed beneath the red cloth. In an instant, 2 strange sensations struck him. First was a sharp, cutting feeling that seemed to tear at his spiritual power. The carving knife actually possessed the ability to shred spiritual consciousness. Unfortunately, its strength wasn't sufficient to truly harm him, leaving only a trace of icy coldness. Second was another person's spiritual power, much weaker, which had just touched the knife before being repelled by that sharpness and hastily retreating. Wei Xian's gaze shifted slightly, catching sight of a guest to his left covering his eyes with both hands and swaying slightly. Clearly, the investigator. He raised his cup to sip tea, shaking his head with a wry smile, then focused again on the knife beneath the red cloth. Its surface was fierce with vengeful spirits swirling around it, yet inside surged rich vitality. Vitality? In metal? Living metal. Wei Xian's heart stirred as his spiritual consciousness probed again, confirming that the malevolent energy had no effect on him, causing his lips to curve upward slightly. Although this piece of living metal was inferior in both size and quality to what he had encountered before, it was still solidified life force that would greatly benefit him in his current state. Qingya raised her right hand and swept away the red cloth. The carving knife was revealed about half a foot long, thick as a finger, tapering from the spine downward to a sharp point, with a cutting edge about half an inch wide on the lower side. The entire knife was dark and ancient-looking, with fine patterns faintly visible, emanating a cold, sinister aura. Many guests instinctively tensed their shoulders and felt tightness in their chests, as if the blade might choose its prey to devour. Its appearance was hardly impressive. Ancient seemed to be the only immediate impression it gave. While many people had a fondness for antiques, carving knives weren't necessarily better the older they were. A tool of unknown origin and uncertain sharpness was unlikely to inspire enthusiasm among the crowd, and might even raise doubts about whether it could still inscribe formations or was merely a sharp-looking ornament. Not everyone could discern the extraordinary nature of this carving knife, as evidenced by the varied reactions of those present. Only some soul tool masters could recognize that this knife was far from ordinary. When Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian laid eyes on this carving knife, their gazes never left it again, examining the blade while searching their memories. Born into a soul tool aristocratic family, they had received systematic education from childhood, and their knowledge of soul tools was extensive, naturally including carving knives that were essential for crafting soul tools. Though they wouldn't claim to know every carving knife by heart, once they heard a name, they could usually recall some impression. They remembered at least half of that famous carving knife ranking list, and were now desperately searching their memories for the origins of this particular blade. Su Yanqing, who had been absorbed in eating pastries, also found his attention captured by the carving knife, his fingers pausing at the edge of the tray, almost forgetting the lingering sweetness in his mouth. As a soul engineer, he harbored the same longing for ranked carving knives. There were probably few soul engineers in the world who could remain indifferent to a ranked carving knife. The atmosphere in the venue had been somewhat subdued, but seeing this, Qingya smiled slightly and gestured for the auctioneer's assistant to hold the carving knife high. Beginning her introduction, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a ranked carving knife." The moment those 4 words left her lips, the previous whispered conversation ceased abruptly, disdain and dissatisfaction instantly replaced by shock and burning desire. Even though over 90% of those present had only superficial knowledge of soul tools, they understood what ranked carving knife meant in terms of rarity. Auctioneer Qingya, is this really a ranked carving knife? Don't try to deceive us, a middle-aged man in the back rows couldn't help but question. With someone taking the lead, the other bidders snapped back to their senses and joined in with their own questions. Everyone knew that ranked carving knives were worth over 1 million gold soul coins. Such treasures should appear at the most prestigious auction houses, not at a mere fourth-tier auction venue. So suspicion naturally arose. Senior brother He, is this really a ranked carving knife? Huo Yuhao, wearing a white mask, quietly asked He Kaitu beside him. Earlier, the knife's sharpness had injured his spiritual power from a distance, which was enough to prove this item was extraordinary. Even if it wasn't a ranked carving knife, it certainly wouldn't be ordinary. Hikaitu gazed intently at the carving knife and nodded solemnly. Judging from the aura it emanates, it could indeed be a ranked carving knife. Huo Yuhao's pupils contracted slightly, his eyes gaining a measure of both caution and fervor. Facing the numerous doubts, Qingya remained composed, her voice steady and clear. Distinguished guests, please rest assured that Starlight Auction House has always dealt fairly with all customers. Every auction item undergoes strict examination. After repeated confirmation by professional appraisers, this is indeed a ranked carving knife. However, she looked at the carving knife with a hint of regret in her tone. This carving knife is somewhat special, which is why it appears at a fourth-tier auction. Special? Special how? The crowd could barely contain their excitement, yet remained puzzled. That's exactly what I'm about to explain, Qingya said. On the carving knife rankings, this blade sits at 99th place. Truth be told, given its capabilities, it should rank much higher. Without those issues, breaking into the top 30 would be entirely possible. Unfortunately, it's a cursed carving knife. Qingya spoke with regret, her gaze toward the blade complex with emotion. The auction house had spared no effort dealing with this particular knife. The carving knife on the crystal display stand was pitch black throughout, with faint red seeping from its edge like dried bloodstains. A cold, dangerous aura spread through the air, making hearts tighten even through the protective barrier. Meng Hongqian and Xiao Hongqian's pupils contracted simultaneously as they recognized the blade's name. So it's actually this carving knife. Xiao Hongqian murmured in amazement, his eyes showing both surprise and disappointment for him. This blade wasn't just useless, but harmful. The soul-devouring carving knife. It was infamous throughout the Sun-Moon Empire, hailed as the most vicious blade of death. Not a single one of its previous owners had met a good end. Even titled Doloa who wielded it would die unnatural deaths, showing just how terrifying it was. What a shame. Meng Hongqian pouted, her earlier enthusiasm instantly evaporating. Wei Xuan remained calm-faced. The moment that vicious aura appeared, he had recognized the soul-devouring carving knife. Hikaitu in the front row thought for a moment, then exclaimed, could it be that vicious blade that devours its master's soul-devouring? His voice wasn't quiet, and everyone heard. Though not everyone knew about the soul-devouring carving knife, the 4 words devours its master were enough to send chills through the entire venue. Devours its master? What's that about? Someone couldn't help but ask. Qingya cast an approving glance at Hikaitu, then provided additional explanation. This distinguished guest is correct. It is indeed the vicious blade, soul-devouring. This knife has a 3,000-year history. She didn't hide its origins, detailing the soul-devouring carving knife's creation, the documented deaths of all 37 previous owners, and how 9 of them had fallen to become evil soul masters. The cold statistics sent chills down everyone's spines. The previously heated gazes became heavy with fear. While ranked carving knives were indeed rare, no one dared act rashly when their lives were at stake. Meng Hongqian quietly complained to Wei Xuan. Brother Wei Xuan, now I finally understand why the auction house refused to reveal the carving knife's name beforehand. Her eyes carried resentment. Had she known, she wouldn't have bothered coming. Even if they gave me the soul-devouring carving knife for free, I wouldn't dare take it. Wei Xuan smiled and pinched her pouting cheeks, his tone gentle. I'm not disappointed at all. In fact, I'm quite pleasantly surprised. For me, it's more suitable than any other carving knife. Meng Hongqian's cheeks flushed from his touch, and she quickly pressed. You're really planning to buy it? Don't. This blade is deadly. I don't do things I'm not confident about. Wei Xian's voice was firm. Since I'm making a move, I have ways to resolve the backlash. She opened her mouth to persuade him further, but his confident expression left her speechless. On the other side, Hikaitu shook his head with a sigh. This vicious blade cannot be taken. He then briefly shared what he knew about the soul-devouring carving knife. After listening, Wang Yan's previously eager expression dimmed, abandoning the idea of competing for the ranked carving knife for the academy. Huo Yuhao also showed disappointment. But just then, Electrolux's voice rang in his mind. Oh my living gold. Electrolux was rarely excited. Yuhao, this carving knife is made of living gold. You must buy it at any cost. It will bring you endless benefits. What is living gold? Huo Yuhao was stunned and quickly asked in his consciousness. I'll explain later. Just get it. And I can make that big worm wake up quickly and stabilize my own condition so I won't dissipate. Electrolux's tone was both serious and urgent. Really? Huo Yuhao's eyes lit up, his heart racing. Meanwhile, Qingya announced on stage, the soul-devouring carving knife, starting bid 100,000 gold soul coins. Minimum increment, 5,000 gold soul coins. Distinguished guests may begin bidding. The appearance of this blade didn't spark the usual heated competition. Most people felt only hesitation and fear, and even the few who wanted to take a gamble hesitated to speak up. The auction hall fell into rare silence, the atmosphere awkward. Qingya had mentally prepared for this scenario, but still couldn't hide her disappointment. 100,000 gold soul coins. In the silence, a low, clear voice rang out. The speaker was Wei Xuan, seated in the center of the front row. Beside him, Susu quickly raised the number 1 paddle. His voice was like a stone thrown into still water, creating ripples in the dead air. Qingya was first stunned, then her eyes brightened with genuine joy. Other distinguished guests turned their gazes toward him, curious about who dared covet this vicious blade. Wang Yan, He Kaitu, and others also turned to look. Huo Yuhao frowned slightly. That voice sounded somewhat familiar. Excellent. Guest number 1 bids 100,000 gold soul coins. Are there any other distinguished guests who wish to bid higher? Qingya's smile grew radiant. The audience fell silent, with most people remaining unmoved. No one had bid even at 100,000. So how could anyone expect additional bids now? Cold white spotlights illuminated the center of the auction stage, where the soul-devouring carving knife lay sealed beneath a glass cover. Its patterns ran deep and dark, radiating a bone-chilling aura, yet no one raised their bidding paddle. Suddenly, 105,000 gold soul coins. A slightly youthful voice cut through the silence as bidding paddle number 333 shot up high. The crowd instantly turned their heads, astonishment and curiosity filling the air. In the seating area, Huo Yuhao maintained a determined expression, his arms steady as stone. Junior brother Yu. Bei furrowed his brow, his eyes full of questions. He Kaitu also reached out to tug at Huo Yuhao's sleeve, signaling him not to get in any deeper. Huo Yuhao cast an apologetic glance and explained in a low voice to Wang Yan. Teacher Wang, I've used my spiritual detection to identify the problem with this carving knife, and I know how to fix it. This is a ranked carving knife. If we can repair it, we'll have struck gold. With insufficient funds, he could only hope for Wang Yan's support. Wang Yan tapped the armrest with his index finger, torn between hesitation and temptation. He understood clearly that acquiring a ranked carving knife at such a low price was a 1 in 10,000 opportunity. Once the problem was resolved, it would be worth at least 1 million. Yuhao, are you truly confident? He asked with gravity. Huo Yuhao's expression remained serious and unwavering. Teacher, trust me, and trust our academy's capabilities. This little backlash won't defeat us. Wang Yan pondered for a moment before finally nodding. All right, bid with everything we have. With this support, Huo Yuhao's confidence surged as he refocused on the auction stage. Excellent. Guest number 333 bids 105,000 gold soul coins. The auctioneer Qingya's clear voice rang out, her excitement barely contained behind her smile. Are there any other guests who wish to continue bidding? Before she finished speaking, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward VIP box number 1, awaiting the red-level guest's response. 200,000. From within the box, Wei Xuan calmly stated the figure without even turning his head. Susu immediately raised the paddle from behind. A red-level guest didn't even need to lift a finger personally. Huo Yuhao's heart sank. The opponent had jumped straight to 200,000, showing greater determination than expected. 300,000. He decisively raised his paddle, skipping price increments to demonstrate his resolve to win. Qingya's eyes lit up with delight. The high commission made her heart race. But before she could announce the new price, Wei Xian's voice came again, nearly making her knees buckle. 1 million. His tone remained as calm as if he were bidding 10 coins, completely without fluctuation. While the VIP box could maintain composure, the audience below could no longer stay calm. Sharp intakes of breath echoed throughout as the hall erupted into chaos. VIP guest number 1. Do you confirm your bid of 1 million? Qingya asked in disbelief, her hands trembling slightly. 1% commission of full 10,000 gold soul coins would be enough to keep her comfortable for life. Confirmed. Wei Xuan nodded lightly, his tone still resolute. Is this person insane? Spending 1 million on such an ominous blade? Someone in the back rows whispered, both shocked and bewildered. In their view, this soul-devouring carving knife would be considered unlucky even as a gift. How could anyone be willing to throw down 1 million for it? Could this carving knife hold some secret they didn't know about? Otherwise, why would anyone still be fighting over it? In the hall, the resounding bid of 1 million gold soul coins struck like a heavy hammer, making Huo Yuhao and his companion's hearts skip a beat. 1 million was definitely no small sum. Huo Yuhao instinctively turned to look at Wang Yan, his eyes full of inquiry. Teacher Wang, what should we do? Wang Yin looked troubled, clearly not having expected their opponent to be so aggressive, raising the price to 1 million right from the start. If they spent a fortune on the carving knife only to find it couldn't be repaired, the loss would be devastating. Seeing Wang Yan's hesitation, Huo Yuhao grew anxious and whispered urgently, "Teacher Wang, please don't waver. We absolutely must get this carving knife." Auctioneer Qingya said that if this knife were intact, it would easily rank in the top 30 of the carving knife rankings. Something so precious is worth the extra cost. I have a feeling it's very important to me. Even if we have to borrow the money from the academy, I'll definitely pay it back later. Please. The stubbornness and sincerity in Huo Yuhao's voice moved everyone. Bei, Hikaitu, and the others spoke up one after another. Teacher Wang, we'll vouch for Yuhao. Let's help him bid for the carving knife. Wang Yin looked around at everyone, seeing them all nodding in agreement. After pondering for a moment, he said quietly, "All right, you can bid with all your effort. But remember to act within reason. Although the academy gave us an unlimited purchase certificate, that doesn't mean we can spend recklessly. With each bid, you must weigh whether this carving knife is worth that price. Understand? Understood. Thank you, Teacher Wang." Huo Yuhao beamed with joy. On stage, auctioneer Qingya asked crisply again, "VIP number 1 has bid 1 million gold soul coins. Are there any other distinguished guests who wish to continue bidding?" 1,500,000. Huo Yuhao decisively raised his paddle, his voice echoing through the venue. After making his bid, he deliberately looked toward the private box where Wei Xuan was seated, his gaze carrying a hint of provocation. Wei Xuan noticed that look, but remained calm, coolly uttering 2 words, 3 million. Brother Wei Xuan, is this cursed blade really worth that much? Meng Hongshan couldn't help but ask quietly, clearly not wanting Wei Xuan to continue raising the price. Su Yanqing and Xiao Hongshan also cast inquiring glances, equally harboring doubts. Wei Xuan chuckled softly, his tone firm. "It's worth it. This carving knife's value cannot be measured in money. I'm determined to have it." Hearing Wei Xuan speak with such certainty, Meng Hongshan and the other 2 understood he had made up his mind, and no one could change it. For Qingya, each of Wei Xuan's bids was thrilling. Hearing the price of 3 million, she nearly jumped up with excitement. Huo Yuhao wasn't about to back down and continued raising his bid, though his increments were much smaller compared to Wei Xuan's dramatic price jumps. After several rounds of bidding, this soul-devouring carving knife that had repeatedly failed to sell was pushed to the astronomical price of 10 million gold soul coins, exactly 100 times the starting bid. Such numbers, typically seen only at top-tier auctions, had appeared at this 4th-level auction, instantly silencing the vast venue as everyone's hearts pounded like drums. The elegant auctioneer could no longer maintain her usual composure. Her legs went weak, and she had to grip the podium to steady herself before hurriedly sending someone to notify the auction house's senior management. VIP Box 1 bids 20 million gold soul coins. Are there any other distinguished guests willing to bid? Her voice trembled uncontrollably. The hall fell into deathly silence, with all eyes turning to Huo Yuhao. Behind his mask, his face was extremely grim, his shoulders trembling slightly. This figure had shocked him as well. 21 million. His gritted voice was nearly crushed. 30 million. Without waiting for the auctioneer to repeat, Wei Xuan calmly announced his new bid, his tone so steady it sounded like he was merely commenting on the weather. Just as Huo Yuhao was about to speak again, Wang Yin gripped his arm and said in a low, suppressed voice, "Yuhao, this price is too high. It's not worth it. Even genuine top 30 ranked carving knives might not be worth this much, let alone a problematic soul-devouring one." "That's right, Yuhao. This price is absolutely ridiculous. You can't bid anymore," Hikaitu also urged repeatedly. But Electrolux's earlier reminder still echoed in Huo Yuhao's ear. She must obtain the living gold, that treasure capable of changing the future. Intense unwillingness made him clench his fists. Wang Yan's voice turned cold and hard. "Any higher would exceed our capacity. Teacher Wang, let's try once more. What if the opponent?" The opponent showed no emotional fluctuation when bidding. "Do you think he'll give up?" Wang Yan's gaze was heavy, clearly having made his decision. "No matter what, we cannot bid again." With that, he raised his voice to announce, "Box 333 withdraws from the bidding." His declaration disappointed quite a few people who had expected the price to continue soaring. Qingya sought slight confirmation. "VIP Box 333, are you truly withdrawing from the bidding?" Huo Yuhao opened his mouth, met Wang Yan's gaze, and could only nod. "Are there any other distinguished guests willing to bid?" Qingya inquired as per protocol. Everyone below kept their mouths tightly shut, afraid of accidentally triggering the 30 million astronomical price. 3 calls completed. Congratulations to VIP Box 1 for winning the soul-devouring carving knife with 30 million gold soul coins. The crisp sound of the gavel fell, followed by thunderous applause. Though puzzled, the crowd still cheered for this lavish spending. "Let's go." Wei Xuan rose, his blue hair swaying slightly under the lights, his distinctive aura drawing everyone's attention. Under all those gazes, he walked toward the hall's exit. Huo Yuhao stared darkly at his retreating figure. Murderous intent surging at blue hair made him instantly recognize the opponent's identity. Bei Bei and the others also recognized Wei Xuan. This person's extraordinary temperament, combined with corroborating data from Shrek Academy about Sun Moon Imperial Academy, matched both name and appearance. It seems this person holds a significant position in the Sun Moon Empire. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly spend 30 million on a problematic carving knife, Bei Bei said quietly. His eyes flickered as he gazed at Wei Xuan's rather Su Yanqing's retreating figure, seemingly contemplating something. Their identities don't concern us much. Let's leave first. Wang Yin was the first to turn around. Right. Everyone agreed in unison. Huo Yuhao walked at the back in low spirits, his fists clenched tight. Not you again, ruining my plans. Huo Yuhao seethed with rage, wanting to roar and vent his fury. The auction hall doors were pushed open forcefully as he took a deep breath and hurriedly left with his team. Meanwhile, elsewhere, after leaving the auction hall, Wei Xuan and his group of 4 were respectfully escorted by Su Su into a VIP room deep within the auction house. This nearly 100-square-meter room was carpeted with thick, deep red rugs, its 4 walls adorned with 3-dimensional relief murals in rich yet harmonious colors. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling resembled an inverted galaxy, casting gentle light upon every furnishing, making even the air seem to shimmer with tiny fragments of light. Distinguished guests, please rest for a moment. Su Su smiled as she retreated to the doorway. Staff will bring your purchased item shortly. The door closed softly, leaving only Wei Xuan, Xiao Hongquan, Ming Hongquan, and Xia Xiaoning in the room. Wei Xuan, Xiao Hongquan frowned, lowering his voice. Those guys earlier had a familiar aura about them. Like those reserve team members from Shrek? Ming Hongquan nodded, her expression grave. I felt the same. Wei Xuan chuckled softly, picking up a teacup for a sip. Not like them, they are them. 7 reserve team members plus their supervising teacher. What a coincidence. Enemies on a narrow road indeed. Xiao Hongquan clicked his tongue, regretting not mocking them on the spot in the auction hall. After just a few minutes of casual conversation, the VIP room door opened again. This time, the person leading wasn't the previous auctioneer Qingya, but a young woman in a red gown. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, her snow-white skin luminous beneath the delicate gauze, with a gentle smile gracing her lips that couldn't conceal her inherent elegance and nobility. Her every gesture seemed carefully rehearsed, clearly someone raised from childhood in high society circles. Auctioneer Qingya followed closely behind, her demeanor respectful and even tinged with barely contained joyous if being able to follow this young woman was itself an honor. Wei Xuan rose to his feet, but after one glance at the young woman, his gaze was immediately drawn to the soul-devouring, carving knife on the tray. His eyes gleamed with intensity, and even his breathing grew slightly heavier. The young woman was momentarily stunned. She, who considered herself exceptionally beautiful, had been completely overshadowed by a notoriously fierce carving knife, making her question whether her charm had somehow failed. Greetings, honored guest. She smiled gracefully as she stepped forward, introducing herself. My name is Jojo, and I'm the chief auctioneer and one of the managers of Starlight Auction House. This is the soul-devouring carving knife you just won at auction. Please confirm it. As she finished speaking, a maid beside her stepped forward half a pace, holding a golden-laid tray with both hands and bowing slightly to present the knife before Wei Xuan. Jojo's gaze remained fixed on Wei Xuan's face, studying him carefully. At this moment, all 4 had removed their masks, their faces fully visible. After a moment of eye contact, her heart skipped a beat. Now that Wei Xuan's group had removed their masks, revealing their true appearances, Jojo recognized their identities as 4 students from Sun Moon Imperial Academy. He's quite handsome, Jojo thought to herself without reason, feeling somewhat regretful that such a genius wasn't from the Star Luo Empire. The tray was respectfully lifted by the maid, and as the black cloth was removed, Wei Xuan raised his hand to grasp the soul-devouring carving blade between his fingers. The moment the blade left the tray, cold and violent sharp energy shot toward his body like needles. In the next instant, frost surged from his palm, and pale blue-white light wrapped around a trace of barely perceptible divine consciousness, instantly covering the blade. The soul-devouring carving blade's originally restless and beast-like terrifying aura was frozen into a crystalline shell of ice, with even the blade's edge covered in delicate ice patterns, completely losing its struggle. Under Wei Xuan's divine consciousness suppression, the fierce energy that countless soul masters feared was tightly locked away without any room for resistance, making the entire blade look like an ordinary ice sculpture. Surprise flashed in Jojo's eyes, and her gaze toward Wei Xuan finally changed. She had never seen anyone suppress the soul-devouring carving blade so effortlessly. This notorious weapon had quite a reputation in the auction house, leaving many powerful soul masters helpless, yet Wei Xuan handled it with ease. After completing the ice seal, Wei Xuan waved his hand and stored the soul-devouring carving blade in his storage ring. Immediately after, a dark red gold soul coin card appeared at his fingertips, which he handed to Jojo. The card's edges shimmered with light, proving its substantial balance. When Jojo received it, a barely detectable disappointment flashed in her eyes, though she maintained her professional smile and gestured to the maid beside her. The maid accepted the card with both hands and bowed before leaving. You seem disappointed that I'm paying directly with gold soul coins? Wei Xuan's smile was faint, yet he precisely caught the subtle fluctuation in her emotions. Such strong perception. Jojo praised silently, though her expression remained unchanged. How you choose to pay is your freedom as our honored guest. Why would I be disappointed? Is that so? Wei Xian's tone was calm, but carried undeniable pressure. Despite considering herself composed, Jojo still avoided his gaze. She took a gentle breath and changed the subject. Honored guest, may I boldly ask why you're willing to pay such a high price for the soul-devouring carving blade? If it's inconvenient to answer, please pretend I didn't ask. She was genuinely curious about this. While others avoided the soul-devouring carving blade like the plague, he bid a high price for literally unusual. When things are abnormal, there must be a reason, and she didn't believe he was simply wealthy. Wei Xuan smiled faintly. I can only say it's worth the price. Clearly, he had no intention of elaborating. Seeing his reluctance to discuss further, Jojo tactfully stopped pressing, her professional ethics as an auctioneer teaching her proper boundaries. Soon after, the maid who had left earlier returned, respectfully handing the card back to Wei Xuan and announcing, Honored guest, 28 million gold soul coins have been deducted. To thank you for your support of our auction house, we've specially given you a 2 million discount. They hoped Wei Xuan would frequent their establishment, so naturally they were willing to show goodwill first. In fact, this discount was insignificant to the auction house. They would have been satisfied if the soul-devouring carving blade had sold for 100,000, but the bidding had soared 300 times that amount. Their profits this time had far exceeded expectations. Not to mention a 2 million discount, even a 20 million discount would still leave them with overflowing profits without feeling any loss. Wei Xuan paused, studying Jojo intently before chuckling softly. You certainly know how to do business. Jojo smiled sweetly, tilting her chin up slightly as she replied. Our auction house values repeat customers. We're offering you this discount today in hopes you'll return. As she spoke, she withdrew a palm-sized golden metal card from her sleeve and presented it with both hands. This is our auction house's gold VIP card. Please keep it safe. With this card, you'll not only receive our finest service, but also enjoy discount privileges. Wei Xuan didn't refuse. He weighed the metal card between his fingertips before tucking it into his robes, responding meaningfully. In a few days, I'll definitely come back to experience this premium treatment. With that, he strode toward the entrance, followed closely by Meng Hongchun and the others. Watching their figures disappear beyond the doorway, Jojo's smile instantly vanished, her brow furrowing with concern. How much is left on his card? She asked the attendant beside her in a low voice. 72 million, the attendant replied with a bow. Still that much. Jojo drew in a sharp breath, her frown deepening. He's just here for the Soul Master Academy tournament, yet he carries such an enormous sum. She calculated quietly. Adding the 28 million we just deducted, that means Wei Xuan originally had a full 100 million gold soul coins on his card. Even with her experience, hearing this figure made her heart race. After a long pause, she murmured, I need to discuss countermeasures with my Imperial brother. Outside the auction house, sunlight filtered through the clouds onto the cobblestone path. Meng Hongqin curiously sidled up to Wei Xuan, lowering her voice to ask, Brother Wei Xuan, just how much money do you have on that card? 28 million deducted just like that. Originally 100 million, Wei Xuan said casually, as if it were merely an ordinary number rather than gold soul coins. 100 million. Meng Hongqin and their two companions exclaimed in unison, their pupils contracting as they stood frozen in shock. 100 million gold soul coins was no small sum. Not only would commoners be stunned, but even many nobles would gasp at such an amount. Even soul tool families with long-standing legacies would find it difficult to produce such an enormous quantity of gold soul coins. The royal family is that wealthy? They just hand out 100 million gold soul coins like that. Xiao Hongshan exclaimed in shock, instinctively glancing at Su Yanqing. Could this prince also be carrying 100 million gold soul coins on him? Su Yanqing quickly shook his head, denying it outright. I don't have 100 million gold soul coins. Forget 100 million, I don't even have 100,000. Indeed, while the soul tools he carried were worth far more than 100,000 gold soul coins, when it came to actual cash, he really wasn't that well off. Seeing everyone's eyes turn to him, Wei Xuan smiled and explained, these gold soul coins were given to me by Hall Master Hongqin in the name of Mingdu Hall. He then briefly explained the whole story. Strictly speaking, this money was the fruit of his labor. He had improved a batch of soul tool arrays and originally planned to provide them to Mingdu Hall for free use and promotion, never intending to profit from them. Those arrays weren't particularly precious to him, so there was no need to hoard them selfishly. However, Jing Hongqin and the higher-ups at Mingdu Hall felt uncomfortable constantly taking things for free. As a distinguished soul tool grandmaster, it felt awkward to ask a child for technology. After much consideration, they proposed purchasing the arrays with gold soul coins, giving Wei Xuan symbolic compensation to ease their own consciences. To alleviate their psychological burden, Wei Xuan gladly accepted the payment. So that's how it was. Xiao Hongchun, Su Yanqing, and Ming Hongchun nodded in understanding. Wei Xian raised his hand and produced 3 more bright red cards, casually saying, "Actually, I have several more of these cards." Under the sunlight, the red cards gleamed with a metallic luster, instantly capturing the three's attention. Ming Hongchun and the other two widened their eyes and said in unison, "Don't tell me these are also worth 100 million each." Wei Xian smiled and said, "Smart. The amount in each of these cards is the same. Except for the one I used earlier, I've never touched the others, so they all contain round numbers. If the Red Dust Hall Master wasn't lying, there's indeed 100 million in here for you." While the three were still in shock, Wei Xian had already handed the cards to them, one for each person. The three finally snapped back to reality and almost simultaneously tried to return the gold soul coin cards. "Since I said I'm giving them to you, keep them. Why are you trying to give them back?" Wei Xian flipped his palm, and cold mist condensed into ice chains, firmly freezing the cards to their palms with such casual ease that they couldn't break free. Ming Hongxin stamped her feet anxiously. "Brother Wei Xian, this is all money you worked hard to earn. Why give it to us for no reason? We're not short on money." Su Yanqing and Xiao Hongchen nodded repeatedly, their expressions both admiring and flustered. Wei Xian waved his hand with a light laugh. "This money isn't as hard to earn as you think. Come on, let's walk and talk." The four walked shoulder to shoulder toward the Star Emperor Grand Hotel. Streetlights filtered through the gaps between pedestrians, casting light on them as Wei Xian casually recounted his fortune-making history of recent years. For improving a single grade soul guidance array, Mingdu Hall offered 100 million gold soul coins as compensation. From 1st to 9th grade, he had completely restructured all soul guidance arrays in one go. 9 grades, 9 cards of equal value, a total of 900 million gold soul coins. This figure made Ming Hongchun and the other two hold their breath. Star Luo City's annual tax revenue was only 60 million gold soul coins. 900 million was equivalent to 15 years of Star Luo City's fiscal income. Yet Wei Xian had casually earned it in just a few short years, as easily as picking up money. He also admitted frankly that he had so much money he didn't know how to spend it, so he might as well give some away. After all, to him, gold soul coins were just numbers. Speaking of Mingdu Hall, Wei Xian added more details. As a research institution, it also had subordinate organizations specifically for promoting their achievements. 2 departments among them could be described as money-making machines, one responsible for military soul tool supply and another for civilian soul tool supply. The revenue these 2 departments brought in annually could only be described as astronomical. Looking across the entire continent, no one could match Mingdu Hall in making money. This was precisely why Mingdu Hall could hand over 900 million gold soul coins to him in one go, though even this expenditure made them wince slightly. After understanding all this, Ming Hongchen and the other two finally accepted the cards with peace of mind. As night deepened, the Star Emperor Grand Hotel remained brightly lit. Wei Xian returned to his room and sat cross-legged in the center of the living room, with the soul-devouring carving knife floating quietly before him. The pitch-black blade was cold as iron, its stern aura condensed like something tangible. Suddenly, the carving knife trembled slightly, and its fierce intent grew wildly. A wisp of ghostly green light seeped from the blade's edge, spinning and gathering until it condensed into a hideous face in the blink of an eye. The face was humanoid but with protruding fangs, like a demon just awakening. Woo! Piercing screams echoed through the room, and ghostly winds penetrated everywhere, making the candlelight flicker and sending chills down one's spine. The massive evil spirit's face aimed at Wei Xian, roaring deafeningly, its bloody maw suddenly gaping wide, as if to swallow Wei Xian whole. Wei Xian kept his eyes tightly shut, his expression calm and composed, as if completely oblivious to the presence of the grotesque visage before him. A beam of rich golden radiance burst forth from between his brows, the light hovering above with the mighty power to purify all evil and corruption in the world. The moment the azure face touched the golden light, it let out a piercing, agonized shriek so sharp and ear-splitting that had Wei Xian not sealed the surrounding area with his divine consciousness beforehand, the wailing would have alarmed everything within a mile radius. The blazing golden fire seemed almost tangible as it burned layer upon layer. The azure face melted away like thin snow under scorching sun, visibly dissolving at an alarming rate, becoming extremely ethereal within just a breath or two. Simultaneously, the dark soul-devouring carving blade was also undergoing transformation. Its black surface evaporated into wisps of gray smoke, revealing the original clear azure blade beneath. After 10 breaths, the grotesque visage had completely vanished. The soul-devouring carving blade, once dark and ancient looking like a lurking beast, had shed its sinister aura entirely. Now it gleamed with an azure-green brilliance, crystal clear and pristine like pure crystal. The blade flowed with a gentle light brimming with life essence, and wherever it passed, the very air seemed to shimmer with vibrant vitality. Wei Xuan opened his eyes and raised his hand to catch the falling blade, turning it over for examination. Confirming that the blade's foundation remained undamaged, he nodded with satisfaction. Good thing the evil energy didn't corrupt it too severely. After a moment, he murmured to himself, "Should I use it now, or wait a while longer?" His gaze fell upon the life gold on the other side. Strictly speaking, this wasn't ordinary metal, but rather a heavenly treasure existing in a special form. It contained surging life force that could improve constitution, enhance potential, extend lifespan, and could even be forged into pill furnaces while retaining its vitality, or directly refined into elixirs. Its applications were truly limitless. Wei Xuan ultimately decided to refine it, using that tremendous life force to repair his damaged divine consciousness. However, the method of refinement left him hesitant between two options. First, absorb it immediately and let the life force flood his divine consciousness in a short time. Second, use this life force to condense a life soul core and then nourish his divine consciousness through a gradual, steady process. He could predict the effects of the first method, but he had never attempted the second. The success and benefits of both remained uncertain. If condensing the soul core succeeded, it would naturally be cause for celebration, but if it failed, most of the life gold would be wasted. After brief consideration, he had made up his mind. First, he would completely freeze the life gold, then store it in his soul guide device. He never lacked adventurous spirit. His bold solo attempt to seize the double pupils years ago was clear proof of that. Compared to the safe, risk-free first method, he was more willing to try the path shrouded in unknown possibilities. As the saying goes, the higher the risk, the greater the reward. To help his divine consciousness recover more fully, taking this small risk was worthwhile. On the sixth day of the tournament, Xinghua Plaza was still bustling with crowds. Though dawn had barely broken on the eastern horizon, the vast square was already packed to capacity. Many spectators had camped outside the plaza since the previous night to witness today's matches, staying awake all night. Despite their aching legs and dark circles under their eyes, everyone was energized at the mention of today's two featured battles. Both the Sun Moon Royal Academy and Shrek Academy matches were scheduled for the morning, and thanks to its prestigious status, Shrek Academy enjoyed its customary first match privilege, taking the stage first. As the referee raised his hand to signal, the captains of Shrek Academy and Thousand Spirits Academy stepped onto the platform and drew lots before the entire audience. Team battle, the referee announced in a deep voice. Both sides immediately took the stage and formed their battle formations. The atmosphere on the arena suddenly became tense, with palpable pressure spreading like a tangible force. Shrek Academy once again fielded Huo Yuhao, Bei Bei, and other reserve team members in an orderly formation. Assault type Bei Bei and defense type Su Sanshur stood shoulder to shoulder at the front like twin anchors. Jiang Nan and He Kaitu positioned themselves on the left and right in the second row. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao guarded the rear flanks, making room for ranged attacks and control. Huo Yuhao stood in the center, ready to coordinate the entire team. This arrangement differed from their unconventional formation in the first battle, appearing more stable and reliable. In contrast, Thousand Spirits Academy adopted a rather unusual positioning. Four burly men stood in a line across the front, resembling a moving wall of flesh. Behind them were two women and one man. The male student positioned in the center with two beautiful young women anchoring the back row. Under the cover of the four frontline fighters, the Shrek team couldn't get a clear view of their opponent's rear formation, unable to even discern the martial soul details of the three back row members. This unusual formation sparked curiosity among many spectators, who wondered what strategy lay behind it. Once the formation was set, the referee loudly announced the start of the match, and the massive soul guidance screen lit up, clearly displaying all 7 contestants on the arena to the audience. In the Sun Moon Imperial Academy's rest area, Xiao Hongchun, Wei Xuan, and others immediately noticed Qianling Academy's arrangement, all showing puzzled expressions. Brother Wei Xuan, can you see what's behind Qianling Academy's positioning? Ming Hongchun turned sideways and asked in a lowered voice. Wei Xuan pondered briefly, his gaze sweeping over the formation on the arena, 1 in front, 4 in the middle, and 2 in the back, with the Thousand Strike Spear Soul Master in the center being particularly conspicuous. They want to build up a devastatingly powerful attack first, Wei Xuan explained. The 4 defensive Soul Masters in front are responsible for blocking, while the 2 girls in the back provide amplification for the Thousand Strike Spear Soul Master in the center. Once enough energy is accumulated, the spear will be launched directly. He gestured with his hand. A Soul King level strike, enhanced by 2 amplification Soul Masters power. If it targets a Shrek student, it will at least cause severe injury. If the referee's rescue isn't timely enough, or if the target has weak defenses, an instant kill isn't impossible. Whether it's severe injury or death, it would immediately reduce Shrek's numbers, creating a situation where they're outnumbered and increasing Qianling's chances of victory. After hearing this explanation, Meng Hongqian and the others suddenly understood. Their previous confusion completely cleared. Xiao Hongqian slightly raised the corners of his mouth, a hint of mockery appearing in his eyes. Hee. If Shrek loses to Qianling, that would be truly interesting enough to shame them for a lifetime. He didn't really believe Shrek would be easily defeated. After all, they were also students from a prestigious academy, but he still held some anticipation. What if they did lose? That would be spectacular. Ma Rulong enthusiastically agreed. Although Shrek won't fall so easily, I'm also looking forward to seeing such a scene. The others, influenced by their mood, all laughed out loud, their interest in watching the match growing even stronger. On the stage, the thousand-strike spear soul master raised his spear to build momentum, and a pale golden soul ring appeared around the long spear, clearly activating a lock-on skill. This thousand-strike spear soul master actually has a lock-on skill. Haha, it looks like someone on the other side is definitely going to be severely injured. Discussions rose and fell throughout the stands, with all eyes fixed on the spear that was gradually gathering radiance. With this lock-on skill, there was no way to dodge, indicating that someone from Shrek's side would inevitably be severely injured. The thousand-strike spear soul master had completed charging his attack, and the four rhinoceros shield soul masters standing in front suddenly shifted sideways, revealing a gap. Immediately, a dazzling white crosshair target appeared on Bei Bei's chest in the Shrek camp, precisely locking onto his heart's position. If this strike landed solidly, it would absolutely be a fatal blow. In the spectator stands, Wei Xuan leaned back in his chair and gently shook his head. It won't work. His gaze was steady, having already seen through the key issue. The thousand-strike spear soul master relied on spiritual power to lock onto targets, but what he feared most was precisely spiritual interference. As long as the lock was disrupted, deviation was inevitable. If the opponents had no spiritual type soul master, this spear would likely succeed. Unfortunately, Shrek had Huo Yuhao. Wei Xuan calculated in his mind. As long as that boy didn't act foolishly, he would use spiritual power to disrupt the lock, and might even directly interrupt the opponent's charging, causing the thousand-strike spear soul master to suffer soul skill backlash. Sure enough, the arena's development matched Wei Xian's prediction exactly. The spear was released, but its trajectory suddenly veered off course. The long-charged, armor-piercing heavy strike not only failed to reduce Shrek's numbers, but instead crashed hard into Thousand Spirit Academy's own shield formation, tearing a breach in the solid shield wall from within. What's wrong with that thousand-strike spear soul master? Someone exclaimed in shock. Xiao Hongqian and the others had been brimming with confidence, but their smiles froze instantly as the completely unexpected situation caught them off guard. Wei Xuan explained calmly. He suffered a spiritual attack the moment he released his spear. His spirit was damaged, so the spear went astray too. Spiritual attack. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, their gazes quickly focusing on Huo Yuhao. Trying to steal a chicken but losing the rice instead, Meng Hongqian murmured, sighing secretly for Thousand Spirit Academy. Wei Xuan nodded with a smile. Too clever by half. What should have been a killing move that could determine victory instead exhausted their soul power, while severely damaging their own side. Their chances of winning are now virtually zero. He added that all members of Thousand Spirit Academy started at the 4ing level, with one Soul King among them, so their apparent strength originally surpassed Shrek's. If they had fought conventionally, even if Shrek could win, it wouldn't be easy and would certainly come at the cost of casualties. However, the situation had changed. On the arena, the Shrek team seized the moment when the shield formation collapsed to counterattack, their offensive like a violent storm. The burly Hikaitu was the first to make his move, metallic roaring exploding from within his body. A heavy circular base appeared on the ground, firmly anchoring his entire body to the center of the arena. In the next breath, metal hatches on his shoulders, waist, and back opened in succession, and pitch-black cannon barrels suddenly rose up. In an instant, Hikaitu transformed into a mobile artillery platform. Slender cannon barrels covered his entire body, their cold metallic luster radiating an intense aura of destruction. He bit down on his cigar and took a deep drag, scalding smoke billowing from his nostrils as soul power flowed like a torrent into the cannon barrels. The silent steel suddenly awakened, the cannon bodies trembling and letting out roars. The thunderous roar of cannon fire erupted in rapid succession, like a sudden burst of firecrackers, as dozens of shells traced graceful arcs through the air. The first volley struck precisely at the feet of 2 rhinoceros shield soul masters, the explosions and shockwaves causing the entire arena to vibrate with a resonant hum, while visible ripples spread across the distant energy barrier. All 4 rhinoceros shield soul masters and the thousand-strike spear soul master were instantly engulfed by the blazing blast, thick smoke billowing and obscuring all human forms. Within the gray-white haze, soul power flickered intermittently, indicating their desperate attempts to channel their abilities against the impact. The explosions continued for several moments, their aftershocks still reverberating. The two previously unharmed rhinoceros shield soul masters found their protective barriers shattered, leaving them in an even more pitiful state than their initially wounded companions. Shin Su, the thousand-strike spear soul master, was left with his clothes in tatters. Had it not been for his fifth-rank defensive soul tool absorbing most of the blast, he would have lost all fighting capability. The simultaneous firing of 63 shells left Hikatu's face pale, his soul power severely depleted, making another barrage impossible in the short term. Don't just stand there, attack now. Hikaitu roared, fainting toward the blazing tiger soul master and causing the man to flee in terror. Only then did Bei Bei and the others snap out of their shock and spring into action. Jiang Nanan was the fastest, her soul ring blazing like lightning as she appeared behind a rhinoceros shield soul master in a flash, grabbing and hurling him toward the edge of the arena. Just as the man was about to cross the boundary, Enlungia, the frost bear soul master from Qianling Academy, leaped up with her massive bear claws extended, forcibly dragging her teammate Yang Ming back to safety. Strange energy fluctuations suddenly emanated from her forehead as her fourth soul ring blazed with deep blue light. The frost bear roared, and frigid currents surged and ice tornado formed, instantly sweeping across the arena with bone-chilling temperatures and ear-piercing howls. The freezing wind, laden with razor-sharp ice shards, rushed toward the Shrek team, forcing them to halt their charge. Faced with this ice tornado, Bei Bei and the others couldn't force their way through and had to channel their soul power for defense. Meanwhile, Shun Tzu's face darkened as he gripped his spear tightly and suddenly ignited his fifth soul ring. Sharp energy spread along the spear shaft as he shouted and hurled it with all his might. The spear transformed into a streak of light, aimed directly at Huo Yuhao at the rear. Wang Dong, trust me and don't move. In this critical moment, Huo Yuhao shouted with urgent but steady composure. Wang Dong suppressed his anxiety and stopped in his tracks. The next instant, ripples appeared in the space around Huo Yuhao as he vanished completely, replaced by Su Sanshi. Su Sanshi's fourth soul ring blazed as his Xianming turtle shell shield expanded to more than double its size, with spikes emerging from its lower edge. He stomped the ground forcefully, driving the shield's point deep into the arena floor, then braced his shoulder against the shield face, angling it toward the incoming spear. Bang! The deafening impact rang out as the thousand-strike spear crashed into the Xianming turtle shell shield, sending up a shower of sparks. Su Sanshi's feet scraped against the ground as he was pushed back 7 or 8 meters. But thanks to Xiao Zhao's 3 live soul-suppressing cauldron providing support from the side, he managed to hold his ground. Seeing the spear's momentum blocked, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Had Su Sanshi not switched places in time, Huo Yuhao's life would have been in grave danger. Shin Su dropped to one knee, gasping heavily with a face pale as paper, his soul power nearly exhausted. Seeing his attack fail, he exchanged glances with Enlungia and shook his head in defeat, though unwilling to accept it. Enlungia understood the situation was hopeless and slowly withdrew her soul power, causing the ice storm to dissipate. Qianling Academy concedes. Shin Su, as team captain, announced to the referee, his voice heavy with unmistakable dejection. Shrek Academy wins, the referee immediately declared. In the stands, Wei Xuan gave Enlungia a long look and chuckled while shaking his head. If she had used that technique earlier, the outcome might have been different. The Frostbear's fourth soul skill could block mental power. Had she isolated Huo Yuhao's mental assault from the beginning, the thousand-strike spear soul master's crucial attack might not have missed. However, those in the thick of battle couldn't have anticipated that Shrek could assemble a soul cannon battery in mere moments. I never expected that Shrek guy to assemble the cannon platform so quickly. Xiao Hongqian frowned in amazement. Ma Rulong was equally grave. It seems we've underestimated Shrek's cultivation of soul engineers. The group exchanged glances, each harboring increased wariness. Though Wei Xuan didn't follow the cannon platform route, he silently filed away this intelligence. After Shrek's match concluded, for battles ended in succession, and it was time for Sun Moon Imperial Academy to take the stage. This round would use individual elimination format. Tianyuan Academy is the weakest in this group, with 5 soul ancestors, 2 high-level soul elders, and no soul kings, Teacher Ma analyzed briefly. Moreover, they reject soul tools and have never used them in competition, making them even easier to handle. His tone was relaxed, clearly not considering the opponents a threat. Let me handle them all by myself. Xiao Hongqian rubbed his hands together confidently, obviously wanting to achieve a never 7 sweep. The others were equally eager to show off for them, sending any regular member could sweep the field. Even reserves like Xiao Hongqian and Ming Hongqian would be more than sufficient. Let Yanqing go first. Wei Xuan suddenly spoke up. Me? Su Yanqing, who had been leisurely watching while munching snacks, froze with his greasy fingers pointing at himself. He shook his head repeatedly with an awkward smile. Bro, I'm only at level 29, not even a soul elder yet. How could I possibly beat soul ancestors in their 40s? No way, no way. Su Yanqing shook his head, thinking Wei Xuan was joking with him. Everyone else looked at Wei Xuan with confusion. Was he really sending Su Yanqing up there to humiliate their opponent? That seemed unnecessary after all. They weren't facing Shrek Academy. Wei Xuan simply smiled, placing a hand on Su Yanqing's head with a tone that was relaxed yet firm. I'm sending you up there for real combat experience. Winning or losing doesn't matter. With your ultimate fire and soul tools, if you seize the right moment, you might just pull off a victory. Only then did everyone understand his intention. Seeing Wei Xuan's serious attitude and realizing this wasn't a joke, Su Yanqing asked hesitantly, "Do I really have to go up? What do you think?" Wei Xuan countered. Their eyes met, and Su Yanqing's previously casual gaze quickly sharpened with determination. He clenched his chubby little fists. All right then. Since Wei Xuan had decided to let Su Yanqing take the lead, the others naturally had no objections. Before going on stage, he whispered reminders. Watch for the right timing. You can do this. He proceeded to explain the tactical key points one by one. Contestants, take the stage, the referee announced loudly. Su Yanqing jogged onto the platform, standing alone in the center of the spacious arena. Remembering how he'd fought alongside teammates last time, he couldn't help feeling nervous about facing this battle solo. The stands erupted in discussion as spectators saw a child of about 10 years old entering the competition. Everyone was astonished. Could someone so young really fight? The contestant from Tianyuan Academy, who had been anxious about facing such strong opponents, was now stunned upon seeing Su Yanqing. His despair transformed into bewilderment. Though surprised by Su Yanqing's age, the referee still raised his hand and signaled, "Begin the match." The Tianyuan Academy contestant Yang struck first. The moment he released his martial soul, the pangolin, his muscles swelled, his limbs grew thick and powerful, and his skin became covered in palm-sized yellow diamond-shaped scales. A similarly scaled, thick tail emerged from his back, and his face elongated into a pointed shape. 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, and 2 purple rose from beneath his feet, emanating a heavy presence that proclaimed his identity as a defense-type battle soul master. I can do this. Su Yanqing took a deep breath to encourage himself. In the next moment, a violent aura exploded within him. Blazing red light burst through the gaps in his skin as the surrounding temperature shot up dramatically. Behind him rose a circular ball of flames, blazing as intensely as a suspended sun. Su Yanqing's eyes turned pale gold, with flames seeming to dance in his pupils. His outer clothing was instantly incinerated by the high temperature, leaving only his form-fitting inner armor gleaming with metallic light. 2 yellow soul rings floated up and down around him, releasing scorching and wild energy as rolling waves of heat surged in all directions. The audience stared at that dazzling fireball-like martial soul with puzzled expressions. What exactly was that? Many people's first thought was that it was a fireball, but something felt off about that assumption. In the Shrek rest area, Hikaitu immediately shot to his feet upon seeing this martial soul, staring at Su Yanqing in shock and exclaiming, "The Sun Martial Soul." Wang Yin and the others were startled by Hikaitu's sudden intense reaction, gathering around to ask, "Kaitu, do you recognize this martial soul?" Information about the Sun Martial Soul was extremely scarce, and even Wang Yin, who was quite accomplished in martial soul research, couldn't identify it immediately. Hikaita's knuckles turned white as his fists clenched unconsciously, a flash of killing intent flickering in his eyes before vanishing. So he really is royalty. When he first saw the surname Su, he had only harbored 30% suspicion. Now, seeing the Sun Martial Soul, it was 100% confirmation. Senior brother he? Huo Yuhao gently touched Hikaita's arm, his voice lowered with concern. He could sense the other's emotional turmoil. Hikaitu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and sit back down. I was just too surprised by this martial soul. Bei Bei pressed further. What exactly is this martial soul? Why did it make you react so strongly? The Sun Martial Soul, Hikaitu replied in a heavy voice. The hereditary martial soul of the Sun Moon Empire's royal family. Though his words were quiet, they couldn't hide the hatred within them. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison, their gazes locking onto Su Yanqing in the arena, once more meaning this chubby little fellow was actually a legitimate member of the royal family? Wang Yin suddenly narrowed his eyes, reminding them gravely. Did you notice the temperature of his flames? How can we sense how high the temperature is from this distance? Su Sanshur asked in confusion. Everyone focused intently, but still couldn't discern it. It was Huo Yuhao who first understood, suddenly standing up and exclaiming, "Ultimate fire?" As the possessor of ultimate ice, Huo Yuhao was exceptionally sensitive to temperature changes. From that blazing flame, he detected a heat more fierce than Ma Xiaodao's fire. Though I don't know the exact temperature, that heat wave is stronger than senior sister Xiaodao's flames, Huo Yuhao added quietly. Ma Xiaodao's flames had already approached the level of ultimate fire, and if Su Yanqing's flames were even more intense, what this meant needed no further explanation. The others rose to their feet one after another, their expressions shocked. Wang Yin watched as the air in the distance warped from the high temperature, nodding gravely. Those were definitely not ordinary flames. Did you notice this little fatty's soul power level? Wang Yin spoke again, his low voice filled with amazement. Nearly 30th rank at around 10 years old? Isn't that talent a bit too outrageous? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately used their spiritual power to probe, sensing Su Yanqing's surging and stable soul power, their pupils contracting sharply. And they weren't the only ones shocked. Many spectators on the sidelines couldn't help but gasp when they sensed Su Yanqing's soul power. On the arena, the battle had begun. The first to strike wasn't Liang, whose cultivation had reached the soul ancestor level, but Su Yanqing, who was merely at the great soul master level. After steadying his emotions, he suddenly raised his hand, and several dark golden cannon barrels instantly emerged from his chest and back. His arms were also equipped with hand cannons, producing sharp, piercing sounds of metal friction, followed immediately by a series of dense thunderous roars. Su Yanqing wasn't employing the traditional soul cannon platform tactics. He had mounted 20 second-tier soul cannons on specially crafted inner armor, combined with 2 third-tier soul tool hand cannons, creating a flexible yet ferocious network of firepower. Compared to fixed platforms, this combination was slightly inferior in raw power, but excelled in mobility and flexible firing angles. However, at this moment, to suppress his opponent's momentum, he simply stood his ground without moving, his feet planted firmly on the arena floor, all cannon barrels simultaneously spitting tongues of fire. Over 20 streams of fire wove arc-shaped trajectories through the air, with cannonballs carrying scorching heat hurtling toward Liang. The modified formations had enhanced the weapon's power, making them incomparable to soul tools of the same tier. Initially, Liang remained unconcerned as he saw the cannonballs approaching, confident that his soul ancestor cultivation was sufficient to withstand them. He instinctively sidestepped and dodged, not giving himself unnecessary opportunities to be hit. Yet he was still caught by the aftershocks of several cannonballs. Amid the thunderous roars and searing waves, his chest tightened, and the scales protecting his body were stubbornly adhered to by flames, causing a burning pain to spread rapidly. Hiss! The scorching waves clung to his skin like poisonous fire drilling into his bones, forcing him to mobilize his soul power to dispel the intense heat. In just a few breaths, Liang's expression had shifted from relaxed to grave. He finally realized that this great soul master's firepower was far from as simple as the surface numbers suggested. 2 yellow soul rings suddenly blazed to life, their power flowing into his body's surface. His scales gleamed with a faint yellow light as both speed and strength simultaneously surged. In the next instant, Liang's footsteps exploded into action, his figure racing across the arena, leaping left and right, weaving through the gaps between flames and explosions, dodging the cannonball attacks while closing the distance to Su Yanqing. Their original strategy was to stall for time and wear down their opponents every second they could hold out counted. After all, facing the Sun Moon Royal Academy, they never expected to win. It wasn't that they didn't plan to win. Victory was simply impossible. That's why Liang, renowned for his defense, was sent out first. As long as his armor held, he could buy them precious moments. Losing was acceptable, but they couldn't afford to lose too badly. Even holding out one more second would preserve Tianyuan Academy's last shred of dignity. But now, their opponents had only sent out a great soul master. Liang immediately abandoned his defensive tactics, thinking to himself, since they're underestimating us, let's end this quickly and eliminate this Sun Moon Royal Academy member. The thought excited him, and his scales gleamed coldly under the arena lights. Seeing Liang charging toward him, Su Yanqing deliberately showed panic on his face. The cannons on his chest and shoulders powered up, their firing rate suddenly increasing as dense shells whistled through the air. Don't let Su Yanqing's usual appearance as a food-loving chubby kid fool you. His mastery of soul tools was flawless. The shells locked onto Liang with precision, exploding in the air just before impact. The scorching blast distorted the very air with heat, forcing Liang to slow dramatically and even stop several times. The mere 100 meters felt like an insurmountable chasm. The explosive flames left multiple scorch marks on Liang's protective scales, shattering several pieces. His brow twitched. Soul engineers really are troublesome. Chatter erupted from the stands. Wow, that chubby little guy has a soul ancestor in such a sorry state. He's young, but his soul tool mastery is impressive, truly worthy of Sun Moon Royal Academy. Tianyuan Academy is so embarrassing. A soul ancestor getting beaten up like this by a great soul master. Though Liang couldn't hear the specific comments, he could read the disappointment and mockery in the audience's eyes, his expression darkening. He knew that if he kept dragging this out, he would eventually win. The soul power gap was clear, and Su Yanqing couldn't maintain such high-frequency firing indefinitely. But that kind of victory through attrition would bring no glory. What dignity would a soul ancestor have left if he needed to rely on stalling tactics to beat a great soul master? His third soul ring blazed as Liang roared. Armor-piercing dive. Stomping hard, he launched himself over 2 meters high, spinning in the air like a whale breaching the surface in a graceful arc. At the peak, he dove headfirst toward the ground as a massive pangolin phantom appeared around his body. Everyone expected to hear a dull impact, but Liang disappeared directly into the earth, soil rippling like water. The next moment, a ridge formed in the ground, racing towards Su Yanqing at alarming speed. Su Yanqing's face changed dramatically as he swiveled all his cannons downward, shells pounding the moving ridge. But they could barely hit their target, and even direct hits only produced sparks without slowing the advance. Seeing his shells were useless, Su Yanqing retracted his cannons and activated thrusters on his feet, trying to create distance. But Liang had calculated the positioning perfectly. Bursting from the earth just 1 meter away, he launched high into the air, twisted his waist, and brought his massive tail down with a deep whooshing sound. Hee, you're too young to be playing with the big kids. Down you go, Liang thought confidently. In the viewing area, Meng Hongqian and the others suddenly tensed, worried for Su Yanqing. Only Wei Xuan remained calm given Sun Moon Royal Academy's demonstrated capabilities. Even if Liang succeeded, he wouldn't dare deliver a killing blow, and Su Yanqing might not be as helpless as he appeared. Close combat soul engineers could sometimes be more terrifying than ranged ones. On the arena floor, as the tailwind raged, Su Yanqing's panicked expression instantly vanished, replaced by a triumphant smile. The opportunity had come. His chest thruster fired, sending his body sliding backward at a sharp angle, barely avoiding the tail strike. Simultaneously, a flaming whip appeared in his right hand, fire dancing along the metal length as it cracked toward Liang. How can you still move? Liang froze for half a second logically. Once soul cannon formations were deployed, they couldn't be moved, making close combat their greatest weakness. But this opponent. In that moment of confusion, the flaming whip struck his chest. Instead of tearing pain, it quickly coiled around him. Su Yanqing released his grip, and the whip moved on its own, winding from shoulders to legs, binding Liang tight as a dumpling. Liang toppled over, struggling and roaring. He flexed his muscles to break free, but only produced metallic creaking sounds and searing pain on his skin. Ultimate fire clung to the whip. The harder he struggled, the deeper the burns, blood seeping from beneath his scales. Don't waste your energy, Su Yanqing said, barely containing his excitement. This material couldn't be broken even by a soul king of the assault system, let alone you. Successfully subduing a soul ancestor with his own power left him flushed with excitement. Indeed, this binding whip was a third-rank soul tool. Though its formation was only third rank, the materials chosen to withstand ultimate fire were so exceptional they could have been used for fifth-rank soul tools. This made the binding whip extraordinarily resilient and nearly impossible to break free from. Referee, I won, Su Yanqing said to the referee with a beaming smile, his face full of pride. Having defeated a soul ancestor with the cultivation of a great soul master, he had every right to be proud. The referee was stunned at first, then came to his senses, took a deep look at Su Yanqing, and solemnly announced the match result. After hearing the verdict, Liang simply stopped struggling and propped himself up with both arms to lie face down on the ground. Was too embarrassed to lift his head, utterly humiliated. Su Yanqing, however, was so delighted he nearly jumped up. He first patted Liang's shoulder, then withdrew his binding whip and ran down from the arena with light, cheerful steps. Individual elimination matches allowed consecutive battles, but Su Yanqing clearly had no such intention. He was only a great soul master, and defeating a soul ancestor was already difficult enough. Another battle would surely end in defeat. Moreover, that set of tactics could only be used once. Opponents would never give him another chance to use the binding whip. Rather than being crushed on the spot, it was better to exit gracefully. The audience below all widened their eyes. No one had expected the match to end this way, with the final victor being this childish-looking boy who appeared to be only around 10 years old. Someone was the first to shout, "Bravo!" which instantly ignited the entire venue, and thunderous applause and cheers swept across the entire audience. Su Yanqing basked in the acclaim, jogging all the way back to the rest area, and rushing to Wei Xuan to claim credit. "Brother, I won. How was that? Pretty amazing, right?" Wei Xuan smiled and pinched his cheek. "Well done. You deserve praise." Su Yanqing grinned like a little cat basking in the sun, Wei Xuan's approval making him even more pleased with himself. Meng Hongqian also clapped in praise. "Little Yanqing, I didn't expect you to be so clever. Deliberately showing a weakness, then delivering a killing blow to your opponent, not bad. Of course, just look who I am." Su Yanqing crossed his arms and lifted his chin, extremely proud. "Hey, you little rascal, a few compliments and you're already getting cocky?" Meng Hongqian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Hongshun and the others were equally surprised. Although the tactics came from Wei Xuan, being able to execute them perfectly in an instant relied entirely on Su Yanqing himself. This composure alone was enough to earn their respect. Wei Xuan turned to Xiao Hongshun with a reminder. "It's your turn to go up. Remember to go easy on them." They also held back against Yanqing just now. If the previous opponent hadn't been too cautious and reduced the force of his tail strike, it wouldn't have been easy for Su Yanqing to escape unscathed. Since the other party had shown mercy out of consideration for Sun Moon Imperial Academy, there was no need for them to be ruthless either. Xiao Hongqian nodded in agreement and strode toward the arena. The appearance of a Soul King-level Soul Engineer brought enormous pressure to the Tianyuan Academy side. The match began. Cannon barrels instantly popped out from Xiao Hongqian's shoulders and arm guards. After briefly aiming, he opened fire directly. Nearly 100 shells traced blazing arcs, almost sealing off all of his opponent's escape routes. The first student from Tianyuan Academy's heart pounded wildly as he hastily activated his fourth soul ring, was a defensive-type soul master, and when his strongest soul skill activated, his protective shield suddenly increased. However, facing the overwhelming barrage of shells, this layer of defense was like paper, and before long he was left disheveled and in tatters. This was Xiao Hongqian deliberately holding back, using only the weakest shells. If he had used high-level soul guidance cannons, this person would probably already be down for the count. Give up, Xiao Hongqian said indifferently, not even bothering to release his martial soul. His opponent's chest heaved violently. Knowing the situation was hopeless, he still gritted his teeth and charged forward, hoping to at least force Xiao Hongqian to reveal his martial soul. Unfortunately, his wish was in vain. Xiao Hongqian would never give him a chance to get close. The cannon barrels turned again, flashing with fire. Boom, boom, boom. Finger-thick shells fired in succession, precisely landing at his opponent's feet and along his inevitable path. After running just a few steps, the student was sent flying by the blast waves, rolling several times before stopping. Following Wei Xuan's instructions, Xiao Hongqian controlled the power appropriately while making his opponent look pathetic. He caused no serious injury. Understanding that his opponent had shown mercy multiple times, the student struggled to his feet and bowed deeply to Xiao Hongqian. I surrender. He then repeated this to the referee without any resentment. The gap in strength between the two sides was too vast. Next, Tianyuan Academy sent out their third student. They weren't delusionally hoping for an upset. They just hoped to defeat Xiao Hongqian once to save some face. But the result was the same. That devastating firepower made it impossible for the opponent to even get close. The fourth, the fifth, until the seventh took the stage and raised his hand in surrender, Xiao Hongqian had accomplished the feat of defeating 6 opponents in a row. Please remember, my name is Xiao Hongqian, from Sun Moon Imperial Academy. After his final victory, he retracted all his cannon barrels and coolly announced his name, his face full of arrogance. The continuous high-intensity output had cost him considerably, but he forcibly suppressed any sign of weakness. The audience immediately erupted. Xiao Hongqian, Xiao Hongqian, Sun Moon Imperial Academy. The thunderous cheers nearly shook the entire venue to pieces. The Shrek Academy members, having witnessed this crushing display, all looked grim. Their opponent's strength far exceeded expectations. On the viewing platform high above the Imperial city, the Star Luo Emperor was equally grave, remaining silent for a long while. This Sun Moon Empire is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. They've produced some truly remarkable individuals. The Star Luo Emperor sighed softly after a long silence. Elder Meng, about the soul device that young man used just now. The Star Luo Emperor inquired with a furrowed brow. High atop the city wall, the elderly man standing at his side was tall and robust with dark skin, clearly not a native of the Dolo continent. He was one of the 4 ninth-level soul engineers who had accompanied Su Tianran to the original Dolo continent 4 years ago. After arriving here, the several elders had disagreed on which faction to join and went their separate ways. He had chosen the Star Luo Empire, earning him the respectful title Elder Meng. With his status as a 9th-level soul engineer, Elder Meng enjoyed extremely high treatment and prestige within the Star Luo Empire, equivalent to Jing Hongqian's position in the Sun Moon Empire back in the day. However, his origins from the Sun Moon Empire left the Star Luo Emperor perpetually wary, limiting his actual authority and only allowing him to oversee soul device research and instruction. Elder Meng frowned deeply, his mind replaying the recent match over and over, his heart unable to find peace. After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his voice and said, Your Majesty, the soul device that Xiao Hongqian used should be 3rd level, yet its power approached 4th level. If this old man's guess is correct, it should be Wei Xuan's improved formation arrays that elevated the overall output. When he mentioned Wei Xuan, a flash of malice crossed his eyes. Despite being well treated, his hatred for Wei Xuan remained undiminished, and he secretly vowed to kill the man with his own hands someday. The Star Luo Emperor's expression shifted slightly. They had already harbored similar suspicions, which was why they wanted to acquire high-level soul devices through the auction house. Now with Elder Meng's confirmation, his resolve grew even stronger. No matter what, the Star Luo Empire must master this mysterious formation array system. Do you think Wei Xuan could possibly improve 9th-level soul device formations? The Emperor turned his head, his voice carrying barely concealed tension. If 9th-level formations could be enhanced to match 10th-level ones, the existing balance would inevitably be shattered, and the Sun Moon Empire might very well launch a war based on this advantage, which would be a disaster for the Star Luo Empire, and indeed the entire original Dolua continent. Elder Ming's pupils contracted, and he didn't answer immediately. The Star Luo Emperor didn't press him, simply waiting quietly for a response. In this old man's opinion, the possibility is slim. Elder Ming ultimately shook his head. When I left the Sun Moon Empire, he could only improve formations below 4th level. To think he could touch 9th level in just a few short years? Unrealistic. The Emperor breathed a sigh of relief, clearly also believing Wei Xuan couldn't be quite so heaven-defying. Then does your majesty think we still need to acquire some high-level soul devices for research? In matters concerning soul devices, the Emperor had to listen to Elder Ming. Elder Ming nodded. It would be best if we could get a few pieces. It's a good opportunity to see if the Sun Moon Empire has made any new breakthroughs in recent years. The Star Luo Emperor agreed, but the thought of having to auction off that top-grade soul bone made his heart ache. Elder Ming seized the opportunity to instigate. Your Majesty, if there's a chance, it would still be best to eliminate Wei Xuan. With his talent, in a few decades there may be no one in the world capable of restraining him. Is this person's talent really so extraordinary? The Emperor raised an eyebrow. Absolutely no exaggeration. Elder Ming's voice was low and grave. He possesses the ultimate ice martial soul and shows astonishing talent in the field of soul devices. He's hailed as the young soul engineer, most likely to reach 10th level. The Star Luo Emperor narrowed his eyes and nodded. This matter requires careful consideration. This boy probably cannot be allowed to live. His gaze turned toward the Sun Moon Imperial Academy's rest area, cold and menacing. In the rest area, Wei Xuan felt a sense of foreboding and looked up toward the city wall. He had always been sensitive to danger and had instantly caught that trace of malice. His divine consciousness quietly extended outward, taking in the entire scene atop the city wall, and he quickly locked onto that familiar face. It's him. Wei Xuan was secretly surprised. The elder who had originally accompanied Su Tianran had actually defected to Star Luo and was being treated as an honored guest. No wonder there's been no news of them within Sun Moon territory all these years. After his divine consciousness lingered briefly on the city wall before withdrawing, he made no outward reaction, only noting mentally, find an opportunity to deal with this later. During the round-robin matches, with the Sun Moon Imperial Academy's overall strength, virtually no one could stand against them. They won battle after battle, achieving 7 straight victories to easily advance. With only 8 teams in their group, they were spared 1 round of opponents, making their dominance even more crushing. In contrast, defending champion Shrek Academy had a rather rocky path to advancement. Each of their first 3 victories was hard-fought. Especially the 3rd match. Had their opponents not been careless, Shrek's undefeated legend might have ended right there. After the match, team leader Wang Yan publicly explained that they had been fielding reserve team members, and this honesty earned Shrek some applause and understanding. In the 4th round, Shrek's main team member Ling Luochen made her debut, leading the team to victory with absolute strength. Though the subsequent matches remained difficult, they managed not to lose again, ultimately advancing to the elimination rounds with a perfect record as well. As soon as the round-robin stage ended, which team could claim the ultimate championship immediately became the hottest topic in Star Luo City. Among the 16 advancing teams, the public's attention focused on only 2 defending champions, Shrek and last tournament's runners-up, Sun Moon Imperial Academy. One side was Shrek Academy, which had monopolized championships since the tournament's inception and claimed to never know defeat. The other was Sun Moon Imperial Academy, composed of powerful soul engineers who claimed they could crush soul ancestors and even soul kings. Who would take the crown became an inevitable topic of conversation over tea and meals. Judging from the hard strength both teams had already displayed, many people didn't believe Shrek could easily defend their title and speculated that this tournament might very well crown a new champion. Major gambling houses also set odds accordingly. Betting on Shrek to win paid 3-1, while betting on Sun Moon paid only 1-1. This clearly showed that people were quite optimistic about Sun Moon Imperial Academy's chances of winning the championship. As for the other academies, they received much less attention. The night before the elimination rounds began. After dinner, the group from Sun Moon Royal Academy followed their invitation to the Starlight Auction House. The spacious entrance hall was brilliantly lit, and the elegant auctioneer Wei Xuan had encountered before was already waiting outside. Welcome, honored guests. Qingya stepped forward, her voice gentle. Her red gown hugged her figure, outlining curves that were mature yet youthful, and every gesture radiated grace as she smiled. Xiao Hongchun, Ma Rulong, and the others couldn't help but steal a few extra glances, their hearts stirring slightly. Seeing this, Wei Xuan asked curiously, "What's the meaning of this, auctioneer Qingya? Our auction house learned of your visit, so I was specially assigned to receive you." Qingya maintained her smile throughout, and in her gaze toward Wei Xuan was a hint of indescribable emotion like gratitude, yet perhaps something more. "I see. Then please, lead the way." Wei Xuan nodded. Honored guests, please follow me. Qingyao smiled over her shoulder and led the group inside. In the crowd, Meng Hongqian muttered, "Why dress so seductively?" She unconsciously glanced at her own still-developing chest, her face flushing red as she whispered under her breath. "Let's go." Wei Xuan ruffled her hair with a chuckle. "This girl." Behind them, Ma Rulong and the others continued their quiet discussion. "Seems His Highness receives quite the treatment here, getting personal reception and all. Hee hee, that's a given." Chun Fei draped his arm around Ma Rulong's shoulder with a mischievous grin. "Though I didn't expect them to send such a beauty to greet us. Did you notice how she looked at His Highness? Gentle as water, full of tender feelings." Lin Shi raised his eyebrows mysteriously. Ma Rulong chuckled softly. "With His Highness's charm, it's natural she'd be smitten. If I were a woman, I'd also." At these words, everyone coughed in unison. Wei Xian, walking ahead, heard this and his mouth twitched slightly as he glanced back. Ma Rulong immediately fell silent, waving his hands awkwardly. "I was just joking. I only meant to illustrate His Highness's great charm, nothing else." "Is that how you joke?" Meng Hongqian glared at him, then swept her gaze over the others, huffing indignantly. "What's there to discuss? Even if she has feelings, Brother Wei Xian wouldn't feel anything for her." "Stop talking nonsense, humph." Walking at the front, Qingyao heard every word of their conversation clearly. A blush crept across her cheeks, her emotions in turmoil. Even she couldn't tell whether her feelings for Wei Xian were simple gratitude, or something more. The 30 million spent on the soul-devouring carving knife had earned her a 300,000 commission and promoted her to red-level auctioneer in one stroke. In a single night, her life's trajectory had been completely transformed, all because of the young man before her. All of this was Wei Xian's gift to her. He was truly her great benefactor, making her future bright and limitless. Such kindness, combined with Wei Xian's handsome appearance, ethereal temperament, and formidable strength, made it impossible for her to remain completely unmoved. However, Qingyao quickly realized the vast age gap between them. Calling them siblings would be a stretch, and harboring such strange thoughts was utterly absurd. She lightly pinched her fingertip, using the pain to calm her emotions. Under her guidance, the group entered a VIP room spanning over 2,000 square feet. The space was adorned with rare jade and premium sandalwood, while the alcoves displayed dazzling ornaments that constantly caught the eye. The centerpiece was a curved sofa large enough to seat 20 people. Its leather was supple, with a delicate texture that made one sink comfortably into it upon sitting. In front of the sofa, a jade table was already laden with various beverages and exquisite delicacies, so abundant in variety that it resembled a high-end restaurant rather than an auction house. "Wow, so much delicious food." Su Yanqing's eyes lit up instantly as he practically bounced onto the sofa, grabbing an emerald green fruit and taking a bite. So tasty. Since arriving in Xinglua City, he hadn't seen such rare fruits, not because he couldn't afford them, but because they were simply unavailable. Now he could finally satisfy his palate again. "Brother, come quickly. There's so much good food here," he called out to Wei Xian. Wei Xian watched his treasure of a younger brother with helpless amusement, while Meng Hongqian and the other companions couldn't help but smile. The little prince's foodie nature was completely exposed. Everyone took their seats. Wei Xian in the center, with Su Yanqing and Meng Hongqian flanking him on either side. Qingyao was invited to sit beside Meng Hongqian, while two young women in golden gowns stood quietly by the sofa, ready to serve at any moment. Qingyao looked up and nodded, prompting one of the attendants to quickly walk to the wall and lightly touch its surface. In the next instant, the white wall glowed with flowing light, gradually transforming into a complete soul guidance screen facing the sofa. The group, familiar with such devices, showed no surprise and naturally focused their attention on it. Qingyao began briefing them on the auction. This was one of the Starlight Auction House's top-tier events, held once or twice yearly, far exceeding regular sessions in scale. The auction items would be displayed through the soul guidance screen, with her providing simultaneous commentary. Bidders need only state their prices, and the attendants would immediately upload the data. No need for paddles, making the process simple and efficient. The venue and service standards alone demonstrated the true weight of their VIP status. Soon, the soul guidance screen projected a gentle golden radiance, filling the room with pale golden light that was both warm and subtly noble. Qingyao smiled softly. "Distinguished guests, today's auction is about to begin. Welcome, distinguished guests, to the premier auction at Starlight Auction House. Today," a melodious voice emanated from the soul guidance light screen. As the voice faded, the platform on the screen was instantly enveloped in a gentle white glow. A young woman in a flowing crimson dress gracefully stepped onto the platform. It was Jiu, the chief auctioneer whom Wei Xian and his companions had encountered at the branch venue earlier. She nodded slightly, the hem of her long dress swaying with her steps. After a brief introduction of the proceedings in just a few sentences, she directly announced the official start of the auction with crisp efficiency. Following her words, the first auction item appeared on the floating soul guidance light screen above. The high-definition imaging magnified every inch of texture and every glimmer of light on the artifact to a degree nearly equivalent to close visual inspection. Tyrant Tiger's Soul Forging Blade, an 8th-level close combat soul guidance device. Jojo's voice rang out again as she quickly and precisely listed the blade's materials, construction, and embedded skills, even marking potential flaws with swift yet clear articulation. After hearing the introduction, Xiao Hongqian and the others first commented briefly on the item's grade. Then their expressions changed in unison. What truly surprised them wasn't the designation 8th level, but rather the inscription prominently engraved on the blade's back, the exclusive mark of Mingdu. Mingdu's merchandise theoretically only circulates within the Empire and is never sold externally, someone murmured quietly. Wei Xian's gaze remained calm. There are always those who take risks to smuggle items out for profit. Such things never cease. The group nodded, and after their initial surprise, they didn't delve deeper, refocusing their attention on the auction itself. Let's acquire this soul guidance device. Wei Xian turned to Su Yanqing with a steady tone. With some modifications by Hall Master Hongqian, its power could reach another level. He elaborated. The blade's primary material was a 10th sandier Tyrant Tiger's right arm bone, which had excellent malleability, but to fully unleash its potential required the touch of a 9th-level soul guidance master. Any soul guidance master of equal or lower level attempting modifications would only achieve counterproductive results. Su Yanqing paused mid-bite of his pastry. But its attributes don't match mine. I work best with fire attribute soul guidance devices. After modification, it can perfectly withstand ultimate flames, and combined with its original embedded skills, its explosive power won't be inferior to your natal device, Wei Xian reassured with a smile. It's worth bidding on. After a moment's consideration, Su Yanqing nodded. All right. Beautiful sister, please help me bid later. Whatever the opponents offer, I'll add 10,000 gold soul coins. Having said this, he returned to savoring the rare delicacies, afraid of missing the optimal taste of the meal. Qingyao was amused by his earnest eating manner and looked back at Wei Xian. Wei Xian shrugged. Do as he says. As long as the total price doesn't exceed 3 million gold soul coins, keep adding. In his assessment, the Tyrant Tiger Soul Forging Blade's maximum value was precisely 3 million, exceeding that would eliminate its cost-effectiveness. Qingyao smiled and agreed, though she marveled inwardly at both Wei Xian's professional insight into soul guidance devices and their financial confidence. At this moment, the atmosphere in the venue was heating up, with lights continuously flashing from the private boxes and general seating areas below the platform, representing new bidding signals. Clearly, those eyeing the Tyrant Tiger Soul Forging Blade weren't limited to Wei Xian's group. Many other interested parties were equally determined to win it. After Jojo announced the start of bidding, many people began calling out prices, making for a fairly intense auction. Within just a few rounds of bidding, the Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Blade broke through the 1 million mark, with the price continuing to climb. 2 million. Qingyao's voice came through her veil, gentle yet decisive. Her attendant obediently entered the new bid on the light screen, adding only 10,000 to the previous bid of 1.99 million, following Su Yanqing's instructions precisely. In VIP Room 7, Dai Yueheng sat on the spacious leather sofa, his muscular arms showing bulging veins as his expression darkened. The 1.99 million bid had been his, but before the numbers had even finished displaying, someone had outbid him, sending his anger soaring. He was determined to win the Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Blade, yet someone dared to compete with him. How infuriating. Taking a deep breath, he forced down his irritation and directly stated his limit, 2,300,000. This was his bottom line. Not that he couldn't afford more, but anything higher simply wouldn't be worth it. As soon as his bid was announced, VIP Room 2 casually threw out a new figure, 2,310,000. Dai Yueheng slammed his fist on the armrest, causing the sofa to shake slightly, before reluctantly settling back into his seat without making another bid. In the end, Su Yanqing acquired the Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Blade for 2.31 million gold soul coins. On the central screen, Jojo smiled graciously and nodded to the audience below. Thank you to the distinguished guest who just purchased the Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Blade for supporting our auction house. Now then, the second auction item slowly rose, 12 fixed soul guidance shells with varying attributes and different levels of power, all classified as rare military supplies. Wei Xian and the other students merely watched with interest without raising their paddles. Fixed soul guidance shells were primarily used by the military on battlefields. As students, they faced too many restrictions in carrying such items, so naturally they had no interest in competing for them. Ultimately, this batch of shells sold for 655,000 gold soul coins, a niche item that nonetheless found a buyer. The auction continued to heat up. 3 soul bones, an extremely rare metal, a long-range 8th level soul guidance device. Of the 3 soul bones, 2 were acquired by VIP Room 2. Xiao Hongqian won a left arm bone with over 20,000 years of history, while Ma Rulong secured a left leg bone approaching 20,000 years, both exceeding 3 million gold soul coins. The precious metal was won by Wei Xuan at the high price of 5.6 million. As for the long-range 8th level soul guidance device, Wei Xuan and his group showed little interest and made no bids. On the light screen, Jojo's figure appeared once more. She surveyed the entire venue and smiled. The previous 7 items were actually just a warm-up for tonight's auction. Now that the atmosphere is thoroughly heated, the main attractions are about to be revealed. The next 2 items are each incredibly precious and impossible to come by. I hope our distinguished guests won't miss this opportunity. As her words faded, her figure gradually became translucent, replaced by a soul bone magnified many times over. The soul bone was entirely jade green with flowing halos of light, seemingly containing vigorous life force, with white mist swirling around its surface, not ordinary mist, but the chill born of extreme cold. Anyone with knowledge could tell at a glance that this was a left arm bone. Upon seeing this soul bone appear, Wei Xian's previously lukewarm interest suddenly blazed with intensity. He had made this special trip specifically for the final 2 auction items, and this soul bone was one of them. Distinguished guests, I have the great honor of presenting this soul bone to you all. Jojo's voice echoed through the auction house's crystal amplification array, several notes higher than before. Even she couldn't hide her excitement, which spoke volumes about this soul bone's extraordinary value. Playing coy, she smiled brightly as she lifted her jade manuscript and began her first assessment. This soul bone has 3 major advantages and 3 major drawbacks. Let me start with the drawbacks. She revealed a rare, playful expression, her slender fingers giving a gentle flick. Drawback 1. Attribute restriction: only Ice attribute soul masters can absorb it. Drawback 2. Fixed soul skill absorption grants only 1 unchanging ability. Drawback 3. Physical limitation: since this soul bone is between 50 and 70,000 years old, it requires exceptional physical strength for safe fusion. As her words settled, soul masters in the VIP rooms couldn't help but twitch their lips. Aside from the attribute restriction, how were the other 2 real drawbacks? A fixed soul skill might lack uncertainty, but it guaranteed power. As for high-age soul bones, everyone coveted them. People only complained about low ages, never high ones. Everyone knew Jojo was using criticism to highlight praise, but they were happy to let her continue. Seeing the crowd's full reaction, Jojo raised her hand for silence, giving them a minute to process before continuing. Now the advantages. She paused slightly, scanning the room. Advantage 1. Soul bone origin: this bone comes from one of the far north's overlords, the Ice Jade Scorpion. Dropped by a super soul beast, this is naturally a super soul bone. Ice attribute soul masters who absorb it can directly enhance their martial soul quality, making their frost power even more formidable. Advantage 2. Strength amplification: absorption significantly boosts the soul master's overall power. Advantage 3. Premium soul skill: ice explosion can instantly detonate all ice, creating terrifying explosions of incredible might. Hiss. As the final advantage was revealed, sharp intakes of breath echoed from numerous VIP rooms, with many straightening up in their seats in shock. Brother Wei Xuan, this soul bone is perfect for you. Meng Hongqian couldn't help but clap and whisper excitedly. Though she was also an ice attribute soul master, she still fell short compared to Wei Xuan's pure mastery. If Wei Xuan gained the ice explosion skill, he'd be like a fish in water. His strength would improve by leaps and bounds. For him, it was practically a custom-made divine ability. Wei Xuan smiled teasingly. The soul bone suits ice attribute soul masters. Didn't you want it too? Meng Hongqian shook her head without hesitation. Of course I want it, but it would work much better in your hands, Brother Wei Xuan. If I selfishly claimed it, wouldn't that be wasteful? I understand the principle of putting things to their best use. Hee. Her final words came with a playful smile, her tone frank and sincere without any pretense. Xiao Hongqian, who had originally planned to fight for his sister's interests, opened his mouth upon hearing this, but ultimately swallowed his words. There were clearly different levels of closeness here, and since his sister had made her stance clear, he couldn't say more. He could only pretend indifference and stay silent. Wei Xuan reached out to gently ruffle Meng Hongqian's hair, more tenderly than usual. The subtle yet genuine gesture quietly planted a seed of unnamed emotion. Brother Wei Xuan, why are you looking at me like that? Don't you want this soul bone? Meng Hongqian's pretty face flushed slightly as she spoke softly. I must have this soul bone. Wei Xianwei smiled, gesturing for Meng Hongqian to continue watching. Inside VIP Room 7, the auction hall's lights refracted through the thick crystal windows, creating an especially brilliant display. Huo Yuhao and Ling Luochen stood shoulder to shoulder at the railing, their pupils flickering with equally intense flames, clearly unable to hide their desire for that soul bone. Wang Yin stood behind them, his voice kept low. I can help you compete for this soul bone, but the final ownership needs to be decided between yourselves. He knew well the preciousness of soul bones. Gold soul coins could be earned again, but if they missed a soul bone of such quality, it would be nearly impossible to find another. That said, He also understood that actually winning it would be extremely difficult. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Huo Yuhao and Ling Luochen locked eyes, each with turbulent emotions, yet neither willing to be the first to step back. Wang Dong stood beside Yuhao, unconsciously clenching his fists, silent, but with his stance clear. Bei Bei and Su Sanshur, who had come along, also exchanged glances, both favoring Huo Yuhao, but hesitant to speak up at this moment. The silence stretched uncomfortably long. Finally, Huo Yuhao seemed to make up his mind, his gaze sharpening like a blade as he looked at Ling Luochen. Senior Ling, Yuhao, think carefully before you speak. Wang Dong suddenly interrupted, speaking rapidly. This soul bone is too rare if we miss it. We truly won't find a second one. Bei Bei and Su Sanshur also shook their heads slightly, signaling him not to be swayed by momentary impulse. In terms of compatibility, the soul bone shared the same origin as Huo Yoboth from the Ice Jade Scorpion, so he would benefit most from absorbing it. Not to mention personal feelings, they all hoped this opportunity would fall to one of their own. Seeing this, Ling Luochen's long lashes trembled slightly, her delicate hands unconsciously tightening. If even a junior younger than herself might give up, how could she feel at peace taking the soul bone through others' courtesy? She took a deep breath, about to speak and yield, when she heard Huo Yuhao shake his head, his voice ringing with determination. You've misunderstood me. I'm not thinking of giving UP. I want to fight for this soul bone. I want to absorb it myself. He raised his hand, pointing toward the soul bone on the auction platform that emanated blue-white cold light, his words firm. If I succeed, my soul power and martial soul quality will both improve significantly, and I might even gain a divine skill. With these abilities, combined with everyone's cooperation, I'll have a better chance of defeating Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy and winning the championship for our academy. His frank words were half for himself, half for team and academy honor. As someone with ultimate ice, he was indeed the best match for this soul bone, and only he could fully unleash its power. Ling Luochen stood frozen in place, the gratitude that had just welled up instantly transforming into a torrent of emotions, finally settling into a bitter smile. The words of concession she had been about to speak were forcibly swallowed back. Wang Dong, Bei Bei, and the others breathed slightly easier. Fighting for it was better than giving up directly. Wang Yan observed Huo Yuhao, silent for a moment, his tone low and deep. Why would you have a better chance after absorbing the soul bone? What he was asking about was naturally the chance of defeating Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy. What do you think would happen, Teacher Wang, if Senior Ling's Ice Radiance Ring combined with my ultimate ice and ice explosion? Huo Yuhao smiled coldly, his gaze piercing through the air like sharp ice spikes. I'm talking about ice explosion executed while Wang Dong and I perform our martial soul fusion technique. His tone remained calm, yet his words struck everyone's hearts like a block of frozen steel. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room trembled slightly, their pupils contracting as the same horrifying scene exploded in their minds. The fourth match of the round-robin tournament, when Ling Luochen borrowed the power of ultimate ice to instantly freeze all opponents, even leaving the Soul Sage-level referee momentarily immobilized. If those ice crystals had been detonated at that moment, Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yuheng, both Soul Emperors, exchanged glances, chills running down their spines simultaneously. That kind of destructive power would be difficult for even experts of their level to survive. It wouldn't be surprising if Soul Emperors were severely injured or even killed on the spot. Everyone understood this wasn't some exaggerated fantasy. The principle was identical to the corpse explosion they had encountered before, only purer and more controllable in its power. Wang Yin silently returned to his seat on the sofa, his throat dry. After a long moment, he reached for his juice and gulped it down. Though several minutes remained before the viewing period ended, no one spoke. In that case, the people from Sun Moon Royal Academy would probably. Jiang Nan began in a low voice, but couldn't bring herself to continue. However, everyone in the room understood her meaning. Nan, Yuhao is doing this for the Academy's sake too. As long as we can preserve Shrek's honor, what's wrong with being a little ruthless? Su Sanshur patted her shoulder. Wang Yin set down his cup, his voice slightly hoarse. What do you all think of Yuhao's plan? I support Yuhao. Wang Dong showed no hesitation, his tone as firm as his golden blue wings. For the Academy's honor, a little bloodshed is worth it. Competitions naturally involve casualties, and we're not breaking any rules. Bei Bei added in a deep voice. Ling Luochen remained silent, her slender fingers tightly interlocked. Everyone's gaze lingered on her, but no one pressed her for an answer. Her attitude represented the final line of defense. They had invested too much time and effort for the championship to let it slip away now. Wang Yin suddenly stood up. I need to step out for a moment. When the bidding starts, you can raise the price, but don't be too aggressive. Stall for time first. With that, he strode out of the private box, a communication soul device appearing in his hand at some point. For such a massive sum of money, he needed approval from the Sea God Pavilion from the elders stationed nearby. In the box, Huo Yuhao turned and bowed deeply to Ling Luochen. Senior Ling, I'm doing this not just for myself, but for the Academy as well. Please understand. Ling Luochen forced a strained smile and helped him up, ultimately choosing not to voice any objection. As the viewing period ended, the auctioneer's resonant voice echoed through the auction hall once more. The bidding begins. Starting price is 12 million, with minimum increments of 50,000. The starting price alone conveyed the rarity and terrifying value of this soul bone. The moment the words fell, numbers on the light screen began jumping wildly, with private box numbers and bids rapidly scrolling past so quickly that observers couldn't keep track. In just 1 minute, the price broke through 20 million. 3 minutes later, bids had climbed to 29 million. As time went on, fewer people continued bidding, but the rate of increase showed no signs of slowing. By the 5th minute, the price had reached an astounding 40 million, causing many to widen their eyes in shock and feel almost breathless. 2 more minutes passed, and the numbers continued climbing while the venue fell so silent that only the sound of rapid breathing could be heard. People almost simultaneously rubbed their strained eyes. 70 million. VIP room number 2 announced this figure without hesitation. 70 million gold soul coins was an astronomical sum for most factions, yet it appeared effortlessly on the light screen, rendering the auction hall momentarily speechless. Who dared bid so extravagantly? Who could actually produce such an enormous sum? Various speculations spread quietly among the seats, and even Xiao Hongqian and his companions in their private box were left stunned into silence. In contrast, Wei Xuan, the actual bidder, remained completely composed, not even raising an eyebrow. VIP room number 7 refused to back down, bidding 75 million, as if to prove they weren't merely supporting players. 3 minutes later, box number 2 pushed the price to 90 million. In box number 7, Wang Yan's hand holding his fruit juice trembled uncontrollably. Huo Yuhao stared at the screen, his voice barely audible. Teacher Wang, should we continue? He desperately wanted this soul bone, yet the figures before him made his heart pound like a drum. Wang Yan tilted his head back and drained his juice in one gulp, slammed down the cup heavily, and forced out 2 words through gritted teeth. 100 million. A chill seemed to instantly spread through the hall as Huo Yuhao and the others collectively gasped. Was this soul bone worth it? However, their shock lasted less than 2 seconds before the screen immediately updated 105 million. Ma Xiaotao slammed the table. Who is this? Are they deliberately targeting us? Everyone's faces darkened. This price had long exceeded the soul bone's actual value. Either the opponent was determined to win at any cost, or they were intentionally driving up the price. Either way, this grudge was now established. All eyes turned to Wang Yan. After several moments of silence, he shook his head helplessly. 100 million is the Academy's absolute limit. Any higher, we'll have to give up. He had already communicated with Elder Xian for confirmation Shrek wasn't a treasury and couldn't spend more on a single soul bone. Further bidding would have too broad an impact for the Academy to bear. With this decision, box number 7 fell silent and automatically withdrew from the competition, while other bidders also refrained from raising their paddles. Congratulations to VIP room number 2 for winning the Ice Jade Scorpion left arm bone. The host Jojo announced the final result with a brilliant smile, her face flushed with excitement. Without Shrek's competitive bidding, this soul bone would have sold for 4 million at best, but now it had more than doubled that amount. For the first time, she found Shrek's guests so adorable and secretly decided to treat them to a proper meal in the future. As one of the auction house's managers, she naturally knew the identity of box number 7's occupants. Inside box number 2, Meng Hongqian glared fiercely at the light screen. That box number 7 is so annoying, making you spend so much extra money. Bidding is inherently free. We can't control how much they're willing to offer. Wei Xuan explained calmly and softly. As long as we outbid them in the end, that's what matters. Of course, we must first assess whether it's worth it, or we'd just be suckers. He handed her a glass of fruit juice. Though Meng Hongqian continued grinding her teeth, she still sipped delicately. Watching Wei Xian's composed demeanor, the anger in her heart gradually subsided. The competition for the Ice Jade Scorpion left arm bone among our distinguished guests truly exceeded my expectations. Jujo appeared before the large screen again, bowing gracefully. The tension earlier made me forget to change into my dedicated hosting attire. Me sincere apologies. This type of apologetic courtesy was standard practice for the auction house and didn't appear servile. Only then did everyone notice she had changed into a golden gown, appearing more noble than before. Seeing Jojo's attire, many people were startled, realizing that the upcoming auction item was extraordinary and would definitely be worth over 100 million. The appearance of the golden auction gown was equivalent to announcing to all bidders that the next item would be worth at least 10 billion. Jojo smiled slightly, her voice crisp and clear. Everyone knows what the golden auction gown signifies, right? I won't keep you in suspense. Let's begin the auction for today's final item. As her words fell, the soul guidance screen lit up, and a holographic projection of a soul bone slowly rotated in midair. The soul bone was interwoven with emerald green and grayish black, with layers of halos refracting brilliant colors in the air. Unlike the previously auctioned Ice Jade Scorpion left arm bone, whose green carried the essence of life and coldness, this soul bone's green appeared ethereal and elusive, like ghostly light flickering in mist. The grayish-black complemented it perfectly, giving the entire soul bone an indescribable sense of otherworldliness. This was a complete right arm bone with intricate bone patterns and solidified flowing light at the edges, extraordinary just by appearance alone. Almost simultaneously, everyone held their breath, their gazes locked firmly on the soul bone as an instinctive desire spread throughout the auction hall. What an extraordinary soul bone! Xiao Hongxun and others whispered in amazement. Though they had seen very few soul bones, they could still sense the power of this one. Wei Xuan also showed surprise, but he saw deeper the space around the soul bone rippled like water waves, clearly revealing the spatial power contained within. Time reigns supreme, space rules as king. Any power involving time and space would never be simple on this continent. A soul bone with spatial attributes was invaluable beyond measure. Wei Xuan nodded silently to himself. Since he couldn't directly use spatial laws at the moment, having this soul bone as a catalyst would be an excellent substitute. At this thought, the corners of his mouth curved upward, quite satisfied with this soul bone. Just then, Qingya hurried over and whispered a reminder. Distinguished guest, Her Highness the Princess asked me to inform you that the auction house doesn't offer credit. If you're short on cash, you can use soul tools as collateral. If they're products of Mingdu Hall, we only charge a 10% handling fee. Since Jojo had already revealed her royal princess identity to everyone earlier, Qingya's words were clearly at her instruction. My brother Wei Xuan would never. Meng Hongxun began speaking proudly, but Wei Xuan covered her mouth with his hand halfway through. Wei Xuan smiled and responded to Qingya. If I'm short on cash, I'll definitely use soul tools as collateral and guarantee no credit. We await your convenience. Qingya bowed and left. Wei Xuan gave Meng Hongxun a meaningful look before releasing his hand. Understanding his intent, she said no more, only blushing slightly as she covered her mouth and giggled softly, looking rather adorable. Wei Xuan wasn't surprised by Qingya's reminder. When he last met Jojo and noticed her subtle disappointment, he had guessed the royal family must want something. Now that Qingya had confirmed it personally, he felt even more certain that accepting that bag of gold soul coins earlier had been the right choice. He chuckled inwardly, anticipating the other party's reaction later. Now let me introduce this soul bone to everyone. After the 10-minute viewing period ended, Jojo's voice rang out. First, let's talk about its attributes. Most of you attending this auction are soul masters of considerable strength and status, so I'm sure you understand what abilities are most precious in this world. Time ranks first, space comes second. These two powers are what countless people dream of yet can never obtain. Now, this soul bone can fulfill your desire for spatial abilities, because this soul bone possesses the rare space attribute. With it, traversing space is no longer mere fantasy. On stage, Jujio deliberately paused for 10 seconds after finishing her words, as if giving everyone time to absorb the shock. In the silence, every beam of light seemed to grow brighter, causing pupils to contract throughout the audience. She raised her hand, signaling the projection soul device to magnify the image further. Next is its origin. Her voice was low and steady. It doesn't come from an ordinary soul beast, but was born from a subdragon-type soul beasta 100,000-year emerald black-striped flood dragon. When the dragon died, this soul bone emerged from its remains. 100,000-year, space attribute, flood dragon. These three terms ignited the entire auction house in an instant. In the VIP rooms, robes rustled as previously composed faces turned serious, their gazes sharp as blades focused on the soul device screen. Even heartbeats quickened in that moment. The emerald black-striped flood dragon, descendant of giant dragons and flood dragons, classified as a super soul beast, naturally gifted with spatial power. Legend says they are one of the many branches of the Emerald Dragon King lineage, inheriting an extremely high degree of spatial talent. The black stripes in their name comes from another flood dragon bloodline exceptionally skilled in space manipulation. With these two great spatial bloodlines merged, their mastery over space needs no elaboration. Jujio glanced down at the restless crowd below, silently noting that the impact was even stronger than she had anticipated. You need not question the age or authenticity of this soul bone. She spoke again with solemn tone. I guarantee on the honor of the Star Luo Imperial family that every word I speak is true. With those 4 words, Star Luo Imperial family, the last trace of doubt was completely dispelled. When weighing a soul bone against Imperial reputation, everyone understood which was more sacred. Standing in her private box, Meng Hongxun couldn't help but gasp softly. What a bold move by this auction house, actually bringing out 100,000-year soul bone. Xiao Hongxun and the others all gazed with burning intensity. Faced with 100,000-year spatial soul bone, even the most detached experts could hardly conceal their desire. Yet Jojo's heart was filled with reluctance. If not for obtaining Mingdu Hall's top-tier soul devices, they would never have let this soul bone leave their possession. This treasure had not come easily when her Imperial brother sought his ninth soul ring. He encountered the emerald black-striped flood dragon by chance. Two titled Dalaw and one quasi-titled Dalaw joined forces to slay it, yet still paid the heavy price of one titled Dalaw's life. When the dragon died, her brother absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring, but since his right arm already had a soul bone that couldn't be replaced, this spatial soul bone was left behind. Originally intended as a gift when she broke through to the 70th level, now it had to be reluctantly put up for auction. Regarding this soul bone's abilities, we cannot give absolute conclusions, only rely on professional analysis and speculation based on the emerald black-striped flood dragon's abilities in life. Jujo took a deep breath. It likely contains two soul skills, one offensive, one supportive. The attack skill will directly involve spatial tearing. Its power needs no elaboration from me. The support skill most probably enables spatial movement. Breathing grew heavier throughout the audience. Spatial movement from a 100,000-year soul bone is certainly not limited to dozens or hundreds of meters. Jujo gripped the microphone tighter, her tone rising slightly. If the wielder has sufficient soul power, traversing hundreds of li, even over 1,000 li, is absolutely achievable. As her words fell, the entire auction house fell silent, yet was filled to the brim with suddenly surging, burning desire. Of course, this assumes one's soul power is sufficient to support long-distance spatial traversal. I believe everyone here understands the value of this soul bone, so let's get straight to business. The jade black-striped flood dragon right arm bone, starting bid 50 million, with minimum increments of 1 million gold soul coins. The auction begins now, Jujo announced. The 50 million starting price instantly silenced 99% of the bidders present, but 6 people still raised their paddles to participate. With each bid increase, the air seemed to tighten around everyone's throats, making breathing labored. In less than 3 minutes, the price broke through 100 million and continued climbing steadily. When the number surpassed 100 million, 2 bidders withdrew, including the one from VIP Room 7. 4 parties remained in fierce competition, quickly pushing the price to 130 million. In VIP Room 3, 2 middle-aged men sat on the sofa with grim expressions. The man with muscular arms lowered his voice. "Second brother, should we continue?" The thin man with an unusually large head rested his elbows on his knees, pondering for a moment. The sec's gold soul coins didn't grow on trees, and excessive investment would inevitably affect future operations. After a pause, he revealed a meaningful smile. "No more bidding. Instead of buying, let's try a more direct approach." The muscular man understood immediately and grinned. "Right. Why spend money when we can just take it?" Their eyes met in mutual understanding, already considering the soul bone as good as theirs. After all, the Numenon sect viewed rules as mere decoration, and even if they robbed it, the outside world couldn't locate their sect anyway. Another party also withdrew after brief deliberation. Finally, only VIP Rooms 1 and 2 remained in the bidding war. The price continued rising until it stopped at 160 million. In VIP Room 1, the Star Dou Emperor stood in casual clothes with his hands behind his back, frowning slightly at the light screen. This 160 million had reached his psychological limit, and he wasn't sure if raising the price further would prompt a counterbid. If no one responded, the plan would be difficult to execute. After some thought, he sighed softly. Adding the Ice Jade Scorpion Soul Bone, 265 million would be enough to exchange for several 9th-grade soul tools. Let's stop here. With that, he abandoned further bidding, secretly amused. The objective was achieved, no need to be greedy. The price was thus locked at 160 million, with Wei Xuan securing this 100,000-year soul bone. In VIP Room 2, he wore a satisfied smile. 2 soul bones acquired, plus other unexpected items. Today's harvest was quite substantial. Qingyan knocked on the door frame and asked with a smile. "The items will arrive shortly. Does the distinguished guest need appraisal services first?" "Let's wait for the items first." Wei Xuan shook his head. All previously purchased items had been delivered and paid for, leaving only the Ice Jade Scorpion Soul Bone and Jade Black-Striped Flood Dragon Soul Bone. For convenient settlement, he had specifically requested the auction house to delay slightly. In less than a minute, the door opened as Princess Jujo entered with 2 elderly men. The elders walked steadily, side by side with the princess. Wei Xuan rose, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, and thinking, titled Dalaw. Our distinguished guest has shown tremendous support for our auction house, securing 2 items worth over 100 million each. Such financial power and boldness truly impresses Jojo. Princess Jojo spoke with a smile, sincere yet respectful. Wei Xuan had indeed broken the auction house's spending record, truly unprecedented. "Your Highness is too kind." Wei Xuan smiled lightly. "May I have the items now?" "Certainly." Both elders simultaneously raised their hands. The Ice Jade Scorpion Soul Bone and Jade Black-Striped Flood Dragon Soul Bone floating above their palms. Intense energy radiated outward, instantly making the air heavy and everyone's breathing quicken, whether from the energy's influence or desire for the soul bones. Except for Wei Xuan, who remained calm. Everyone, including the titled Delaw, gazed with burning eyes. Princess Jojo took a deep breath to suppress her emotions. The soul bones are here. Once payment is made, you may take them. If gold soul coins are insufficient, soul tools can serve as collateral. Products from Mingdu Hall are quite popular at our auction house. No problem. Wei Xuan reached into his storage soul tool and produced 3 red cards, handing them to her. Card payment will suffice. Princess Jojo, who had been expecting soul tools, froze upon seeing the cards. Her pupils contracted sharply, her voice stiffening. These 3 cards don't contain 300 million gold soul coins, do they? Your Highness is indeed clever, guessing correctly on the first try. Wei Xuan smiled approvingly. At these words, Princess Jojo's heart skipped a beat, and even Ma Rulong and others who were unaware stared in shock. Meng Hongqian's trio, already knowing the details, found everyone's expressions quite amusing. If these 3 storage cards each contained 100 million, plus the 100 million paid earlier, Wei Xuan carried a total of 400 million gold soul coins. Carrying 400 million on his person, was this his entire fortune, or was 400 million merely pocket change to him? Either scenario was too outrageous to believe. Let's go swipe the cards together. Wei Xuan waved the cards with a smile. Jojo remained stunned for several seconds before snapping back to reality, her previous joy completely vanishing as her expression darkened. The 2 elders beside her frowned. Follow me, Jojo said. She, who had been somewhat excited earlier, now wore a grave expression. She had to confirm whether there was actually money in that card, or things would become troublesome. Ironically, while auction houses used to worry about no one being able to pay, now they were concerned that bidders might actually afford their bids. This contradictory mindset left everyone present both amused and bewildered. The 2 elders closed the brocade box, secured the 2 soul bones, and instead of handing them to Wei Xuan, they followed Jojo out of the private booth. What do they mean by this? Meng Hongqian frowned, anger evident in her voice. Their attitude changed way too quickly. It seems they don't intend to let us pay with gold soul coins. Xiao Hongqian nodded thoughtfully, having somewhat seen through the auction house's intentions. Let's go pay and collect our items, Wei Xuan said calmly, taking the lead. Since he had successfully bid for the items, the process wouldn't allow anyone to back out. Everyone hurried to follow. Meng Hongqian's previously relaxed expression now carried a hint of worry. What came next might not go smoothly. Half an hour later, Wei Xuan's group emerged from the auction house with their purchased items and headed straight back to the Star Emperor Grand Hotel. The other party had ultimately been reasonable and hadn't forcibly withheld the items. Meanwhile, in VIP room 1 of the auction house, the atmosphere was oppressive. The Star Luo Emperor's face was dark as water, his emotions so turbulent that even the surrounding air trembled slightly. Imperial brother, I can barely breathe. Princess Jojo's face had turned pale as she reminded him. Only then did the Emperor restrain his aura, saying in a low voice, 400 million gold soul coins. Wei Xuan actually dares to carry that much with him. This was a miscalculation. The auction house's accounts gained a fortune, but we failed to obtain the 9th level soul tool, Jojo said helplessly. Though the income was substantial, their objective had failed. The Star Luo Emperor took a deep breath, then suddenly gave a cold order. Spread word that Wei Xuan possesses 2 soul bones, and add fish carrying over 100 million gold soul coins. Understood, Jojo immediately responded. If we can eliminate him through others' hands, it won't be a loss, the Emperor murmured. Even if he had obtained the soul tool, he would have done the same. Wei Xuan's talent was terrifying, and if allowed to continue growing, he would become a great threat. Greedy people would naturally make their move, and he could simply reap the benefits. Back at the Star Emperor Grand Hotel, Wei Xuan returned to his room and took out the Ice Jade Scorpion's left arm soul bone. Without any hesitation, he immediately sat cross-legged to absorb it. Under the guidance of his soul power, the soul bone transformed into a jade green stream of light that penetrated his left arm. First came warmth, then coolness, alternating between hot and cold until both sensations coexisted. Different parts of his body felt either frozen like ice or scorched by fire. The sensations were strange yet vivid. Sharp pain spread along his bones. His muscles felt as if they were being torn apart, and rapidly healing this was the necessary agony of the soul bone, reconstructing his left arm. As the energy settled, his bones became increasingly solid, his muscles more compact, and even other parts of his body benefited greatly. The entire room filled with rising cold air, thin ice spread across the floor, and the temperature plummeted. The night passed without incident, and the soul bone absorption was completed successfully. The next day, with perfect sunshine, the elimination rounds officially began. Unlike the round-robin matches, the elimination rounds started with team battles, followed by individual battles after a oneidae interval. Winning team in group battle only needed to defeat 3 opponents in individual battles to advance. Losing team in group battle could field no more than 3 people, yet had to defeat all 7 opponents to turn the tables. This format tested both teamwork and individual prowess, comprehensively screening for the strongest competitors. The first day featured 4 matches, with both Sun Moon Imperial Academy and Shrek Academy facing team battles. Sun Moon Imperial Academy was matched against the renowned Netherworld Academy of the Star Luo Empire. Netherworld Academy was jointly founded by the White Tiger Duke and the Netherworld Duke. Most of its students served in the military, and within the Star Luo Empire, its status was second only to Star Luo Imperial Academy, essentially half a military school. Today's schedule placed Sun Moon Imperial Academy in the first match. The audience seats were even more packed than during the round robin, with voices creating a thunderous din. As both teams' names were announced, the entire venue suddenly erupted in chants of Sun Moon Imperial Academy. The strong, naturally commanded appeal and national boundaries couldn't shake the crowd's enthusiasm. The referee gestured for both sides to take the stage. Wei Xuan led his teammates onto the competition platform, followed by the 7 members of Netherworld Academy. Upon seeing Wei Xuan appear, their expressions all grew more serious. In their first group match, this young man had frozen all 7 opponents without even using his martial soul. That scene was etched in their memories. Fear alone doesn't make a hero, and those who had fought their way into the top 16 were naturally not cowards. Don't be afraid, everyone. Netherworld Academy's captain turned around, his voice ringing clear. Even if we must lose, let's lose with dignity and not shame our academy. Right? Even in defeat, we must show our spirit, a tall team member growled, with the others voicing their agreement in unison, their fighting spirit rising accordingly. Wei Xuan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over his opponents before nodding slightly. These people still had backbone. Begin the match, the referee announced loudly. The Netherworld Academy team immediately unleashed their martial souls, 5 Soul Kings and 2 Soul Ancestors, placing them solidly in the upper middle tier among the 16 competing teams. Their captain wielded the Netherworld Spirit Cat martial soul, hailing from the Netherworld Duke's mansion, swift and mysterious in nature. On the Sun Moon Royal Academy's side, all 6 students except Wei Xuan simultaneously revealed their martial souls. Soul tool cannons deployed one after another, their barrels gleaming coldly. Wei Xuan refrained from using his martial soul, clearly indicating that this team battle's core strategy relied not on him, but on long-range firepower. Wei Xuan struck first, producing 4 thumb-sized white orbs from his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the orbs traced 4 parabolic arcs before landing at the 4 corners of the battlefield. The orbs emanated neither destructive aura nor any hint of power, appearing like ordinary glass marbles. The Netherworld Academy members frowned in unison. What the hell are those? Destroy them. Their captain immediately commanded the long-range Soul Masters to target the 4 orbs, but before they could gather their power, the Sun Moon Royal Academy's fan formation Soul Cannon array had already fired in unison. Boom, boom, boom. High-speed projectiles rained down like a torrential storm, their explosion points precisely covering the area around all 7 Netherworld Academy members. The opposing team had intended to split their attention to destroy the orbs, but now could only focus entirely on self-preservation. The moment the 4 orbs hit the ground, hiss for pillars of white light shot dozens of meters into the sky. At the top of each pillar, the light split into beams that connected with each other, forming a 30-meter cubic framework within mere breaths. The framework's 4 walls immediately filled with semi-transparent energy membranes, leaving only the top and bottom Opina cage had taken shape. The next volley of projectiles poured down through the cage's opening at the top. The light walls restricted Netherworld Academy's mobility, forcing them to dodge frantically in the confined space. Yet they were still battered and scarred by the explosions. Bang, bang, bang. The 7 contestants attempted to combine their attacks against the light walls, but the barrier formed by 4 linked 5th-grade soul tools possessed defensive strength nearly equivalent to a 6th-grade shield. Despite their furious bombardment, it remained completely unmoved. Forget Soul Ancestors and Soul Kings, even a Soul Emperor would find it extremely difficult to break through in a short time. The cage stood nearly 30 meters tall with mirror-smooth walls, and none of the Netherworld Academy members excelled at flight, completely sealing off any escape route through the top. Wei Xuan never detonated those 4 orbs. If the upgraded orbs exploded simultaneously, their power would be sufficient to annihilate everyone in the arena, making it difficult even for referees to rescue them in time. After trapping his opponents, he simply stepped aside, allowing Xiao Hongqian and his other teammates to unleash their full firepower. 3 minutes later, Netherworld Academy reluctantly raised their hands in surrender. Unable to break the cage while continuously taking bombardment, staying would only result in additional injuries. When the match ended, the stands fell into dead silence before erupting in thunderous applause. You can fight like that? Trap them, and then bombard them relentlessly. It's practically unbeatable. Even the team leaders from other academies' faces darkened. If this tactic were used against them, what were their chances of victory? The 7 members of Netherworld Academy hung their heads in dejection, having failed even to force out their opponents' martial souls before suffering a crushing defeat. The first day's 4-team battles in the elimination rounds concluded in less than 2.5 hours total. After a day's rest, the individual competition continued. Meng Hongchen's comment, "Let him see what he's made of," pushed Wei Xuan into the opening match. Without releasing his martial soul, Wei Xuan relied solely on several soul tools combined with his powerful ice control abilities to keep his opponents beyond 3 meters. Though most were soul kings, they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. As a peak 6th grade soul engineer, Wei Xuan found defeating soul kings with soul tool assistance effortless. After 3 consecutive victories, Sun Moon Royal Academy secured their spot in the top 8. In the quarterfinal arena, they once again displayed overwhelming dominance. Their opponents were a dark horse team having emerged first in their group alongside Doling Royal Academy during the round-robin stage. With a roster of 5 Soul Kings and 2 level 49 Soul Ancestors, their strongest Soul King possessing soul power as high as level 58. Had they not lacked experience and unfortunately encountered Sun Moon Royal Academy, they might well have reached the semifinals. All 4 semifinalists were determined, with the semifinals scheduled for the following day. Deep into the night, Wei Xuan sat cross-legged in his room, cultivating. Deep meditation made his spirit increasingly clear, more effective than sleep. The streets had transitioned from daytime bustle to silence, with only a few shops still showing lights. "Isn't it rather impolite for you to barge into my room like this, senior?" Wei Xuan spoke calmly, opening his eyes. The lamp remained unlit, leaving the room dim. Yet through his spiritual sense he could see the intruder clearly. An elderly man had appeared opposite him at some unknown moment. The old man's form was hunched, his back bent nearly 90 degrees, his face deeply wrinkled. He emanated neither soul power fluctuations nor any hint of presence, like a candle flickering in the wind. Yet how could someone capable of silently crossing space to enter a room be ordinary? Anyone else might have been killed without even noticing. The hunched old man had reached a state of returning to simplicity, perfectly harmonious and natural, which made him appear utterly ordinary. Upon hearing this, a flash of shock clearly crossed the old man's eyes. Had he been detected the moment he appeared? Even titled Delaw could be approached by him without notice. Yet this 12-year-old boy had accurately sensed his presentia. Long-forgotten sense of defeat stirred ripples in his heart. "I was curious about you and wanted to take a look. I didn't expect to disturb your cultivation." The elder's voice was aged yet gentle, like a breeze sweeping across a tranquil lake. Wei Xuan rose to his feet, quietly gazing at his visitor through the dim light. The faint illumination outlined both figures as their gazes clashed in the air, silent, yet turbulent with undercurrents. After a moment, he walked to the wall and pressed the switch. Click. The lights came on, instantly brightening the living room. In that moment, his steps were so steady it seemed as if darkness had never existed. "Please sit." Wei Xuan gestured with his hand. "What a composed young man." The elder mused silently, yet still settled into the sofa. Wei Xuan sat across from him, calmly sizing him up before speaking. "Are you here to kill me, senior?" Though the faint killing intent was subtle, it couldn't escape his perception. The elder pondered for a moment. "More out of curiosity, though I did consider it. Your talent makes me feel afraid. So you want to kill me?" Wei Xian's expression remained calm, his tone gentle, as if making casual conversation. The elder didn't deny it, speaking frankly. "Yes. I watched several of your matches, which gave birth to murderous thoughts. They weren't strong initially, but your composure now has intensified them somewhat. However, coming here, I've discovered it won't be so easy." With that, his gaze swept toward the window, eyes profound, observing something unknown. Wei Xuan poured himself a glass of water and took a light sip. "Wanting to kill me merely because of my high talent seems rather tyrannical. Besides, those who've tried to kill me haven't met good ends." The elder's killing intent surged through the room, yet Wei Xuan felt no premonition of death. His intuition had always been accurate, so he concluded his opponent wouldn't act rashly for now. "You're quite composed." The elder's voice was low. "Aren't you afraid I might kill you right now? It would take me only an instant." As his words fell, cold light flashed in his eyes, and piercing killing intent sliced through the air like a blade, causing the room's temperature to plummet suddenly. This chill wasn't soul power pressure, but pure murderous intent. Wei Xuan remained seated upright, his expression unchanged. The elder's heart grew increasingly shaken. This boy was unnaturally calm, with a mental fortitude beyond imagination. He was eager to see whether this youth was merely putting on an act or truly unflappable in the face of danger. Wei Xuan seemed completely oblivious to the old man's killing intent, speaking with profound meaning. "If you could kill me, you would have acted already. Why would you still be sitting here?" The old man gazed deeply at Wei Xuan, his killing intent receding like a tide. He nodded slowly and praised sincerely. "You are truly extraordinary, the most outstanding young man I have ever encountered. Whether in talent or temperament, no one of your age can surpass you." These words were not mere flattery, but came from the heart. Wei Xian's performance had given him a new understanding of the word genius. Even though Wei Xuan hailed from the Sun Moon Empire, he still admired such excellence. But admiration aside, given the right opportunity, he would still kill Wei Xuan without hesitation. Coming here had only strengthened his resolve to kill different allegiances meant inevitable enmity. Wei Xuan showed no gratitude, speaking with calm composure. Rather than these compliments, I prefer to hear your detailed reasons for wanting to kill me. He didn't ask about the man's name, or faction killers rarely reveal their cards unless they're confident enough to fear no retaliation. The old man spoke bluntly. If you live, the Sun Moon Empire's soul tool technology will undergo revolutionary advancement, possibly even producing 10th level soul engineers. That would shatter the current balance of power and trigger war. For the three original nations of Doloa continent, this would be catastrophic. For the continent's peace, I must kill you. Killing a junior was indeed beneath his dignity, but if it could prevent the Sun Moon Empire's explosive growth and power, he cared nothing for reputation. Besides, with little lifespan remaining, he feared neither infamy nor discovery. Killing me will prevent war? Wei Xuan asked casually. At least delay it, the old man replied after pondering. Wei Xuan shook his head with a laugh. Delay means it will eventually erupt anyway. What difference does sooner or later make? War causes people to be displaced and brings devastation to all living things. Delaying it is certainly good, but completely avoiding it isn't realistic. All rulers harbor ambitions to expand territory and achieve great deeds. What truly restrains war has never been compassion for the people, but national strength. Equal power means no war. Vast disparities in strength lead to turmoil. The gap between nations has already widened, making war inevitable. Even without me, it would be the same. He paused, then added, in my view, war erupting early is better than late. Only unification can promote development. The longer multiple nations remain in opposition, the longer development is delayed, ultimately affecting the entire continent. The old man was slightly moved, his eyes flashing with insight as he fell silent. Setting aside allegiances, Wei Xian's words weren't without merit. Unification was indeed more conducive to development, as evidenced by the Dou Ling and Heaven Soul empires. Before the split, the Heaven Dou Empire could stand as equals with the Star Luo Empire. After division, both Heaven Soul and Dou Ling were left far behind by Star Luo, with enormous gaps in military, economic, and overall development. Without the Sun Moon Empire's threat, the continent would likely have only the Star Luo Empire remaining, rather than three nations coexisting. Yet he remained a person of the original Doloa continent. How could he allow foreign tribes to set foot on ancestral soil? Ultimately, it was a matter of allegiance. If the Sun Moon Empire also belonged to Doloa continent, he might not oppose its unification. Your words have some merit, but with different allegiances, I cannot stand idly by. The old man sighed softly. Wei Xuan chuckled. In that case, I hope to still see you when war erupts. I very much look forward to battling you. In his view, this old man in his prime would have been even stronger than Long Xiaoyao. And even now, with his lifespan nearly exhausted, he remained extraordinary. If he could survive until Wei Xuan truly grew strong enough to face an ultimate Doloa with soul power, it would be an exhilarating battle. You actually want to fight me? The old man was quite surprised. It had been decades since anyone dared challenge him to battle. This was Wei Xuandao's thought. Under the dim lamplight, steam rose gently from the tea. The old man let out a soft chuckle, smiling mysteriously before speaking with a hint of self-mockery in his voice. I hope I'll still be around to see that day. When you mentioned the outbreak of war earlier, does that mean the Sun Moon Empire is finally ready to take the initiative in battle? His smile faded as he lowered his voice to barely a whisper, yet it rang crystal clear in the quiet room. War will come sooner or later, that's inevitable. Wei Xuan didn't answer directly, merely tossing out this casual remark. The old man's sharp gaze fixed on Wei Xuan's face. After a moment of silence, as if weighing the pros and cons, Wei Xuan met that gaze without flinching. The air seemed to freeze as both men harbored their own thoughts, yet neither looked away. Do you really think the Sun Moon Empire can stand alone against three nations and all the other forces across the original Doloa continent? The old man finally broke the silence. Though I'm not entirely familiar with the details of the various nations and sects on the original Doloa continent, I must say yes, it can. Wei Xian's tone was resolute. The old man raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile. I'm curious, where does this confidence come from? The gap in soul tool technology. Wei Xuan offered this brief answer, though he kept another thought to himself. With him there, the Sun Moon Empire would never lose. The old man didn't argue further, but found it hard to agree. He knew that with the influx of numerous defectors, the various forces on the original Doloa continent were rapidly catching up to the Sun Moon Empire's soul tool technology. The gap was narrowing, and reopening such a chasm wouldn't be easy. Unless this young man before him could become a 10th level soul engineer in the short term, it would be nearly impossible for the Sun Moon Empire to sweep across the continent with absolute superiority within the next decade or so. Unifying the continent won't be so easy for the Sun Moon Empire. Others have harbored the same ambition, yet they're now written into history books. The old man slowly rose, his hunched figure casting a long shadow under the lamplight. His steps were slow but carried a certain grace. As he moved toward the window, the surrounding space rippled faintly, and like words erased by ocean waves, he vanished from the room in an instant. After the old man's departure, Wei Xuan stared out at the night for a long while before murmuring to himself, "History won't repeat itself." He tilted his head back and drained the clear water from his cup, then rose and returned to a nearby meditation cushion, sitting cross-legged with eyes closed in meditation. The room's lights remained on throughout. Atop the Star Emperor Grand Hotel, night winds howled as two old men stood side by side. One wore black robes, standing tall with silver hair meticulously groomed, his complexion ruddy and vitality abundant. This was Long Xiaoyao. The other was the hunched old man who had just appeared in and departed from Wei Xian's room, his gaze revealing profound depths of time's passage. Both men looked down at the scattered lights below, their expressions filled with unstoppable melancholy. Muin, after decades apart, I never expected to see you reduced to such a state. Time spares no one. Long Xiaoyao spoke first, his voice complex and tinged with faint sorrow. The once mighty dragon god Dula had been spirited and commanding, looking down upon the world, but now his vitality had declined and his back was bent, truly cause for lament. The hunched old man sighed softly. Indeed, I ultimately failed to take that final step and couldn't escape time's erosion. Long Xiaoyao's heart surged with emotion, yet he remained silent. Both former prodigies had now been worn down by time's relentless passage. They had both been heaven's chosen ones, protagonists of their era, yet they were destined to return to dust. How could one not feel moved by such fate? After several minutes of silence, Moon spoke up. I never imagined we'd meet again under these circumstances. How did you end up mixed up with the Sun Moon Empire, and why are you protecting their prince? He knew Wei Xian's identity and was well aware of the major events that had recently occurred within the Sun Moon Empire. If Long Xiaoyao hadn't stood in his way, he would have already struck, delivering a fatal blow to Wei Xian. The moment he stepped through the door, Long Xiaoyao had released the overwhelming pressure of an ultimate duel, immediately followed by a soul power transmission. It was no casual greeting, but a naked threat. If he dared to harm Wei Xian, the Shrek Academy students shouldn't expect to leave safely either. Long Xiaoyao was reluctant to resort to intimidation, but for Wei Xian's safety, he had no choice. If he tried gentle persuasion, he couldn't guarantee Moon would listen. If they fought directly, he wouldn't be able to save anyone in time. He did us a great favor, and I promised to protect him for 10 years, Long Xiaoyao said in a deep voice. Yeah, what kind of great favor would make an ultimate duel like you stoop to such protection? With your pride, you'd never do something like this. Moon chuckled lightly, his tone filled with doubt and mockery. Long Xiaoyao couldn't be bothered to explain, and even less willing to drag Shi Shui into the conversation. He simply shook his head. I can't say. Then he turned to face Moon directly. For the sake of our years of acquaintance, let me give you some advice. Shrek is just an academic. There's no need to get involved in continental conflicts. If you remain neutral, you can avoid the flames of war. Moon also turned to face him, their eyes meeting as he slowly shook his head. Though Shrek remains neutral, we bear the responsibility of protecting continental peace. If the Sun Moon Empire starts a war, then they become Shrek's enemy. Long Xiaoyao sighed helplessly. Shrek is indeed powerful, but not invincible. If you persist in this course, you might bring catastrophic disaster upon the Academy, destroying 10,000 years of legacy in an instant. Heh, Moon sneered coldly, his eyes revealing a trace of contempt and confidence. Shrek has endured and flourished for 10,000 years. How could it be destroyed by a single word? If the Sun Moon Empire dares to bring the flames of war to Shrek City, we'll make them regret that decision. Killing intent spread around him. To Moon, Shrek was more important than life itself, and any desecration would be consumed by flames. Long Xiaoyao realized he had touched the other's most sensitive nerve and said simply, I've said what I needed to say. Remain neutral, and Shrek can survive. With those words, his figure silently vanished. Former close friends now stood separated by an unbridgeable chasm. Moon frowned slightly, standing alone atop the high building, lost in thought for a long while before quietly departing as well, leaving only a whispered phrase. Shrek will endure forever, no one can shake it. Inside the room, Wei Xian sensed Long Xiaoyao's return and ended his cultivation, rising to his feet. Elder Long, do you know that old man? He had keenly detected the soul power transmission between the two powerful figures. Though he couldn't make out the content, he could tell there was no hostility, indicating the two clearly had a significant relationship. Long Xiaoyao nodded. We've known each other for over 200 years. We used to be the best of friends. Oh, Wei Xian was somewhat surprised. You were best friends before, what about now? A flash of guilt crossed Long Xiaoyao's eyes as he sighed softly. Some things happened between us that caused our relationship to. His mood grew heavy, leaving the sentence unfinished. Let's have a drink together, Wei Xian suggested after a moment's thought. producing 2 bottles of fine wine for Long Xiaoyao. Long Xiaoyao didn't refuse. Upon seeing Mu In, memories from his past were stirred awake. Those memories were bittersweet, leaving his mind restless and troubled. He had been planning to drown his sorrows in alcohol, so having company suited him perfectly. Perhaps intentionally seeking intoxication, Long Xiaoyao made no effort to use his soul power to neutralize the alcohol in his system, nor did he show any intention of resisting its effects. With his current strength, he could drain an entire wine cellar without getting even slightly drunk if he circulated his soul power. But since he wanted to get drunk, he let the alcohol freely invade his limbs and body. Bottle after bottle of strong liquor poured down his throat, the crisp sound of clinking bottles echoing through the night. As the liquor burned down his throat, his steps grew unsteady and an unnatural flush appeared on his cheeks. Fortunately, Wei Xuan's storage ring contained quite a collection of fine wines, enough for him to drink to his heart's content. Without waiting for Wei Xuan to ask, Long Xiaoyao began talking on his own. The memories buried deep in his heart, once disturbed, surged forth like a bursting dam. In his youth, he was exceptionally gifted and brilliant, rising to fame in the Soul Master Tournament where he first met Mu In and Yi Shishui. The three of them then traveled across the continent together, exploring ruins and fighting for justice. That period was the brightest chapter of his life. Speaking of this, Long Xiaoyao's eyes and brows were filled with smiles, as if he were standing in sunlight again, full of vigor and ambition. However, as the story continued, his smile suddenly faded, replaced by deep sorrow and regret. His beloved ultimately chose his best friend, a blow that nearly destroyed him. In the years that followed, he lived in dejection, his heart a barren wasteland. When he spoke of their reunion years later, his voice suddenly broke off. He lowered his head, pain etching clear lines across his face. That night, he lost both his best friend and deeply hurt Shishui, creating wounds that a lifetime couldn't heal. Wei Xuan understood that those memories were wounds Long Xiaoyao didn't want to touch again, so he gently reminded him, "Elder Long, it's getting late. You should rest." Though curious about what happened next, he respected the other's silence and didn't press for details. Long Xiaoyao's mood was heavy as he swayed to his feet. Still not using his soul power, he walked toward the door with unsteady steps. The moment his hand touched the doorframe, he suddenly stopped. With his back to Wei Xuan, his voice trembling, he said, "Your Highness, for my sake, please spare Muin's life in the future, will you?" He understood Wei Xuan's nature to some extent. The young man didn't enjoy senseless killing, but he was certainly no soft-hearted person either. Since Muin had harbored murderous intent, Wei Xuan would definitely not let it slide easily. Though there was currently a vast gap in their strength, with Wei Xuan's talent, he would inevitably surpass Muin in the future. Long Xiaoyao was certain of this. When that day came, even with Shrek's abundance of powerful experts, they would struggle to stop Wei Xuan's sword. The forces Wei Xuan could mobilize were no weaker than Shrek's. Whether out of friendship or guilt toward Muin, he couldn't stand by and watch. He wanted to secure a path to survival for him. "I'll overlook today's incident for your sake, but that's as far as it goes." Wei Xuan's tone was calm, yet carried an unshakable finality. Long Xiaoyao heard him clearly, his heart sinking. Today, Muin hadn't truly made a move against Wei Xuan, so Wei Xuan was willing to give Long Xiaoyao face and treat the matter as if it never happened. But if Muin came seeking revenge again in the future, Wei Xuan would show no mercy. Long Xiaoyao understood that further words would be useless, so he could only nod in disappointment and push the door open to leave. Night fell and the moon set, then dawn broke. As time moved toward the opening of the semifinals, the rest area that originally accommodated 70 teams was quickly transformed, leaving only 4 separate sections. Each section was dozens of meters apart, and their gazes met across the space, with tension slowly spreading through the air. The Star Luo Empire representative team. With the announcement, the Star Luo team walked onto the elevated platform surrounded by supporters, and thunderous cheers erupted from the audience. After a moment, the applause gradually subsided. The Star Luo Emperor stepped forward, briefly reviewed the previous matches, smoothly ignited the audience's anticipation for the semifinals, and concluded with wishes for the Empire's future. With just a few words, he pushed the atmosphere to new heights. Immediately after, an elderly man with graying hair and beard stepped forward 2 paces, his steady footsteps seeming to strike everyone's hearts. A tremendous pressure spread out, making even the sky seem to darken slightly. "Please have the captains of the 4 teams come up to draw lots," the Star Luo Emperor added. "To ensure the contestants' safety, I have decided to have Guardian Dao Huang Jinshu serve as today's referee. He will preside over both the drawing and the first match." Thus, the 4 captains took the stage one after another. Wei Xuan from Sun Moon Royal Academy stood on the far left, followed by Ma Xiaodao from Shrek Academy with her striking figure. Princess Jujo from Star Luo Royal Academy stood dignifiedly in the center right, and Jiang Peng from Imperial AO Academy, broad-shouldered and sturdy, brought up the rear. They stood in a line, and the Star Luo Emperor's gaze moved between the 4, finally lingering on Wei Xuan for an extra half-beat before asking in a calm voice, "Are you all ready?" All four nodded simultaneously. In the next moment, four fist-sized golden orbs somehow left someone's hand and shot straight into the sky. Ma Xiaotao reacted fastest, letting out a low shout as her figure shot up from the ground, diving straight for one of the golden orbs. Jiang Peng followed closely behind with swift, decisive movements. However, Wei Xuan and Princess Juzhou remained perfectly still. Princess Juzhou seemed indifferent, as if planning to take whatever's left, while Wei Xuan simply couldn't be bothered to jump and grab, though this didn't mean he would give up the competition. He raised his hand in a grasping motion, precisely guiding his soul power. A golden orb high in the air suddenly changed direction and fell steadily into his palm. Number 1. Wei Xuan announced quietly. Everyone's hearts trembled slightly. To control an orb so precisely from such a distance demonstrated undeniable mastery of soul power. Princess Jojo caught the last orb, unable to hide her disappointment as she announced, "I'm also number 1. The Star Luo Emperor was slightly stunned, silently lamenting their bad luck having their own academy face the most troublesome Sun Moon Royal Academy in the semifinals. Ma Xiaotao and Jiang Peng both breathed sighs of relief simultaneously, as neither wanted to face Wei Xian's team in the semifinals. With the numbers revealed, the tournament bracket became clear: Sun Moon Royal Academy versus Star Luo Royal Academy, Shrek Academy versus Imperial AO Academy. The Star Luo Emperor announced the drawing results loudly, and the four captains returned to their respective rest areas. After a brief adjustment period, the team battles would begin. Sun Moon Royal Academy and Star Luo Royal Academy. Team battle members, take the stage. Referee Huang Jinshu's voice was deep and resonant, like evening drums and morning bells. At this time, the Star Luo Emperor had returned to the Imperial City's observation platform, watching this pivotal battle from above. In the competition tunnel, Wei Xuan walked at the front with an upright bearing. Behind him followed Meng Hongchun, Xiao Hongchun, Lin Shi, Mi Jia, Chen Fei, and Chen An. 6 people in total. Ma Rulong, who had reached the Soul Emperor level, had not yet entered the stage. Both teams' members simultaneously stepped onto the competition platform, and at the referee's signal, the two sides created distance between them. The match began as Huang Jinshu roared his announcement, and the moment his voice fell, he vanished from his original position. Except for Wei Xuan, all team members from both sides simultaneously summoned their martial souls, with blazing soul rings rapidly ascending beneath their feet. The audience already knew both teams were at the 5-ring level, but witnessing 7 people's soul rings blooming simultaneously still delivered a powerful visual impact. Star Luo Royal Academy had replaced their original soul ancestor with Princess Juzhou, transforming them into a solid, all-soul king lineup. The Star Luo team quickly formed a triangular formation, 1 person at the front, 2 behind, then 3 more, with Princess Juzhou bringing up the rear. Standing at the forefront, Huang Heyun lightly touched his toes to the ground, his muscles coiled like a lurking beast. The phantom of his dark demon tiger bared its fangs and claws, his 58th level soul power surging with sharp, aggressive energy. This former captain had performed brilliantly in previous matches and possessed the highest soul power in Star Luo Royal Academy. In contrast, Princess Jojo's martial soul was renowned for its magnificence and mystery, the Star Crown. It was a crown-shaped star diadem. A diamond-shaped golden gem the size of an eyeball was embedded at its center, with tiny star-shaped gems scattered on both sides, their gentle golden light resembling a starry river stirred by a breeze. The star crown rested among her dark hair, elevating the princess's already noble bearing and adding an air of majesty and unfathomable mystery to her features. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black 5 soul rings spiraled in layers, dazzling as daylight under the arena lights. That martial soul seems to be called Star Crown, Wei Xuan murmured to himself. In his memory, the Star Crown was a hereditary martial soul of the Star Luo Empire's royal family, among the elite of top-tier martial souls. However, related information was scarce, leaving only images and names, which only added to its mystery. On the other side, as Xiao Hongchen and the other 6 released their martial souls, soul tool cannon barrels also emerged simultaneously. Dense metal tubes fitted against their armor, connected section by section. Xiao Hongchen had the massed a full 128 barrels, making him look like a metal hedgehog bristling with cold light. 2 large cannon barrels over 20 centimeters in diameter stood upright on his shoulders, red light flowing within them, emanating a terrifying aura of destruction. Wei Xuan had no barrels around him, but the others were equipped with at least 81 each, transforming them into mobile artillery platforms. With formations set, their tactics remained the familiar long-range bombardment. As soul power was channeled in, the cannon barrels on all 6 bodies hummed in unison, energy churning violently in the air. Bang, bang, bang. Over 100 shells traced parabolic arcs with piercing shrieks, trailing fire as they instantly covered the airspace above Star Luo Royal Academy. The sudden overwhelming pressure made the Star Luo team's hearts tighten. Even with thorough mental preparation, they couldn't suppress their instinctive fear. Being directly targeted by cannon fire was completely different from watching others get bombarded from below. Each blast of artillery seemed ready to tear through flesh. Don't panic, stick to the plan. Princess Jojo called out with a clear, yet firm voice. As her words fell, her fourth soul ring instantly blazed to life. Brilliant starlight exploded outward with her at the center, like a small sun blooming on the arena. The starlight rapidly condensed into a golden hemispherical light barrier with a 10-meter diameter, completely enveloping all 7 Star Luo members. On the barrier's surface, 18 star-like points of light were evenly distributed, radiating brilliant radiance. This was one of the Star Crown's most important and powerful soul skills, the 4th soul skill, Star Guardian. A large-scale defensive soul skill that nearly every Star Crown soul master would go to great lengths to obtain. It couldn't be cast at will, requiring 18 days of advanced energy accumulation to gather sufficient power for deployment. The Golden Hemisphere stood in the center of the arena, facing the rain of artillery fire as starlight and explosive flames were about to collide heat. This means the soul skill has a cooldown period of at least 18 days, during which considerable effort must be spent absorbing stellar power, quite troublesome indeed. Precisely because the conditions are so demanding, once the soul skill takes shape, its power is naturally astounding. At this moment, the light barrier that Jojo had conjured with merely Soul King cultivation actually achieved a thickness comparable to a defense-type Soul Emperor's full effort. Boom, boom, boom. Dense explosions erupted in succession as over 100 cannonballs struck the golden light barrier one after another. Flames, fierce winds, thunder, deadly poison, soul-guided projectiles of various attributes wove together into a dazzling cascade of light, completely engulfing the entire barrier. The different attributes brought vastly different energy impacts that would have left any soul master directly exposed, battered, and bloodied. As the 4th-tier cannonballs detonated in clusters, shockwaves transformed into raging winds that swept across the arena, causing the competition platform's surface to tremble continuously. Though these were merely ordinary 4th-tier cannonballs rather than fixed soul-guided ammunition, their quantity and frequency remained terrifying. As the violent energy crashed against it, 18 stars on the golden barrier blazed simultaneously, firmly containing all impacts on the outer side. Such incredible defense. Xiao Hongxin and his team furrowed their brows, watching as the cannon fire was repeatedly absorbed by the light barrier without managing to create even a single breach. Below the stage, Wei Xuan raised an eyebrow slightly. He had long heard of the Star Crown Martial Soul's 4th soul skill, but hadn't expected it to withstand such firepower at the Soul King level. Those 100-plus cannonballs would be difficult for even a defense-type Soul Emperor to completely block, he assessed silently, taking his opponents even more seriously. Around the spectator stands, the crowd erupted in shocked uproar. In previous competitions by Sun Moon Royal Academy, such cannon barges had been enough to decide victory, yet today, they were completely blocked for the first time. Atop the Imperial Palace, the Star Luo Emperor gazed toward the arena with a smile, his expression proud as the Star Crown Martial Soul's true potential finally revealed itself. My younger sister and her team are probably preparing their counterattack now, he murmured to himself, anticipating a complete reversal of the situation. Though Sun Moon Royal Academy was strong, they were far from invincible. Meanwhile, after intense flickering, 5 of the stars on the barrier's surface had dimmed considerably. The toll of withstanding such bombardment was evident. Once all 18 stars were extinguished, the protection would naturally collapse. Continue the bombardment. Unwilling to accept defeat, Xiao Hongxin raised his hand in signal, and his teammates immediately adjusted their cannon angles as a new round of artillery rain poured down like a torrential downpour. Since their opponents were trapped within the light barrier, they need only maintain continuous attacks without concern. However, Wei Xuan vaguely sensed something amiss. Defense alone could never win a match, so why would the opposing team keep hiding like turtles? Something's not right. He extended his spiritual consciousness to investigate, but upon touching the light barrier, he met resistance. This protective layer didn't just block physical attacks, but also attempted to repel mental probes. Trying to block me? You're still far from capable. Wei Xian's spiritual consciousness intensity surged, easily penetrating the layers of obstruction as the scene within the light barrier immediately appeared in his mind. It was far from lifeless inside. Deep within the shifting light, the team members gripped their martial souls tightly as stellar power surged, with all soul power and soul tools building toward release. The opponents weren't fools. Knowing that pure defense couldn't win the match, how could they simply cower within the light barrier? They weren't idle inside, but rather brewing an offensive capable of determining the final outcome. Within the protective barrier, Huang Heyun shouldered a massive cannon barrel. The barrel measured over 30 centimeters in diameter, gleaming blue-purple throughout with flowing patterns across its surface, emanating such overwhelming pressure that anyone could tell at first glance this was a top-tier soul cannon. Behind Huang Heyun, 5 teammates stood in formation, each pressing their palms against their companion's back, their palms glowing with gentle white light. Upon closer inspection, 2 streams of white energy could be seen flowing back and forth across their bodies. One stream flowing forward, ultimately converging on Huang Heyun, while the other flowed back, maintaining the soul power circulation among them all. The moment energy was injected, the blue-purple giant cannon rumbled internally like muffled thunder, as if a slumbering abyssal beast had awakened, its fangs barely visible in the darkness. At the rear of the formation, Jujio concentrated on maintaining the defensive barrier. Meanwhile, the 7th-level concentrated soul cannon was rapidly charging. Once complete, its explosive power would rival a full-strength attack from a low-level Soul de Law. In comparison, a 5th-level invincible barrier simply couldn't withstand an attack of this magnitude. Through his earlier spiritual reconnaissance, Wei Xuan had reached this conclusion. Unless he employed divine consciousness, even he couldn't block this cannon fire. They learned quite quickly. Wei Xuan silently admired, having completely understood Star Luo Royal Academy's tactical approach. Similar decisive blow strategies had been attempted by both Shrek Academy and Dou Ling Royal Academy. Shrek had Hikaitu operate a super-concentrated cannon during their round-robin match against Team 223, while Dou Ling Royal Academy had similarly attempted to turn the tide with giant cannons when facing Shrek. However, both previous teams lacked adequate preparation and executed crudely, ultimately achieving dismal results. Now Star Luo Royal Academy had truly perfected this tactical system, a defensive barrier that could persist for over a minute. The 9-turn soul transformation device, continuously gathering soul power for everyone, ensuring uninterrupted charging, plus complete concealment methods that blocked both spiritual reconnaissance and visual observation, even locking away internal energy fluctuations. By the time opponents realized what they were doing, the match would be nearly over. Stop the bombardment. Wei Xuan immediately halted Xiao Hongchun and the others' relentless assault after understanding the internal situation such attacks were too inefficient. They couldn't break through the barrier, while the opponent's giant cannon would soon complete its preparation. Brother Wei Xuan, did you sense something? Meng Hongchun inquired in a low voice. She and her teammates had also sensed something amiss, though they couldn't pinpoint exactly what. I'll explain after the match ends. Trust me, cease the attack. Wei Xuan responded briefly without further explanation. Though puzzled, Meng Hongchun and the others trusted Wei Xuan and stopped their assault. The moment Wei Xuan finished speaking, powerful soul power fluctuations emanated from his body. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the arena as bone-chilling cold suddenly erupted around Wei Xuan. Visible white mist seeped from the gaps in his skin, causing the temperature to plummet instantly. With a sharp whistle cutting through the air, the phantom of an ancient ice dragon over 4 meters long rose behind him. Its scales gleamed with an eerie blue radiance, and as it coiled through the air, the grinding of its joints produced crisp crackling sounds while ice shards the size of fingernails scattered through the atmosphere. The ice dragon reared its head and roared toward the front, exhaling rolling waves of frigid mist. The piercing cold wind swept across the arena, causing Meng Hongchun and the others closest to it to shiver involuntarily. The vast dragon's might spread like an invisible tide, making the air throughout the venue heavy and oppressive. When Wei Xuan fully released his martial soul, the audience erupted in excitement. Every gaze was riveted to this ice dragon. The speculation about what martial soul Wei Xuan possessed was finally revealed. Though the specific name remained unknown, the mere designation of dragon type was enough to demonstrate its formidable power. In the next moment, soul rings rose from beneath Wei Xian's feet. The first ring glowed purple, the second ring purple, the third ring purple, and the fourth ring was black as night, 3 purple and 1 black. This extraordinary configuration made countless spectators' eyes widen, their hearts seemingly skipping a beat. Could this be fake too? Amid the gasps of surprise, doubt quickly spread. Earlier, Huo Yuhao from Shrek Academy had deceived everyone with 6 red rings, earning countless cheers before being exposed as a fraud. The public's trust had already been severely damaged. With the resentment from being deceived still fresh, this new appearance of 3 purple and 1 black naturally faced suspicion. This does seem more credible though. Some analyzed calmly, noting that Wei Xian's previously displayed strength wasn't entirely inconsistent with such a configuration. Doubt and trust were split 50-50. Laypeople watched for spectacle, while experts observed the essence. The true soul master powerhouses present were now deeply shaken. They had confirmed through soul power fluctuations that all 4 soul rings were genuine. Wei Xian's first soul ring was already millennium level, and his fourth was 10th Ascendier, a foundation sufficient to overturn conventional wisdom. In Shrek's rest area, Huo Yuhao and his teammates wore grave expressions, their gazes fixed intently on the arena. Wei Xuan was clearly getting serious, presenting an excellent opportunity to probe their opponent's true capabilities. While the ice dragon's roar still echoed, Wei Xuan suddenly stepped forward. His thrusters hummed softly as his body transformed into a white streak, covering several meters in a single stride. His long hair flew wildly, and his robes billowed, yet his steps showed no trace of recklessness, instead adding an air of carefree elegance. Synchronized with his charge, his first soul ring blazed to life. The ice dragon phantom behind him suddenly shot upward, appearing before the starlight shimmering barrier, as if teleporting. Its maw gaped wide, spewing forth thick ice mist that engulfed the entire barrier in the blink of an eye. The ice mist didn't disperse but instead gathered, compressed, and condensed under Wei Xian's mental guidance. The billowing vapor shrank to a fraction of its original size in an instant, forming layers of crystalline ice that clung tightly to the barrier. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, refracting cold, eerie light. After several breaths, Wei Xian had reached the barrier's edge, pressing his left palm against the frozen crystal. Tremendous soul power flowed down his arm, and emerald energy spread from his palm, like living water, rapidly penetrating the ice layer. Inside the barrier, Jiujiu finally sensed the external disturbance, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. He's freezing the barrier? Her gaze wandered, then she murmured softly, "Ice, ice." Halfway through her words, inspiration struck like lightning. Her beautiful face instantly paled as she cried out in alarm. Ice explosion technique. Jiujiu was quite clever. Observing Wei Xian's movements, she immediately connected them to the ice explosion technique, her heart trembling with sudden alarm. Though she didn't know the true power of ice explosion, a top-grade soul bone over 50,000 years old would certainly be formidable. If Wei Xian truly detonated this iceno, impossible. My Star Guardian can withstand even Soul Emperor's attacks. How could it be destroyed by a mere Soul King's soul bone technique? After her brief panic, Jiujiu calmed herself with reason. Soul bone techniques ultimately depended on the soul master's own soul power. The higher the soul power, the greater the might, and vice versa. Wei Xian was only a soul king. Even if his ice explosion technique was powerful, it might not shake her defenses. At this thought, a mocking smile curved her lips. This man was too confident, overestimating himself while underestimating the star-crowned martial soul. The ice adhering to the barrier's surface shifted from pure white to an interweaving of emerald and white. The dual-colored radiance flickered on and off, each pulse like a hammer blow that made spectators unconsciously hold their breath. Even through the arena's protective barrier, many perceptive soul masters could sense the heart-stopping danger within that ice. Those frozen chunks were like energy-packed bombs ready to ignite at any moment. Wei Xian's breathing grew labored. In a short time, he had channeled over 60% of his soul power into the ice through his ice jade scorpion left arm bone. Sweat beaded on his skin, his limbs aching slightly. This nearly frenzied output rate had nearly drained him. As soul power flowed in, the energy within the ice approached its limit, like an arrow knocked and ready to fly. When the energy reached critical mass, he stopped the infusion. Emerald light flickered along his left arm. Ice jade scorpion left arm bones attached skill. Ice explosion. The moment the technique activated, the surrounding space visibly distorted. Wei Xian merely stepped backward once, and his form vanished from its original position as if swallowed by space itself. When he reappeared, he stood 200 meters away before the 6 members of Meng Hongchen's team. This was shrinking Earth to inches, the supreme movement technique of the Dao sect, turning 1,000 li into a mere span. With his current strength, he couldn't cross 10,000 li, but moving several hundred meters was more than sufficient. Originally, he had estimated he would need to advance to Soul Sage before barely touching the laws of space. Thanks to the emerald black-striped flood dragon's gift, he had comprehended it early. Though limited to short-range teleportation, it was enough to escape the blast center. The crowd below saw him teleport with that ordinary-seeming step, their eyes widening in unison. Before Meng Hongchen and the others could rub their eyes to confirm what they'd seen, a deafening roar swept across the entire venue. The ice covering the barrier suddenly exploded. Ice fragments shot out like countless blades, their shrill whistling merging into a piercing drone. The torrent of white and emerald energy expanded violently, stirring up an ice and snow storm that engulfed the entire platform. The outer energy barrier shook violently, cracks spreading as the soul masters maintaining it paled, forced to grit their teeth and increase their soul power output. The moment the explosion began, Meng Hongchen and her companions had no time for shock, immediately raising soul tool barriers. The violent impact struck their shields with continuous crackling sounds, the light screens shaking dramatically. Where the Star Guardian had been, a massive sphere of mixed white and green energy mist now filled the space, over 50 meters in diameter. The dense fog obscured all vision. No one could see what lay within. The audience fell into deathly silence, everyone frozen in place. The Star Luo Emperor's expression changed drastically as he shot to his feet, his hands sinking deep into the hard stone railing, knuckles white, his gaze locked onto the arena. Seeing the true power of the ice explosion technique, even Wei Xuan himself raised an eyebrow. It seemed stronger than he had estimated. I should have retreated further before detonating it, he murmured to himself. Based on what he'd just witnessed, even with 20% reduced power, it would have been enough to break through that Star Guardian. The ice explosion's might was linked to the energy stored within the ice and the method of release. Direct contact between the soul bone and ice body could unleash maximum power. Without contact, power was fixed at 20% reduction, regardless of distance. For most soul masters, maintaining distance was standard strategy. After all, ice explosion didn't distinguish between friend and foe, and only a fool would rashly approach. Of course, if one had absolute confidence in their escape speed, that was another matter entirely. Even more terrifying was that when the target was a living being, the ice explosion technique could detonate the energy within their body. This double explosion would further escalate the devastation. However, Wei Xuan wasn't worried about the safety of those within the barrier. The moment the explosion occurred, referee Huang Jinshu had already flashed inside to rescue them. At the very instant of the explosion, referee Huang Jinshu took action, rushing to rescue Jiuzhou and the others. With his intervention, Jiuzhou's group wasn't severely injured, nor were there any casualties. The outcome wasn't too dire. Even if Huang Jinshu hadn't arrived in time to intervene, he would have stepped in to protect those individuals, ensuring they wouldn't perish. To him, this was merely a competition. If he could avoid harming his opponents, he absolutely would. This wasn't out of fear of the Star Luo Empire's retribution, but because he saw no necessity for it. Since both sides bore no grudges against each other, he wouldn't kill anyone simply for the sake of victory. Though he didn't consider himself particularly virtuous, he would never kill without reason. There must always be justification for taking a life. On the field, a mass of violent energy was about to explode when another force suddenly dispersed it completely. The dust and smoke at the explosion's center were forcibly torn apart, revealing the scene clearly. Referee Huang Jinshu stood before Jiuzhou and her teammates. 9 perfectly balanced soul rings arranged themselves around his body, emanating cold light. A pristine, star-shaped soul ring hovered before his chest, its starlight forming a hemispherical barrier that enveloped him and all 7 members of the Star Luo Royal Academy team. Ripples danced across the barrier's surface as violent impacts continuously struck it, yet it held firm against every assault. As the violent energy dissipated, the barrier gradually became transparent. Huang Jinshu exhaled in relief, his heart still pounding violently. He slowed his breathing and slowly withdrew the protective shield, his eyes filled with shock. Fortunately, he had acted in time, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Jiuzhou was the emperor's beloved sister, and the siblings had always been close. If anything had happened to the princess, even his status as a guardian doula wouldn't have spared him from severe punishment. Princess Jiuzhou stood frozen in place, completely dazed, repeatedly murmuring, "How is this possible? How can this be?" Their star-crowned martial soul's strongest defensive technique had been shattered by a mere soul ancestor. Her loss of composure wasn't just from disbelief, but from being violently shaken by the terror of facing death. In that explosive moment, she had felt an icy chill throughout her body, death seeming within react. No matter how mature one's mind, such an experience was impossible to face calmly. Huang Heyun and his teammates were equally breathless, their hearts still racing from the explosion's aftermath. The humming of the 7th-grade energy-gathering soul cannon had ceased, and they couldn't even spare the mental capacity to continue charging it. In truth, they hadn't stopped voluntarily. Huang Jinshu had forcibly intervened. The power of a 7th-grade energy-gathering soul cannon was no joke, and Huang Heyun's team couldn't fully control it. If something went wrong, the consequences on the field would be catastrophic. With the match's outcome already decided, he naturally wouldn't allow this terrifying weapon to charge again. After a brief moment of astonishment, Huang Jinshu took a deep look at Wei Xuan before loudly announcing the match results. Team battle victory goes to Sun Moon Royal Academy. We actually won just like that? Meng Hongqian spoke in a daze, her face showing indescribable complexity. The result wasn't surprising, but the process was truly mind-boggling. The entire team battle had been single-handedly turned around by Wei Xuan. Xiao Hongqian and the others exchanged glances, silent shock flowing between their gazes. "Let's go," Wei Xuan reminded them quietly, pulling everyone back from their stupor to reality. He was the first to step down from the stage, but as soon as he took a step, everyone noticed his complexion had grown even paler than before. That final strike had drained over 60% of his soul power, and with the consecutive use of shrinking earth to inches and soulbone skills, his internal soul power was nearly depleted. His entire body felt weak, and even breathing seemed labored. "Brother Wei Xuan, are you alright?" Meng Hongqian quickly stepped forward, supporting him with her arm, her voice filled with anxiety. "I'm fine, just exhausted." Wei Xuan managed a relaxed smile, giving her a reassuring look. Though he could still walk, he didn't refuse the support. The group surrounded him as they descended from the arena, with Xiao Hongqian and the others following closely behind. The audience wasn't entirely clear about what had happened in that instant. but cheers still surged like tidal waves, with applause rising and falling throughout the venue. At the edge of the stands, Jiu gazed intently at Wei Xuan, her eyes filled with both shock and complexity. The thunderous explosive power had definitely reached Soul Sage level otherwise. It couldn't have possibly shattered the Star Guardian with a single strike, or even directly threatened the lives of all participants. High above in the Imperial city, the Star Luo Emperor finally breathed a long sigh of relief seeing his sister safe and sound, though his heart still raced with lingering fear. He narrowed his eyes and muttered coldly to himself, "What an impressive ice explosion technique." The stronger Wei Xuan appeared, the deeper the killing intent that rose in his heart. On the other side in the Shrek rest area, the moment of explosion had startled Huo Yuhao and the others into standing up in unison, their eyes filled with horror. The power of this ice explosion technique struck them as terrifying. What a shame. If only I could have absorbed that soul bone, then. Huo Yuhao's fingertips trembled slightly as his gaze locked onto the ice jade scorpion's left arm bone, his heart burning with desire. Having witnessed firsthand the terrifying power this soul bone could unleash, his previously calmed emotions surged once again. It was heartbreaking that such a treasure hadn't fallen into his hands. I'm starting to regret not bidding for that soul bone at any cost. Wang Yin stood beside him, his sigh barely audible, yet filled with self-reproach. To say he felt no regret would be a complete lie. The ice jade scorpion's left arm bone was worth far more than he had initially estimated, and it would have been worth risking everything to obtain it. If Huo Yuhao had absorbed this soul bone, given the power it had just displayed, defeating or even completely crushing the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy wouldn't be mere wishful thinking. Wang Yin fell silent. Huo Yuhao, Bei, Ma Xiaotao, and the others each remained quiet, the atmosphere so oppressive it felt as though the air itself had solidified, their once certain confidence in victory now somewhat diminished. Seeing everyone's dejected mood, Wang Yin sighed inwardly while maintaining his calm exterior. He suddenly clapped his hands, the sound crisp and loud. What's this? Lost your confidence? As geniuses of Shrek Academy, are you really going to lose heart before the match even begins? His tone carried undisguised reproach. Competitions were like battlefields, and the worst thing was to be defeated in spirit before the fight started. Huo Yuhao and the others exchanged glances, their expressions complex, yet they remained silent. Wushma Xiaodao took a deep breath and stepped to the front of the team. She spun around abruptly, her eyes blazing like torches, her voice low but filled with power. Everyone snap out of it. Don't forget we're from Shrek the Continent's #1 academy. Among all the talented students here, you're the cream of the crop. What do we have to fear? The Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy is strong, but are we weak? Hell no. Shrek has never produced weaklings, and certainly no cowards. We've won championships before, and we'll win this one too. No matter how strong that damn Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy is, if they dare stand in our way, we'll crush them and show them what Shrek is made of. Her words rang out with authority and dominance, putting even many of the male students to shame. As her voice faded, the previously oppressive atmosphere was completely ignited, the blood in Huo Yuhao and the others' veins instantly boiling as their shaken faith solidified once more. Wang Yin looked at Ma Xiaotao with approval, his voice firm. Xiaotao is right. We've won before, and we'll definitely win this time too. You're the most outstanding team I've ever seen, having already created countless miracles in this tournament, and you'll continue to create miracles. The championship can only belong to us, Shrek Academy. Yes. The determination returned to Huo Yuhao and the others' eyes as they nodded emphatically. After the match ended, Wei Xuan and his teammates didn't leave immediately. Instead, they returned to the rest area to watch the upcoming competitions. Xiao Hongxin could no longer contain his curiosity, staring at Wei Xuan with bright, sparkling eyes. Wei Xuan, how did you manage that teleportation just now? Ma Rulong and the other teammates gathered around, their gazes equally filled with curiosity. They had all clearly seen that Wei Xuan's movement of over 200 meters on the stage definitely wasn't accomplished using soul tools. Any soul tool capable of such feats would need to be at least 8th rank, which Wei Xuan couldn't possibly control at his current level. That's right, brother Wei Xuan, I'm really curious too. Meng Hongxin blinked her big eyes as she pressed for an answer. Soul Bone Skill Spatial Displacement. Works for both short and long distances. Wei Xuan smiled faintly, deflecting all their questions with a single sentence. Upon hearing the words Soul Bone Skill, everyone's pupils contracted in unison, naturally thinking of that 100,000-year soul bone. The explanation made sense, so they accepted it as the work of that heaven-defying soul bone and stopped asking questions. There was a 30-minute buffer between the two team battles, originally intended for staff to repair the competition stage. The earlier explosion had left the platform riddled with craters, making repairs exceptionally difficult and forcing the second team battle to be delayed by another half hour. An hour later, the team battle between Shrek Academy and Imperial AO Academy officially began. Imperial AO Academy's apparent strength was no less than Star Luo Royal Academy's. boasting 1 Soul Emperor and 6 Soul Kings. When it came to hidden cards, it was hard to say which side was stronger. Although Shrek only had 2 Soul Emperors, 1 Soul Engineer, and several Soul Kings and Soul Ancestors, their foundation should never be underestimated. With comparable strength, the battle immediately became deadlocked. On Shrek's side, it wasn't the close combat specialist Dai Yuheng who faced Soul Emperor Jiang Peng, but the Phoenix Soul Master Ma Xiaodao. Her soul power exceeded Jiang Peng's by 5 or 6 ranks, and her martial soul provided extreme restraint. She gained the upper hand from the first exchange. Her blazing phoenix flames combined with aerial flight kept Jiang Peng busy defending himself, leaving him no time to support his teammates. Dai Yuheng, meanwhile, unleashed his full power from the start, launching several soul skills in succession to forcibly tie down 2 opposing Soul Kings. The most eye-catching figure on the field, however, was Shrek's only soul engineer Hikaitu. His entire body was covered with cannon barrels of varying sizes, their metallic luster gleaming coldly in the firelight. Shells whistled toward the Imperial AO team members, with explosions sounding continuously. Imperial AO Academy had always followed the traditional Soul Master path and rejected Soul Tools, so aside from storage Soul Tools, they were essentially empty-handed. Facing the bombardment, they could only rely on agility to dodge or endure the attacks heat-in. Hikaitu completely disregarded his soul power consumption, maintaining uninterrupted firepower. In just a short time, he had 4 opposing Soul Ancestors scrambling in panic, with several bearing scorched wounds from the explosions. Even more surprising was his accuracy. Many shells seemed to anticipate the enemy's movements, landing precisely one after another. Except for the first few that hit the energy barrier during his initial probing, all the rest either struck or affected the enemies. Each explosion either caused direct injury or disrupted their rhythm, throwing their opponents into complete disarray. Such precision was beyond what most 4th-rank Soul Engineers could achieve. Even many 6th-rank Soul Engineers couldn't match it. Hikaita's shells seemed to have eyes, landing unerringly where the 4 Soul Kings stood. The explosions rolled one after another, shockwaves churning smoke and shattered stone, leaving the Sun and Moon Royal Academy's Soul Tool specialists gaping in disbelief. Wei Xuan's gaze slid to Shrek Academy's rest area. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong stood shoulder to shoulder, fingers interlaced, soul power surging through them like a tide, their auras climbing steadily. Others might have missed it, but Wei Xuan clearly caught a strand of spiritual power probing out from Huo Yuhao, slipping through the barrier to blanket the arena with precision. He sighed inwardly. Hikaitu never misses, and their teamwork feels seamless, all guided by that spiritual tether. In a sense, Deus Academy was really fighting 7 against 9. He murmured with a cold sneer. So much for Shrek's fairness and integrity. The forced suppression lasted less than a minute before Hikaita's soul power ran dry and the cannons fell silent. Bei, Su Sanshur, and Zhang Nan then burst through the lingering smoke to meet the 4 Soul Kings heat-in. Ling Luochen held her ground, lifting a hand to cast soul skills in succession. A cold surge swept across the stage as thin frost spread fast, making the 4 Soul Kings of Deus Academy falter. Despite Shrek's strong opening, their edge began to erode with time. Deus Academy showed remarkable grit. Against Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yuheng, they chose to stall rather than commit to all-out offense. Meanwhile, the 4 Soul Kings who had eaten the bombardment erupted in fury and unleashed their full power. Ling Luochen did her utmost to keep control, but the gap between a Soul King and a Soul Ancestor was stark, and Bei's trio soon fell on the back foot. The saving grace was that Hikaita's earlier barrage had left their opponents heavily wounded, cutting their combat strength by roughly 30%. Coupled with Ling Luchen's control, the enemy couldn't close things out quickly, and the match ground into a stalemate. Past the 5th minute, Ma Xiaodao made the first decisive move. With a fierce strike, she drove Jiang Peng back, then snapped her wings wide and surged into the sky as her 6th soul skill ignited Phoenix Meteor Shower. Fireballs over a meter across thundered down, the heat so intense it warped the air. The instant she moved, Bei and the others withdrew in perfect sync. As they peeled off, Su Sanshur flicked out his first soul skill, Shimming Shock, leaving the 4 Soul Kings briefly stunned, and Ling Luochen followed hard with her 5th, Ring of Ice Brilliance, frosting a thick sheet beneath their feet and slowing them to a crawl. A few seconds of restraint was all it took. The firestorm fell. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs smashed into the ground, pelting the arena with shrapnel and sending violent tremors through the stage as flames swallowed a 100-meter span. The 4 Soul Kings were left with no way to fight back. Seeing danger, the referee intervened at once, yanking them out of the inferno and barely saving their lives. Even so, they crashed to the ground gravely injured, scorched and blackened, a grisly sight. That seamless sequence wiped out 4 of Deus Academy's main forces in one stroke, tipping the scales at once and putting Shrek firmly in control. The rest of the match became a foregone conclusion. Even with Hikaitu out of commission, it was still 6 against 3, With two Soul Emperors on Shrek's side, the outcome was inevitable. Within just a few minutes, the dust settled on the battlefield. The 6 Shrek members stood with torn clothes but triumphant expressions, while the 3 remaining students from Imperial AO Academy staggered unsteadily. In the end, Shrek Academy claimed victory in the team battle without any surprises. Worth noting was that Jiang Peng from Imperial AO Academy flew into a rage as defeat loomed. His soul power surged violently as he desperately held off the 2 Soul Emperors, Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yuan, for over 10 breaths. However, 2 fists couldn't match 4 hands, and he was eventually blasted away by their combined attack. When he hit the ground, his chest was caved in with several broken ribs. Even with immediate emergency treatment from healing soul masters, such severe injuries couldn't heal in the short term, guaranteeing his absence from tomorrow's individual matches. The result of this team battle essentially sealed Imperial AO Academy's fate in the individual competition. There was no possibility of a comeback. 5 members of their team, including Jiang Peng, were severely injured. Forget about winning. Whether they could even step onto the stage was questionable. Thus, less than 15 minutes after the referee announced the end of the team battle, Imperial AO Academy officially declared their withdrawal from all individual matches the following day. Meanwhile, Star Luo Royal Academy had initially wanted to follow suit and forfeit directly, but since their opponents were from the Sun Moon Empire, withdrawing would damage the royal family's reputation. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and compete. The result was predictable. In the next day's individual matches, Sun Moon Royal Academy advanced easily with overwhelming victories. With that, the semifinals concluded entirely. The 2 teams that had consistently dominated the pinnacle Sun Moon Royal Academy and Shrek Academy met once again in the finals. According to the schedule, both teams would rest for 1 day before taking the ultimate stage. This outcome surprised virtually no one. Hadn't these 2 always competed for the championship in every tournament? What truly stirred emotions across the continent was which team would claim this year's title. Could Shrek continue their reign as champions, or would Sun Moon Royal Academy achieve their first victory? Driven by this intense curiosity, Xinglua Plaza bustled with crowds from dawn to dusk, with some even camping overnight at the entrance to secure the best viewing spots for tomorrow's match. The night before the competition, in Sun Moon Royal Academy's exclusive conference room. I've gone over the rules and tactics repeatedly. Do any of you have questions or suggestions? Teacher Ma surveyed everyone with a gentle tone. No. The students responded in unison. Under the bright soul guidance lamps, each person wore barely concealed smiles, their eyes filled with anticipation. Chen Fei spoke first, crossing his arms with complete confidence. Don't worry, Teacher Ma. With our current strength, winning the championship shouldn't be a problem. Mi Jian nodded lightly, his words even more arrogant. Exactly. Even if Shrek's main team members weren't missing and their strength wasn't compromised, even if they were competing at their peak, this championship would still belong to us. We're going to show the entire continent that Shrek is not invincible. His words drew enthusiastic agreement from Ma Rulong and the others. Through this journey of fierce battles, everyone understood their team's profound foundation. Even without counting their ace-soul engineer Wei Xuan, they had over a 50% chance of winning the championship. Now with Shrek having lost key players, plus Wei Xuan serving as their anchor, their odds only improved. The championship seemed within reach. Teacher Ma and the other supervising instructor wore satisfied smiles on their faces. Seeing everyone's confident and assured expressions, as if victory was already in their grasp, Wei Xuan couldn't help but remind them. I feel it's necessary to warn you all, never underestimate your opponents. Overconfidence is a cardinal sin in warfare and battle. No matter how great the disparity in strength between both sides, we cannot afford to be careless. Even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. I hope you understand this principle. Confidence is good, but excessive confidence becomes arrogance, which will only bring the opposite results. His words were like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, instantly wiping the smiles from everyone's faces. Several students exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became awkward for a moment. Brother Wei Xuan is absolutely right. Meng Hongqian was the first to voice her agreement, clapping her hands with a serious tone. You're all getting too cocky. If you lose the match because of carelessness, you'll have nowhere to cry. After speaking, she turned to look at Wei Xuan, her pretty face flushing red as she stuck out her tongue. In truth, she had been just as confident as Ma Rulong and the others, practically considering victory a sure thing. His Highness is correct. We shouldn't underestimate Shrek Academy so much. Xiao Hongqian took a deep breath, his attitude becoming unusually restrained. There's a reason they've been able to win championships consistently. Even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit, let alone when the opponent isn't a rabbit but a wounded tiger. Even when injured, a fierce tiger's fangs and claws remain sharp. If we're careless, being counterattacked wouldn't be surprising at all. These words struck everyone's hearts like a thunderbolt. Wei Xuan glanced at Xiao Hongqian with a hint of approval in his eyes. It seemed he had truly taken his earlier words to heart. Noticing Wei Xian's gaze, Xiao Hongqian felt a surge of joy and nodded slightly, secretly thrilled by the feeling of earning Wei Xian's newfound respect. Teacher Ma and the other supervising instructor exchanged glances, both showing embarrassed expressions even they had been swept up by the students' emotions and nearly fell into the trap of underestimating their opponents, which was truly negligent of them. Teacher Ma's face darkened, his voice low and authoritative. Everyone must adjust their mindset and absolutely cannot be careless. This is our closest chance at the championship, and we absolutely cannot lose due to underestimating our opponents. Tomorrow's match, give it everything you've got. Anyone who drops the ball at the crucial moment shouldn't blame me for settling scores later. As he spoke, his gaze swept over each student like a blade, causing those he stared at to feel chills down their spines as they nodded repeatedly. In fact, even without Teacher Ma's warning, everyone had already reigned in their pride. With the championship within reach, losing due to carelessness would not only be a lifelong regret, but would make them sinners against both the academy and the empire. Brother Wei Xian, will you go all out tomorrow? Meng Hongqian blinked expectantly. I will. Wei Xian smiled lightly. I'm also curious to see just how far traditional soul masters can push their combat abilities. One of his purposes for participating in this competition was precisely to test the true capabilities of these young soul masters. Now that they'd reached the final stage, he naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to face off against these so-called genius opponents. Wonderful. Meng Hongqian cheered, her face blooming with joy. She loved watching Wei Xian display his divine prowess. That combination of sharpness and handsomeness always made her heart race. Xiao Hongqian and the others also showed excited expressions, their eyes full of anticipation. Just how powerful could Wei Xian be when going all out? Compared to the gradually relaxed and excited atmosphere in the Sun Moon Royal Academy's conference room, Shrek Academy was currently much more tense. The pre-battle meeting had continued for nearly 2 hours and still hadn't ended. Wang Yin stood before the long table, his finger lightly tapping the tactical diagram as he meticulously explained his arrangements. Finally, he straightened up, his expression carrying barely contained excitement. That's my tactical arrangement. If we can implement it successfully, we have a real chance at winning the championship. As his words fell, Ma Xiaotao and the others' eyes lit up, and their gazes toward Wang Yin carried newfound respect. The conference room fell into silence as everyone absorbed Wang Yan's words and pondered them carefully. After a brief, quiet moment, hushed discussions erupted throughout the room. Everyone shared their opinions, scrutinizing every aspect of the tactics. Following several minutes of brainstorming, nearly all loopholes had been addressed, and Wang Yan's strategy appeared nearly flawless in everyone's eyes. Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, you two will play a crucial role in tomorrow's team battle, Wang Yin said to them with a serious tone. Don't worry about soul power consumption. Unleash your martial soul fusion skill with everything you've got. He then turned to Bei Bei and the others, speaking more rapidly. You must seize the opportunity and strike with full force. Eliminate them if possible, but if not, at least inflict severe damage so they can't continue fighting. Huo Yuhao and his teammates' gazes converged instantly, determination burning in their eyes. They rose almost simultaneously, their voices ringing out powerfully. For Shrek Academy, we will give our absolute best. Good. With those words, your teacher can rest easy. Wang Yin nodded with satisfaction, his gaze sweeping across each face before his voice grew even more passionate. Children, winning the championship may be difficult, but once achieved, the glory will be incomparable. You will be written into the Academy's history and remembered by future generations. For your own brilliance and to defend our Academy's unparalleled honor, let us fight with everything we have in the upcoming matches. Wang Yan's rallying words instantly ignited passion throughout the room. For the Academy's honor, we wouldn't hesitate even if it cost us our lives. Ma Xiaotao's voice was hoarse but resolute. The others roared in agreement, their fighting spirit surging through the air. After the meeting dispersed, Huo Yuhao immediately returned to his room. He postponed cultivating the Haodong power with Wang Dong and urgently called out, Elder E, can you hear me? His spiritual sea remained terrifyingly quiet with no response, making him increasingly anxious as he called out repeatedly. After a moment, Electrolux's voice finally echoed in his mind. What's happened? Huo Yuhao's eyes lit up as he nearly blurted out, Elder E, this competition is too important for me and my companions. I cannot lose. I want to borrow your power, just like when I defeated Wu Feng at the Academy last time. Electrolux initially wanted to refuse, but sensing the young man's determination, he pondered for a moment. How do you want me to help? Lend me some power during the match, Huo Yuhao pleaded earnestly. After a brief silence, Electrolux agreed. Very well. Thank you. I will remember your help for the rest of my life. Huo Yuhao was overjoyed, his confidence soaring. Time flew by. On the day of the finals, though dawn had barely broken, Xinghua City was already bustling with activity. Many people rushed toward Xinghua Plaza right after breakfast, with crowds flowing through the streets like a tide, almost as if fleeing disaster for fear of missing this golden opportunity. When the first rays of sunlight entered the city, the area around the plaza was already packed with people. Tens of thousands of soldiers maintained order, and despite the crowding, no chaos erupted. The Sun Moon Imperial Academy team maintained their usual routine, washing up, eating breakfast, then heading to the Plazano different from the semifinals. Coincidentally, as soon as they came downstairs, they encountered the entire Shrek Academy team. Both sides locked eyes, tension immediately filling the air, but no one spoke. After coldly exchanging glances, each group went their separate ways. The red carpet path from the hotel to the plaza was lined with supporters on both sides, their cheers deafening. Shrek and Sun Moon banners waved fiercely in the air, while military forces separated the crowds to prevent overly aggressive behavior. Without this barrier, fans might have already rushed forward seeking photos and handshakes. Under the thunderous noise, even Ma Rulong and Ma Xiaotao, who had participated in the previous tournament, felt somewhat overwhelmed. Meng Hongshan looked up at the fluttering banners, a proud smile crossing her lips. It seems Sun Moon Imperial Academy has more supporters. Indeed, the cheers were slightly louder on their side, which secretly boosted their spirits. At the end of the red carpet, both teams wore solemn expressions, tense yet composed. They understood the significance of this path, and each step was taken with determination. After entering their respective rest areas, all team members took their positions, quietly awaiting the match. Silence. The competition is about to begin. His Majesty will now speak. From the high platform of the Imperial City, a middle-aged man's voice rolled down like thunder, deep, powerful, and carrying unquestionable authority. From the sound quality alone, it was clear he wasn't using any amplifying soul tools, yet everyone in the plaza heard his voice clearly, demonstrating his extraordinary abilities. The man speaking appeared to be around 30 years old, with well-defined features, deep-set eyes, and brilliant blue pupils that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. His face bore a resolute expression. Golden armor wrapped tightly around his body, accentuating his upright posture and naturally exuding the cold, iron-blooded aura of a seasoned soldier. His name was Dai Hao, commander of the Star Luo Empire's Western Army Group, renowned for his distinguished military achievements and commanding immense respect as the foremost figure in the military. The Star Luo Emperor had publicly declared, "As long as Dai Hao stands guard, the empire remains as solid as a rock, with none daring to challenge us," demonstrating the weight of his importance. Dai Hao issued his command in a deep voice, and the soldiers maintaining order on the city walls responded in unison, raising their spears high as their battle cries merged into a chilling wave of killing intent that instantly silenced the noisy square. The crowd immediately fell quiet, their gazes turning toward the high walls. The scene from 20 years ago, when they had watched the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Dueling Tournament in Star Luo City, came flooding back. "The last time I witnessed this grand event was 20 years ago," the Star Luo Emperor said with a smile, his voice seemingly addressing both the people and Dai Hao beside him, filled with deep emotion. The once youthful prince had become a sovereign ruler, while the young warrior who had once fought fierce battles on the battlefield had risen to become a supreme commander. Time had added responsibility while tempering their sharp edges. They were not old, yet no longer young. The emperor withdrew from his reverie and declared loudly, "I won't say much more. Join me in witnessing today's main event. Let the finals begin." As his words fell, the titled Dula, known as Evil Fiend Dula, transformed into a streak of light, sweeping toward the center of the competition platform. "I am Huang Jinxiu, serving as today's finals referee. Now I shall announce the rules." With just a few words, he clearly explained the proceedings. The competition would still employ 3 formats: team battles, individual elimination matches, and the 2-2-3 formation, best of 3 rounds. Each team must submit their participant roster in advance, with only 1 substitution allowed after the team battle concluded, and no changes permitted in other segments. Just as the rules were announced, Huang Jinxiu suddenly felt an immense pressure, and his heart tightened as he instinctively looked toward the Shrek Academy rest area. There, at some unknown moment, a disheveled old man had appeared, wine gourd in his left hand, chicken leg in his right, eating and drinking simultaneously with grease staining his beard, casually wiping his mouth on his tattered clothes with apparent nonchalance. The old man raised his eyes and arched an eyebrow at Huang Jinxiu, his gaze carrying a clear threat: fulfill your duties properly and show no favoritism. Huang Jinxiu's heart clenched as he quickly averted his gaze. The referee's unusual behavior drew everyone's attention. No one had seen this old man before. Was he also a teacher from Shrek? The Shrek instructors like Wang Yan remained composed. Anyone capable of making a titled Delaware was naturally extraordinary. An elder of the Sea God's Pavilion, known as Elder Xian. In the Sun Moon Royal Academy rest area, Teacher Ma immediately recognized Elder Xian, his expression changing dramatically. "Your Highness, do you see that disheveled old man?" he whispered to Wei Xian. Wei Xian nodded. In fact, he had detected the old man's appearance the instant it occurred. The speed was almost imperceptible, yet couldn't escape his spiritual awareness. He made an even more astute judgment. The opponent's soul power was approximately level 98, with strength far exceeding ordinary titled Dou, only inferior to the ultimate Dou Long Xiaoyao. If I'm not mistaken, he's probably a level 98 super Dou. Teacher Ma provided additional intelligence. He's a Shrek elder with the title Taotie. His martial soul is a rare mutation, the Taotie Divine Bull, at least level 97, possibly higher. Upon hearing this, Wei Xuan's expression grew peculiar. The name Taotie sparked his curiosity. I'd really like to experience his power firsthand. However, Teacher Ma remained deeply worried. While Elder Xian wouldn't interfere with the battles on stage, if he suddenly made a move, Wei Xuan or Ming Hongshun might find it difficult to escape. His brow remained furrowed. Wei Xuan saw through his concerns and offered gentle reassurance. We also have the Dragon Emperor. With Elder Long present, Taotie cannot stir up any trouble. Before the ultimate Dou Long Xiaoyao, Elder Xian was ultimately inferior. Teacher Ma was momentarily stunned, then slapped his forehead with a laugh. Look at me. I actually forgot about His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. Since Long Xiaoyao's arrival in Star Luo City, his whereabouts had been elusive, and the lengthy tournament had gradually made them overlook this formidable presence. Now remembering the terrifying power of an ultimate Dou, Teacher Ma felt as if he had swallowed a reassuring pill, all his anxiety evaporating completely. His confidence suddenly increased considerably. In Shrek's rest area, Xian Lao finished his chicken leg, wiped his mouth with his sleeve out of habit, set his wine gourd aside, clapped his hands, and said, "Kids, before the match starts, let me say a few words." Wang Yan, Ma Xiaotao, and the others turned at once, facing the elder who had risen with a solemn expression, their posture respectful. Xian Lao's gaze swept slowly over each student, and he nodded with satisfaction, his tone gentle yet firm. Getting this far hasn't been easy. Do your best in the match ahead. Winning is ideal, but if you lose, I won't blame you. I have only one request: return to the academy safe and sound. I do not want anyone suffering irreversible harm. Warmth stirred in the hearts of Huo Yuhao and the rest, and the more sentimental ones like Xiao Xiao felt their eyes sting. Outside the side hall, Huang Jinsi announced that the break was over and urged both teams to take the field. Xian Lao said no more, leaving them one final reminder. Fight to your heart's content. Hold nothing back. They'll take responsibility for whatever happens. Even if you wipe them out, no one will dare trouble you. That domineering promise swept away their last hesitation. Ma Xiaodao thrust out her right hand first, growling, "Let's crush the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Shrek's honor cannot be stained." Dai Yaoheng, Huo Yuhao, and the others exchanged a grin, stacked their hands, and shouted in unison, "Long live Shrek." Across the way, the Sun and Moon Royal Academy's rest area was calmer, but no less fired up. "This is the closest we've ever been to the championship," Ma Rulong said in a low voice. "If we win, we become the Academy's eternal pride. If we lose, we'll bear regret and the disgrace of the Academy and the Empire. For the Academy, and for our own conviction, Su must win this match." As the oldest and most composed among them, his words lit a blaze in every heart. "Sun and Moon Royal Academy will prevail," Su Yanqing shouted, rallying the team. Ming Hongqin chimed in right after, playful yet resolute. Chen Fei, Mi Jia, Xiao Xiaofeng, Ma Rulong, and the Xiao Hongqin siblings all raised their voices as well. Ming Hongqin shook Wei Xian's arm. He smiled and didn't dampen the mood, echoing, "Sun and Moon Royal Academy will prevail." He wasn't obsessed with the title, but seeing his teammates' hopes made him take it more seriously. "All right, time to go," Wei Xian said with a wave, stepping toward the stage first as the others followed close behind. Their team composition for the group battle had long been set. Wei Xian, Ma Rulong, the Xiao Hongqin siblings, Mi Jia, Lin Shi, and Chen Fei. At the same time, Shrek Academy exited their rest area. At the front stood the Phoenix Soul Master Ma Xiaotao, followed by Dai Yaoheng, Bei Bei, Su Sanshi, and Jiang Nan Nan, with Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong bringing up the rear. Unlike the lineup used against Deus Academy, Ling Luochen and He Kaitu had been replaced by Soul Elder Wang Dong and Grandmaster level Huo Yuhao, a switch with clear intent. Both sides quickly mounted the stage and took their places on either side of referee Huang Jinsi. Their gazes clashed midair, sparks flying unseen as a grim, killing intent spread across the arena. Wei Xian met Ma Xiaotao's stare. Her eyes were razor-sharp, while a faint smile played at his lips as if nothing could rattle him. After a brief rundown of the rules, the referee signaled them to fall back and only stopped near the edge. Shrek's formation stacked 4 lines deep, Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng in front, Su Sanshi behind them, then Bei Bei and Jiang Nan Nan, with Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong in the last rank. The Sun and Moon Royal Academy put Wei Xian on point. The other 6 fanned out one step behind. "Begin." Huang Jinsi's arm cut down, launching the final. The words had barely left his mouth when both teams unleashed their martial souls. Behind Wei Xian, 6 soul engineers from the Sun and Moon Royal Academy deployed their soul tools in a sweeping arsevery, set a modified Tier 5, packing Tier 6 punch. "Target lock," charge, and fire happened in one seamless flow. In an instant, hundreds of shells arced through the air in a storm, raining down on Shrek. For Soul engineers, long-range saturation fire is the most cost-effective tactic. Anyone with a discerning eye who looked closely at the gear on Xiao Hongchun and the others would be shocked by the specs. They had been using Tier 4 tools before, not because they couldn't handle higher tiers, but because they'd been holding back. In the final, there was no more reason to hide. The full suite of modified Tier 5 armaments came out. Both power and rate of fire surged. The incoming barrage, 100 strong, was enough to make even a soul sage think twice. The moment the match began, Huo Yuhao unfolded his spiritual detection and shared it with every teammate. Inside the mental network, the trajectories of hundreds of high-speed shells mapped out like a rain of arrows, the pressure slamming into every chest. The sheer firepower was beyond what they had expected. Attack! Ma Xiaodao shouted. As students of Shrek Academy, they naturally wouldn't lose their composure from shock and quickly regained their bearings. The moment her shout ended, Ma Xiaodao shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, covering over 10 meters in an instant. Her third soul ring suddenly blazed, phoenix wings soaring. Scorching soul power condensed into blazing red wings behind her as she leaped into the air, her figure rising nearly 10 meters high. Immediately after, her second soul ring lit up, activating bathing fire phoenix. Roaring flames spread along her limbs, the intense heat causing the surrounding air to visibly distort. Her speed reached its limit with the flame's propulsion, her entire form resembling a true phoenix diving down, stirring up rolling waves of heat as she struck directly at the Sun Moon Royal Academy's battle formation. Almost simultaneously, Dai Yuheng's fourth soul ring illuminated. White tiger meteor shower activated with a deep tiger's roar that shook the air. A thick beam of white light tore through the sky, suddenly exploding midway and transforming into countless giant energy stones that rained down like meteors toward the incoming barrage of shells. On the other side, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master Bei showed no hesitation. His second soul ring flashed with electric light thunder's might. With Su Sanchi's assistance, he stomped the ground and leaped several meters into the air, his right arm transforming into a dragon claw that slashed horizontally. Dense lightning bolts shot out like frenzied serpents, colliding with each other and instantly weaving into a dazzling web of electricity that met the incoming shells heat in. Bang, bang, bang. The shells exploded on contact, instantly turning the space above the competition stage into a sea of multicolored energy flames. The shockwaves violently struck the energy barrier, causing it to shake dramatically with fine cracks appearing on its surface. The faces of the 108 soul masters maintaining the barrier changed drastically, forcing them to grit their teeth and increase their soul power output to barely stabilize the protective shield. Though White Tiger Meteor Shower was a Soul Emperor's fourth soul skill, it was ultimately an area bombardment technique with individual projectile power inferior to single shells. However, relying on its coverage area, it forcibly intercepted most of the artillery fire midair. Numerous shells were struck by the energy stones and exploded on the spot, while those that slipped through the net detonated upon contact with Bei's lightning web, and even more shells were ignited by the chain reaction of shockwaves. Some shells that weren't directly hit exploded when they encountered the lightning web, while others were detonated by the explosive energy impacts. The Shrek team didn't act one by one, but moved collectively as a unit. Su Sanshi raised his Xianming turtle shell shield high and stepped to the front. His second and third soul rings lit up simultaneously as the Xianming shield formation unleashed with tremendous Xianming power. Identical Xianming shields instantly materialized on his left and right sides, as well as above his head, layering upon each other to form a massive semicircular shield wall that blocked the incoming explosion shockwave. With Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection guiding him, Su Sanshi didn't need to look up to confirm his path. He powered forward with his legs, charging like a fierce bull. However, the shockwave proved more violent than they had anticipated. The further he pushed forward, the more the impact force felt like a flood pressing against his chest, making every step increasingly difficult. Ugh, Su Sanshi gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his arms like earthworms as he stubbornly held the shield wall and pressed forward. Sensing his rapidly depleting stamina, Wei Yuhao immediately shouted, "Sister Nan, thrusters." Before the match, they had prepared 4 Class 4 Soul Tool thrusters for Su Sanshi to ensure their plan's success. Hearing the call, Jiang Nan nodded and swiftly pulled 4 silver gray devices from her storage soul tool. With practiced efficiency, she attached 2 to the left side of Su Sanshi's abdomen and 2 to the right, channeling soul power into them as the inscriptions immediately blazed to life. Whoosh! The thrusters expelled pale blue flames, instantly multiplying Su Sanshi's charging speed several times over. He practically glided across the ground while the shield wall pushed forward, carrying Huo Yuhao, Jiang Nan, and the others behind him at the accelerated pace. On the other side, seeing their first wave of attacks had failed, Xiao Hongchen and his team frowned slightly and prepared to organize their second offensive. Wei Xuan struck out with soul tool rays to restrain their opponents and prevent them from continuing to fire shells into the air, since ordinary shells, despite their considerable power, had obvious weaknesses unless they were specially crafted. They couldn't withstand impacts. The soul-guided rays were as thin as silver needles and extremely fast, making them difficult to intercept. In this situation, they would prove more effective than artillery shells. Once battle erupted, every decision had to be made in a split second. Xiao Hongchen and his teammates executed Wei Xian's reminder without hesitation, making micro-adjustments to their barrel angles and switching to soul-guided ray mode in unison. The soul-guided cannons on their backs came in various models. While shells were their primary ammunition, each barrel was pre-equipped with limited ray functionality. At this moment, there was no need to change equipment. They simply flicked the locks, channeled their soul power, and all 6 pulled their triggers simultaneously. 30 soul-guided rays burst from the barrel mouths, forming a blinding silver line that nearly skimmed the ground as they shot straight toward the Xianming shield wall. Though the rays couldn't match light speed, across this distance of less than 100 meters, they arrived in the blink of an eye, giving their opponents virtually no time to react. In the next breath, 30 metallic impacts rang out almost as one thunderous crash, followed immediately by muffled groans. Su Sanchi's arms went numb from the massive impact, and his feet stumbled momentarily. 30 fine dents appeared on his top-tier Xianming turtle shell. Shield to shield hailed as the continent's greatest defense showed damage for the first time. Soul-guided rays were renowned for their penetrating power, and these were fired from 6th-level soul tools with armor-piercing force capable of boring through metal and splitting stone. If not for the thrusters behind him pushing with all their might, Su Sancher would have been blasted back 100 meters. Even so, his shield-gripping hands trembled uncontrollably as searing pain spread to his shoulders. His face contorted in agony. The Xuanwu power within him forced into turbulence, causing black light to flicker around his body. Senior brother Su, hang in there. We have to get close to them. Huo Yuhao pressed his urgency into his voice through their mental link, speaking in low, steady tones. He knew Su Sancher was at his limit, but they had no choice but to push forward. I can do this, Su Sancher roared, using that burst of fury to suppress the pain. He kicked off hard against the ground and charged forward with everything he had. The Xianming turtle shell shield glowed with an eerie black light, radiating a primal aura. The mental link allowed all 7 Shrek members to share their thoughts, keeping everyone aware of both sides' instantaneous conditions. Seeing Su Sancher injured, the fury in Ma Xiaotao's chest nearly erupted. Without hesitation, she activated her 6th soul ring. The pitch-black soul ring exploded in dazzling flames around her as the temperature shot up dramatically. Behind her, a phoenix phantom raised its head in a piercing cry, its blazing feathers shooting skyward. Moments later, phoenix meteors 5 times larger than white tiger meteors materialized from thin air, raining down like meteorites toward the Sun-Moon Imperial Academy's formation. She understood the principle of attacking what the enemy must defend. Those burning meteors weren't just attacks, they were meant to force the opponents to divide their attention, forcibly opening a path for Huo Yuhao and the others to advance. The might of a Soul Emperor's 6th soul skill was undeniable. Dozens of massive flaming spheres whistled downward, tearing through the air with sharp explosive sounds like a miniature natural disaster descending upon the world. However, faced with the suddenly rising temperature and the rain of fire overhead, Xiao Hongchen and his teammates acted as if they saw nothing, remaining completely motionless without any defensive maneuvers. In the audience stands, many couldn't help but gasp. Had they given up on defense? Or did they have another plan? Release your soul tool barriers quickly. If those fireballs hit, there won't be much suspense left in this match. Were Xiao Hongchen and the others planning not to defend at all? Of course not. That blazing fireball clearly required a soul tool barrier to neutralize it, but the true defender wasn't Xiao Hongchen and his companions. Wei Xuan, who had been standing by with folded arms, finally raised his head, gazing at the fireball plummeting from the sky with a composed expression. Everyone saw a shield appear in his palm, a turtle shell-shaped artifact that could be held in one hand, entirely pale blue like carved ice jade, with several crystalline ice flowers blooming on its surface. This already activated 6th-rank defensive soul tool frantically absorbed the energy of heaven and earth in midair, its flowing light growing increasingly brilliant. In the next breath, the soul tool soared upward, rapidly expanding until it swelled to over 50 meters in diameter in the blink of an eye, completely blocking the path of the Phoenix meteor. Bang, bang, bang. The flaming meteors continuously bombarded the giant shield, their deafening thuds sweeping across the wilderness like real meteorites being forcibly shattered, scattering fiery fragments everywhere. The giant shield shook violently, ripples of energy spreading across its surface as extreme cold clashed with blazing flames, producing a continuous harsh, hissing sound. Though the defense appeared strained, the pale blue giant shield ultimately held firm against the Phoenix meteor, preventing even a spark from reaching the battle formation. This shield was called the Ice Shield, a peak 6th rank soul tool with energy storage arrays carved inside and 6th rank energy gathering arrays arranged on the outside. Because of this, Wei Xuan could easily activate it despite only having soul ancestor cultivation. As his current masterpiece, the Ice Shield itself already approached 7th rank quality. The comprehensively improved arrays elevated its defensive strength to 7th rank defensive soul tool levels, making it capable of blocking even a Soul Emperor's attack. Ma Xiaotao's pupils contracted sharply, shock filling her heart. She knew exactly how terrifying her Phoenix Meteor's power was, yet it had been completely neutralized by this pale blue turtle shield. This could only mean the opponent's defense was extraordinary, not that her attack had weakened. Her eyes suddenly turned fierce, killing intent boiling over as she tapped the air with her toe. Explosive scorching air waves bursting forth as she transformed into a streak of red flame charging straight at Wei Xuan and the others. She had already been moving while releasing the Phoenix Meteor, and now only about 50 meters separated the two sides. When dealing with soul engineers, close combat was the best strategy. Once she broke into their formation, everything would become much simpler. Her first soul ring lit up Phoenix fire line activated. Ma Xiaotao puffed out her cheeks and forcefully expelled a blazing fire column, shooting it directly at Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan stepped forward to intercept once again. He raised his hand toward the giant shield in the air, making a grasping motion, and the massive turtle shield instantly contracted, returning to its original single hand size and flashing to appear before him. The Phoenix fire line crashed into it with a thunderous impact, the blazing flames immediately extinguished by the extreme cold ice energy, without even a spark escaping. Die, all of you! Ma Xiaotao roared furiously, her form swift as flowing light as she rapidly closed the distance, now less than 10 meters from Wei Xuan. This distance was practically point-blank for a Soul Emperor like her. She clenched her right fist, ready to deliver a devastating blow to Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan showed no signs of panic. Instead, his eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. With a light tap of his toes, he employed the technique of shrinking ground to inches, appearing before Ma Xiaotao in an instant. Simultaneously, he threw his own right punch, his fist wrapped in thin ice crystals with cold mist swirling around it. Though the strike appeared simple and unadorned, it carried the sharp edge of returning to one's true nature. The two fists collided heat-in, scorching heat waves and freezing frost intertwining in the air with crackling sounds as flames and ice eroded each other before separating instantly. The powerful recoil sent both fighters retreating. Ma Xiaotao was blasted back several meters, her right arm covered in fine ice fragments, trembling slightly from either pain or cold. She was shocked. She had held almost nothing back in that punch, yet it was blocked by a mere Soul King, who even forced her to retreat with the recoil. Wei Xuan, upon landing, also staggered back several steps, the skin on his knuckles split and bleeding. His physical body was ultimately inferior. Taking a direct punch from a high-level Soul Emperor had cost him. That punch wasn't mere brute force, it incorporated several low-level techniques, making it formidable. Cold mist condensed around his fist again, freezing the wound and stopping the bleeding instantly. The next second, he tapped his toes against the ground and vanished once more. Ma Xiaotao remained alert to her surroundings when cold wind struck from behind. She spun around rapidly, crossing her arms to block. Bang! The dull impact resonated through her arm bones as tremendous force sent her body plummeting diagonally. She quickly circulated her soul power to dissipate the force, managing to stabilize herself just before hitting the ground. With a powerful stomp, she shot back up furiously. I refuse to believe I'd lose in close combat to a Soul King, she growled. High in the air, two figures engaged in fierce combat. Wei Xuan didn't release his Ice Phoenix divine wings, relying solely on his ground-shrinking technique to flash and weave through the air, his brief aerial maneuvers showing no signs of sluggishness. Ma Xiaotao had always been confident, a top student from Shrek Academy with rich combat experience, yet she grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. Wei Xuan's attacks flowed like water, his combinations seamlessly connected, resembling a precise fighting machine. He would strike the moment he appeared, with virtually zero hesitation. His kicks came like cold flashes, never giving his opponent a moment to react. Over a dozen moves passed in mere moments, and Ma Xiaotao found herself increasingly struggling after exchanging more than 10 moves. Her resistance grew weaker as she failed to keep up with Wei Xuan's relentless rhythm. Sensing danger behind her, Ma Xiaotao was about to react when a leg as hard as solid ice struck her. Ah! A tearing pain shot through her right abdomen, forcing out an agonized scream as she was sent flying sideways to the left like a cannonball. Wei Xuan's assault continued without pause. In the next instant, his figure vanished into thin air, reappearing precisely in Ma Xiaotao's trajectory. A series of fierce whip kicks followed in rapid succession, each accompanied by freezing air and magical enhancement, causing frost to explode through the atmosphere. His ability to inflict real damage on a Soul Emperor with merely Soul King level power was truly terrifying. In fact, Wei Xian's physical strength had long surpassed that of a typical Soul King. Having absorbed a 10th Sandier Soul Ring for his 4th Soul Ring, his body's toughness and density had already broken conventional limits. 1. His pure physical strength and defense could rival those of a high-level Soul King. 2. Two premium soul bones had further transformed his constitution, especially the Ice Jade Scorpion Soul Bone, which primarily enhanced his left arm, but simultaneously boosted his overall strength. These factors combined, along with magical amplification, allowed him to match a Soul Emperor in pure power confrontation. At this moment, Ma Xiaotao couldn't gain even the slightest advantage. Whoosh! The audience erupted in chaos as countless spectators shot to their feet in shock. What was happening? A Soul King was actually dominating a Soul Emperor? Wang Yan's brow furrowed deeply with grave concern, while Elder Xian stopped eating his chicken leg and muttered with a frown. How could a Soul Engineer possess such formidable combat ability? This is impossible. Go to hell. Ma Xiaotao, continuously pummeled in midair, erupted in complete fury. The phoenix flames within her surged with her emotions, temperature skyrocketing instantly, as her fiery soul power exploded outward like a volcanic eruption. The surging flame impact forced Wei Xian back half a step, buying her a moment's respite. Upon landing, she bent her knees slightly, breathing heavily with her shoulders heaving violently, flames blazing around her so intensely they seemed to distort the very air. Her expression dark and appearance disheveled. The rage in her chest burned hotter than phoenix fire. This was the first time she had ever been so thoroughly suppressed, and the humiliation made her clench her teeth. The problem was that she was a fire tribute soul master. Even ultimate fire would be suppressed by Wei Xian's ultimate ice, and her flames weren't even ultimate level, creating a natural disadvantage that prevented her from unleashing her full power. Combined with her initial underestimation of Wei Xian, she found herself in this predicament. The disparity in elemental hierarchy meant she couldn't display her complete strength against Wei Xian, and coupled with her underestimation of him, this was why she was being beaten so badly. The rage in her heart pushed Ma Xiaotao to the brink of losing control. The flames surrounding her body suddenly turned dark red, and even her eyes were stained with the same sinister glow. Her aura climbed steadily as the flames grew increasingly dark and violent, losing the majestic righteousness they once possessed. Beneath Wei Xian's feet, an ancient ice dragon suddenly solidified, lifting his body into midair. He gazed at Ma Xiaotao in the distance, a flicker of curiosity passing through his eyes. This was clearly the evil attribute within her martial soul awakening. This is bad. Elder Xian rose abruptly to his feet, his face filled with worry as he watched Ma Xiaotao on the arena. Sister, prepare to attack. Huo Yuhao's voice echoed across the arena. While almost all spectators focused their attention on Wei Xian and Ma Xiaotao, Su Sancher and the others pressed forward under intense soul tool bombardment, forcing their way to within 20 meters. Every step of their advance was extraordinarily difficult, with the Xianming turtle shell shield covered in craters and thick cracks spreading across its surface like centipedes. Behind the shield, Su Sanchi's face was deathly pale, his arms cracked and bleeding, his entire body swaying on the verge of collapse. Without Dai Yuang sharing part of the firepower, he would have already fallen. Jiang Nannan watched Su Sanchi's pitiful state, her heart clenched tight, with anguish written across her face. At the rear of the formation, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged glances before releasing their spirit eyes and clear sky hammer respectively. Wang Dong, gripping the clear sky hammer, flashed behind Huo Yuhao and embraced him tightly. Light intertwined around both their bodies, quickly condensing into a blazing orb of radiance. Immediately after, a transparent phantom appeared above their heads, its form hazy, hands cupped over its heart in a gesture both eerie and sacred. Wei Xian withdrew his gaze from Ma Xiaotao and fixed his stare on the phantom, intense unease rising in his eyes. Everyone activate your strongest shields, he commanded in a low voice. Xiao Hongchun and the others dared not hesitate, activating their soul tool barriers at maximum speed. Energy membranes instantly materialized, wrapping them in tight protection, yet they still felt an inexplicable tremor in their hearts when looking at the distant phantom. The moment the barriers formed, the phantom suddenly transformed. Its eyes burst forth with golden beams piercing the heavens as a pure gold hammer materialized in the air. In the next instant, the phantom shattered into countless tiny hammer shadows that scattered in all directions before transforming into surging golden light that spread rapidly outward with Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong at its center. Where the golden light passed, space froze and time seemed to slow. The air cracked with spider web-like fissures, as if unable to bear that terrifying power. The scene was absolutely horrifying. Referee Huang Jinchu's expression changed dramatically. Under the golden light's coverage, he clearly felt his movements becoming sluggish, every gesture becoming labored. What kind of martial soul fusion technique is this? Even a titled Doloa was affected, leaving him deeply shaken. In an instant, the golden light had completely enveloped Wei Xuan and the 6 people behind him, including Meng Hongqian. The 6 felt their spirits struck by a massive hammer, their minds roaring with pain far worse than any physical injury. Their soul power became completely chaotic, and their soul tool barriers didn't break, they simply dissipated as they lost control. Under the suppression of this martial soul fusion technique, the 6 were almost completely defenseless, their spirits wounded and bodies restrained. Wei Xuan also sensed the mental attack, but this level of spiritual assault was far from capable of causing him any real harm. His divine consciousness surged forth, crashing violently into the hammer that was striking at his sea of consciousness, instantly shattering it into fragments. The hammer's shadow dissipated, leaving only the binding effect inherent to the soul skill still firmly restraining him. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong manipulated their soul power to isolate the binding force from their teammates, allowing the Shrek members to seize the opportunity and launch their offensive. White Tiger Meteor Shower and Phoenix Meteor Shower tore through the air almost simultaneously. Blazing white light intertwined with molten golden fire feathers, transforming the arena into what seemed like a meteor shower field. Bei Bei, Jiang Nan, and Dai Yuheng charged forward as the vanguard, shooting out the moment their toes touched the ground. Jiang Nan activated her 3rd soul ring first, her figure trembling with a buzz before vanishing completely, leaving only a faint afterimage. In the next instant, she had silently appeared behind Wei Xuan. Her 2nd soul ring glowed with soft light as she bent her waist like a drawn bow, her legs coiling like iron clamps, striking directly at Wei Xian's neck. The sudden turn of events left the Sun Moon Royal Academy team pale. With shock, they never expected the battle situation to reverse so abruptly, nor had they anticipated that Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong could unleash a martial soul fusion technique completely different from before. In the stands, elder brother Su Yanqing's snacks scattered all over the ground as they fell from his hands. His eyes were red-rimmed as he hoarsely shouted for his teammates, yet there was nothing he could do. An interesting martial soul fusion technique, Wei Xuan murmured to himself, his profound gaze sweeping across the battlefield, seemingly seeing through Huo Yuhao at a single glance. This isn't powered solely by your 2's soul power, but borrowed from other strength, isn't it? Break! With a low shout, his divine consciousness expanded outward like ocean tides. The golden light, upon contact, vanished instantly like snow meeting fire. The spatial order, freed from its constraints, immediately returned to tranquility. Jiang Nanan's legs, which had just locked around his neck, were seized by his hands, and with a slight pressure of his knuckles, she found herself unable to break free. With a fierce swing of his arms, her entire body was hurled in an arc, flying back into the Shrek formation. In that instant, Wei Xian's eyes separated into black and white, his pupils transforming into the rare double pupils. The double pupils blazed with divine light, chaotic aura surging forth, while countless ancient and profound runes danced and outlined themselves in the depths of his pupils, forming a wondrous tableau of the world's creation and the evolution of all things. Gray-black energy swept across the arena, drastically slowing the flow of time wherever it passed. The Phoenix Meteor Shower and White Tiger Meteor Shower became sluggish in midair, their original trajectory of dozens of meters seemingly stretched to dozens of miles. Each fire feather and light fong appeared trapped in amber. Huang Jinshu's expression, which had just calmed down, began twitching again, but this time his facial muscles deformed like slow-motion playback, appearing comical yet terrifying. Dai Yuheng, Bei Bei, Ma Xiaotao, and the others charged desperately forward, yet could not escape their dragging pursuit. Wasn't that their speed had decreased, but that time itself was being forcibly slowed by Wei Xuan. The light barrier shattered, and Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong's martial soul fusion technique was instantly destroyed. The 2, stripped of the golden light's protection, revealed their forms as mental backlash struck like crashing waves. Wang Dong groaned, blood spurting forth as his Haotian hammer fell to the ground for support. His steps staggered, but he refused to let himself fall. Blood trickled down Huo Yuhao's temples as he clutched his eye sockets with both hands, crying out in agony, suffering even worse backlash than Wang Dong. This is impossible. His heart churned like stormy seas. He had clearly borrowed Elder Yi's power and utilized part of Brother Tianming's strength, pushing their martial soul fusion technique to its current limit. By all logic, it shouldn't have been broken. Yet the harsh reality lay before him. He struggled to lift his head, his gaze falling on Wei Xuan through the blurred bloodstains, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief, as if staring at some strange and terrifying creature. This person was the true monster. The spectators around the arena were utterly stunned by what they had just witnessed. Many instinctively rubbed their eyes to confirm they weren't seeing things. In just over 10 seconds, the match had taken several dramatic turns. First, Shrek Academy unleashed a bizarre spirit fusion technique that froze all members of the Sun Moon Royal Academy in place, leading everyone to believe the outcome was decided. Then, inexplicably, that fusion technique was broken, and an even more bizarre scene unfolded on the competition stage. Time itself seemed to slow down dramatically. Visible meteors hung, suspended in midair, while the movements of contestants and referees appeared to be playing in slow motion. An unreal sense of oppression enveloped the entire venue, with many people sharing the same thought. Was this some kind of supernatural phenomenon? Atop the city walls, the Star Luo Emperor and the White Tiger Duke exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. The deceleration effect covered the entire competition platform. Meng Hongqun and the others were powerless to resist. Their bodies could still move, but it felt like being trapped in thick mud. Throughout the entire arena, only Wei Xuan maintained normal speed. With his double pupil power activated, he moved in a series of flashes, and under everyone's watchful gaze, he pulled Meng Hongqun, Ma Rulong, and the other Sun Moon contestants one by one from the center, relocating them to the side of the platform. Though time had been slowed, everyone's minds remained clear. Ma Xiaotao, Dai Yuheng, and the other Shrek team members watched Wei Xian's actions with burning anxiety, desperate to speed up, but unable to do so, leaving them helplessly frustrated. When Wei Xian completed his final flash movement, time suddenly returned to normal. The Phoenix Meteor Shower and White Tiger Meteor Shower crashed down like a torrential downpour, creating thunderous impacts that shook the entire platform violently. The central area was instantly riddled with craters, looking as if it had been hammered into scrap metal by meteors. After losing the protection of the deceleration effect, Ma Xiaotao and the others stumbled briefly, as the short slow-motion experience made it difficult for them to immediately adapt to normal speed. What kind of ability is that? Xiao Hongqin's first instinct wasn't to counterattack, but to blurt out this question. The technique Wei Xian had just displayed sent shockwaves through everyone's hearts. It was simply too terrifying. Don't ask now, he said, positioning himself in front of everyone while breathing heavily. We'll talk after the battle ends. Although time deceleration was merely the most basic skill of the double pupil, those brief 5 seconds had drained nearly 60% of his soul power. If he had persisted any longer, his soul power would have been completely exhausted. Using this skill had been a desperate choice at that moment. Meng Hongqun and the others simply wouldn't have had time to defend themselves. Caught off guard by the Soul Emperor's 4th and 6th soul skills, even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. Wei Xian's heart trembled as he finally saw through Shrek Academy's tactics completely. First, forcibly close the distance. Use martial soul fusion techniques to bind them on a spiritual level. Then have 2 Soul Emperors deliver explosive output, supplemented by several Soul Kings in close combat, creating defeat through storm-like attacks. The tactics themselves were nearly perfect if only they hadn't encountered him. That so-called pure spiritual fusion technique falling on him was no different from child's play, completely unable to create any restraint. The battle situation changed instantly. Ma Rulong and others made micro-adjustments to their cannon barrels, cold light flashing as they opened fire. Dozens of shells were fired in 3 layers. High-altitude interception, mid-air ground hugging, left and right flanking, with tricky trajectories and wider coverage. Even another round of Phoenix Meteor Shower and White Tiger Meteor Shower absolutely couldn't intercept them all. At the same time, various soul tools opened fire together. Ma Rulong raised a dark red cannon barrel in his hand, pointing it diagonally toward the sky with a thunderous boom. Red light shot into midair and exploded with a bang, transforming into a dense energy net that descended toward the Shrek members. The sky full of shells almost sealed off all escape routes, turning half the competition stage into a death trap. Ma Xiaotao and others' hearts pounded wildly, their muscles instinctively tensing. Not good. Everyone simultaneously felt a premonition of death. Shrek team battle surrender. Bei Bei roared fiercely, shouting at referee Huang Jinxiu. He clearly understood that this round of artillery fire was enough to severely injure the entire team, or even kill them directly. The only way out was to forfeit. If their earlier plan had succeeded, they still would have had a chance of victory. Now that the plan had failed, hope for subsequent matches was almost zero. Bei Bei, what nonsense are you spouting? Ma Xiaotao angrily shouted, soul power surging throughout her body, but she was stirred by despair and anger, making it difficult to stay calm. Huang Jinxiu was already unsettled, and now found himself in an impossible position. If he ruled the match over, the competition would end immediately, but what if Shrek could actually survive? How should the result be judged then? What the hell is this useless referee doing? Didn't you hear the surrender? An furious roar exploded from Shrek's rest area. Elder Xian's voice was like thunder. Not only did he verbally scold, but his 98th level soul power instantly erupted with tremendous force, causing space itself to faintly distort. The next moment, his figure flashed as he tore through the protective barrier and forcibly descended onto the competition stage. Elder Xian blocked in front of Bei Bei and the others, his deep eyes cold as ice. With one palm thrust, he pulled Ma Xiaotao, who was preparing to charge toward the artillery fire, to his side. With his unfathomable cultivation, Ma Xiaotao had no power to resist. Immediately after, a circle of surging shock waves spread from beneath his feet, and all the shells in the air exploded almost simultaneously, with dazzling firelight and rolling heat waves. However, Elder Xian was emotionally agitated and his attack didn't consider Wei Xuan and the others. The blazing impact surged forward, forcing Huang Jinxiu to flash in front of Wei Xuan, quickly manifesting his martial soul and barely managing to raise a defense. The gap in soul power was crystal clear. Elder Xian's casual strike forced him to retreat dozens of zhongs step by step, his internal qi and blood surging wildly, his face turning pale. Xianzi, this is a competition, what are you doing? Huang Jinxiu roared angrily, though his reverence was also ignited by shame and indignation. The surrounding audience hadn't yet recovered from the sudden change, and the arena instantly fell into deathly silence. Atop the city walls, the other three Guardian Dou simultaneously spread their wings and flew out, heading straight for the competition stage. The Star Luo Emperor and White Tiger Duke's faces were dark as water, their hands gripping the city wall tightening. The three Guardian Dou moved to Huang Jinxiu's side, their hostile gazes fixed on Elder Xian as they maintained maximum vigilance. The air felt like a taut bowstring, and the arena fell so silent that breathing could be heard. Meng Hongqian and the others' chests rose and fell rapidly, the terrifying pressure from before still lingering in their hearts, as if their lives were held in someone's palm, ready to be crushed at the slightest misstep. Wei Xuan stood at the front of the team, dismissing his martial soul, his cold eyes locking onto the disheveled old man in the distance through the figures of Huang Jinxiu and the others. The killing intent from that brief moment had landed precisely on his heart, and in that same instant, he had developed a murderous resolve in his mind. This Elder Xian was already sentenced to death. What are you doing? I should be asking what you were doing just now. Elder Xian pointed at Huang Jinxiu, his voice exploding like thunder. Are you stupid or just dazed? Didn't you hear that we had already conceded? Since we conceded, you should have immediately rescued Shrek students, but you just stood by and watched. Elder Xian's eyes burned with fury. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the power of those shells was. These youngsters couldn't possibly withstand them. If rescue came too late, casualties would occur on the spot. He had already failed to protect his students before, leading to their sacrifice. If he had to watch children die before his eyes again, he would never be able to hold his head up for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, the flames in his chest burned even fiercer. If this weren't Xinglua City with so many watching eyes, he would definitely slap this referee a few times to teach him a lesson. Huang Jinxiu frowned, his voice low and cold. With your cultivation level, you should have heard clearly. One of them said, we concede. But another immediately denied it. And she's the captain. Who should I listen to? You call yourself a titled Doluo, yet you can't even judge this? Couldn't you see that they simply couldn't withstand that attack? Elder Xian sneered, his tone full of disdain. His resentment toward Huang Jinxiu had already reached its peak. If the referee had acted immediately, why would he need to violate the rules and personally rush onto the stage? Huang Jinxiu was left speechless, his chest heaving as his aura became chaotic. Indeed, he had been negligent this time, but didn't the other party bear any responsibility? If not for the two contradictory voices on the stage, he wouldn't have hesitated. The soul fighting tournament rules couldn't be broken, and since the captain hadn't explicitly conceded, he had to follow protocol. Yet the other party wanted to pin all the blame on him. Who could tolerate such treatment? Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a deep voice came from the Star Luo Imperial viewing seats. This is the Star Luo Empire. Tournament rules cannot be casually broken. Shrek representative team, please mind your behavior. The voice was resonant. It was Dai Hao. Elder Xian's expression darkened, but he ultimately suppressed his anger and coldly declared, Shrek battle team concedes the group battle. With those words, he used his soul power to lift the several students and led them away from the competition stage, casting a meaningful glance at Wei Xuan before departing. That Xian fellow is really arrogant, one Guardian Dou scoffed. Shrek has always been like this, never putting any force in their eyes. Another snorted coldly, clearly equally displeased. With the dust settled on the stage, Wei Xuan spoke calmly to Huang Jinxiu. The group battle is over. Let's prepare for the individual matches. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear and penetrating, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Huang Jinxiu nodded slightly, and when he looked at Wei Xuan again, his eyes held a complexity. This youth was the real monster. Wei Xuan led Meng Hongqian and the others down from the stage. Except for him, the other six all bore undisguisable pallor on their faces. Having just brushed past a titled Dulualavel powerhouse was like taking a trip through the gates of hell. No one could take it lightly. Seeing the Sun Moon Imperial Academy members descend from the stage, the audience rose to their feet in applause, with thunderous cheers echoing throughout the massive Soul Tool arena. On Shrek's side, however, there was complete silence. No one applauded for Shrek, as applause belonged to the victors, and Elder Xian's actions had damaged their favorable impression of Shrek. It was understandable for rescue to be provided to contestants, but directly attempting to kill other competitors was completely unacceptable. Experiencing this firsthand for the first time, everyone suddenly realized that this academy, supposedly the finest on the continent, might not be as honorable and upright as imagined, and even displayed a certain arrogance and tyranny. In the Shrek Academy rest area, the air felt heavy as lead, suffocating everyone present. The defeat in the team battle meant their overall ranking was virtually hopeless, and every face was etched with disappointment and self-blame. Ma Xiaotao and the other team members who had just left the field hung their heads with clenched fists, their knuckles white with tension, their silence heavy with regret. They knew this defeat was partly their responsibility. Elder Xian tilted his head back and gulped down a large mouthful of strong liquor, the burning sensation flowing down his throat to his stomach. He set down the flask and sighed roughly. I was too impulsive earlier and brought shame to the academy. His voice seemed like he was talking to himself, yet also explaining to everyone present. He understood that rescuing Huo Yuhao and the others was justified, but attempting to kill Wei Xuan and his teammates made them appear like sore losers, making it even harder for Shrek to justify their actions. At this moment, he still couldn't tell whether that strike was accidental or if his subconscious had truly wanted to eliminate his opponent. Wei Xian's almost monstrous talent filled him with an intense sense of crisis. Rather than saying Wei Xuan could kill him, it was more accurate to say that as long as this person lived, he posed a tremendous threat to the original Delua continent. Elder Xian, this isn't your fault. Wang Yin spoke up, breaking the stifling atmosphere, his sincere gaze sweeping over everyone. The situation was critical, and if you hadn't acted, these children would have been in danger. In my view, you did nothing wrong. If I had the ability, I would have stepped in immediately as well. Huo Yuhao and the others also offered words of comfort. Hearing his student's consolation, Elder Xian's regret lessened somewhat, though the shadow in his expression hadn't completely lifted. Enough, let's set aside what just happened. Elder Xian waved his hand, his voice low but unyielding. Let's discuss the upcoming matches. Since things had come to this point, he was prepared to bear all consequences if anyone dared to come looking for trouble over this. He would face it head-on. However, everyone fell into brief silence. Could they still win? The quiet lasted only a few moments before Ma Xiaotao suddenly clenched her fist, her voice carrying the restlessness of flames. Even if we lose in the end, we must lose with dignity. In the next match, we must give everything we have and show Shrek's true spirit. Exactly. Wang Yin raised his head, his gaze determined. Even if we fall, we'll fall standing, fighting until the very last moment. The other team members nodded in agreement, their pride as Shrek Academy students making it impossible for them to surrender before the competition even began. At this moment, the pale-faced Wei Yuhao spoke up, his voice weak but clear. Teacher Wang, we might still have a chance to turn this around. As his words fell, everyone seemed to glimpse a ray of light in the darkness, instinctively looking up at him. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Sun Moon Royal Academy rest area was equally tense, but filled with even more anger. Su Yanqing's round face was flushed red as he glared fiercely at the distant Shrek rest area. That old bastard actually dared to interfere. If we get the chance, we must destroy them. Do they really think the Sun Moon Empire has no one? Teacher Ma's voice was filled with grinding hatred, his killing intent clearly visible. The team members were indignant, all upset about Shrek's interference in the competition. Enough, stop just being angry. Wei Xian's voice stood out as particularly calm amid the commotion. He looked toward the center of the arena, his eyes cold and clear. Saying harsh words won't accomplish anything. It's better to take real action. In the future, I'll personally settle this score. Wei Xian was the calmest among them all. He didn't like making threats, preferring to take action instead. Brother Wei Xian, aren't you angry at all? Meng Hongqin's voice carried obvious grievance, as the earlier scene had truly frightened her. As her words fell, she timidly took hold of Wei Xian's arm, gently resting her head against his shoulder, clearly seeking comfort. The others also turned their gazes toward Wei Xian. His expression was far too calm, as if the previous conflict had nothing to do with him at all. Wei Xian raised his hand to gently stroke Meng Hongqin's silky hair, his eyes showing a hint of tenderness as a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. How could I not be angry? It's just that I won't let rage disturb my peace of mind. What's done is done. What good does anger serve? Rather than pointless fury, I'd rather save that energy and think about how to get revenge later. Everyone was stunned, exchanging glances as they seemed to digest the deeper meaning in his words. As for the upcoming individual matches, none of you need to participate. I'll handle them all myself. Wei Xian brought the topic back on track. Elder Ma frowned, hesitating to speak. Your Highness, going alone, wouldn't that be? Brother Wei Xian, they have 2 Soul Emperors on their side. Meng Hongqin straightened up, earnestly trying to dissuade him. Xiao Hongchun, Ma Rulong, and the others also shook their heads, clearly worried about the 1-against-7 plan. Don't worry, Wei Xian raised an eyebrow confidently. I'm confident I can sweep through all 7 of them. He added, if I truly can't hold on, I'll naturally withdraw. I won't stubbornly persist. These words were spoken with absolute certainty. After exchanging glances for a moment, everyone could only nod in agreement. In truth, even if they objected, it would be futile. Decisions made by Wei Xuan were never ones they could influence. The Sun Moon Imperial Academy immediately finalized their lineup for the next match and submitted it to the referees, while Wei Xuan quietly sat down, holding a 7th-grade milk bottle and slowly absorbing the soul power within. The bottle wasn't crafted by his own hands, but specially made by Jing Hongqian according to Wei Xian's soul power attributes. Its core formation had been modified to store nearly 50% more soul power than ordinary 7th-grade bottles, with supply speed more than double the norm. By estimation, this single bottle's reserves were sufficient for Wei Xuan to completely recover 10 times over after fully depleting his soul power. There was a 30-minute break after the team battle, more than enough time for him. Above the Imperial City, however, the atmosphere was noticeably tense. Shrek Academy has gone too far this time. Do they think they can treat our Star Luo Empire as decoration? The White Tiger Duke's voice was ice cold, his anger unconcealed. The Star Luo Emperor's expression was equally grim. Shrek's actions had undoubtedly caused the Star Luo Empire to lose face completely. If they couldn't even maintain basic tournament order, how could they have the audacity to continue hosting the competition in the future? He lowered his voice. If not for the Sun Moon Empire watching us like tigers, I would certainly demand an explanation from Shrek Academy. Though he spoke thus, he ultimately chose to endure. Shrek Academy had many powerful experts. Making enemies over trivial matters would clearly be unwise. Currently, what mattered most was joining forces against external threats, not internal strife. The White Tiger Duke fell silent for a moment, suppressing his displeasure, yet his opinion of Shrek Academy plummeted. After a brief silence, the Star Luo Emperor turned to inquire. Brother Dai Haoxian, could you discern what method that Wei Xuan used earlier? The time within that space seemed to slow down. The Star Luo Emperor asked with some uncertainty, and alarm. The abilities Wei Xuan had displayed left him both shocked and fearful. It's one thing to master the power of space, but if he can also control time, that would be truly terrifying. Duke White Tiger frowned slightly upon hearing this, quickly replaying the scene in his mind. He could only make a vague judgment, but couldn't be certain of the details, so he turned to Tian. It should be so, but for the specific experience, it's better to ask you. Having personally experienced that strike, Tian nodded in confirmation. After a moment of contemplation, Duke White Tiger looked up again. Your Majesty, I believe this person cannot be allowed to live. The Star Luo Emperor deeply agreed and unhesitatingly concurred. I think so too. Someone with such extraordinary talent must not be allowed to exist in this world. Half an hour passed in a flash, and the arena erupted once more. Players from both sides took the stage in turn as the referee loudly announced the start of the match. When the first name from Sun Moon Royal Academy Wei Xuan was called out, excited cheers immediately burst from the stands. From Shrek Academy's side, Bei was the first to take the stage. The two stood facing each other. Wei Xuan appeared relaxed, as if taking a leisurely stroll, while Bei's face was grave, his palms slightly sweaty. How could he be going first? Bei's heart skipped a beat. Usually the stronger team members appeared later in the order, but Wei Xuan was breaking convention. As Huang Jinshu's voice fell, the match began. Two dragon roars nearly simultaneously shattered the air. Amid crackling lightning, fine scales covered Bei's skin as his blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul roared proudly, with 2 yellow and 2 purple rings rising from beneath his feet. After releasing his martial soul, Wei Xuan showed no obvious physical changes, but an ancient, piercing aura suddenly expanded outward. The phantom of an ancient ice dragon coiled behind him, its mighty dragon's presence instantly overwhelming and causing the blue lightning tyrant dragon to tremble. With his bloodline suppressed, Bei's pupils contracted and his heart tightened, uncontrollable fear causing his limbs to tingle. He forcibly circulated his soul power to resist the pressure, lunged forward, and activated his third soul ring Thunder's Fury. Crackling arcs exploded as violent lightning clung to his body. Using the speed boost from his soul skill, he left a trail of afterimages, determined to at least drain some of his opponent's soul power. Wei Xuan glanced at the blue lightning tyrant dragon and shook his head dismissively. Dragon-type martial souls were the easiest for him to handle. His first soul ring rose beneath him, and an even more powerful dragon roar erupted from within the ring as the Ice Mystic Dragon Flood broke free. The Ice Mystic Dragon Flood soared skyward, its massive tail sweeping wildly, claws bared and fangs gleaming with menacing ferocity. After circling once, it suddenly opened its maw and breathed out extremely cold ice mist. The temperature plummeted instantly, and the arena was shrouded in white fog. A soul beast! The stands erupted in shocked exclamations. While soul masters could maintain their composure, ordinary citizens felt instinctive fear more terrifying than encountering tigers, lions, or bears. If not for the soldiers maintaining order, the scene would have descended into chaos. As the ice mist spread, Wei Xuan gained a tremendous advantage. He raised his hand with a slight gesture, and the nearby fog quickly took shape. Dense ice spears and ice cones materialized from thin air, whistling through the air as they shot toward Bei. The surrounding ice mist began to writhe and shift, transforming into weapons that shot toward Bei in unison. The bone-piercing cold penetrated deep within him. As if he were trapped in an icy hell, his movements noticeably slowing. After about a breath's time, his second soul ring blazed to life thunderstrike. Bei leaped into the air, his dragon claws sweeping horizontally as countless lightning serpents howled forth, instantly weaving into a chaotic net of thunder that crashed Hedon into the deadly ice weapons. Ice shards scattered, yet even more cold gleams pierced through the electric net, their momentum undiminished. The terror of ultimate ice lay not only in its temperature, but also in its incredible hardness. Enhanced by his 43rd level soul power, the ice Wei Xuan conjured was comparable to refined steel. His formidable foundation stemmed from recently absorbing 2 soul bones in succession, the 60,000-year ice jade scorpion left arm bone and the 100,000-year emerald black-striped flood dragon right arm bone. The massive energy infused into his body meant his soul power would have already advanced another level or two, if not deliberately compressed. When the electric net failed to clear the attacks, Bei's eyes darkened, and he immediately transformed into Shadow Atang Sek's ultimate technique, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track. His form flickered between visible and invisible, weaving along mysterious trajectories as he easily slipped past the sky full of ice blades. Those he couldn't dodge, he met Hedon with his dragon-transformed arms, his scales withstanding the sharp cold as sparks and ice fragments scattered in all directions. He seized the opportunity to close in on Wei Xuan, searching for an opening. A flash of surprise crossed Wei Xuan's eyes. What Bei relied on wasn't mere speed, but a complete movement technique, and this technique wasn't a soul beast's natural talent, but something created by human effort. Could he also be a reborn soul? He wondered silently, his double pupils instantly opening, their profound depths seeming capable of piercing through souls. However, Bei's soul appeared perfectly ordinary, causing Wei Xuan to furrow his brow slightly, apparently not a fellow traveler. As for someone in this world creating their own martial arts? Perhaps. He gathered his thoughts and dismissed the matter. This brief moment of distraction became Bei's golden opportunity. The distance suddenly closed as Bei's 4th soul ring blazed forth Thunder Dragon Head. Violent soul power gathered as a thunder dragon's head over a zhong in length roared forward with an ear-splitting dragon's cry. Simultaneously, a dark sphere appeared in his palm, and with a flick of his wrist, the black orb followed closely behind the dragon head. Wei Xuan raised his hand with a hook-like gesture, condensing the ice mist into a 2-meter spear with a threatening cold gleam. The spear shot through the air, colliding with the thunder dragon. Thunderous explosions erupted as electric arcs and ice fragments flew together, while the black sphere continued approaching under cover of the smoke and dust. Less than 10 meters from Wei Xuan, the black orb suddenly burst open, black mist rolling forth as sharp whistling sounds pierced the air. Others could only hear the sound without seeing clearly, but in Wei Xuan's double pupils, thousands of hair-thin black needles were clearly visible. Tang Sect hidden weapon, mother-child, soul-chasing, life-taking pellet. Wei Xuan's interest grew even stronger. Without moving his body, he used his will to condense the ice mist into a 3-inch thick shield before him. Amid dense tinkling sounds, the black needles embedded deeply into the shield's body, their poison seeping in as the milky white shield's surface instantly spread with black, yet ultimately failed to penetrate. If Bei had already been a soul king, the needle points might have broken through the ice, but unfortunately his cultivation fell just short. With his attacks repeatedly failing, Bei's heart grew heavy. His entire body tensed as instinct warned him of danger, his gaze rapidly scanning the surroundings as he prepared to leap. The ice mist on all 4 sides suddenly solidified, curving into pillars that converged toward the center, weaving an icy prison cage in the blink of an eye. Bei jumped up, lightning exploding from his right arm as he struck viciously at the cage's top. The harsh collision reverberated through his chest cavity, yet still failed to break the pillar, the recoil force slamming him back to the ground with staggering steps. His right arm trembled slightly, the scales on its surface showing cracks, the tremendous impact having aggravated injuries previously caused by the solid ice, causing blood to flow. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.